the greatest creator. There is a supernatural force in the universe, and this supernatural force is the greatest creator. 前言, 上帝篇前言, preface to the chapter of the greatest creator. 写评, where is the past of humankind? Where is the limit of humanity's future? Can human wisdom prevent an asteroid from colliding with Earth? If we don't know or can't, then let us seek God. The first sentence of chapter 25 of the Tao Te Ching states, "There is a being, wondrous and mysterious, existing before heaven and earth." The Bible begins by stating, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." The Diamond Sutra says, "If one sees me through appearances and seeks me through sounds, that person is following a misguided path and cannot see the Tathagata, the greatest creator." The Book of Songs, the Ten of King One Great Brightness states, "This King One, with great care, serves God and enjoys many blessings." The renowned scientist Stephen Hawking wrote in Chapter 8, The Origin and Destiny of the Universe, in A Brief History of Time. The general theory of relativity itself cannot explain these features or answer these questions because it predicts that at the singularity of the Big Bang, the universe began with infinite density, and at that point, general relativity and all other physical laws break down. It seems that science has revealed a set of laws which, within the limits of the uncertainty principle, if we know the state of the universe at any moment, these laws will tell us how it evolves over time. These laws may have originally been established by God. One possible explanation is that God chose this initial structure of the universe for reasons beyond our comprehension. This certainly falls within the power of an omnipotent creator. Unless it was an act of God to create life like ours, explaining why the universe began in this manner is exceedingly difficult. Humans have 6 sensory organs: eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. So they have 6 perceptions: vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and spirituality. Humans use these 6 perceptions to communicate with the material world and the non-material world. If a person were blind, how could we convince them that light exists in the universe? How could we prove the existence of light? We would be unable to. Without sight, one cannot perceive light. If a person were deaf, how could we convince them that sound exists in nature? How could we prove the existence of sound? We would be unable to. Without hearing, one cannot perceive sound. If a person lacked spiritual awareness and was spiritually ignorant, how could we convince them that the greatest creator exists in the universe? How could we prove the existence of the greatest creator? We would also be unable to. Without spiritual awareness, one cannot perceive the greatest creator. Spiritual awareness is an innate instinct. Through spiritual awareness, one can fully perceive the existence of the greatest creator. Everyone has spiritual awareness, so why do they still fail to perceive the greatest creator? This is because their spiritual awareness is obscured or dull, similar to how impaired vision prevents one from seeing clearly. When vision declines, wearing glasses can help one see clearly. When spiritual awareness is dull, enhancing wisdom can help one perceive the greatest creator. Some have used a paradoxical question to try to deny the existence of the greatest creator. Can the greatest creator create a stone that he cannot lift? This question presents a dilemma. If you say no, it denies the greatest creator. If you say yes, it implies that the greatest creator cannot lift the stone he created, which also denies the greatest creator. Thus, no matter how you answer, the result is to deny the greatest creator, at least in terms of his omnipotence. The person who devised this paradox is either very clever or malicious, aiming to confuse people's spirituality and lead them away from the greatest creator. Such a person is either Satan or someone not favored by the greatest creator. Unable to partake in the truth, they attempt to make others believe it is unattainable, similar to the saying about sour grapes. The question, can the greatest creator create a stone that he cannot lift, is a trap. Similar questions include, are you a thing? How should one answer this question? Whether you say yes or no, you fall into the designer's trap. For instance, answering I am not a thing or I am a thing leads to the same result. Therefore, paradoxical questions should not be answered directly with affirmation or denial. Instead, consider or counter-question based on the question itself. For example, In response to, "Are you a thing?" you might ask, "Are you a thing?" to see how the questioner responds. In response to, "Can the greatest creator create a stone that he cannot lift?" you might ask, "Can the greatest creator not lift a stone he has created?" The question, "Can the greatest creator create a stone that he cannot lift?" does not apply to the greatest creator himself, just as "Are you a thing?" does not apply to humans. Additionally, this question is inherently self-contradictory, meaning that any answer already implies a denial. Such questions have puzzled many philosophers and logicians. Here are some similar examples. Aren't you an animal born from your parents? Can eyes not see eyes? Isn't a person a non-animal? These types of questions cannot be answered directly but must be rephrased. The answer to the question of the greatest creator is, the greatest creator can create stones under any conditions. The greatest creator can lift stones under any conditions. Do you have further questions? If so, I can address them in this manner. First, I will ask, what does it mean to lift? If holding a stone with both hands and placing it above one's head constitutes lifting, then what about this definition? If not, what does lifting mean? If so, suppose the stone is the earth, and I stand upside down, holding the earth with both hands. Is the earth above my head then? You might argue that it isn't, because the earth is below my head. Fine. Then, if I move along the earth's meridian 360 degrees while performing the same action, the earth should be above my head at some point, right? No? So, which point in the universe is above us? Which point is below us? You might then argue that even though my hands are holding the earth and the earth is above my head, it's not me lifting it, but the earth's gravity pulling me. If so, we must first reconsider the meaning of lifting. What then is lifting? Regardless of how lifting is defined, by changing orientation, I can claim to have lifted the earth. If you agree that I lifted the earth, then I can prove that I did not lift it. So, does the question, "Can the greatest creator create a stone that he cannot lift?" hold? We must seek the greatest creator and understand the greatest creator. Otherwise, we will never grasp the origins of the universe, the origin of life, the past and future of humankind. We will also fail to understand animal instincts and the purpose of life. I am 46 years old and have worked in over 20 different professions: shepherd, farmer, laborer, youth league secretary, clerk, party branch secretary, instructor of a commune cultural propaganda team, fitter, electrician, auto mechanic, middle school teacher, office staff, office director, translator, driver, salesperson, grocery store manager, restaurant purchaser, bar attendant, nightclub manager, fast food manager, and real estate developer. Except for the roles of office director and restaurant purchaser, which I held for only 2 months each, I have worked in all other positions for more than 6 months. What have I gained from working in so many different occupations? The gain is that a life without faith and without a goal is like a cloud floating aimlessly in the sky, driven by the wind. A few years ago, a mysterious car accident I experienced personally prompted me to start exploring the meaning of life. What am I living for? For the motherland and the nation? Nonsense. I can't even solve my own survival problems. Yet I talk about the motherland and the nation. For my parents? Definitely not, because if it were for them, I wouldn't be able to continue living after they passed away. For my partner? That's absurd. If I didn't exist, my partner might actually live better. For my children? No. Why do people without children still continue to live? My children have established their careers, so why should I keep living? Living not only doesn't help my children anymore, but it also adds trouble and burden to them. For myself? Ridiculous. I can't decide my own birth, nor can I decide my own death. If I could choose, I would prefer to have no life, to be a zero. So, who brought me into this world? Am I a random product of my parents' accidental union? Absolutely not. The universe is governed by laws and rules. Everything is inevitable, and there are no purposeless accidental events. Everything that exists has its own purpose. So, what is the purpose of my existence? I can't tolerate living such a vague and confused life. Either I die, or I live clearly and transparently. Even if I don't know where I came from, at least I need to know where I'm going. Otherwise, if I were to suddenly encounter another car accident and die tomorrow, wouldn't that be an injustice? Will money help me understand the purpose of life? It seems that no millionaire in the world has ever solved the problem of life's purpose. If I wait until I am rich, I might not have much energy or time left to figure it out before I die. Besides, money is not something that can be obtained just by wanting it. Otherwise, everyone would be billionaires. Will power help me understand the purpose of life? Throughout history, how many emperors and ministers have appeared? Yet which one of them understood the purpose of life? Who among them left us a treasury of classical advice? Will becoming a scientist help me understand the purpose of life? Even greats like Newton, Einstein, and Stephen Hawking didn't understand the origins of the universe, humanity, or life. Can I, after becoming a scientist, understand more than they did? Moreover, just as I am not naturally gifted with a singer's voice and cannot become a singer, can I become a scientist? I cannot dream such dreams. Will becoming some other kind of expert help me understand the purpose of living? Probably not, just like archaeologists and anthropologists who keep changing their theories about human origins. One moment they say humans originated in Europe, then Asia, then Africa, based on a few fossils they've uncovered. This kind of theory is unreliable, as they might discover another fossil somewhere and claim humans originated in Antarctica. Will reading the Bible help me understand the purpose of life? Perhaps I am not gifted, but after reading the Bible for years, I still haven't had an awakening. Where exactly is the kingdom of the greatest creator? Does it already exist, or will it come in the future? If it is in the future, then where and when will it happen? Is the future 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or 100 million years? My life is only a few decades. Can my body be resurrected? How is it resurrected? Jesus is God, no doubt about it. But are there other gods who can restrain Jesus? If there are no other gods, why did Jesus have to suffer? Why did almost all of Jesus' disciples die violently? Can't God control his own destiny? As God, why couldn't he protect his few disciples? Why must suffering be the path to future blessings? I hope that Buddhist scriptures can point me in the right direction. Buddhism discusses concepts such as past lives, future lives, samsara, karma, and the interplay of causal conditions, all of which are meaningful. But how exactly does karma transform? How should one live to ensure a better future life? Where exactly is the Western Pure Land? What is it like? I haven't read all the vast Buddhist scriptures, nor do I dare to make rash conclusions. But Buddhism has existed for over 2,000 years, and it still can't make people understand the purpose of life. If life is merely a process of suffering, why did the greatest creator create so many beautiful things for humans to enjoy? If the purpose of life is to become a Buddha, then what is a Buddha? How does one become a Buddha? What is the probability of becoming a Buddha? If 1,000 people practice Buddhism and only 2 to 3 people can become Buddhas, wouldn't the rest have wasted their life and lost their joy? Money, power, and status, scientists and other experts, Christianity, and Buddhism all have their own reasons, but none can make people live clearly and understandably. Moreover, as an ordinary person who can't even solve the problem of daily meals, how can I have the time to master social sciences, natural sciences, and religion? Is there a shortcut? Can I bypass God's and human-acquired knowledge and seek the greatest creator directly, since only the greatest creator knows everything and has the final decision? Where can I find the greatest creator? Read the book without words by observing the sky, the earth, people, and things. Fortunately, I have engaged in over 20 different types of work, experienced many hardships, and, after graduating from high school, attended school 3 times, living in rural areas, small towns, and big cities. This allows me to connect various phenomena and events for chain thinking, but the result is still rather vague. Where is the problem? By chance, I read the Quran and was greatly inspired. The Quran says, "O assembly of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by authority." Yes, how can I escape the bounds of heaven and earth without borrowing the authority and help of the greatest creator? How to borrow the help of the greatest creator? Rely on spiritual awareness. Humans are part of the universe, Heaven and humans correspond. If a small thorn pricks the toe, the brain immediately senses it. If I send a thought fax to the greatest creator, the greatest creator will surely know. Sure enough, the origins of the universe, life, humanity, and 36-dimensional spaces gradually appeared on the screen of my mind. And the issue of fate resolved itself without further explanation. At this point, I recognized the greatest creator, recognized God Jesus, recognized Buddha Shakyamuni, recognized celestial ancestor Laozi, recognized humanity, understood the universe, time, space, energy, and material, the physical body and the spiritual body, the essence of life, and the purpose of living. I recognize the greatest creator through spiritual awareness, but spiritual awareness can only be understood and cannot be conveyed. To spark interest, I used 40 natural phenomena and 8 logical inferences to forcibly prove the existence of the greatest creator and explain the 8 characteristics of the greatest creator and the 8 relationships between the greatest creator and humanity. Whether you can sense the greatest creator depends entirely on your own spiritual awareness and wisdom. 宇宙中有一个超自然灵魂证明上帝存在的40个例证。There is a supernatural soul in the universe, 40 evidence proving the existence of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. Open the windows. The sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Stay and study in Life Genuine. A new life will begin. Your spirituality will grow, and your thinking will transcend the limitations of human nature and ethics. Once we calm our minds, we can feel that there is a supernatural power in control of the movement of the universe, the birth and death of all things, and the track of human life. No one can deny fate, yet no one can grasp their own fate. Everything around us seems to be prearranged by certain powers, and we are only moving according to the life courses assigned to us. So, does such a supernatural power exist? Is there a super wisdom in control of the entire universe? If there is not, then how did the universe come into being? Where did the variety of life forms on the earth come from? If there is, where could the supernatural power be? What is its form? Does it resemble a man? What characteristics does it have? Why can't we see it? Does it care for humankind? How does it manage this astronomical universe? How can we get to know it? wanna有序运行的太阳系需要有人设计安排. The orderly operation of the solar system needs someone's design. Xiefeng. The solar system, with the sun at its center, consists of the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, comets, the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, meteoroids, interstellar matter, the Earth's satellite moon, and other asteroids. Other celestial bodies revolve around the Sun, attracted by the Sun's gravitation. Among them, the 9 planets revolve in the same direction around the Sun along nearly round orbits in approximately the same plane. For billions of years, the solar system has been running in the Milky Way galaxy in an orderly manner, without any mistakes. The 9 planets, the Earth's satellite moon, and other asteroids have unfailingly maintained the order of the solar system, cooperating tacitly with each other, obedient and conforming. There has never been any bullying. There is a high degree of organization, discipline, and unity. If any planet does not obey the command and acts on its own, the whole solar system will immediately be knocked over by other stellar systems in the galaxy. The main task of the whole solar system is to sustain life on Earth. If this order is disturbed, humans will also perish. To live harmoniously, even a big family of about a dozen people needs some domestic disciplines to keep it in line. A company, no matter how small, must have rules and regulations to survive and develop. A house should have a design before builders can begin work. How the doors, windows, kitchen, living room, bedrooms, and bathroom should be arranged. To survive, even a pack of wolves, a swarm of bees, a cohort of ants, or a flock of sheep must have a leader in charge. Otherwise, the result will be a state of disunity and chaos. Let's take a look at the general manager's office. The desk, chairs, bookshelf, sofas, tea table, telephone, and other objects are all arranged in an orderly manner. The tea table will not be placed on the desk, and the chairs will not be put on the sofas. Why? Because they have already been designed and arranged. Let's have a look at the workshops of a factory. The lathes, milling machines, planers, drill presses, workbenches, grinders, and tool cabinets are arranged in an orderly manner. They are not randomly placed or cluttered together. Why is that? It's because someone is organizing and arranging them. Let's take a look at the assembly workshop of TV sets. There is a strict order for the assembly of different components. Is this order formed naturally? Of course not. Someone is doing the design and arrangement. Let's take a look at everything in nature and every activity in human society. It is not difficult to discover that all have been organized and arranged by someone or some certain brain. Then, how about the orderly functioning of the solar system? Is it not designed by someone? By logical reasoning, we can infer that there must be someone in charge of the creation and arrangement of the solar system. But who is this someone? He must be the designer and organizer of the universe and the wise omniscience, the greatest creator. 凸地球至太阳的距离是刻意安排的. The distance from the Earth to the Sun is the result of deliberate arrangement. The distance from the Earth to the Sun is 147 million kilometers, which is the ideal distance for the Earth to absorb solar energy. If it were too far, the Earth would be a cold and bleak place. If it were too close, the Earth would become a flaming globe. You may have experienced warming yourself by a fire on cold winter days. Your distance from the fire is determined by its size. If you are too close to the fire, the heat will be unbearable, but if you are too far, you cannot absorb the heat. You will automatically adjust yourself to an appropriate distance that is not too warm to bear. Now, let's do a calculation. Imagine yourself as the Earth and the fire as the sun. What will be the proportion? Let's suppose the proportion is x. Then the proportion from the sun to the Earth is also x. That is to say, the distance between the sun and the Earth is not a matter of coincidence but a deliberate arrangement. Except for the greatest creator. Who else could have done that? 3. 地球的自转是有意安排的。自转的速度是经过精确的计算确定的。The rotation of the Earth is a planned arrangement, and the velocity of the rotation has been accurately calculated. If we keep facing the fire, we feel comfortable on the front of our body but still cold on our back. At this time, we will unconsciously turn around and let our back face the fire. After some time, we will turn around again. In such a case, wouldn't it be ideal for us to sit in an automatically rotating chair so that our entire body can evenly receive warmth? However, the rotation should not be too fast. Otherwise, we will feel dizzy and cannot see the objects around us clearly. More dangerously, we might be thrown off the chair. Too slow a rotation won't do either. One side of the body is warm enough, but the other side is in urgent need of heat, and yet the chair has not turned around. We can certainly find an optimum rotation speed that can make us feel comfortable and evenly warmed. The Earth is rotating at an ideal speed. It rotates at nearly 28 kilometers per minute and completes one rotation in 24 hours. This speed ensures that both the eastern and western hemispheres can receive heat evenly, and that animals, plants, and humans can have time for labor and rest respectively. If the Earth did not rotate, the eastern hemisphere would be forever facing the sun, making it unbearably hot, while the western hemisphere would be in eternal darkness, unbearably cold. Vice versa. If the rotation speed of the Earth were too fast, for example, if it rotated once every 12 hours, then there would only be 3 hours for each morning, noon, afternoon, and night. We would not have enough time to sleep, and the sun would rise very early in the morning. When we woke up, it would still be dark outside. Then should we get up or continue sleeping? The 8 logical inferences that prove the existence of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest creator. 万物有源，源头为上帝. The Amazon River that runs across South America, the mighty Nile River, the surging Yangtze River, and the roaring Mississippi River all have their headstreams. The Benguela Cold Current, Peru Cold Current, Mozambique Warm Current, and Guyana Warm Current all have their sources. The Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All the tools we commonly use, from pencils, needles, shovels, spoons, and pliers to cars, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, as well as all the objects we use, from musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, books, watches, and clocks, to tables, chairs, and wooden stool, shoes, socks, hats, teacups, thermoses, desk lamps, phones, refrigerators, and televisions. Everything created by humanity has its origin and did not appear out of nowhere. The cats, dogs, sheep, and pigs we keep in our homes all have a source, and even the plants we cultivate in our gardens, such as peonies, peaches, pears, and apricots, did not appear out of thin air. Their original origins can be traced. Music, writing, art, medicine, theories, methods, magic arts and axioms, and theorems all have sources. White Europeans, black Africans, yellow Asians, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, and the Antarctic glaciers are all formed by the vicissitudes of history. All things have their origins, and the Earth, the solar system, and the universe are no exception. They too have their beginnings. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin, and this primordial origin is the greatest creator. Everything is in motion, and the primordial motive power comes from the greatest creator. ทุก万物在动，出动力来自上帝. Mountains are rotating, winds are dancing, rivers are flowing, and springs are bubbling. Clouds are drifting, and the earth is moving. The sea is churning and flames are burning. Grass and trees are growing. Flowers are fading. Bacteria are multiplying, and insects are busy. Cows and sheep are grazing. Lions and tigers are running. Hens are laying eggs, and larks are singing. Electrons are swirling. Molecules are moving. Particles are flowing, and electromagnetic waves are rushing. Infrared radiation is radiating, and gamma rays are piercing. Electromagnetic waves are spreading, and photons are flashing. The heart is beating, blood is flowing, the skin is breathing, and the stomach is moving. Nerves are sensing, hair is growing, thoughts are connecting, and spirits are stirring. Though seated, we travel 1,000 miles in a flash. The Milky Way spans millions of years. The sun, moon, stars, and celestial bodies fly by like lightning. Black hair at dawn turning white at dusk. Everything in the universe is in motion, and it is through mutual impetus that things move. But where does the initial force originate if there is no greatest creator? Everything has an image, and the nature of the image is energy, with the core of this energy being the greatest creator. 万物有相，相的本质是能量，能量的核心是上帝. An image refers to the size, shape, appearance, and structural type of an object, which is a watershed that distinguishes one substance from another and one object from another. Microorganisms and insects, grass and trees, humans and other animals, mountains and rivers, and so on, all are different, and the reason is that their images are different. If everything has its own unique image, how is an image generated? The origin of an image lies in the genetic structure. The image of something is determined by its genetic structure. The image of water is different from that of oil because their molecular structures are different, which means their genetic structures are different. However, any structure without the participation of energy can only be an illusion. For example, if we want to build a house, we first need to imagine the structure of the house in our brain. For complex buildings, we also need to draw a schematic diagram of the structure. But without the input of mechanical and human energy, the structure we imagined in our brain can only be an illusion. Only when we put in the energy of manpower and material resources can the structure that we imagined in our brain become a real house. A seed can only become a plant after absorbing nutrients and water from the soil and heat and light from the sun. A fertilized egg in the mother's womb can only develop into an animal with a head and feet if it is constantly supplied with nutritional energy. A light bulb can only emit light when electricity is input. A pile of soil can only become a mountain with the energy of the continuous movement of the earth. A river can only become a raging torrent with the energy of thousands of streams. So where does this energy come from? Let's trace it back to its source. For a small sapling to grow leaves, it needs to absorb water, which mainly comes from the infiltration of rainwater. So where does the rainwater come from? Rainwater comes from clouds that carry water vapor from the sky. And where do the clouds come from? The wind carries them from the ocean. And where does the wind come from? The cold and hot air currents on Earth form it through convection. And how are the cold and hot air currents formed? They are formed because the surface of the Earth continuously gains and loses solar energy as it rotates, ignoring factors such as lunar gravity. So how did the Earth start to rotate? And what force keeps it rotating continuously? According to the law of energy conservation, there can be no perpetual motion machine in the universe. The motion and changes of any object must be driven by one or more other energies. Without energy, there is no motion or change in anything. Therefore, all the motion and changes in things must ultimately have an initial push of energy that is not constrained by other energies. This initial energy is the greatest creator. The initial rotation of the Earth was driven by the energy of the greatest creator, and after it was set in motion, it was driven by other planets in the solar system, including comets. Everything is connected by cause and effect, and every effect has a cause. The initial cause of all causes is the greatest creator. For 因果相连，凡果都有因，所有因的出因是上帝. We've all had headaches before. Although the causes of each person's headache may be different, there is always a cause, and there is never a headache for no reason. Regardless of what kind of disease a person has, the disease always has a cause, even congenital diseases. There should be no dispute about this. Similarly, typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, SARS viruses, etc., all have their reasons for occurring. The Second World War, the Crusades, the Middle East wars, etc., all have reasons and will not occur for no reason. Many Jews were killed during World War II, the Titanic hit an iceberg, the World Trade Center in the United States was bombed, the Soviet Union disintegrated, Hong Kong was reclaimed, and Saddam's regime was forcibly removed. All of these events had their reasons. Does the Earth not orbit the Sun and the Moon not orbit the Earth for a reason? Do plane crashes, train collisions, collapsed buildings, and floods not have a reason? Do being condemned by thousands, losing one's family and possessions, being imprisoned, and dying from unfortunate events not have a reason? Do having sores on the head and pus flowing from the feet, being deaf and blind, and losing limbs not have a reason? Do tigers hunting deer, birds catching insects, pigs being slaughtered, and people encountering unexpected misfortunes not have a reason? Did the ancient civilizations of the Maya, Greece, Egypt, Rome, Syria, Persia, and Babylon disappear without a reason? Did the rise of the new American civilization not have a reason? In the inevitable article of Chanyuan Corpus, I listed the following phenomena: the rise of wind and waves, the ebb and flow, the rising of clouds and falling of rain, snow and mist, thunder and lightning, tsunamis, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, floods, sandstorms, the disappearance of birds, sunrise and sunset, rainbows, eclipses, the changing of the seasons, the migration of birds, the hibernation of frogs and snakes, the morning song of the skylark, the crowing of the rooster, the proliferation of insects, the multiplication of bacteria, birth in the spring, and growth in the summer, harvesting in autumn and storage in winter, the entanglement of vines, the fragrance of the cinnamon tree, the blooming and falling of flowers, the sunflowers facing the sun, the drifting of continents, the splitting of the earth's crust, the melting of snow-covered mountains, the disappearance of small islands, changes in the course of rivers, landslides in mountains, the increasing height of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the crisscrossing of gullies, the shifting of sand dunes, springs emerging from rocks, waterfalls hanging from cliffs, and the transportation of sand by rivers, the appearance of deltas, and so on, all have a reason. Whether in the sky or on Earth, all phenomena or results have a reason, and we cannot find a phenomenon or result without any reason. If the reason for the appearance of life on Earth is due to the existence of the Earth and the solar system, And the reason for the creation of the solar system is because of the existence of the Milky Way. Then what is the reason for the birth of the Milky Way? If we continue to trace it back, we will know that at the beginning of the universe, there must have been a first cause, and that cause, the dynamic force, is the greatest creator. Everything has a purpose for its existence, and the ultimate purpose is the greatest creator. 5. 万物存在都有目的，终极的目的是上帝。The purpose of microorganisms is to enrich soil and decompose organic matter. The purpose of soil is to nourish plants. The purpose of plants is to provide food for insects and animals. And the overall purpose of plants and animals is to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? Any object created by humans has a purpose. The purpose of a car is transportation. The purpose of a phone is communication. The purpose of clothing is warmth. And the purpose of a house is shelter. The purpose of the countless objects created by humans is only one: to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? The purpose of the entire galaxy is to serve a few special star systems, one of which is the solar system. The purpose of the solar system is only one: to serve Earth. The purpose of Earth is also only one: to serve humans. So, who do humans serve? The existence of the sun, moon, ocean, air, land, ozone layer, and so on, is all for the benefit of humans. Even the existence of flies, mosquitoes, and rats ultimately serves humans. Viruses that cause disease also exist to maintain the balance of humans. So, what is the purpose of human existence? Everything in the material world exists to serve humans. So are we humans simply the supreme enjoyers? Does our existence have no purpose? We humans raise cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. But for what purpose? Do we not have any purpose when we cultivate crops? Do we not have any purpose when we create airplanes, atomic bombs, and spaceships? All human activities have a clear purpose, and everything in the universe has a purpose for its existence. Are humans the only creatures without a purpose? Humans do have a purpose for their existence, and that is to serve the greatest creator. Why do we humans not realize that our existence is to serve the greatest creator? It is like the bees we keep do not realize they are serving us unless they have human-like thinking. Unless we have the same thinking as the greatest creator, we do not know the purpose of our human existence. In human history, only Jesus and Buddha knew the greatest creator, while Muhammad and Laozi had some understanding of the greatest creator. I clearly tell everyone that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The ultimate purpose of all existence in the universe is for the greatest creator. Knowing the ultimate purpose of human existence, we have a goal to live for: to serve the greatest creator. Existing for the greatest creator, we have a bright future. Turning away from the greatest creator, our future will be dark. Life is graded, and the highest grade is the greatest creator. 生命有等级，最高级就是上帝。The universe exists in order, and the essence of order is hierarchy. Take stones as an example. The grade of a diamond is relatively high, while the grade of a stone that can be broken by hand is relatively low. The grade of ruby and sapphire is higher than that of cat's eye stone, and the grade of cat's eye stone is higher than that of yellow sapphire and spinel. The grades of yellow sapphires and spinels are higher than that of aquamarines and zircons, and they gradually decrease to emeralds, green gems, tourmalines, crystals, garnets, olivines, jades, wood fossils, nephrite, opal, moonstones, sunstones, turquoise, Suyan jade, malachite, coral, pumice stone, granite, and bluestone, all the way down to ordinary pebbles. Taking humans as an example, according to the percentage of spirituality in human nature, there are 18 grades of human beings. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi are the first grade. St. Peter, Paul, and Tang Sanzang are the second grade. Chinese Taoist figures such as Zhang Sanfeng are the third grade. Beethoven, Bach, Rodin, Strauss, and Einstein are the fourth grade. Zhang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang are the fifth grade. Rural farmers who are simple and untainted by the pollution of commodity society are the sixth grade. Washington, Lincoln are the seventh grade. Florence Nightingale is the eighth grade. Shakespeare, Lu Sun, and Hu Shi are the ninth grade. Tang Taizong, Kangxi are the 10th grade. Fictional characters from novels such as Liangshan Heroes, Zhu Yingtai, Romeo, and Juliet are the 11th grade. The vast majority of ordinary people are the 12th grade. The vast majority of government officials in China since ancient times are the 13th grade. Shakespeare's characters such as Grindelwald, Sherlock, and the profit-seeking merchant Shylock are the 14th grade. People who live frivolously and live in the moment are the 15th grade. Those who are selfish, self-interested, and do not uphold public ethics are the 16th grade. Those who live in confusion are the 17th grade. Those who confuse good and evil are the 18th grade. Taking life as an example, from low to high, they are life in molten lava and flames, life in ice and snow, life in eternal darkness, life in mountains and rocks, life in soil, life in water, life in air, plants, insects, land animals, aerial animals, livestock and poultry, dogs, human beings, people in the 1,000-year world, celestial beings in the 10,000-year world, Buddhas in the Elysium world, gods in the heaven world, and the greatest creator in the zero world. Life has grades, and wherever there are grades, there must be the highest grade. The highest grade of life is the greatest creator. Everything is in order, and the greatest creator is the maker of order. 7. 万物有序，秩序的制定者是上帝. Human society is organized with orders. A country can only have one president. This is an order. If there were two presidents, the country would surely split into two. When 10 companies merge into one, there will be one CEO, not 10. Subordinates obey superiors, employees obey bosses, police restrain criminals, and businesses must have a license, etc. All these are orders. Although the Constitution and laws are made by humans, it cannot be said that orders are made by humans. The order created by humans must conform to human nature and the basic norms of society. For example, no matter how extremely bright and intelligent the people in a country are, you cannot establish the order of having two presidents in one country because the order of having one leader for a group is established by the greatest creator, which cannot be violated. Whether it's a group of ants, a hive of bees, a group of goats, a pack of wolves, a family, or a clan, there can only be one leader. The order of human life, from fetus, baby, adolescent, young adult, middle-aged, menopause, old age, to death, is established by the greatest creator and cannot be violated. Being hungry requires eating, and eating requires excretion. This is also an order that cannot be controlled by humans. Each person has their own life trajectory, which is the program of life that cannot be changed by subjective will. Every parent hopes that all their children will become successful and bring honor to the family, but the hope remains a hope. Children will live according to the program of their own life trajectory, which is why some children succeed while others do not. If personal will could determine one's life trajectory, pigs and dogs would become humans, and everyone could become an emperor. The vast majority of people, especially those who are wealthy and influential, do not want to die. But wanting to live does not change the fact that death is inevitable because it is the order established by the greatest creator. If the people before you do not die, there will be no way forward for those who come after. Everyone is equal in the face of death, and this is the order. The moon revolves around the earth revolves around the sun and rotates on its own axis, and the solar system follows the Milky Way. This is the order. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the offspring of mice dig holes. This is the order. Those who respect the greatest creator and live according to the order established by the greatest creator can enter the higher level of life space. Those who despise the greatest creator and live against the order established by the greatest creator will inevitably descend to the lower level of life space. This is also the order. Everything has order. So who created this order? Was it our human ancestors? Was it an emperor from a certain dynasty? Was it the dinosaurs? Definitely not. Apart from the greatest creator, who else has this ability? All things are interconnected, and the end point of this interconnection is the greatest creator. 8. 万物相互感应，感应的终端是上帝. In the universe, everything is connected to each other through reaction. Reaction is the process by which something senses and responds to external stimuli. External stimuli can be divided into two types: explicit and implicit stimuli. Explicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through form, smell, color, sound, temperature, texture, and brightness. Implicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through sound waves, electromagnetic waves, thought waves, biological waves, same frequency waves, radiation, and other means. For example, when people see beautiful birds, blue skies, handsome men, and beautiful women, they feel happy. When they see caterpillars, snakes, dark rolling clouds, or devils in horror movies, they feel afraid. When they see sexy women in short skirts, they feel aroused. When they encounter things they dislike, they feel disgusted, mainly due to different forms of stimuli. Smelling the fragrance from the kitchen can increase one's appetite, while smelling the stench of overflowing feces in the toilet can make one feel nauseous. The fragrance of flowers can make one feel refreshed, while the smell of vomit from a drunk person can make one feel uneasy, mainly due to different odor stimuli. Seeing colorful flowers can make one happy. Seeing the bloody scene of a murder can be distressing. Seeing the color blue can feel refreshing, and seeing the color red can feel warm, mainly due to different color stimuli. Beautiful singing, moving melodies, and sweet words from a loved one can make people's emotions surge and their thoughts wander, while the sound of a shovel scraping against concrete, funeral music, and ferocious and malevolent shouting can make people feel fearful, irritable, and depressed, mainly due to different sound stimuli. When it is cold, muscles contract. When it is hot, sweat glands expand. Sleeping on a comfortable mattress feels good, while lying in a corner made of stone makes one uncomfortable. Beautiful spring scenery can make people feel ecstatic, while pitch darkness can make people feel frightened, mainly due to different reactions to temperature, texture, and brightness. The above are examples of how people respond to explicit stimuli from the external environment. Examples of how people respond to implicit stimuli are as follows. Sometimes people feel anxious or restless for no apparent reason. This is because of the thought waves or biological waves of people who are associated with them. From a perspective of hyperspace and time, when certain events are about to happen, there may be same frequency waves that stimulate people's nerves in advance. Just like the geomagnetic waves before an earthquake, many animals are sensitive to these waves, such as fish jumping out of the water, dogs barking, horses neighing, mice running around, and roosters crowing. Sometimes our ears get hot and our faces feel hot, which is a premonition of information related to us, just like the upcoming cold air current that stimulates people with arthritis. In Water Margin, Lin Chong, the head of the 800,000 Imperial Guard troop, seeking shelter at the mountain temple due to the snowstorm may seem like a coincidence, but it was actually a response to the events that were about to happen. Without this sensitivity, he would have been killed in the fire. In Robinson Crusoe, the protagonist describes a similar experience. After I had settled my affairs and sold my goods and turned them into reliable bills of exchange, the next difficult problem was which route to take back to England. I was accustomed to traveling by sea, but at this time, I had a strange aversion to going back to England by sea, even though I couldn't give a reason. This resistance in my mind kept growing stronger and stronger. One time, I even had my luggage loaded onto the ship, but suddenly changed my mind, and this happened 2 or 3 times in a row. It's true, I've had too many unfortunate events at sea in my lifetime, which could be one of the reasons, but in these situations, a person cannot completely ignore their inner impulse. There were 2 ships, and I had decided to board them, meaning that I had specifically chosen them. One of them had my luggage on it, and I had spoken with the captain of the other one, but I didn't end up boarding either of them. Later, these 2 ships encountered problems. One of them was captured by Algerians, and the other one sank at start near Tobago Bay, with only 3 survivors out of the entire crew. Regardless of which ship I boarded, I would have had bad luck. As for which ship was unluckier, that's hard to say. This is a kind of sensing of implicit stimuli. Without this sensing, Robinson would have been buried at sea. Subconscious behavior is a kind of inexplicable, hard-to-explain sensing behavior. This sensing behavior has saved the lives of billions of people, but has also led tens of thousands of people to death. Someone has studied biological sensing. He divided 50 snails into 25 pairs and put each pair together. After some time, he wrote the same letters on the shells of each snail in each pair. He then took one snail from each pair to the United States and left the other one in Paris. Later, at a designated time, he stimulated the snail left in Paris with an electric current, and at the same time, The other snail in the pair that was taken to the United States also exhibited an electric current stimulation response. The snail in Paris had an electric current stimulation response because it was stimulated by the electric current. But why did the snail in the United States also have an electric current stimulation response when it was not stimulated by an electric current? It's because it sensed it, and its response was a subconscious behavior. Animals such as pigeons, dogs, and horses have a sense of their owner's whereabouts. After a pigeon is released, it can find its owner who has moved to a new location. If you put a dog in a box and take it a few hundred kilometers away before releasing it, it can accurately find its way back. There was an animal trainer named Duluth who could use mental suggestions to make animals perform. Once, he secretly commanded a dog in his mind, "Go to the piano and use your paws to hit the white keys." It was said that the dog obeyed without fail. Another time, upon everyone's request, he made two lions who had been friendly to each other for 3 years start to bite each other. Once, a researcher named Kerensky asked Duluth, "Since you can use mental suggestions, can you suggest that I do something?" Duluth agreed and told him to sit still without moving. Duluth picked up a piece of paper, quickly wrote a few words on it, covered it with his hand, and looked at Kerensky. Although Kerensky didn't feel anything special, he unconsciously scratched behind his right ear with his hand, and before he put his hand down, Duluth handed him the paper, which read, "Scratch behind your right ear." From the examples above, we can see that Kerensky involuntarily scratched behind his right ear without feeling anything special, which seems to be Kaczynski's personal behavior, but in fact, he faithfully carried out Duluth's instructions. The world-renowned psychic Master Wolf Mason once had dinner with the famous founder of psychology, Sigmund Freud, at Einstein's residence in Vienna. During the dinner, Freud secretly conducted an experiment without saying a word. He merely gave Mason a telepathic command, instructing him to go to the bathroom and take a pair of tweezers from the mirror frame, and then pluck 3 beard hairs from Einstein's chin. After giving the silent command, Freud continued to eat and drink on his own, and the guests continued to chat and laugh as usual. Mason seemed to be completely unaware, but when the coffee arrived, Mason immediately stood up, went to the bathroom, took a pair of tweezers, walked to Einstein's side, bent down, gently lifted Einstein's chin, carefully plucked 3 hairs and placed them in front of Freud. Examples like this are numerous. All living beings in the vast world subconsciously execute commands. Our next action, the next sentence, may seem like individual behavior, but it is actually a response to explicit and implicit stimuli from the outside world. So, who are we taking orders from? According to the level of life, lower level life senses the commands of higher level life, and lower energy life senses the commands of higher energy life. This means that plants receive commands from animals, humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Animals receive commands from humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Humans receive commands from celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Celestial beings receive commands from Buddhas and gods. Buddhas receive commands from gods. Who do gods take orders from? Gods take orders from the greatest creator. The ultimate stimuli is the greatest creator. From the 40 pieces of evidence and 8 logical inferences above, we can no longer doubt the existence of the greatest creator. Since the greatest creator exists, what are the features of the greatest creator? 8 features of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. 万上帝是唯一的. The unity of opposites is a powerful tool for understanding the universe. All things in the world exist relatively, and losing one side also means losing the condition for the existence of the other. Yin and yang, positive and negative, interior and exterior, man and woman, male and female, masculine and feminine, rigidity and softness, glory and humiliation, clockwise and counterclockwise, with and without, tangible and intangible, birth and death, light and darkness, movement and stillness, strength and weakness, high and low, noble and humble, rich and poor, fortune and misfortune, merit and fault, gain and loss, advance and retreat, positive and negative, big and small, up and down, more and less, front and rear, left and right, truth and falsehood, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, fragrance and odor, immortal and mortal, Buddha and demon, God and ghost, material and spirit, heaven and hell, fairyland and the mortal world, and so on. They all rely on each other, coexist and prosper together. Even a piece of thin paper has a front and a back. If there is no front, there will be no back. If there is no back, there will be no front. However, the unity of opposites view cannot explain all phenomena, and there are exceptions to the law. In universality, there are peculiarities, and in commonality, there are individualities. There is also a neutral gender in addition to male and female. The golden mean, which is unbiased and impartial, is to seek the middle point between two extremes. The turning point for quantitative change or qualitative change is not unity of opposites but uniqueness. Wuji generates Taiji. Taiji generates the bipolarity. Wuji refers to the state when there was no substance in the universe and only energy existed. The intangible and invisible energy, when moving irregularly, formed an energy cluster or Taiji. To understand how Taiji is formed, you can try drinking all the milk in a flat-bottomed glass and leave the glass uncleaned for 12 hours. Then observe the shape and structure of the glass bottom. The first unconscious movement of Taiji has triggered the orderly movement of the entire energy, and with it, the time and space in the human sense appeared. This is how the bipolarity is generated, which is actually the phenomenon of material and non-material, tangible and intangible, following the principle of unity of opposites. The formation of the bipolarity can be understood as follows. The greater the energy, the less visible it is. The smaller the energy, the more visible it is. This is the key to the birth and formation of the universe. Lao Tzu's understanding of the great form has no contour refers to the energy cluster before the birth of the bipolarity, which is the Taiji. Mao Zedong thought is a kind of energy cluster that influences many people's lives and affects many people's words and deeds. But who can explain clearly what color and shape it is? I am discussing Taiji here, with the purpose of understanding it. Taiji originates from Wuji, and is born from the chaotic movement and collision of formless and shapeless energy. You can observe the disorderly movement of the molecules via a microscope. The original energy movement is just like the molecular movement. After the formation of Taiji energy cluster, orderly movement begins in the energy world. Invisible matter appears in areas with less energy, while invisible non-material gradually forms in areas with more energy. Just like a person, the physical body corresponds to areas with less energy, and the mind and soul correspond to areas with more energy. Thus, Taiji gave birth to bipolarity, which is tangible matter and intangible non-material. And from this emerged positive and negative, yin and yang, light and darkness, truth and falsehood, good and evil, and so on. And the universe and all phenomena came into being from Taiji and bipolarity. In the Bible, the Heavenly Father, and in the Quran, Allah is undoubtedly the creator of the universe, which is what the Chinese Taoist understanding of Taiji refers to, though under different names, they are essentially the same. This means that Taiji is the greatest creator, and the greatest creator is Taiji. Wuji produced Taiji, which then generated bipolarity, and everything in the universe comes from this bipolarity. The two sides of bipolarity are the unity of opposites. Though it comes from Taiji, the latter is unique and exclusive, but not unity of opposites. Therefore, the greatest creator is unique and has no opposite. The greatest creator is amorphous. Tu Sangdi Wu Dingxing. God is Taiji, a conscious energy cluster that can take on any form since energy is formless. When energy enters the human body, it becomes a person. When energy enters flowers and plants, it becomes branches, leaves, and flowers. When energy enters a river, it becomes liquid. When energy enters a rock, it becomes solid. When energy enters the atmosphere, it becomes gas. According to Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, the formula for the formation of matter is m equals E/c superscript 2, where c is the speed of light, a constant, and E is energy, a variable. This means that energy is the only factor that forms matter. Without energy, there is no matter, no sun, moon, stars, mountains, rocks, rivers, flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, or beasts, and likewise, there would be no humans. When matter disappears, it is transformed back into energy, because the total energy of the universe is a constant that does not increase or decrease. Does the burning of a tree, an animal, a building, or a tank of liquefied gas mean that nothing exists anymore? No. They are all transformed back into energy. A seed, a fertilized egg, can grow and take shape by using energy. Without energy, everything is nothing. This is the basic principle of the birth of the universe. If we say that the greatest creator has a fixed form, it is completely wrong. The greatest creator has no fixed form because he is an energy cluster, but he can take any form. In other words, the entire world is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is neutral. 3. 上帝是中性的. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. The greatest creator is neutral. Humans are divided into man and woman. Animals are divided into male and female. And plants are divided into stamen and pistil. Then what about the greatest creator? We absolutely cannot say that the greatest creator is man or woman, or male and female, or stamen and pistil. If we say that the greatest creator is male, there must be a female greatest creator that corresponds to the greatest creator, which destroys the uniqueness of the greatest creator. Using the two poles of the unity of the opposition cannot help us understand the greatest creator. That is to say, we cannot say that the greatest creator is true or false, good or evil, beautiful or ugly. Because if we say that the greatest creator is good, there must be an evil greatest creator that corresponds to the good one, which also destroys the uniqueness. Things have their own nature. Animals have their own animal nature. Humans have their own human nature. Buddhas have their own Buddha nature. And gods have their own divinity. So what kind of nature does the greatest creator belong to? The greatest creator does not have a nature, which means that the greatest creator does not have physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood. Defining the greatest creator in any life realm is incorrect. Saying that someone has animality is certainly demeaning them. Saying that a Buddha has humanity is certainly demeaning the Buddha. Saying that a god has Buddhahood is certainly demeaning the god. Saying that the greatest creator has physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood is definitely demeaning the greatest creator. Therefore, the greatest creator does not have a nature. Or it can be said that the greatest creator is neutral. Here, I have to talk about the Hare Krishna movement, here because it is related to the greatest creator. Krishna and Krishna consciousness come from the ancient wisdom scriptures of India and have been inherited by some spiritual masters. The most outstanding leader of the Hare Krishna movement is Saint Prabhupada. This movement has many brilliant insights and focuses on the spiritual aspect of human beings, rather than the material and physical aspect. Many of the things advocated by this movement are valuable and worth learning from. However, we must be clear about who Krishna is. According to many of Prabhupada's teachings, we know that Krishna is the supreme God of the universe, which is acceptable. But he also says that Krishna is the only one and the source of all sources. Who can be the only one? Who can be the source of all sources? Only the greatest creator is the only one and the source of all sources. This clearly indicates that Krishna is the greatest creator. So, is Krishna the real greatest creator? In the definition of God, in the teachings of the Krishna perception movement, Saint Prabhupada said, "When Krishna appeared on this earth, he had 16,108 wives, each of whom lived in a palace made of marble and decorated with jewels. The rooms were filled with furniture made of ivory and gold, and everywhere was magnificent." Is this the greatest creator? No, it is not. The greatest creator is neutral, neither male nor female. How could the greatest creator have 16,108 wives? Why not say that Krishna has 16,108 husbands? This is clearly a reflection of the idea of male superiority and female inferiority. Moreover, why does the greatest creator have so many wives? What does licentious and unrighteous mean? Creating so many wives for the greatest creator with human thinking and physical desire, is it to praise or to blaspheme the greatest creator? Krishna's 16,108 wives live in palaces built of marble, studded with jewels, with rooms furnished with ivory and gold. This is simply the imposition of the will of ordinary people on the greatest creator. Marble, jewels, ivory, and gold are precious in the eyes of ordinary people. Does the greatest creator really like these things so much? In short, Krishna is not the greatest creator. The consciousness of Krishna is to love gods and achieve harmony and unity between spirituality and divinity. However, since Krishna is not the greatest creator but labeled as the greatest creator, Krishna consciousness is a dangerous consciousness that requires caution. The greatest creator is mysterious. For Sangdi Wu Ming, the greatest creator manages the universe with its spirit, which is the Tao that Laozi talked about in the Tao Te Ching. This spirit can also be understood as the consciousness and thinking of the greatest creator. Just as humans rely on blood to maintain vitality, the universe relies on the spirit, consciousness, and thinking of the greatest creator to maintain its vitality. Therefore, the spirit of the greatest creator is actually the blood of the universe, its life force. All movements of humans, including speaking, eating, sleeping, learning, working, and engaging in love affairs, are based on physiological instincts and human consciousness. Similarly, all movements of the universe, including the motion of celestial bodies, the maintenance of order in galaxies, and the cycle of life and death of all things in nature, are based on the laws of material motion and the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is his spirit. The greatest creator does not show himself to humans, but rather shows his spirit. The greatest creator has never directly interacted with humans or given any individual special revelations. The spirit of the greatest creator is present in every space and movement of matter in the universe, and it is also present in every one of us. It can be said that the greatest creator is with the universe, with all things, and with humans. Although the greatest creator is with us, we cannot see him. Why? Because the greatest creator has a feature, which is his mysteriousness. What does this mean? It means that the spirit of the greatest creator, consciousness, thinking, laws, Tao, blood, and life force, is an invisible, intangible, incomprehensible, indescribable, and indiscernible non-material and dark energy. This non-material and dark energy works imperceptibly and unconsciously, without any obvious image or sign. Although it seems non-existent, it is a kind of elusive objective reality, which is omnipresent, ever-present, meticulous, and precise. For example, the aging and death of the human body. Why does the human body have to age and die? What causes the aging and death of the human body? Whether scientists or biologists, politicians or religious leaders, they cannot fully explain the real reason. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. In the primary physical and spiritual healthcare section of the Life-Genuine, I mentioned that the causes of human aging and death, in order of their destructive power, are mental activities caused by 7 emotions and 6 desires, diet, daily life, labor, wind, frost, cold and heat, air quality, noise, cosmic forces, geomagnetism, gravity, radiation, various rays, and waves, etc. Every time you get angry, every time you get excited, every emotional change, every moment of sorrow, every puff of a cigarette, every sip of alcohol, every inappropriate diet, every staying up late or insomnia, every excessive fatigue, every cold wave or heat wave, storm or frost, every breath of polluted air, every unpleasant sound heard, every activity of sunspots, every volcanic eruption and earthquake, every nuclear leakage or bomb explosion, every sandstorm that covers the sky, and so on, all contribute to the aging and death of the human body. Most people will agree with my explanation, but through what channels and mechanisms do these factors change the structure of human growth? Most people don't understand it. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. The greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator only shows results, not processes. Why? Because once everyone understands the process of how things operate, everyone will become a god, and even want to compete with the greatest creator. This is a bit like the meetings held by the Central Political Bureau, where ministers, governors, and ordinary people are only informed about the results of the meeting and what they should know according to their level, not the process of the meeting. If the common people were aware of the political bureau meeting process, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. So, Is the greatest creator too selfish and stingy? No, absolutely not. The greatest creator does not allow us to know everything, and this is precisely the embodiment of the greatest creator's mercy. Imagine if someone were to immediately tell the parents and relatives of a newborn child how the child will grow and eventually drown at the age of 15 while swimming in a river. What consequences would this have? Of course, the greatest creator does not prevent people from understanding the process of how things operate and change. In fact, the greatest creator shows all the mysteries without reservation to human beings. Some people can understand a little, while others do not understand at all. The key depends on each person's spirituality and wisdom. The purer the spirituality and the higher the wisdom, the more one can see and understand, whereas confusion and ignorance increase with a mixed spirituality and lower wisdom. For example, when an apple falls to the ground, this phenomenon is impartially demonstrated to everyone by nature. But how many people can understand what law or principle this phenomenon indicates? Only Newton saw the law of universal gravitation from it. Many people have ridden elevators, but how many people have deeply pondered what would happen if the elevator, without cable restraint, continuously increased the required energy? The elevator would continue to accelerate, and as a result, its mass would increase. To make the elevator eventually exceed the speed of light, infinite energy would be required, which is impossible from a material perspective without involving non-material. Therefore, Einstein derived the famous equation E equals mc squared, the mass-energy equivalence, which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We have all experienced warmth by the fire, or seen objects burn red hot, or have had the experience of a hot stove heating our face while cooking in the kitchen. But how many people realized the theory of quantum mechanics from it? Only Max Planck realized it. Most people have sat under a big tree, but only Sakyamuni sat under a big tree and explored the 36-dimensional spaces with his consciousness and knew the Buddha land and path to Buddhahood. The greatest creator treats all members of humanity equally, regardless of whether you are white, black, or yellow. Whether you are a king, an expert, or an ordinary person. Whether you are rich, middle class, or poor. Whether you are a Muslim, a Buddhist, or a Christian. The greatest creator gives everyone the same opportunities and rights. Open the windows, the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Regardless of who you are, as long as you open the window of your soul and focus your vision on a more distant future, you can see the brilliance of the greatest creator from any natural phenomenon around you, and you will gain this supreme, great awakening wisdom. The greatest creator is impartial. 5. 上帝公正. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, amorphous and neutral. Therefore, the greatest creator is impartial. If a court is controlled by good people, bad people will suffer. If it is controlled by bad people, good people will suffer. If it is controlled by the proletariat, the bourgeoisie will suffer. If it is controlled by the bourgeoisie, the proletariat will suffer. If it is controlled by gods, the devil will be constrained. If it is controlled by the devil, gods will be suppressed. Only neutrality, without bias, is the most just. The sun shines on the earth without favoring certain individuals, but equally shines on everyone. The air is full of the earth, and good people and bad people can breathe freely. There is sufficient water on earth, allowing you, me, and everyone to obtain water, which is crucial for life, at the lowest possible cost. This is how fair and just it is. If the greatest creator is not impartial and did not arrange for the sun, air, and water resources this way, some people would surely monopolize them, just as they do with land and mines. Would we have a way out then? Another aspect of the greatest creator's impartiality is that everyone, regardless of who they are, must die. If those in power never died and could live forever, would there be any hope for the poor? Therefore, any idea or action that seeks to extend the lifespan of some individuals and allow them to live forever goes against the impartiality of the greatest creator and is doomed to fail. Humans try to eliminate diseases such as cholera, typhoid, smallpox, plague, cancer, etc., which is simply messing around, doing bad things with good intentions, and making trouble for the greatest creator. If you eliminate one disease, the greatest creator has to create another. AIDS, SARS, and other special airborne diseases. Let's see who is more capable, humans or the greatest creator. Because otherwise, the Earth can no longer bear it. Imagine if diseases did not eliminate some people, and everyone who had ever lived on Earth was still alive today. Would there be enough space for us to live? It's like a beautiful park. Those who enter must eventually leave so that newcomers can also come in and enjoy the park. If you don't want to leave once you've entered, and everyone thinks that way, can the park accommodate everyone? Is it fair to those who come later? Some people always hope that good people will get more than evil people and hope that the greatest creator will send all evil people to hell. If this does not happen, they believe that the greatest creator is unjust. This naive idea is purely emotional. Few people think of themselves as evil or unkind. In fact, as long as you are human, you are evil. Killing animals and eating their meat, isn't that evil? When you slaughter animals, you are indifferent to their helpless screams, helpless protests, fear of separation from their loved ones, and you use a sharp knife to insert it into their chest or cut their throat. To animals, you are definitely not a kind person. Eating meat is no different from participating in slaughter. Eating meat itself is an unkind behavior. Why do Buddhists not eat meat? It is to reduce the chance of committing sins to enter a higher level of life after death. Those who eat meat are not kind. Perhaps some people think that the pig was raised by themselves, so it is reasonable to slaughter and eat its meat. Really? Can you arbitrarily kill your own children because you raised them? Does this reasoning make sense? Note: I am discussing issues such as eating meat from the perspective of equality of life and becoming a Buddha. I am not against eating meat. I also eat meat, which means that I am not a kind person either. Not eating meat is a kind behavior, and we advocate vegetarianism. However, if everyone refuses to eat meat and everyone becomes a Buddha, it violates the cycle of life. Humans exist on Earth for a purpose, and humans are a link in the chain of life. Without this link, many living spaces will have no successors and will eventually tend to end. Hell will no longer exist, and heaven will lose its value of existence. If there are no people in the world, the fairy world will also disappear. If everyone were to follow the practices of Buddhists, refraining from eating meat, avoiding marriage, and abstaining from reproduction, humanity would face the risk of dying out. This is not the greatest creator's arrangement for life. By the way, believing in Buddhism is definitely correct and has a bright future, but is it correct not to get married and have children? Is it contrary to the greatest creator's purpose? In the history of Buddhism, whenever Buddhism flourishes, there is always a destructive blow that follows. Why? For thousands of years, Buddhism has only been able to maintain its survival, but not spread globally. The main reason is not that Buddhist principles is not understandable, but that the method of cultivation is problematic. Here, we have to talk about Falun Gong. As a method of Buddhist cultivation, Falun Gong itself is not wrong. There are 84,000 methods of cultivation, and Falun Gong is one of them. It is commendable that ordinary people like the method of Falun Gong as a way of Buddhist cultivation. This shows that the Chinese people are actively pursuing goodness and progress. Li Hongzhi's ability to stimulate the public's enthusiasm for Buddhism is immeasurable, and he and Zhang Hongbao can both be regarded as spiritual masters. The problem is that when the method of cultivation is confused with Buddhist teachings and Falun Gong is elevated to the status of Dafa, it violates Buddhist teachings. What is Buddhist teaching? Shakyamuni said in the Diamond Sutra, "What is called the Buddha Dharma is not the Buddha Dharma." He also said, "The Tathagata says that all dharmas are Buddha's dharmas." If someone says that the Tathagata has expounded dharmas, he is slandering the Buddha because he cannot understand my teaching. He also said, "Do not abide our minds to dharmas, but to actually abide nowhere." This clearly teaches us that to understand Buddhist teachings, we must first give up the Dharma. We cannot be attached to Dharma. The Dharma of no Dharma is the Buddhist teaching, and the Dharma with a Dharma is not the Buddhist teaching. Falun Gong is correct, but Dafa is wrong because it clings to the Dharma, and the Dharma is no longer the true Buddhist teaching. What is Dharma? The Dharma is the order or objective rules by which the greatest creator manages the universe and the effective operation of life. The formulas in physics, the molecular formulas in chemistry, the equations in mathematics, the structural formulas in biology, and the causal formulas in life science are all Dharma laws. All Dharma are Buddhist teachings, and all Dharma are designed and created by the greatest creator. Master Li Hongzhi said in his lecture at the Western U.S. Law Conference in Los Angeles on February 15, 2003, "Have I explained it clearly in human terms? The Dharma was created by me. All prehistoric life was created by the Dharma, and no one is an exception, and everyone is among them. Innumerable and countless great domes, innumerable and countless celestial spaces, each space has countless lives, all of which are created by this Dharma, and no life can comment on the Dharma. This is a bit too far-fetched. The Dharma itself was created by the greatest creator, and now Master Li says that he created the Dharma. Does that mean Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator? Is the greatest creator Li Hongzhi? There is only one greatest creator in the universe. Either it is the greatest creator or Li Hongzhi, one of them must be. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, does he possess the 8 features of being unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent? Humans cannot defeat the greatest creator. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, can Falun Gong suffer such a calamity? If even the land where they live cannot sustain them, how can he see himself as the greatest creator? The greatest creator is amorphous and manages the entire universe. It is impossible for him to come to Earth as a human and struggle for survival. Li Hongzhi was born in this world and has a clear historical record spanning several decades. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator has never had a direct conversation with humans, but how many words has Li Hongzhi spoken to humans? The greatest creator is mysterious and unfathomable, but everything about Li Hongzhi is clear and transparent. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator knows everything. But does Li Hongzhi know everything? It's doubtful, especially considering his inability to answer questions posed by scientists. Even basic questions from high school physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, and other fields may be beyond his knowledge. Therefore, can he be the greatest creator? Li Hongzhi is a spiritual master with unique insights into the universe and life. However, if he goes beyond a certain range, there will inevitably be a backlash. There are many hidden talents and reclusive masters among humans. Some people live in seclusion, appear to be ordinary citizens, but possess extraordinary talents and ambition. Some people are silent and seemingly foolish, but in reality have exceptional wisdom and insight. Some people appear to be mediocre and ignorant, but have a deep understanding of the laws of the universe and the true meaning of life. They are like the Tao, hidden and not revealed, but will help turn the tide and support the collapsing building in critical times. In short, the greatest creator is fair and just, and the prosperity or decline of every individual, organization, and nation is determined by the balance of the greatest creator. Only by abandoning one's ego can one perceive the impartiality of the greatest creator. If one sees oneself as the center of everything and judges the greatest creator based on one's own likes, dislikes, successes, and failures, they will not be able to see the justice of the greatest creator. No matter how they look at it, they will not be able to see even a glimpse of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is merciful. 6. 上帝仁慈. Given the suffering that humanity endured during World War II, some people asserted, the greatest creator is dead. This is an insult and blasphemy against the greatest creator. To understand the greatest creator using human emotions is like a blind man feeling an elephant. Judging features of the greatest creator based solely on human life and death, violation, adversity, and poverty is like a mouse being the judge of humanity in court. Can we think that the greatest creator is unkind when we see a hard-working old mother suffering from illness and being bedridden before passing away? Can we conclude that the greatest creator is unkind when a kind and honest person suffers throughout their life? Some people are born into a life of luxury without having good morals, and yet can easily gain power and wealth. They might even behave like thieves and prostitutes or harm innocent people, but still die peacefully and receive grand funerals. Can we declare that the greatest creator favors the wicked and is unkind to the good? No. The greatest creator is merciful. To understand the mercifulness of the greatest creator, we cannot measure it based solely on human standards of right and wrong. We must recognize it from the perspective of time and space, the cycle of life, and the level of spirituality. From the Universe, Time and Space chapter of Chanyuan Corpus, we know that there are 36 dimensional spaces in the universe, and life circulates in the heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, mortal world, anode black hole body, livestock world, animal world, plant world, the insect world and bacteria world form the other two life systems, the nether world, frozen layer, and inflamed layer. Humans live in the middle world, the human world. Humans have lower spirituality than gods, Buddhas, and celestials, but higher spirituality than livestock, animals, and plants. The level of spirituality decreases progressively from the heaven world to the plant world. For example, gods know everything in the universe, Buddhas know everything about the celestial land, the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the heaven world. Celestials only know everything about the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the Elysium world or the heaven world. Humans only know about the animal and plant worlds, but are unclear about the celestial world, the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world, the Buddha's world, the Elysium world, and the God's world, the heavenly world. Animals know about the plant world, but are not clear about other life spaces. While plants are the most ignorant of all life and have little understanding of the universe, only going along with the flow of nature and accepting whatever comes their way. From God's perspective, humans are ignorant. From Buddha's perspective, humans are evil. From celestial beings' perspective, humans are short-sighted and stupid. From mankind's own perspective, humans are both good and evil but wise. From animals' perspective, humans are unimaginable and horrible. From plants' perspective, humans are wonderful and great. Human ignorance manifests in not knowing where they come from or where they are going, living their whole lives confused and unsure, and pursuing things they shouldn't while neglecting what they should. They don't know why they live or how they die. Human evil manifests in mutual killing, oppression, disrespect of gods and Buddhas, pride and arrogance, hunting and killing wild animals, and polluting rivers and oceans. If the greatest creator were not merciful, how could we be allowed to behave recklessly in the earth home he created for us? Human genetic engineering, which is currently underway, is a great and remarkable undertaking from a human perspective, with unlimited bright prospects. However, from the perspective of the greatest creator's order, this is an extremely dangerous and evil practice, and someday humanity will pay a heavy price for it. If the greatest creator were not merciful, he would not send warnings and admonitions to humanity. Imagine if we had a few dogs at home, and they had learned how to unlock our bedroom door. What would happen then? Human foolishness and short-sightedness manifest in focusing only on immediate and personal interests, rather than long-term and collective interests. People would rather spend time and effort making money or having fun than exploring the meaning of life, resulting in decades of fleeting happiness but losing thousands of years of good life. It's like the truth that everyone understands. If everyone is honest, the world is a paradise. However, everyone tries to be clever and hopes others are honest, but exempts themselves, resulting in few truly honest people in humanity. Everyone is smart, but being too smart causes problems, making life messy and losing the bright future. Now let's answer the 3 questions raised earlier. What is the meaning of the suffering of a hard-working mother who has to endure years of bedridden illness before she passes away? An ambitious, courageous, and wise boss knows that in order to promote and value an employee, he must first let him experience various business aspects of the company, make him endure hardships that others cannot bear, and make them tolerate things that others cannot tolerate, cultivate his virtue of selfless dedication, and only then can he be entrusted with important tasks. The stricter the boss's requirements, the higher the future rewards. Mao Zedong made his son work as a farmer, then as a worker in a factory, and finally sent him to Korea to fight in a war. Why? To let him suffer first, understand the situation of the people, and finally have the hope of taking over his position and becoming a wise king. Smart parents know that if they want their children to succeed, they cannot let them have everything they want. Excessive indulgence and pampering in childhood can only lead to regrets in adolescence and old age. In the eyes of the greatest creator, Humans are only in their youth. Let us endure some suffering and hardship in order to go to a better place after death, the thousand-year world. At the very least, let us return to the human world, have the opportunity to cultivate ourselves through practice, and eventually reach the thousand-year world. Wise people see the greatest creator as a kind father, and this is the reason. From a human emotional perspective, allowing a hardworking mother to suffer again before her death is unkind and merciless. However, from the greatest creator's perspective, it can be seen as great kindness and benevolence. If the mother's efforts go to waste, that would be truly cruel. When President Kennedy's father refused to let someone save his son from drowning in the river, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was an inhumane act. However, old Kennedy was cultivating a future U.S. president, and how many people have such vision and foresight? The meaning of making an honest and kind person suffer for a lifetime is not different from the above. The United States has many regulations in its immigration policy. You are only eligible to live in the United States if you meet these requirements. If you want to become a professor at prestigious universities like Harvard and Cambridge, you must have certain qualifications and experience. Even if you manage to fake your way in, standing in front of clear-minded students and speaking with a mouth full of common mistakes and illogical reasoning, you will be driven out of the school within 3 days. An outstanding family does not allow their descendants to marry randomly, and a pure organization does not easily accept new members. The thousand-year world is a pure land and cannot allow someone who emits a foul stench to enter, just as no one would allow dog feces and chicken droppings in their living room. Making a kind and honest person suffer throughout their life is meant to cultivate their character so they can obtain qualifications to enter the thousand-year world. God Jesus said, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of the greatest creator. Blessed are you who hunger now, for you shall be filled. Blessed are you who weep now, for you shall laugh." Why? God said, "Because the kingdom of the greatest creator is yours." Buddha said, "If a virtuous man or woman receives, holds in mind, reads and recites this sutra and is despised by others, this person who is bound to suffer from evil destinies in retribution for his past sins, and whose karmic sins are now eradicated by the other's contempt, will attain supreme enlightenment." Lao Tzu said, "Misery, happiness is to be found by its side." To bestow a positive gift upon someone, you must initially extract something from them. The greatest creator makes a kind and honest person suffer throughout their life with good intentions, so how can we complain about it? Letting a person enjoy a life of indulgence and pleasure may seem good, but in reality, it depletes your good fortune. The more you gain, the more you lose. It is a common understanding that the higher you rise, the harder you fall, the steeper the climb, the more disastrous the fall. Everything in the universe is a unity of opposites, and what is gained and lost ultimately evens out. The more you lose, the more you gain, and the less you gain, the less you lose. A religion in India advocates asceticism, not because they are ignorant, but because they understand this principle. Rockefeller, who became rich through the oil business, donated hundreds of millions of dollars to charity, leaving only a small amount for himself. A testament to his wisdom rather than foolishness. Kung Fu star Jet Li donated the money he earned from endorsements to Buddhism, not because he had too much money to spend. They have realized the Tao and become wise. Who says the greatest creator is not merciful? If all humanity believes that the greatest creator does not exist, then humanity itself ceases to exist. The reason for humanity's existence is that there are still many people who devoutly believe in and worship the greatest creator. It is for their sake that the greatest creator allows us to continue to exist on earth and hopes that we can repent and follow the path of the greatest creator. In this respect, the greatest creator is very merciful. The greatest creator is supremely powerful. 7. 上帝是超能的. The entire universe is a collection of various energies, and within this energy collection, there is an energy cluster. The relationship between the collection and the energy cluster is like that between the egg white and yolk of an egg. Within this energy cluster, yolk is a small energy embryo, and within this embryo is an even smaller nucleus. This nucleus is the central nervous system of the universe, the consciousness of energy, the thinking area of the universe, which is the greatest creator. Energy itself does not have consciousness or awareness. The huge energy released by an atomic bomb can kill both bad people and good people, destroy the palace of a king, and level the hut of an ordinary person because energy is unconscious. Energy is incredibly powerful, but even more powerful is thinking. That is to say, the minds of the scientists who made the atomic bomb are more powerful than the atomic bomb itself. The small nucleus in the energy cluster, the central nervous system of the universe, the greatest creator, is more powerful than the total energy of the universe. Therefore, the greatest creator is supremely powerful, beyond energy. 8. 上帝是智慧的. The greatest creator is intelligent. The greatest creator's superior wisdom is mainly manifested in the following three aspects. Establishing the order of the universe. The order of the universe mainly reflects in 1. The orderly operation of macroscopic celestial bodies, such as spiral galaxies, elliptical galaxies, the Milky Way galaxy, star systems, and so on. 2. The order of the structure of microscopic matter, such as the orderly movement of molecules, atoms, electrons, protons, nucleons, mesons, hyperons, and quarks. 3. The order of the cycle of life, such as when a person's spirituality reaches a certain level, they can become an immortal or a Buddha. When their spirituality declines to a certain degree, they can become a dog, a pig, a tree, etc. If a person's spirituality does not rise or fall during their lifetime, they can continue to be reincarnated as a human. Similarly, according to the rise and fall of their spirituality, a cow can become a human or other animals, and a celestial can either become a Buddha or a human. Designing the structure of life. The structure of life mainly refers to various genetic codes. Genes are like unexposed photographic negatives that can be copied repeatedly. The genetic codes, negatives, of different organisms are different. For example, human genes are different from pig genes, cat genes are different from bird genes, willow genes are different from peach genes, and rose genes are different from peony genes. Generally speaking, genes have the characteristic of being compatible with the same type and repulsive to different types. For example, the genes of people of different races such as Asian, black, and white belong to the same type and are compatible with each other, so they can intermarry and have children. However, the genes of humans, animals, and plants belong to different types and are repulsive to each other. Therefore, humans, animals, and plants cannot mate and reproduce offspring. Even if they mate, they cannot give birth to any life forms. Cows, sheep, dogs, cats, pigs, chickens, tigers, leopards, deer, mice, snakes, otters, etc. are all animals, but their genes are of different types, so they cannot mate and reproduce offspring. However, a small number of life forms have similar genetic structures, such as humans and apes, horses and donkeys, wolves and dogs, chickens and peacocks, and apple trees and pear trees, which can be crossbred or grafted. However, the offspring are not in the same form as their parents, and they cannot reproduce. For example, the offspring of a human and an ape is a wild man, who is sterile. The offspring of a horse and a donkey is a mule, which is also sterile. The offspring of a wolf and a dog is a hybrid, or coy dog, but the hybrid is also sterile. And the offspring of a chicken and a peacock is a phoenix, which is also sterile. Apple trees and pear trees can be grafted onto each other and grow apple pears, but the seeds of apple pears cannot reproduce, and so on. Although humans and monkeys have similar physical forms, their genetic structures are different, so humans and monkeys cannot mate. Even if they do, they cannot produce anything. This is why humans did not evolve from monkeys, and of course, we cannot say that monkeys degenerated from humans. A fertilized egg that can only be seen under a microscope can eventually develop into a tangible life form with a head, feet, eyes, nose, hair, eyebrows, skin, nails, heart, and blood vessels. This is the result of the greatest creator's superior wisdom. Human hair can grow indefinitely, but eyebrows and eyelashes stop growing after reaching a certain length. Why? Because if they grow too long, they will affect the vision and hinder the activity of the organism. From fetus to adulthood, the development of life forms is strictly proportional, which is also the design of the greatest creator. Otherwise, if the left leg grows to 1 meter long and the right leg has not yet developed, the head has already formed, and the ears are still not visible, wouldn't it be a monster? Or if the heart has already started working and the development of blood vessels has not yet begun, wouldn't the heart suffocate? In fact, mechanical engineers, architects, etc. are also designers of genes. The mechanical drawings they design and the construction drawings they design for machinery, buildings, bridges, etc. are a kind of genetic structure. Based on these genetic structures, workers can create real machines, buildings, bridges, etc. Any action of workers is carried out within the scope of the genetic structure drawing. If the number of floors designed for a building is 5, workers cannot build a 6-story building. Even the size, position, materials used for windows, how wires run, and where pipes are installed are all clearly specified in the construction drawing, which is a genetic structure. Evolutionists believe that humans evolved from monkeys, monkeys evolved from insects, and insects evolved from single-celled organisms. Birds evolved from land animals, and land animals evolved from aquatic animals. This is like saying that airplanes evolved from buildings, and buildings evolved from Swiss mechanical watches. Knowing the past and future, Great Mentor Chairman Mao Zedong predicted the future development of more than 20 things in his lifetime, and the outcome of the development and changes of these things basically matched his predictions. Why? Because Mao Zedong was a wise person. Anyone who can predict the future development of one or several things is a wise person. The higher the wisdom, the more accurate the prediction of the future development and changes of things. Scientists are wise people because all human creations and inventions are guided by human wisdom. Any activity without wisdom is inevitably a mess and a chaotic state. A country with everything in order, balanced development, and people living and working in peace and contentment must have a wise advisory group at its leadership. If the people complain, the criminals are rampant, then the leadership of this country must have a brain without wisdom. A family that cannot cultivate an accomplished person even after 3 generations is a family without wisdom. A person who spends his whole life in poverty, unable to seize any opportunity, and with no distinction between the importance of his daily activities, is definitely a person without wisdom. Some people can see opportunities from the change of national leaders, the trend and direction of future development from every new policy introduced by the country, and adjust their activity goals accordingly. Such people are wise. Some people can see the essence of things from a phenomenon and know the time of qualitative change from the speed of quantitative change. Such people are highly wise. Zhuge Liang is such a person, and his memorial on sending out the troops and borrowing the east wind are clear evidence. Everything in the universe operates according to laws and regulations. Whether it's the movement of celestial bodies, the growth of life, the changes of time, or the variations of human society, nothing can escape the constraints of the laws. Those who understand the laws of motion and change of things can predict the future. Humanity can now predict the timing of solar and lunar eclipses hundreds of years in advance, determine the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the 5 elements of a specific day tens of millions of years into the future. We can forecast changes in weather and fluctuations in temperature weeks ahead and understand that it takes 18 years for a newborn to grow into a young adult. Skilled doctors can roughly estimate the date of a patient's death based on their symptoms, and some people with special talents can calculate a person's lifespan, just like the Taoist, who told Mao Zedong the numbers 99 and 8,341. Everything in the universe is related to cause and effect, is inevitable, and follows certain laws. All things have a set fate, a beginning and an end. Therefore, the more wisdom one has, the more one understands the mysteries of the universe. The greatest creator knows everything about the past and future of all things in the universe, while gods and demons know the operation and changes of the vast majority of things, and Buddhas know the past and future of human beings. Due to the limitation of genetic structure, humans can never reach the level of knowing everything. Just like the decimal places of pi, humans will never know where the decimal ends, whether it is infinite or finite, cyclic or non-cyclic. Although humans can never reach the level of wisdom of the greatest creator, they can reach the level of wisdom of gods and Buddhas. The problem is that when we reach the level of wisdom of gods and Buddhas, we cannot be human anymore, nor do we want to be human. Ordinary people seek to survive, But with the wisdom of gods and Buddhas, we no longer seek survival, but instead seek death. Life has become meaningless, and death becomes the only thing that matters. If we die well, we can go to the world of the thousand-year world. If we die badly, we will suffer in the next life. The happiness and joy of human beings lie in ignorance and naivety. Once we have knowledge, suffering and trouble will follow, and the happiness and joy as humans will no longer evoke any enthusiasm, and we will realize that life is a tragedy, just like a person seeing a deer happily bouncing around, surrounded by wolves, worms, tigers, and leopards. The deer can only feel happy and joyful because of its ignorance. If it knew the various dangers it faced, it would never be happy again. As human beings, no matter how happy and joyful the life of a deer may seem, we will never want to become a deer, just as the gods and Buddhas will never want to become human beings, unless this human being comes from a higher level of life space, with a special mission. 上帝与人类的八大关系. 8 relationships between the greatest creator and human beings. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. Humanity has direct or indirect relationships with all things in the universe, and the relationship with the greatest creator is the most important among all relationships. This relationship directly relates to the life and death of humanity and also relates to the future of every person. There are 8 major relationships between the greatest creator and humanity. Relationship of appearance. The greatest creator has no fixed form. He can become any form. Human form is designed according to the form of the gods in heaven. In other words, human appearance is similar to that of gods, but not to that of the greatest creator. Relationship of wisdom. The greatest creator created the gods of heaven himself. Humans are not created directly by the greatest creator. The first group of human beings created by gods were the African blacks and the American Indians. The Egyptians and the European whites were the second group of human beings created by gods. The Asian yellow race, with the Chinese nation as the core, came from the Pure Land, the Elysium world, and are a variation of the dragon, followers of the evil god. They are the third group of human beings on Earth, so the ancestors of the yellow race are not human beings. Adam and Eve are the ancestors of the Israelites and most people in the Middle East. They were created by another god in the mysterious Garden of Eden. In terms of wisdom, human wisdom can never reach the wisdom of the greatest creator. Only gods can understand the wisdom of the greatest creator. If the white and black races can cultivate to a high level, they can understand the wisdom of the gods. The yellow race itself carries the genes of celestials and Buddhas. If they can understand the truth and see their nature, they can have the wisdom of celestials and Buddhas. The Israelites and most people in the Middle East have both. Relationship of affiliation. Humanity does not directly belong to the management of the greatest creator. The gods of heaven are directly managed by the greatest creator. Humanity is managed by one god, but is always hindered and destroyed by another god. Since the gods are unified in opposition, the two types of gods are evenly matched, and neither can defeat the other. Therefore, human society can never achieve a perfect state and can never be peaceful. Human hearts are always seeking balance and support in the conflicting and contradictory forces of good and evil, beauty and ugliness, truth and falsehood. For example, one god created Adam and Eve, while another god immediately planted a so-called tree of wisdom in the Garden of Eden to lure them into eating from it. By eating the fruit from that tree, Adam and Eve's thought patterns were changed to be able to oppose the God who created them. The God who created them was aware of the other God's scheme and warned Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree, but ultimately, they couldn't resist the temptation and followed the other God's path. In anger, the God who created them expelled them from the Garden of Eden. The God who truly cares about humanity is referred to as the God of light, while the opposite is referred to as the God of darkness. Jesus represents the God of light, while Satan represents the God of darkness. The God of light cares about humanity's fate and destiny, seeking to lead people to pursue truth, goodness, and beauty, so they can achieve mental freedom and happiness, as well as physical freedom and pleasure. Buddha clearly understood the human situation in the competition between the gods of light and darkness and taught his disciples to give up worldly life and pursue transcendence, freeing themselves from the gods of light and darkness and reaching the Pure Land directly. On the surface, the god of darkness appears to be very concerned about humanity, but in essence, he is only interested in making people pursue material possessions, such as money, power, status, beauty, fame, success, and being superior to others. He does everything in his power to keep people preoccupied with immediate interests, leaving them little time for deep contemplation, ultimately preventing the God of Light's plan from being realized. Therefore, in essence, the God of Darkness does not really care about humanity. He leads people astray from the true purpose of life, the cause and effect relationship. Although the greatest creator does not directly manage humanity, he is well aware of humanity's current state and future. He is also aware of the love-hate relationship between the gods of light and darkness. The God of Light wants to bring perpetual light to the world, while the God of Darkness wants to bring perpetual darkness. However, perpetual light and perpetual darkness will destroy the universe's unity of opposites, so it can only be half and half. The greatest creator's concern for humanity is expressed through the causal relationships he has set up, orders, and procedures. First, he has given humans a certain degree of free will, allowing them to freely choose between light and darkness. What the greatest creator gives us is exactly what we ask for, and our current situation is entirely what we deserve. The greatest creator has neither taken anything away from us nor added anything to us. We are walking on the path set by the greatest creator. For example, Adam and Eve had the choice to eat or not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. They could have chosen not to eat and continued to enjoy endless happiness in the Garden of Eden, or they could have eaten and been banished from the garden and had to survive by their own labor. Similarly, if we find an injured rabbit on the road, it is up to us how to treat it. We can ignore it, neither helping nor harming it, and continue on our journey. The result of this choice is that when we are injured and need help from others, no one will come to help us, but no one will harm us either. If we pick up the injured rabbit, give it appropriate care, and release it back into the wild, then we are protecting a life, and what we gain is the extension and sublimation of life. However, if we take advantage of the rabbit's vulnerability, catch it and skin it for cooking, what we gain will be the shortening and devaluation of life. How we treat other things, they will repay us in an equivalent way. How we treat God, God will treat us the same way. How we treat the greatest creator, the greatest creator will repay us with something of equivalent value. We will receive in proportion to what we give, and what we receive will always be proportional to what we have given. In general, what we long for will come to us. If we are determined to seek money, money will come to us. If we concentrate on seeking power, we will gain power. If we search for prostitutes, they will come to find us. If we obsess over ghosts, they will appear before us. If we seek Buddha, Buddha will come to guide us. As long as we are focused and persistent, what we hope for will definitely be obtained. Many people yearn for something but fail to achieve their expected goals. This is not due to any problems with the greatest creator's order or procedures, but rather because of our indecisiveness, wavering minds, lack of conviction, or impatience. For example, some people want to become writers but can't stand the loneliness and temporary poverty that come with it. They switch their goals constantly, wanting to start a company, become a government official, or study the function of horsetails. This leaves the greatest creator and the gods and demons unsure whether to help them become a writer or a business owner, and ultimately, they achieve neither. I remember a fable from my elementary school textbook called The Kitten Who Went Fishing. A kitten went fishing with an old cat, who sat quietly by the lake and caught many fish. The kitten, however, looked around and saw a dragonfly flying by, so he put down his fishing rod to catch the dragonfly. Then, he saw a butterfly and put down the rod again to catch it. He ended up busy all day but didn't catch any dragonflies, butterflies, or fish. This is not the greatest creator being unfair, but rather a lack of clarity on what one truly needs. Therefore, if you want to be a cheat, don't talk about conscience. If you want to be a robber, don't talk about kindness. If you seek Buddha, do not kill. If you want to transcend the mundane world and become a celestial, do not pursue worldly fame and fortune. If you want to accumulate wealth, you must value money over people. If you want to engage in politics, You cannot do so without buying people's hearts. If you want to do charity, don't seek personal gain. If you want to pursue academia, you must endure loneliness and solitude. If you want to secure personal gain, don't care about principles and relationships. If you want to flatter and please others, don't be afraid of being exposed, and you must have a thick skin. If you want to be a general, don't fear the bloodshed of soldiers. If you want to stay healthy, you must learn to take care of yourself. If you want to improve your life quality, you must practice self-cultivation. If you don't want to go to jail, stay away from crime. If you don't want to be reborn as an animal in the next life, you must have humanity and not act recklessly and maliciously. If you want to enter the 1,000-year world after death, you must acquire perfect humanity in your limited life stage. If you want to be born in the 10,000-year world, you must perceive, pursue, and attain the Tao. If you want to enter the Pure Land, you must quickly worship Buddha, perceive the nature of your mind, and transcend the realm of desires, forms, and formlessness. If you don't want to go to the netherworld, you must do more good and less evil. If you don't want to go to the frozen layer, don't deceive, swindle, or harm the innocent. If you don't want to go to the inflamed layer, don't kill without reason. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you plant sesame, you cannot expect to harvest watermelon. If you scatter grass seeds, you cannot expect to reap crops. Good begets good, evil begets evil. No deed goes unrewarded, but the timing may not be immediate. When the time comes, it will surely be repaid. If we do not receive retribution in this life, we will in the next. The greatest creator is fair and impartial and gives us corresponding results based on our own choices and actions. Our past is our present, and our present is our future. This is the cause and effect relationship between us and the greatest creator. Blood relationship. Although we are not directly created by the greatest creator, the source of life comes from the greatest creator. Without the greatest creator, there is nothing. Without the greatest creator, there would be no gods or demons, and without gods or demons, there would be no humanity. In other words, without the greatest creator, there would be no humanity. From a blood perspective, the greatest creator is the father of gods and demons. Gods are the fathers of humanity, and demons are the uncles of humanity. In other words, the greatest creator is the grandfather of humanity. Jesus called the greatest creator Heavenly Father, which is completely correct, because Jesus was created by the greatest creator. If we humans also call the greatest creator our Heavenly Father, we are putting ourselves on equal footing with Jesus as a God, which violates ethical relationships, because Jesus and other gods created us according to the greatest creator's requirements. Our Heavenly Father is not the greatest creator, but rather the gods. Emotionally, the greatest creator is our grandfather. The gods such as Jesus are our fathers, Satan and other demons are our uncles. Celestials are the higher levels of human life, and the Buddha is the highest level of human life that can be reached. Grandfathers always love their grandchildren, and the greatest creator always cares about humanity. As long as we always respect and honor our grandfather, and not make him angry, we humans will have a bright future. Even if our fathers and uncles want to punish us, as long as we hold on to our grandfather's hand, our fathers and uncles, out of reverence for our grandfather, will have to let us go. The relationship of distance. The distance between us and the greatest creator has two meanings. From a material perspective, the distance between us and the greatest creator is immeasurable and extremely remote. The farthest galaxy from Earth that we currently know of is 27 billion light-years away, and the diameter of the smallest known particle, a quark, extends more than 30 billion light-years away from Earth in the negative direction. Moreover, the conscious energy clusters of the universe are not at the center of the universe, just as the human brain is not located in the middle of the body. From the perspective of 36-dimensional spaces, the greatest creator's essence is in the zero world, while humans are in the human world, separated by an insurmountable chasm. From a spiritual perspective, we are one with the greatest creator, and there is no distance between us. All things in the universe are miniatures of the greatest creator. Using an imperfect metaphor, the distance between humans and the greatest creator is like the distance between a finger and the body. Although a finger is a certain distance from the brain, it is still a part of the body, and the finger's every movement and sensation are connected to the brain. Inductive relationship. Although the greatest creator is very far away, like the distance between the brain and the finger, the brain reacts instantly to any sensation from the finger, and any command from the brain is immediately sensed by the finger. Therefore, in essence, the greatest creator is with us in any activity we engage in, whether physical, mental, or psychological, is instantly reflected to the greatest creator. Similarly, any command from the greatest creator is immediately reflected on our physical and spiritual bodies. The greatest creator does not have a specific form, which is why we humans cannot see the true existence of the greatest creator. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator does not exist, or that the greatest creator exists but has little to do with us humans. In fact, each one of us lives under the care and protection of the greatest creator, and we interact with the greatest creator and are interdependent. If the greatest creator is compared to the ocean, then we humans are like fish swimming in the ocean. The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit referred to in the Bible are the greatest creator, Jesus, who carries out the greatest creator's will, and other gods, and the spirit of the greatest creator. The greatest creator's spirit fills the universe, and we live in the spirit of the greatest creator, just as fish live in water. Lao Tzu recognized the Tao in the Tao Te Ching as the Holy Spirit, which is the spirit of the greatest creator. To perceive the Tao, attain the Tao, or practice the Tao means to fully understand the existence, operation, and function of the spirit of the greatest creator through contemplation, intuition, and logical reasoning, and then unite with the greatest creator's spirit. Once united with the spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator, it is like what is described in the Buddhist sutras: attain the highest, supreme enlightenment, profound realization, and great wisdom. At this point, becoming a celestial is inevitable, and it is only one step away from becoming a Buddha. You may say, what you're saying seems reasonable, but I still can't feel the existence of the greatest creator's spirit and its effect on me. This involves the issue of levels of wisdom. Einstein's theories, such as energy equals mass times the speed of light squared, and light bends when it encounters a massive object, as well as mass and energy cause the curvature of space and time, are difficult for ordinary people to understand because our level of wisdom has not reached the height to understand his theories. However, when faced with the theories of quantum mechanics and the uncertainty principle, Einstein himself became confused. He believed that the greatest creator rules over everything, and therefore created the laws of physics, so the universe is orderly. That is, as long as we know the current state of everything, we can understand its future development and changes. But the quantum mechanics and uncertainty principle show that the future cannot be accurately predicted, and the results can be diverse. For example, the more accurately we measure the position of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its velocity. And the more accurately we measure the velocity of a small particle, the less accurately we can measure its position. The more profound, abstract, and close to the edge of truth a theory is, the more difficult it is to understand. For the general public, it becomes a kind of mysticism. However, as long as we are open-minded and thoughtful, there is no summit that we cannot climb. The brilliant path of life has 3 levels of realm. The first level of heaven is to become a president or a billionaire. To achieve this goal, reading The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill, the creator of millionaires, can provide insights. The second level of realm is to be extraordinary and to enjoy the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. Before you start to march towards becoming a president or a billionaire, imagine yourself as already being a president or a billionaire, and then fully feel that splendor in your thoughts. You will find that being a president or a billionaire cannot bring you real happiness and joy. Instead, it feels like a burden. Life should have a higher realm. Everything in the secular world is no longer enough to satisfy your pursuit. But you cannot escape from the influence and fetters of the secular world. At this time, your thinking must inevitably develop towards how to obtain the greatest freedom and enter the eternal realm of life. Your wisdom has reached a higher level, and you can understand the harm of attachment and the disadvantages of success in worldly affairs. You can reach the realm of taking things as they are, associating with others by following naturally come-and-go relations, acting in accordance with our natures, and taking advantage of opportunities as they arise. At this point, you can achieve the wisdom realm of never doing anything, yet all things happening through it. You can then fully embrace the carefree and unrestrained life of a wanderer. The third realm is the understanding of the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life. The feeling at this point is the sky is unlimited for birds to fly at ease, as the ocean is boundless for fish to leap at will. You have reached the realm of one's mind abiding nowhere, as spoken by Buddha Sakyamuni. You know that life itself does not matter whether it is born or dies, and you can enter the Pure Land. At this point, when you look back at the behavior of world leaders and billionaires, it's like watching children playing house. Now let's continue to explore why we can't sense the existence of the greatest creator and the influence of the greatest creator's spirit on us. I believe this is simply a matter of different levels of wisdom. If our understanding remains stuck at the first level, like a frog at the bottom of a well, we cannot know or understand the colorful and magnificent world outside the well. Even if other frogs tell us how variegated the outside world is, we still cannot believe it, and even think that other frogs are exaggerating things to scare people and be deliberately mystifying. If our understanding is limited to the second realm, like a frog in a pond, we cannot imagine the thousand waves and vast wonders of rivers, lakes, and oceans. The greatest creator is within us, and the greatest creator is always with us. We resonate with the greatest creator, and whether you can sense it or not depends entirely on the degree of your spiritual resonance. A low-quality television set cannot receive audio and video signals transmitted by television stations. Even if it does, the image is not clear, or there is a lot of noise, making it difficult to hear what the announcer is saying. A black and white TV cannot receive color images. Even if the quality of the TV is very good, if it does not receive the right frequency, it cannot receive the required signal. Having no wings, I can't fly to you as I please. Our hearts is one. Your ears can hear my inner call. Resonance occurs at the same frequency, and resonant communication occurs when frequencies are the same. Corresponding relationship, ways of communication. All things are part of the greatest creator, but the greatest creator is not all things. Fingers are part of a human, but humans are not just fingers. Embassies represent countries, but countries are not just embassies. Scientists belong to science, but science is not just scientists. Religions exist for gods, but gods do not exist for religions. Understanding these principles will help us understand the corresponding relationship between humans and the greatest creator. The greatest creator and all things are interdependent, and the key to this interdependence is resonance. Once we understand this, we can find a way to correspond with the greatest creator, ways of communication. Just as we need to tune in to the appropriate frequency to listen to a radio station, or dial the appropriate phone number to call someone, we must connect our souls with the greatest creator's Holy Spirit to communicate with the greatest creator. The greatest creator does not have a name, but for convenience, people have given him many names. Jesus calls the greatest creator the Heavenly Father. Muslims call the greatest creator Allah. Buddhists call the greatest creator the ancestor of Buddha Tathagata. Taoists call the greatest creator the primordial heavenly venerable, and others call the greatest creator the creator, imperial heaven, azure heaven, heaven of the four heavenly kings, and Brahma heaven, and so on. Some people also refer to the greatest creator as heavenly grandfather. In reality, all of these names are acceptable as long as we call upon the unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, supremely powerful, intelligent, impartial, and merciful greatest creator in the universe from the depths of our hearts, regardless of the respectful name we use. Life Genuine combines the characteristics of three major religions and refers to the greatest creator. Allah, ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. I solemnly declare here that it is absolutely wrong for some people to call the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, as the ancestor of Buddha. Shakyamuni is only a special envoy sent by the ancestor Buddha to the world. If we were to call the special envoys in Chinese history emperors, it would be a capital offense. Similarly, some denominations of Christianity believe in the Trinity, and therefore calling Jesus God, the greatest creator, is also incorrect. We cannot call a father a grandfather, can we? We understand the relationship between ourselves and the greatest creator. But what is the specific way to connect with the greatest creator? The specific way to connect with the greatest creator is through meditation and prayer. Meditation is the act of abandoning psychological activities caused by sound, smell, taste, touch, and law in a state of inaction, entering into deep contemplation and imagination, casting aside fame and fortune, life and death, and pondering the mysteries of the universe and the true essence of life. Over time, our consciousness will unite with that of the greatest creator, and our wisdom will make a qualitative leap. When our mind reaches an indescribable sense of happiness and joy, we have already established a close connection with the greatest creator. This is the most direct, effective, and challenging way to connect with the greatest creator. The being free from mortal body during meditation method I mentioned in the physical and spiritual healthcare chapter is one form of meditation. The second way is through prayer. We must first understand that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The main purpose of our prayer is to please the greatest creator. In terms of how to pray, the way of prayer, and the content of prayer, Jesus Christ has already told us very clearly. We just need to follow the teachings of Jesus Christ. Generally speaking, prayer must come from a sincere heart and not be perfunctory or half-hearted. The content of prayer must first sincerely thank the greatest creator for his grace, kindness, and care, and then sing and praise the greatest creator's wisdom, superpower, and greatness. Next, we must declare that we are willing to act and live according to the greatest creator's will, not concerned about personal success or failure. Then, we must repent and confess our sins and mistakes in a thorough and honest way, in order to ask the greatest creator for forgiveness. Finally, we should ask the greatest creator to help us walk the right path and enter a higher realm of life in the afterlife. The conclusion should state that our prayer is made in the name of Jesus Christ, who is the Father of humanity in heaven. Prayer is a personal act, not a social one. Shouting loudly and deliberately making others hear your prayer is hypocritical and useless. We must silently and quietly pray, and not necessarily say it out loud, because our psychological activities will become a kind of thought wave, just like electroencephalograms and electrocardiograms, sending our wishes to the vast universe. The greatest creator will surely respond to us. In addition, since we ourselves are also a component of the greatest creator, if we hear our own prayers, it signals that the greatest creator has also heard them. When praying, we must be careful not to have evil thoughts, such as praying for someone to have bad luck, praying for wealth and fame, praying for the glory of our ancestors, or blaming the greatest creator for unfairness, as these thoughts will be accepted by the devil and will eventually cause harm to ourselves. Because evil thoughts are not on the same frequency as the greatest creator, but are on the same frequency as the devil. Why should we connect with the greatest creator? I will answer this in the chapter of life. The God promoted in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. First of all, we need to acknowledge that the Bible is the crystallization of the wisdom of the Israeli nation. It faithfully records the history of the Jewish people and explains to the utmost the relationship between gods and demons and human beings, pointing the way forward for humanity. The Bible, along with the Quran, Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching, is a treasure trove of human wisdom, a book of treasures that teaches us how to be human and how to develop towards higher levels of life. The opening statement of the Bible is true, but not everything covered by the sacred robe is necessarily sacred, and not everyone who wears the sacred robe is necessarily an abbot in charge. The Bible has a problem, and that is that the God promoted in it is not the real greatest creator. We already know that the greatest creator has 8 main features: uniqueness and exclusivity, formlessness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and intelligence. Intelligence is mainly manifested in the establishment of the universe order, the design of the life program, and the knowledge of the past and the future. So, does the God in the Bible possess these 8 features? Let's take a few examples to illustrate. Adam and Eve's betrayal. In the book of Genesis, it is said that Adam and Eve, under the temptation of the serpent, ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which God had forbidden them to eat, and as a result, they disobeyed God's will and were expelled from the Garden of Eden. This event shows that the God in the Bible is A. Powerless, B. Lacks foresight, C. Unjust. His powerlessness is evident in that he was a failure from the beginning. The first couple he created betrayed him. How can we believe in a God who often fails? The flood killed most of humanity, and what about the future humanity? They still don't listen to him. Moses' 10 Commandments were God's instructions in the Bible, but how many have humans obeyed? Not a single one has been sincerely followed. It seems that God in the Bible is helpless when it comes to humans. The only way is to threaten and threaten again. If you don't do this or that, you will be punished. It has been thousands of years, from the beginning to now, and humanity is still the same. Is there really no other way? Is there other force constraining this almighty God? If so, is God not the only one? Humanity has been going against you for thousands of years. What are you waiting for? The lack of foresight in the God of the Bible is shown in his ignorance of Adam and Eve's betrayal, and his lack of knowledge about the future development trend of the things he created. Can we rely on a God who cannot predict the past and the future? If the Earth were to fly out of the solar system and you didn't know, how could you save humanity? If you can't even manage humans, how can you manage gods and demons? How can you manage the vast universe? The unfairness of God in the Bible is manifested in his failure to distinguish right from wrong and a lack of reasoning. There are 3 reasons why Adam and Eve betrayed him. Firstly, the genetic structure of Adam and Eve, which he created, was flawed or imperfect. The things he created turned against him, causing him to become angry and frustrated. This is like an architect working hard to build a house, but the house collapses just as the project is completed and falls on his feet. Should he blame the house or blame himself? The second reason for the betrayal is the temptation and instigation of the snake. Adam and Eve were human beings, and the power behind the snake was Satan, the devil. Human energy and wisdom are unable to contend with evil, and yet God did not punish the devil, the culprit, but instead vented his anger on Adam and Eve, banishing them from the Garden of Eden. Is this fair? If a rapist rapes an 8-year-old girl, and instead of punishing the rapist, he blames the girl for having a weak resistance and for having developed a vagina, is this fair? The third and most important reason for the betrayal is the damned tree of knowledge of good and evil. Who planted it in the Garden of Eden? Why did they plant it? It's like putting poisonous candy on a child's dinner table. Is this not intentionally creating a situation where there is no silver in this place? On the one hand, constantly showing pornographic videos to young girls, and on the other hand, pretending to demand that they remain chaste. Is this the behavior of a moral person? Is it not the cunning and wicked person who planted the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden that led to Adam and Eve's betrayal? Furthermore, for a person who can create the universe, is banishing Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden the only solution? Is there no other way? Is it fair to not even give a chance to correct a mistake made once? Is it fair to be guilty for a lifetime for one mistake? Jesus came to the world mainly to redeem sinners. According to the logic of the Bible, people have original sin, which comes from the ancestors of humanity, Adam and Eve, and their sin was caused by eating the fruit from the cursed tree of knowledge of good and evil. From the moment we were born, we have been burdened with the original sin inherited from Adam and Eve. This cross is too heavy to bear. The logical conclusion of this reasoning is, the son of a thief is always a thief. The son of a criminal is always a criminal. The children of landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and rightists will always be labeled as the 5 black categories. The son of an emperor is always an emperor. No wonder in human history, especially in the feudal era, one person commits a crime and 9 generations suffer. No wonder, when one person ascends to the Tao, the whole family prospers. No wonder the emperor doesn't take turns to reign and instead lets an ignorant child inherit the throne at the age of 3. It turns out that all of these conform to the logic of the Bible. If there is guilt, firstly it is on God in the Bible and Satan. Just for Adam and Eve, over 100 billion people throughout human history have had to suffer. How can this be humane? Why not execute Adam and Eve at that time and then create humans again? Is it really that difficult for God in the Bible to create a person? Humans are born with sin, which is why every person who comes into this world has to suffer. But this sin is not inherited from our ancestors, but something that each person creates themselves in their past lives. If a person has no sin, they would become a deity or a Buddha. The 10 plagues of Egypt are recorded in the book of Exodus. When Moses and Aaron asked Pharaoh to let the Israelites leave Egypt in the name of the God in the Bible, they were refused. As a result, the God in the Bible brought 10 plagues upon the Egyptians. 1. The water of the Nile turned into blood, and the fish in the river died, causing a foul odor to arise. 2. Frogs jumped out of the Nile and spread throughout the land of Egypt, causing a foul odor. 3. The dust of the land of Egypt turned into lice, crawling on the bodies of people and animals. 4. Swarms of flies plagued Egypt. 5. A plague killed almost all of Egypt's livestock. 6. Boils appeared on the bodies of the Egyptians. 7. A rare hailstorm occurred. 8. Locusts ate up all the green plants that were left after the hail. 9. Darkness covered Egypt for 3 days. 10. The firstborn of both people and livestock were killed. If we say that God punished Egypt because Pharaoh did not obey God's will, it can be understood. But killing the firstborn of both people and animals in Egypt is a bit too much, unreasonable. If the Egyptian emperor does not listen to you, you can punish him, but why bring disaster to ordinary people? Even worse, even the children of the slave girls who are at the bottom of society, like donkeys pushing mills, are not spared and must be killed. Does such a God have mercy? This is simply the behavior of a devil that destroys humanity. What is even more hateful is that the main reason why Pharaoh did not allow the Israelites to leave Egypt is that the God in the Bible made Pharaoh's heart hardened. Before the 10 plagues occurred, the God in the Bible had already made preparations. Exodus 7 verse 3 records, "But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and though I multiply my signs and wonders in Egypt." This means that the God in the Bible had set a trap for the Egyptians but was finding ways to punish them. Exodus 8 verse 19 says, "But when Pharaoh saw that there was a respite, he hardened his heart and hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said." Exodus 9 verse 35 says, "And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go, as the Lord had spoken by Moses." Exodus 10 verse 20 says, "But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go." Exodus 10 verse 27 says, "But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go." Exodus 11 verse 10 says, "And Moses and Aaron did all these wonders before Pharaoh, and the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Israel go out of his land." It was the God in the Bible who allowed the Israelites to leave Egypt, but also the same God who made Pharaoh's heart hardened and caused many problems, not allowing the Israelites to leave Egypt easily. What is the God in the Bible doing? On the one hand, he encourages the people to rebel, while on the other hand, he informs the government authorities and encourages them to brutally suppress the rebellion. Isn't this person a schemer and a two-faced person? Is this what God looks like? The Israelites are God's chosen people. The Bible is divided into 2 parts, the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament refers to events before the birth of Jesus, and the New Testament refers to events after his birth. The term testament refers to a covenant, contract, or agreement. The entire Bible mainly deals with the covenant, contract, and agreement between God and the Israelites. This raises a paradox. There are probably more than 3,000 ethnic groups in the world. Why did God make a covenant only with the Israelites? Aren't other ethnic groups also God's people? If so, God cannot make a covenant only with the Israelites and ignore other ethnic groups. If not, where did other ethnic groups come from? Did Adam and Eve not serve as the ancestors of all humanity, only the ancestors of the Israelites? Were people of other ethnic groups created by the devil? From the creation to the Great Flood is 1,656 years. From the Great Flood to the Exodus from Egypt is a total of 857 years. From the Exodus to the establishment of the Israelite nation is 396 years. From the establishment to the Babylonian exile is 510 years. From the Babylonian exile to the rebuilding of Jerusalem is 152 years. From the rebuilding of Jerusalem to the birth of Jesus is approximately 450 years. From the birth of Jesus to today is a total of 2003 years. According to the calculations in the Bible, human history is approximately 6,376 years. According to the Bible, only 8 people, Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons and their wives, survived the Great Flood, which occurred about 4,700 years ago. That means there were no other people on Earth besides Noah's family. This raises a series of questions. First, where did Native Americans come from? According to the theory of continental drift, the separation of the American continent from other continents could not have occurred within the past 4,700 years. How did Noah's descendants travel from the Middle East to America? Moreover, after the Great Flood, Noah's family consisted of only 8 people, and it is impossible that they immediately dispersed. Noah could not have sent one of his sons and his daughter-in-law to cross the freezing Siberia and take the risk of crossing the Bering Strait to America. The second question is about where the black people in Africa came from. From a genetic perspective, black, yellow, and white people all have their own ancestors. A pair of purebred white people cannot produce a black or yellow person, even with evolution. Even if we talk about evolution, the Israelites could not have evolved into black or yellow people within 4,700 years. Moreover, according to Darwin's theory of evolution, it is the survival of the fittest. Could the Israelites who wrote the Bible have evolved into African Americans? No matter how we comfort our black brothers, they are not superior to the Israelites in terms of intelligence. As for the Chinese nation, the appearance of the emperor was about 4,600 years ago, and the story of Dayu controlling floods was about 4,200 years ago. From a time span perspective, the descendants of Noah could not have come to the Central Plains just over 100 years after the Great Flood. Even if they could have come to the Central Plains, could they have reproduced so many people in 400 years to follow Dayu to control the floods? Where did the Chinese nation come from? Can Dayu's flood control be understood as controlling the Great Flood of that time? From the perspective of the Bible, the theory of biological evolution cannot be recognized, because once the theory of biological evolution is recognized, the theory of God creating humanity is undoubtedly denied. But if we deny the theory of biological evolution, we cannot explain the origins of black and yellow people, and we cannot say that Adam and Eve are the common ancestors of humanity. The story of Cain and Abel. After Adam and Eve were banished from the Garden of Eden, their first child was Cain, and their second child was Abel. One day, Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel also brought the firstborn of his flock and their fat. The Lord favored Abel and his offering, but he did not favor Cain and his offering. As a result, out of jealousy, Cain killed his own brother, Abel. We want to ask God in the Bible, why did you only accept Abel's offering but not Cain's? Isn't Cain's jealousy and the subsequent murder of his brother Abel a trouble of your own making? If you didn't show partiality, how could you provoke Cain's jealousy? Why is it that the people you created caused so much trouble? Adam and Eve disobeyed you, and their sons ended up killing each other. Can't you, as God, solve these problems? Or is this your deliberate plan? Cain was a murderer and should have been punished severely, but you said, anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. This is a non-standard morality. If you don't punish the criminal, that's one thing. But if someone else punishes the criminal, they should receive 7 times the punishment? Isn't this protecting the criminal? No wonder human history has been filled with bloodshed and crime for thousands of years. It turns out that God in the Bible is protecting criminals. Anyone who kills Cain will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Cain is a criminal, so we can fully understand it as anyone who kills a criminal will suffer vengeance 7 times over. From this, it seems that it is better to be a criminal, as at least someone will protect you. If you're a good person, not only will no one protect you, but you'll also suffer 7 times the punishment. Then there are the prophets and dreams in the Bible. The prophets are representatives of God on earth with incomprehensible wisdom and ability. This makes us ordinary people unable to distinguish between truth and lies. If someone says, I am a prophet, should we believe them or not? If we don't believe them, are we not opposing God? But if we believe them, could they not be using the name of the prophet to deceive us? Speaking of dreams, there are a lot of dreams and interpretations of dreams in the Bible, especially in the book of Revelation. Of course, only prophets can interpret dreams, which brings us endless confusion. First of all, did you as a prophet really have this dream? Your dreams are not visible to others, so could you be making up some dreams to deceive us? If you really had the dream, is your interpretation correct? Could you be interpreting the dream in the opposite way? We would like to ask you, the God in the Bible, you often directly communicated with people. Why did you stop talking directly to humanity later on? Is it that the Adam and Eve on other planets also rebelled against your guidance? Why did you have to warn humanity in the form of dreams? Why not make the truth clear and straightforward? Don't you have the ability to do so? Do you not have the time? Do you have something to hide? We can give many examples to show that the God in the Bible does not possess the attributes of being uniqueness and exclusivity, amorphousness, neutrality, mystery, impartiality, mercy, supreme power, and intelligence. It can be said with certainty, the God in the Bible is not the real God. 翻译上帝的话语 Interpretation of the words of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. The greatest creator never directly speaks to humanity. The greatest creator's words are implicit in the laws of nature. To put it simply, the greatest creator's words are the Tao. Specifically, the greatest creator's words are the formulas of physics, the molecular formulas of chemistry, the equations of mathematics, the structural formulas of biology, and the causal formulas of life science. Therefore, those great physicists, chemists, mathematicians, outstanding doctors, and other professionals are the ones who can truly translate the greatest creator's words. Works such as the Tao Te Ching, the Yellow Emperor's Inner Classic, and the Treatise on Response and Retribution of the Supreme Clarity can be seen as translations of the greatest creator's words in social life science. In human society, those who have succeeded in various fields are those who have inadvertently followed the greatest creator's words, because they have followed the laws of the movement and development of things in their time and place. The laws are the greatest creator's words. Those who fail are those who go against the laws. People who are spiritually or materially rich are those who consciously and voluntarily follow the rules, that is, those who understand the greatest creator's words. People who are spiritually or materially poor are those who ignore the existence of the greatest creator and misinterpret the greatest creator's words. Anyone who can humbly accept education is someone who understands the greatest creator's words. Those who are stubborn, rigid, restless, inflexible, and cannot calmly contemplate are the ones who go against the greatest creator's words and are unreasonable, irredeemable, and destined to suffer. Translating the greatest creator's words requires wisdom, contemplation, and insight, a calm and peaceful mindset, a complete spiritual and divine state, and an attitude of reverence for the greatest creator, respect for deities and Buddha, love for nature, love for life, and love for humanity. I will attempt to translate some of the greatest creator's words and kindly ask for corrections from the hidden talents and potential and high-level practitioners in the world. I am the greatest creator, the supreme ruler of the universe, the commander of all the gods, the cradle of life, the birthplace of wisdom, the driving force of the universe, the energy center of the supernatural world, the oasis in the desert, and the lighthouse in the fog. I am omnipotent, omnipresent, perfect, and flawless, and I can see through everything. I have prepared the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world for those who respect me. These are infinitely beautiful worlds where you will no longer have to worry about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, nor will you be anxious about aging, sickness, and death, or concerned about the impermanence and disasters. You can enjoy and play to your heart's content. Therefore, you should follow my path. I have also prepared the lower realms of life, the nether world, the frozen layer, and the inflamed layer. For those who ignore my existence, insult me, blaspheme me, and betray me. You will suffer torment and eat the bitter fruit you have sown. Therefore, you should repent and ask for my forgiveness. Your life is short. Don't waste precious time on useless things. You should prioritize seeking me. If you seek me, I will appear. If you knock on my door, I will open it for you. Everything you see is fleeting and illusory. The real things are hidden behind what you see. You must learn to seek them out. Everything you have in the world will not bring you true happiness and joy. The more you have, the more you will suffer. You should pursue wisdom. Only wisdom can make you happy and blissful, and only with wisdom can I let you enter the higher level of life space. Don't make life too complicated. You should pursue a simple, ordinary, and rich life because I prefer people who have wisdom and are ordinary and plain, not just those who have power, status, and fame. Don't limit your thinking to three-dimensional space. Otherwise, you will not see other spaces. Don't deny the existence of other spaces just because you cannot see them, just like denying the existence of particles because you cannot see them. You should stay away from evil deeds. Those who steal, rob, deceive, extort, rape, kill, are greedy, and corrupt will never have a bright future. Don't have jealousy, slander, arrogance, conceit, resentment, or cunning in your heart. These things are like viral bacteria that will erode your spirituality. Do not compare yourselves to others. Be your own person, walk your own path, and do not chase after trends or fads. Do not lose your way. Humbly learn from those who are wise, listen to the teachings of the knowledgeable, and have the courage to acknowledge your own ignorance. You were born into this world to be human, so do not pursue extraordinary abilities or strive to become gods or Buddhas. Walk the path of being a good human being, and the quality of your next life will be determined by the merits you accumulate in this one. I dislike those who behave weirdly or act peculiarly. Earth is the home of humanity. Love every mountain, tree, blade of grass, every particle of earth and drop of water. Whoever destroys their home will have no home left, but those who cherish it will go to a beautiful home. How you treat me, I will treat you in the same way. I have not created many contradictory religions in the world. I have only created laws and regulations for the universe and life. Religions are created by humans yourselves. Do not build temples or churches for me, for the entire universe is where I am. Do not sacrifice animals to me, for I am the greatest creator and I do not eat such things. You should revere me with your heart and not deceive me with superficial forms. You cannot deceive me. I detest those who appear devout on the surface but hold contempt for me in their hearts. You should respect the elderly because you will also grow old. You should care for the young because in my eyes, you are also young. If you do not care for the young, I will not care for you. Respect your teachers and humbly accept education. Otherwise, ignorance and foolishness will obscure your mind, leaving you groping in the darkness for lifetimes. Observe laws and respect your rulers. There are universal laws governing all things in the cosmos. You cannot act recklessly without consequences. The right to exist as human beings is given to all of you by me. Protect your rights as human beings and resist those who would deprive you of them. Stand tall and upright like humans, not groveling like dogs. Help yourselves, and I will help you. Abandon yourselves, and I will forsake you. The population of humans on Earth is already too high. You must exercise self-control and not reproduce like animals. Otherwise, disasters will befall you by my will. This is a warning, so do not blame me for being cruel. Actively seek me out and follow my path. If you disregard my existence and do as you please, disasters will strike you at any time. Hold on tight to my hand. Please kindly critique and correct my interpretation if there are any mistakes. Your spirituality will grow, and your thinking will transcend that which arises from human nature and ethics. Stay and study in life genuine. A new life will begin. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Open the windows. The sunlight and fresh air will come in. 给东海一宵讲上帝. Preaching about the greatest creator to Donghai Xiao. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. Confucianism reveres heaven regardless of whether it is referred to as heavenly realm, imperial heaven, or Lord of Heaven. The point is that it acknowledges the existence of a force beyond human power, a divine being that exists in the realm of the unknowable. This acknowledgement is not a sudden impulse, nor is it the result of the teachings of a particular master. Rather, it is a summary of the life experiences and practices of millions of people. If we randomly ask a few people over 60 years old, do you believe in the existence of a divine being beyond everything? I guarantee that at least half of them will not deny the existence of the Heavenly Lord. This heavenly realm, Emperor of Heaven, Heavenly Lord, is the greatest creator. If you observe the operation of a precision CNC machine, what do you perceive? You will find that this CNC machine is working automatically with accuracy and precision. Do you think this is an innate attribute of the machine, or do you think there is someone controlling it behind the scenes? The beehive is a regular hexagonal prism with 3 equal rhombuses at its base. The obtuse angle of the rhombus is 109 degrees 28 minutes, and the acute angle is 70 degrees 32 minutes. Why is it this angle? Because according to scientist calculations, only this angle can maximize material savings. Now I want to ask you, are bees so intelligent? Or is there a force behind them, controlling them, just like a person controlling a CNC machine? In my chapter of The Greatest Creator, I gave dozens of such examples. Faced with such facts, will you still deny the existence of the greatest creator? Everything has a source, so where does the source lie? Everything moves, so where does the initial driving force come from? Everything has a spirit, so where does this spirit come from? There is cause and effect, and everything has a cause, but where does the initial cause come from? Everything that exists has a purpose, but what is the ultimate purpose? Life has a hierarchy, so what is the highest form of life? Can you say that the highest form of life is me, Donghai Xiao? Everything has an order, so who established this order? Are you going to say, I, Donghai Xiao, established the order in the universe and everything in it? Everything is interrelated, and interrelation has an endpoint. So where is this endpoint? Are you going to say, the computers of the world are connected to the internet, and the endpoint of this connection is my computer, Donghai Xiao's computer? Do you still deny the existence of the greatest creator? Of course, you can say that everything is natural and formed naturally, but can you explain what nature means and how it naturally creates all the masterpieces and their operating programs in the world? All of this needs to be rigorously explained and revealed. You shouldn't just stubbornly say, nature is nature. I don't believe in the greatest creator. What can you do to me? Those who believe in the greatest creator have spirituality, wisdom, and insight. Those who don't believe in God are ignorant. The greatest creator is not the creator of any one family. Those who believe in the greatest creator shouldn't think that the greatest creator should help them solve all their problems. This is a misunderstanding of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is like the sun, shining impartially on everything in the world, including every person. As for who gets how much energy from the sun, it depends on each person's preferences and actions. If you're afraid of the sun and the light, that's your own problem, not the sun's. The greatest creator has 8 features: unique, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, superbly powerful, and intelligent. Why do I say that the God described in the Old Testament of the Bible is not the real greatest creator? Because the God in the Bible does not have the above 8 features. Why do I say that the Krishna promoted by the Krishna consciousness movement is not the real God? Because Krishna has 16,108 wives, while the real greatest creator is neutral, neither male nor female, and any statement and action of personifying the greatest creator are always incorrect. Why? 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 I won't say anymore. You can verify and judge for yourself. Why do some people vigorously resist the greatest creator of Life Genuine's faith? Because when the truth is revealed, the false cannot hide, so they resort to slander and resistance. If they don't defame the truth, the false cannot pass. In short, I don't expect you to believe in the greatest creator overnight, but I hope you don't rush to deny it. Use your lifetime of practice to verify it. At the end of your life, if you can say, having heard Tao in the morning, one may die content in the evening, that's enough. 人体的奥妙证明上帝存在的例证. The wonders of the human body, evidence for the existence of the greatest creator. Recommended by Shuefeng. Despite the fact that current medical understanding of the human body is still quite limited, the existing knowledge alone is enough to leave us in awe of the intricacy of human anatomy and function. Each system and organ of the body is a masterpiece of creation, and even those seemingly insignificant parts have profound purposes. For example, human hair varies in type, each with different shapes and functions, and they must not be confused. Hair on the head protects the head and also serves an aesthetic purpose, which is why it can grow very long. The Bible says that long hair is a woman's glory, hence women rarely go bald. Eyebrows are there to divert sweat and rainwater away from the eyes. Thus, they are located above the eyes and curve to the sides. Eyelashes prevent dust and foreign objects from entering the eyes. Thus, they grow on the edges of the upper and lower eyelids and curve forward in a special arc, so as not to obstruct vision. When closed, the upper and lower eyelashes interlock without poking the eyeball. If eyebrows and eyelashes grew too long, they would impede vision, which is why they never grow as long as head hair or beards. Nasal hair filters the air we breathe, growing on the inner surface of the nostrils and slanting outward. If they grew inward, foreign particles would enter easily but be hard to expel. Armpit hair reduces friction and helps evaporate sweat. Without it, people would have to keep their arms raised all day to prevent skin inflammation due to friction and moisture. Armpit hair, based on its function, can't grow as long as head hair nor as short as eyebrows, and it is fine and curly. If it were coarse and straight, it would pierce the skin. The epithelial cells of the intestines also have cilia, which grow downward and move in unison with a wave-like motion from top to bottom, aiding in the downward movement of intestinal contents. The cilia on the epithelium of the trachea and bronchi, however, grow and beat in the opposite direction, upward, to push phlegm to the throat for expulsion. If they followed the usual downward growth, the trachea and bronchi would be blocked by phlegm, making it impossible for a person to survive. Let's take two simple reflex activities of the human body as examples. When foreign objects invade the nasal cavity or trachea, they trigger two protective reflexes, sneezing and coughing, both aiming to expel the foreign objects. However, because the situations are different, the reflex methods also vary significantly. A foreign object in the nasal cavity is not an emergency, so the sneezing reflex can prepare slowly. It begins with a slow inhalation, opening the mouth, lifting the soft palate to block the nasal cavity, and inhaling enough air through the mouth. Then, the chest and abdominal cavities contract sharply, forcing air out of the lungs quickly. At the climax of the exhalation, the tongue suddenly lifts to block the mouth, forcing the air to shoot out through the nasal cavity, expelling the foreign object from the nose. However, if a foreign object enters the trachea, it is an extremely urgent situation that requires immediate removal to prevent life-threatening consequences. There is no time to waste, and inhaling is not allowed, as it would push the foreign object deeper and cause suffocation. Therefore, the coughing reflex involves no inhalation. Instead, the glottis closes immediately, while the chest and abdominal cavities explosively contract, drastically increasing the pressure of the remaining air in the lungs. When the pressure reaches its peak, the glottis suddenly opens, and the air bursts out, expelling the foreign object from the trachea through the glottis to the pharynx. At this moment, the soft palate lifts to block the nasal cavity, ensuring the foreign object is expelled through the mouth. If the tongue and soft palate acted the same as during sneezing, the foreign object expelled from the trachea would enter the nasal cavity through the back of the nasal passage, causing further trouble. In both reflex activities, various body parts must coordinate strictly. Any disruption in coordination will lead to the failure of the entire reflex activity, with potentially severe consequences. Thus, these activities are not random but follow functional requirements and predetermined procedures. These procedures are innate, present in the brain's neural structures, nerve nuclei, at birth, ensuring the survival of infants. Given the highly advanced computer technology available today, it is possible for humans to artificially simulate these activities. To achieve this, three conditions must be met. Devices that simulate the inhalation, exhalation, and sensory functions of the human mouth, nose, pharynx, trachea, and chest and abdominal cavities. Central control equipment that mimics the nervous system, computers, and input-output networks. These two components constitute the so-called hardware. However, hardware alone is not sufficient. Software is also necessary. It is a strictly designed program that controls the activities and sequences of various components, ensuring seamless coordination. All three elements are indispensable, as the entire reflex activity cannot be realized without any one of them. This software program is not a physical structure but an application of intelligence, a purely mental product. Without the application of intelligence, a program cannot be created. This raises a question. If the computer program is written and pre-stored by humans, who then writes and pre-stores the control programs in the human brain? Sneezing and coughing are merely the simplest examples. In reality, the human body performs countless automatic physiological, biochemical, and pathological control activities, most of which are far more intricate and complex than external reflexes like coughing. Some of these remain beyond human understanding to this day. So, where do these sophisticated and profound control programs come from? Let's take a look at the human sensory organs. Why do people have two ears? It turns out that a single ear cannot discern the direction of sound. With two ears positioned on either side of the head, the brain can determine the direction of the sound based on the slight difference in the time it takes for the sound to reach each ear. The outermost part of the auditory organ is the auricle, which funnels sound into the external auditory canal. The auricle contains a thin layer of cartilage that maintains its shape and provides good elasticity, preventing damage upon impact. Without cartilage, the auricle would just be two layers of soft skin hanging on either side of the head, serving no purpose. If it were made of thin, hard bone, it would break easily upon impact, and side sleeping would crush the auricle, leaving people's ears incomplete. The outer part of the external auditory canal has fine hairs to prevent dust and sand from entering, while the inner part secretes cerumen to deter insects. If a foreign object enters the external auditory canal, the reflex action triggered is not sneezing or coughing but shaking the head to dislodge the object. This is because the external auditory canal is a blind tube, and it is impossible to expel foreign objects with air. Why doesn't a foreign object in the nasal cavity trigger a head-shaking reflex to expel it? This is because the human nasal cavity is almost located in the center of the head, and shaking the head cannot generate enough centrifugal force. Additionally, human nostrils face downward, making head shaking ineffective for expelling foreign objects. Sound is produced by the mechanical vibration of objects and is usually transmitted through airwaves, known as sound waves. The human ear is essentially a sophisticated mechanical vibration detector. Within the inner ear, there is a series of basilar membranes of varying sizes, each resonating with specific frequencies to generate corresponding nerve impulses. The brain identifies the intensity, pitch, and timbre of sounds based on these neural impulses. It is noteworthy that while the human body has many sensory organs, only the inner ear is situated within the densest and most robust bone, the petrous part of the temporal bone. This is because, among all sensory organs, only the ear's function involves monitoring mechanical vibrations, which necessitates a relatively fixed coordinate. Without this fixed coordinate, the detection of sound would be impossible. If the inner ear were located within soft tissue, it would move with the sound waves, like a water lily floating on water, rendering it unable to detect any sound. However, since the inner ear is encased in solid bone, it cannot directly sense air vibrations. Therefore, it is necessary first to convert the air's sound waves into mechanical vibrations before transmitting them to the inner ear. At the bottom of the external auditory canal, there is indeed such a conversion device, the eardrum, tympanic membrane. The eardrum has a relatively large surface area to receive sufficient air pressure, and its paper-thin texture allows it to vibrate freely with incoming sound waves. Additionally, it is quite resilient and capable of driving the transmission apparatus. The long handle of the malleus bone is attached to the inner side of the eardrum, and the tension created by the malleus handle maintains a slight inward curvature of the eardrum. This tension allows the eardrum to accurately convert incoming sound waves into mechanical vibrations, and it ensures that the vibratory characteristics of the eardrum are unaffected by external temperature changes. Once sound waves are converted back into mechanical vibrations, they must be transmitted to the inner ear through a rigid object. Among the various tissues in the human body, the most rigid is the skeleton. However, most bones are too cumbersome and are wrapped in thick, soft tissue, making them completely unsuitable for transmitting audio vibrations. However, within the tympanic cavity between the eardrum and the inner ear, there are three unique, ultraminiature bones. These bones are extremely light, measuring only a few millimeters, and are almost completely exposed to the air in the tympanic cavity. They are connected by ligaments to form an arc-shaped conduction chain, possessing excellent audio vibration characteristics. This chain can accurately transmit the vibrations of the eardrum to the inner ear. This transmission system can amplify weaker vibrations appropriately and buffer overly strong sound waves. All of these features represent a highly sophisticated design that fully meets the requirements of acoustic physics. The ingenuity of the auditory organs does not end here. For the eardrum to vibrate freely with incoming sound waves, both sides of the eardrum must be exposed to air. Thus, the middle ear contains an air-filled tympanic cavity. If this cavity were filled with liquid like other body cavities, the eardrum would be unable to vibrate because liquids cannot be compressed. Moreover, the tympanic cavity not only needs to be filled with air, but must also have an appropriate channel connecting it to the outside world to balance the static air pressure in the cavity with the external atmospheric pressure. Otherwise, the air in the tympanic cavity would gradually be absorbed, causing the eardrum to retract severely or rupture, leading to a loss of function. When external air pressure changes, such as during mountain climbing, diving, airplane ascents and descents, or sudden weather changes, discomfort and hearing impairment can occur. However, the middle ear cannot be directly open to the outside like the external auditory canal or nasal cavity, as this would cause external sound waves to reach both sides of the eardrum simultaneously via the external auditory canal and middle ear canal, canceling out the sound pressure and preventing the eardrum from vibrating, thereby eliminating hearing. Therefore, the method of connecting the middle ear to the outside world becomes a complex problem. But the human body has ingeniously solved this problem with a clever design. The middle ear connects to the nasopharynx through a semi-open channel known as the eustachian tube. Normally, the eustachian tube is closed and only opens temporarily during swallowing, allowing the air pressure in the middle ear to balance intermittently. After swallowing, it closes again. Aside from eating, the human body unconsciously performs a swallowing action at regular intervals, even during sleep. This helps to adjust the air pressure in the middle ear, preventing it from affecting hearing. Moreover, during swallowing, the uvula and soft palate inevitably lift, blocking the oral cavity from the nasal cavity and temporarily isolating the pharynx from the external environment. This way, at the moment the eustachian tube opens, while air can enter the middle ear, external sound waves are blocked from entering, thus ensuring that hearing remains unaffected and can constantly receive external influences and linguistic information. Apart from the pharynx, there is no other part of the body that can so aptly meet the special requirements of the auditory system. The pharynx, being part of the digestive and respiratory tracts, does not belong to the sensory system, yet it works so ingeniously with the auditory organs that one cannot help but acknowledge the human body structure as a product of an exceptionally advanced overall design. The vestibular part of the inner ear is the organ that controls the body's balance. It contains three mutually perpendicular semicircular canals. When the body becomes unbalanced, the semicircular canals generate balance impulses, which, through the balance center in the medulla oblongata, trigger corresponding reflex actions to restore balance and prevent potential harm. This is one of the innate reflexes. Why are there exactly three semicircular canals, and not two or four? And why are they mutually perpendicular? The reason is quite apparent. Because humans live in three-dimensional space, they can move in three mutually perpendicular directions: front and back, left and right, and up and down. Therefore, there must be three mutually perpendicular semicircular canals to fully monitor these movements. Fewer than three would be insufficient, and more than three would be unnecessary. Clearly, all these precise and ingenious structures and functions demonstrate a high level of wisdom and cannot possibly be the result of mere chance. Vision is the most important sense for the human body, providing more information than all other senses combined. Vision involves the perception of images in space, requiring the visual organs to have the most precise, accurate, and distinctly different structures from other sensory organs. Therefore, from the perspective of embryology and neuroanatomy, the main structure of the eye is not an ordinary sensory organ but rather a part of the cerebral cortex. The optic nerve, unlike other cranial and spinal nerves, is essentially an internal structure of the brain, responsible for transmitting the most complex and refined visual information. Functionally, the eyeball resembles a precise camera. The retina, composed of photoreceptor cells, is akin to the film. The lens, iris, and cornea correspond to the lens, aperture, and filter, respectively. However, the eye's precision and automatic adjustment capabilities surpass those of any advanced camera. For example, camera lenses today are made of special glass or hard plastic, with fixed focal lengths. To photograph objects at different distances, the lens position must be adjusted, which is a cumbersome method. Imagine if human eyes had to adjust similarly. Our eyes would have to bulge or retract when viewing objects at different distances, which would not only be aesthetically unappealing but also detrimental to eye health and function. However, the human eye's lens is a transparent, elastic, gel-like body that can automatically adjust its focal length based on the distance of objects, ensuring that all images are accurately focused on the retina without changing the lens's position. This automatic adjustment capability is something no camera can achieve. From the perspective of modern television technology, the eye resembles a television camera, but it is much more precise. Television images are composed of densely packed pixels, dots of varying brightness, and even the best television screens only have hundreds of thousands of pixels. In contrast, the human eye has about 20 billion pixels. This incredible resolution allows the human eye to perceive even the finest details. However, no matter how precise and clear, the image itself remains a flat representation. The visual images from each eye do not inherently provide a sense of depth. The key to complete vision lies in converting this flat image into a three-dimensional perception and creating a sense of space. Achieving this transformation, however, is not a simple task. For a long time, people were puzzled by this phenomenon, but it was later understood that the human body exhibits extraordinary wisdom and technique in this regard. The process involves simultaneously sending the flat images captured by both eyes to a central nervous system for comparative analysis. This analysis uses the slight difference in viewing angles between the two eyes, due to their different positions, to determine the distance of objects, creating a sense of depth and forming a three-dimensional image. This is why humans need two eyes to have complete vision. This understanding led to the creation of 3D movies. However, this description only covers the external process of vision formation, and much remains unknown about the internal workings of the visual center. We must acknowledge that the complexities of the human body's structure and functions are far beyond human wisdom. Using the parallax between the two eyes to judge distance is essentially a precise and automatic form of triangulation. To perform accurate measurement, two prerequisites are necessary. 1. Both eyes must simultaneously focus on the same target. Otherwise, double vision will occur, where one object is seen as two. To prevent this, the eyes are equipped with a highly developed neuromuscular system, making them the most agile and precise organs in terms of movement. The ciliary muscles within the eyes can adjust the lens's refractive index as needed to focus on the target, creating the sharpest image. 2. The retinas of both eyes must correspond precisely to each other. Otherwise, the images from the two eyes cannot be compared. Additionally, these corresponding images must be transmitted simultaneously to the same visual center for comparative analysis. The brain's visual centers are located on the left and right sides, each responsible for processing the respective halves of the visual field. Objects in the left side of the visual field are projected through the pupils onto the right sides of the retinas in both eyes. These corresponding images are then transmitted simultaneously via the optic nerves to the right visual center of the brain. Conversely, objects in the right side of the visual field are reflected onto the left sides of the retinas, and these corresponding images are also transmitted simultaneously via the optic nerves to the left visual center of the brain. The visual centers compare the corresponding images from both eyes simultaneously, thus creating a three-dimensional effect of the entire visual field. In the human body, the lateral organs on each side correspond to each other, such as the symmetry of the feet. However, the retinas correspond in a homolateral manner, left with left and right with right. This is because light is directed straight, and if the retinas did not correspond in this way, the visual centers would not receive matching images and thus could not produce coordinated vision. Moreover, the structural correspondence between the retinas of the two eyes must be extremely precise, with no margin for error. Otherwise, the corresponding images from the two eyes will not align properly, resulting in blurred vision. Furthermore, to ensure that the corresponding images from both eyes are transmitted to a single visual center, the optic nerves must have a special structure to achieve the crossing of images, known as the optic chiasm. This is unique to the optic nerves, as no other cranial or spinal nerves handle images and spatial information. If we were to simulate the human visual process using computers and cameras, the computer's input network would also require a similar type of crossing. No other design would suffice. In summary, it is evident that all the structures and functions of the human body's organs demonstrate an extraordinarily sophisticated pattern of intelligence, each with its necessary and well-reasoned design. Some people believe that there are organs in the human body that seem to be useless, such as the thymus, appendix, tonsils, and coccyx, suggesting that the body's structure may not be entirely rational. It was once thought that these organs had little purpose and were more likely to cause diseases like appendicitis and tonsillitis. Removing these organs appeared to have little impact on the body. In the past, even the spleen and other organs were included in this category. Historically, the list of so-called useless organs was once shockingly long, with more than 100 items. However, this lengthy list was not due to the organs being useless, but rather due to a lack of knowledge. As understanding of the human body has advanced, most of these organs have been removed from the list, leaving very few remaining. Some people believe that these organs are evolutionary remnants, referred to as vestigial organs, and use this as evidence for evolution. However, this is clearly a misunderstanding. It is now understood that there are no truly vestigial organs. Rather, the lack of understanding about these organs was the issue. For example, the thymus was once thought to have an unknown function, but it is now recognized as a crucial early warning system for combating internal and external infections. It is sensitive to infections and can activate the body's defense mechanisms to prevent more severe infections, making it essential for maintaining health. Similarly, if the coccyx were fractured, it would cause significant functional impairment, indicating that the coccyx does have a function and is not superfluous. As for causing diseases, any organ in the body can become diseased, including the heart and brain, and this does not mean that the heart and brain are harmful or useless. While some organs may not have as direct or significant an impact on the body as the heart and brain, their removal does not mean they lack function. Just as losing hands or feet does not immediately threaten life but undoubtedly results in a loss, so too is the removal of other organs a form of bodily impairment. After understanding the extraordinary intelligence reflected in the structure and function of the human body, people naturally ask where this high level of intelligence comes from. Who designed and created these complex, precise, and remarkably unique organs? This question is unavoidable. Any objective person would acknowledge that such intricately designed organ structures could not have emerged by chance, as they could not possibly be the result of random coincidence. If someone gave you a high-end automatic camera and claimed that it had no designer or manufacturer, but was a natural product, would you accept this claim as scientific? Yet, the organs of the human body are even more ingenious, precise, and adaptable than any man-made object. This leads one to recognize that there must be a creator with exceptional intelligence and ability behind the human body. One Sunday morning in the spring of 1954, when I arrived at the church, I saw a young man sitting alone there, whom I did not recognize. After talking to him, I learned that he was a student from Peking Union Medical College. He said, "Since studying human anatomy and physiology, I find the human body so marvelous that it is impossible to explain without a deity." He had come to the church seeking the correct answer. This young man's experience is not an isolated case. I remember that when we were studying anatomy and physiology at school, some classmates continually asked a physiology teacher questions, seeking answers. Eventually, the teacher, overwhelmed, said, "Don't ask any more questions. If you do, you will end up turning to religion." In the social context of that time, this warning had a significant deterrent effect, and the students fell silent. This incident left a deep impression on me, and I have not forgotten it to this day. My thought at that time was that recognizing the marvelous and creative work of the greatest creator in the created world is quite natural. The teacher's comment was indeed to the point. Although this teacher was not a Christian, he had to admit a fact, that if one continues to seriously explore the mysteries of the human body, a part of the mysteries of the universe, one would ultimately arrive at the conclusion of the existence of a deity, turning to religion. Otherwise, it simply cannot be explained. As the Bible says, "For since the creation of the world, the greatest creator's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse." Romans 1 verse 20. Was the teacher demonstrating true scientific spirit? No. The scientific spirit should be about seeking truth and confronting it boldly, without avoiding any contradictions. Although this teacher knew that further inquiry would lead to acknowledging the greatest creator, he was unwilling to continue on the path of truth and instead discouraged his students at a crucial moment. This incident illustrates that many people refuse to acknowledge the existence of the greatest creator not because of scientific reasons, but due to various other considerations, such as social pressures, personal interests, and concerns about future implications, as was evident in the teacher's behavior. However, the existence of the greatest creator is not altered by such considerations, and one cannot live forever under such practical considerations. Eventually, everyone will have to face the final choice and confront the supreme ruler who created the universe and humanity. The Bible says, "It is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment." Hebrews 9 verse 27. If people do not accept this eternal, the greatest creator now, it will be inescapable in the end. When we discuss the origin of the universe and all things, some young people often ask, "You say that humans are created by the greatest creator, but who created the greatest creator?" Such questions, seemingly reasonable at first glance, are actually flawed. This is because the greatest creator is the creator, not a created being. You cannot equate the creator with the created. A table is made by a carpenter, but you cannot then claim that the carpenter and the table must have the same origin. Our understanding of the greatest creator can only be based on the revelation that the greatest creator gives to humanity. Otherwise, humans would be unable to comprehend the mysteries of the greatest creator's nature. God says he is the self-existent, eternal, and ever-present God. Exodus 3 verse 14. Revelation 1 verse 8. For the greatest creator, there is only eternity, with no concept of time or beginning and end. Even in the field of science, excessive analogical questioning is not allowed. A scholar was discussing belief in the greatest creator with some students. One student arrogantly asked, "Where does the universe come from?" The scholar replied, "The universe was created by the greatest creator." The student then asked, "Who created the greatest creator?" The scholar answered, "The greatest creator is self-existent and eternal. He is not a created being." The student responded, "That seems rather unscientific." The scholar countered, "Where did the earth come from?" The student answered, "From the sun." The scholar then asked, "Where did the sun come from?" The student replied, "From a nebula." The scholar asked again, "Where did the nebula come from?" The student hesitated and reluctantly said, "The nebula came from nature." The scholar pressed on, "Where did nature come from?" The student could not continue and angrily responded, "Nature is just nature. It exists by itself." The scholar laughed and said, "Isn't that also rather unscientific?" It can be seen that even the so-called scientific answers are not very insightful. For instance, science tells us that matter is composed of molecules. So, what are molecules made of? Molecules are made up of atoms. And what are atoms made of? Atoms are made up of electrons, protons, and neutrons. But what are these particles made of? Currently, it is difficult to provide a definitive answer. Atomic physicists are working to explore so-called elementary particles. The term elementary implies that scientists do not expect matter to be infinitely divisible and believe that one day we will find the ultimate component, the elementary particle. Of course, scientists do not intend to answer what these elementary particles themselves are made of. This represents the limit, and everything stops there. Materialists claim that the universe is infinite, matter is eternal, and it is infinitely divisible, etc. But these are merely arbitrary philosophical assertions with no scientific basis. Moreover, materialist logic also has an ultimate, which is matter itself. They say matter is self-existent and eternal, but they cannot answer where matter came from. From a mathematical perspective, all numbers originate from 1, because 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3, and so on, extending to infinity. You cannot ask where 1 comes from, because 1 is just 1 and does not come from other numbers. In other words, 1 is the origin of all numbers. Similarly, if the greatest creator created everything, then the greatest creator is the origin of all existence. Asking where this origin comes from is evidently meaningless. 上帝在意志体现自然规律肯法则中. The will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. Xiefeng, May 192015. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Tao is the integration of all the rules and laws of the universe and is the consciousness of the greatest creator. Therefore, the will of the greatest creator is reflected in the laws and rules of nature. If our thoughts, words, and deeds comply with the laws and rules of nature, then we will be rewarded by the greatest creator. But if they are against them, then we will be punished. Ultimate Tao cannot be reached by active pursuit. There is no way to get rewards from the greatest creator by wishing for them, no matter who you are, how pious you are, nor how much you emotionally love the greatest creator. When you go against the laws and rules of nature, you will be punished. For instance, regardless how many joss sticks we burn or how many times we kowtow in a temple, if we drink poison, we will surely die. This is the only way that things work. Merits and mistakes do not offset each other. A merit is a merit and mistake is a mistake. We will be rewarded for our merits and punished for our mistakes. No matter what great merits we have, as long as we make mistakes, even slight ones, we will be punished for them. That is to say, even if we perform 10,000 good deeds, we will still be punished for doing one bad thing. The greatest creator will not ignore a single bad thing no matter how many good things we do. So, we all suffer from illness and mishaps, be it the Pope, the hierarch, the master, the emperor, the devout disciple, or the lay person. Even a messenger of the greatest creator would not be given special grace by which to escape from the due punishment. Just do not assume that you will be saved from the consequences of your mistakes by following the greatest creator and taking his way. Therefore, the most difficult thing is to ascend to a higher space of life by self-refinery and self-improvement because it is rigorous, meticulous, precise, and non-emotional. For instance, if the standard for a mortal to ascend to immortality is 100 points, then 99 points would never be enough. It is just like the 81 hardships experienced by Monk Tang. Not one single hardship could be missed in order for him to succeed. Therefore, we must remember that when we encounter sorrows, setbacks, and failures, they are hardships that we must traverse. This is karma. The sin we sow can only be dispelled by reaping a painful consequence. There is no alternative. Of course, we should never doubt the justice and mercy of the greatest creator. Absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by the absolute life. Absolutely beautiful things are boundless and endless, and when we want to enjoy these unending and boundlessly beautiful things, we should focus on examining our lives and ask ourselves, is mine an absolutely beautiful life? If not, we should focus our self-refinery and self-improvement on improving our quality of life, rather than on absolutely beautiful things. When our quality of life reaches the absolutely beautiful realm, then absolutely beautiful things will come to us. Let us bear all the miseries, frustration, and suffering with delight and march firmly toward the perfection and beautification of life. Merits and mistakes cannot be offset. The will of the greatest creator is reflected by the laws and rules of nature. Let us strictly follow these rules and laws of nature and trek and climb, step by step, to the highest realm of life. 上帝在哪里？如何敬畏上帝? Where is and how do we revere the greatest creator? Xiefeng, August 12011. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The greatest creator is the most mysterious, most holy, most incredible, and most supreme supernatural entity in existence. But where is the greatest creator? The universe is big beyond our imagination. Our Earth universe alone contains 3,000 great worlds, each of which contains 3,000 medium worlds. Each of those contain 3,000 small worlds, and this Earth universe is just a speck of dust in a much greater universe. This universe has 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Where does the greatest creator reside in such a vast universe? The matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world of the 36-dimensional space. And the zero world is the node, the 0 point that consists of the 20 parallel worlds, namely the 0 point of the geometric XYZ number axis. This 0 point connects with the 20 parallel worlds and is the command center of the universe as our brains and central nervous systems are to our bodies. Everything in the universe is a manifestation of the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is Tao. It is like everything created on the earth is a manifestation of human consciousness except for the natural material. The constitutional law is the embodiment of the collective consciousness of all people. It can be said that human consciousness is the constitutional law. Tao is the spirit of the greatest creator, and all things run in Tao and are ultimately dominated by it. Therefore, all things are of the spirit of the greatest creator. That is, all things have spirit. Thus, we conclude that the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, but the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things, just as Chinese President Hu Jintao's body is in Zhongnanhai in Beijing, but his reach extends throughout China. Since the matter of the greatest creator is in the zero world, then we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, because we can never reach the zero world. Since we can never see the true face of the greatest creator, then how can we feel the presence of and know the will of the greatest creator? We can know and understand it by the things we hear, see, taste, smell, touch, feel, and experience around us. Since the spirit of the greatest creator is in all things throughout the universe, then all things contain the will of the greatest creator. We can know and experience the greatest creator and learn the will of the greatest creator through all things in the universe. This means that all things are the discourse of the greatest creator, and all the changes we sense are the monologue of the greatest creator within us. From things changing, we can know what the greatest creator wants us to do and how we must do it. For instance, a healthy person with a headache is not a normal situation. They are either overstressed by thinking, have high blood pressure or fever, or something similar. The headache would clearly indicate a need to change their daily diet and lifestyle, or a normal physiological order would not be maintained. Another example is that when phenomena such as droughts, floods, plagues, earthquakes, and extreme temperatures become frequent occurrences, something is clearly wrong with our production and lifestyle. The greatest creator clearly informs us that we need to change our lifestyle or face even greater disasters and catastrophes. It is as if a country or region experiences frequent riots and hunger. That would indicate a problem with the management of the area and that the management mode needs to be changed, or it will lead to vicious cycles until the regime is overthrown. It is the same with a family. Frequent quarrels would show that something is wrong with the survival order of the family, and it is time to dissolve it. Were this phenomenon to occur in most families around the globe, something would be wrong with the survival mode and lifestyle of the family system, and it would need to be broken up, or people's pains and troubles would never end and would lead to self-destruction. The greatest creator is everywhere. I see the greatest creator everywhere and all the time, from the changing weather, the blooming flowers, the mature fruits, the moving of bees' nests, the bellies of pregnant women, the wedding nights, the gurgling water, and the texture of shells from my own eyes, witnessing the transformations through time. As long as we open our spiritual perception, we can see the greatest creator everywhere and at any time. This leads to an appalling question: how can we revere the greatest creator? Reverence of the greatest creator is not a concept that can be taken as a pet phrase. We need to revere the greatest creator in our daily words and deeds in a concrete manner. Revering all things is to revere the greatest creator. When I am faced with a stem of grass, an insect, a thing, or a person, I can see the greatest creator looking right back at me through it or him or her. If I react correctly, I will go to heaven, but if I react incorrectly, I will go to hell. From this, I find a law. If a person shows their sincere, kind, beautiful, loving, faithful, and honest consciousness to all things, they will develop to betterment and go to heaven. If not, they will have ugliness and go to hell. Readers can decide whether my conclusion above is true or not, but I do not believe that you will come up with any other conclusion. 走上帝之道者都有一个美好未来. All those who follow the way of the greatest creator will have a wonderful future. Xiefeng, February 12, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. As a messenger of the greatest creator, I can assure you that all those who follow the way of the greatest creator will have a wonderful future and will enjoy the infinite pleasures of life in the kingdom of the greatest creator. This kingdom includes the enduring Life-Genuine era, the 1,000-year world, 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, and its celestial island continent. This is an unchangeable law. The combination of sperm and eggs gives rise to the carrier of life. The combination of seeds with suitable soil will make the seeds germinate, grow, flower, and bear fruits. The south and north poles of a magnet attract each other. The simultaneous intake of vitamin C and shrimp can cause arsenic to form in the body, leading to fatal bleeding. Distance covered is the product of velocity and time. An object can escape the Earth's gravitational pull if it reaches a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, and it can leave the solar system if it reaches a speed of 16.7 kilometers per second. Still water without the infusion of running water will stink from putrefaction and eventually dry up. The reaction between copper oxide and dilute sulfuric acid will result in copper sulfate and water. In Euclidean geometry, the angles of a triangle add up to 180 degrees. On Earth, one will return to the starting point if they keep going forward by following a certain longitude or latitude. Water will turn into ice at 0 degrees Celsius. These and many other laws all are inevitable. We will reach any place that our footsteps guide us to. If we break laws, we may end up in prison. In autumn, we will harvest what we have sowed in the fertile soil in spring. According to the principle of gravity and attraction, kind actions and kind thoughts will beget good results, while evil actions and evil thoughts will incur evil consequences. If you chase the sun, you can escape from darkness. If you chase darkness, you can hardly see light. He who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and he who stays near ink gets stained black. Persisting in evil brings about self-destruction. One will get intoxicated if he drinks too much, and will have a bulging stomach if he eats too much. People near mountains can distinguish between bird calls. People near waters know about the habits of fish. Worship Buddha, and you will acquire the Buddhahood. Seek the way of celestial being, and you will attain the spiritual state of a celestial being. The buildup of quantitative changes will result in qualitative changes once the critical point is surpassed. Everything that lives must die, and everything that dies must live. Each flower is a Bodhi, and each grain of sand reflects a world. The universe is holographic. The two poles are interconnected, and the extremes of things must be opposed. Gazing for long impairs blood, lying for long impairs qi, sitting for long impairs muscles, standing for long impairs bone, and walking for long impairs tendons. A benevolent person speaks kindly, sees kindness, and acts kindly. If a person performs 3 deeds of kindness every day, he will be granted blessings by heaven in 3 years. A ferocious and evil person speaks wickedly, sees wickedness, and acts wickedly. If a person performs 3 deeds of unkindness every day, he will be dealt disaster by heaven in 3 years. All these and many others all are inevitable. Those who walk the way of the greatest creator are destined for a beautiful future, as it is an immutable law and principle. The greatest creator is the supreme being in the universe, the ultimate authority. Those who abide by the will of the greatest creator and live and act according to his wishes will inevitably receive his blessings and grace. If a son asks for bread, the father will not give him a stone. If we obey the greatest creator, he will surely reward us with special blessings. The greatest creator is eternal, and if we walk in his way, we too will become eternal. The greatest creator is the fountain of wisdom and the origin of life. If we walk the way of the greatest creator, we can gain wisdom and new life. The greatest creator is love and truth, and if we walk his way, we can attain love and truth. In the universe, there are 36 dimensional spaces, 20 parallel worlds, heaven and hell. If we obey the greatest creator and follow his way, he will surely place us in the most beautiful world in space. The greatest creator will never give good things to rebels and bad things to obedient ones. If so, where can we find justice and laws in the world? As a result, there would be no necessary connection between cause and effect, and everything would be in chaos. In fact, everything is orderly. Therefore, if we revere, obey, believe in, and follow the way of the greatest creator, we will surely have a beautiful future. The words of the Tathagatas are truthful and correspond to reality. They are ultimate words, neither deceitful nor heterodox. Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the celestial being Lao Tzu are all Tathagatas. They will not deceive us, and they have no need to deceive us. Their teachings and instructions, in a nutshell, tell us to follow the way of the greatest creator. If we follow the way of the greatest creator, we can enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, the Elysium world, and we can become celestial beings. According to Life-Chanyan values, the future of those who follow the way of the greatest creator lies in the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, the Elysium world, and its celestial islands continent. Everything is inevitable. What you believe in, you can achieve. The way you take will yield corresponding results. The brightest, easiest, most direct, and most beneficial way in the world is the way of the greatest creator. The most nutritious drink in the world is mother's milk, and the best way to secure the most beautiful future is the way of the greatest creator. 走上帝之道者的人生顺利美好. Those who walk the way of the greatest creator will have a smooth and wonderful life. Xiefeng, February 13, 2011. Translation edited by Qin Yu. There is a kind of life that is worry-free, full of love, healthy, and smooth sailing. There is a kind of life that is constantly troubled, full of pain, lacking love, and full of obstacles. There is a kind of life that is sometimes bright, sometimes dark, fluctuating, half happy and half worried, and often encountering ups and downs. Why is this? Is it a destiny set by heaven? Is it a problem of the times? Is it a social problem? Is it a problem with friends and relatives? Is it a problem with nature? Or is there another reason? My understanding is that the quality of life depends on the path we choose to walk. Even when it comes to acquiring life resources, some people rely entirely on their own hard work to acquire them. Some acquire them through parasitic means without labor. Some acquire them through extortion and exploitation. Some acquire them through corruption and theft. And some acquire them through deception and fame-stealing. Different ways of acquiring lead to different life experiences, different realms of feeling and experience, different outcomes, and therefore different lives. There are countless paths in life, but which one is the best? My view is that the best path in life is the way of the greatest creator. To make life smooth and beautiful, walk the way of the greatest creator. Or to put it another way, walking the way of the greatest creator is the most reliable guarantee for a smooth and beautiful life, and no other way can bring as much happiness. Is this really the case? We can observe, experience, practice, and verify. My conclusion is that if a person's life is smooth, beautiful, and trouble-free, it can be affirmed that he has always been walking the way of the greatest creator. If his life is half happy and half worried, with great ups and downs, it proves that he sometimes walks the way of the greatest creator and sometimes walks other ways. If a person's life is constantly troubled and full of obstacles, it can be affirmed that he has always been deviating from the way of the greatest creator and has never walked on it. Is there any theory to prove my above conclusion? I try to prove it with several connotations of the way of the greatest creator. You can see if it makes sense. One important connotation of the way of the greatest creator is to comply with nature, absolutely no coercion. If a person takes things as they are, follows predestined relations, acts in accordance with nature, and takes advantage of opportunities as they arise, does not force, does not coerce himself or others, lets what comes come, and lets what goes go, does not over-pursue, does not give up effort, eats peaches when he encounters peaches, eats apricots when he encounters apricots, does not have high ambitions, does not feel inferior, is not arrogant and indulgent, and is not habitually lazy, then his life will basically be smooth sailing, without great ups and downs, and without disappointment and heartbreak. Another connotation of the way of the greatest creator is non-action, non-contention, selflessness. A person who can stay in a five-star hotel without arrogance and can live in a thatched house with peace of mind without self-destruction, who is grateful for eating gourmet food and is not tired of eating plain food, who does not contend or compete with others, does not reject what should come, does not cling to what should go, does not deliberately seek, plan, or take, likes what others do not like, enjoys what others do not enjoy, is not greedy, only takes a sip from thousands of rivers, does not excessively possess or own, does not excessively seek fame and fortune, is content with poverty and enjoys the Tao, often puts the interests of others and the public first and puts his own interests second, then he will not encounter obstacles and adversity. The third connotation of the way of the greatest creator is love. A person who only gives and does not ask for, only thinks about bringing happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss to others, does not set barriers and shackles for others, does not suppress and control others, does not snatch what others like, does not restrict others' freedom, does not bully, oppress, deceive others, does not argue with others, does not abuse and slaughter life, cherishes all life, respects all life, does not block others' way, and is willing to sacrifice himself to help others accomplish their goals, then he will not make enemies, will not be hated, and life will certainly be smooth and unimpeded. The fourth connotation of the way of the greatest creator is faith. Jesus Christ is the Son of the greatest creator, the messenger of the greatest creator. He conveys to us the information and will of the greatest creator. Jesus teaches us to seek the kingdom of the greatest creator, walk the way of the greatest creator, and all we need will be provided by the greatest creator. We do not need to worry about tomorrow, about the future, about our own food, clothing, housing, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death. All these are arranged by the greatest creator. As long as we have this faith, the road of life will be smooth, safe, and unimpeded. The way of the greatest creator has 8 major connotations. Just the above 4 major connotations, faith, love, selflessness, non-contention, non-action, compliance with nature, and absolutely no coercion, are enough to ensure that our life is smooth and beautiful. If our life lacks faith and love, if we intervene, contend, and are selfish, if we do not comply with nature but force things, then life is bound to be troubled, painful, full of worries and fears, and full of obstacles. What do you readers think? Does what I say make sense? If it makes sense, adjust your thinking and consciousness immediately and firmly walk the way of the greatest creator. 上帝王国介绍 An Introduction to the Kingdom of the Greatest Creator. Dayform Buddha. December 14th, 2022. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Christ Jesus told us, "So do not worry, saying, 'What shall we eat?' Or 'What shall we drink?' Or 'What shall we wear?' For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well." Matthew 6 verses 31 to 33. More than 2,000 years ago, Jesus Christ told the world, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." Matthew 4 verse 17. Today, Dayform Buddha has told the world, the kingdom of the greatest creator has appeared on the earth. You should leave everything behind. Find the kingdom of the greatest creator and become a citizen of the kingdom of the greatest creator first. Where is the kingdom of the greatest creator? The kingdom of the greatest creator is in the land of freedom, where everyone enjoys the 8 rights of freedom, the rights of survival, creation, migration, speech, the individual, thought, learning, and refusal. The place where the greatest creator's will is unimpeded is the kingdom of the greatest creator. The supreme authority of the kingdom of the greatest creator is the greatest creator. The highest constitution is the way of the greatest creator, the Tao. And the highest law is the 800 values for human beings. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no churches, Buddhist temples, or Taoist temples. The sun, moon, and stars are the churches. The mountains and rivers are the Buddhist temples, and wind, clouds, rain, and snow are the Taoist temples. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there are no countries, religions, or political parties. The earth is a home for all people. Nature is the religion, and free associations and gatherings are the political parties. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no marriage, family, or relatives. To be kind to each other and love each other freely is marriage. People who are kind to and love each other are family. All the citizens in the kingdom of the greatest creator are relatives. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, there is no one who gets something for nothing, no officials, and every citizen is a creator of wealth, either material wealth, spiritual wealth, or soul wealth, or some combination of all three. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all power belongs to the greatest creator. Everyone only enjoys the pleasures of life and cannot enjoy the welfare brought by power, and no one has the right to dominate others. In the kingdom of the greatest creator, all resources belong to the greatest creator and not to any individual. Every citizen has nothing but can enjoy everything. The kingdom of the greatest creator has been born on earth, and the old system is running out of time. Those who pursue spirituality should be vigilant and seize the time to seek the kingdom of the greatest creator. Everything you have on earth will disappear, and the pursuit of possessions is the pursuit of dreams and bubbles. The words of more than 2,000 years ago will become reality. Enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will survive. Stay outside the kingdom of the greatest creator, and you will vanish. Seek the greatest creator's kingdom now. If you seek it, you will find it. Keep knocking on the door of the kingdom of the greatest creator. As long as you keep knocking, the door will open for you. 人类不是上帝亲自所造。Humans are not created by the greatest creator himself. Xiefeng, June 13th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. The greatest creator has 8 major features, one of which is uniqueness. This means that the greatest creator is unique, and there is only one greatest creator in the universe. Another feature of the greatest creator is amorphousness. The greatest creator does not have a fixed form. He can take on any image or even be formless. Why do we say that humans were not created by the greatest creator himself? There are 2 pieces of evidence. One is factual, and the other is logical reasoning. The fact is the book of Genesis in the Bible. Genesis 1 verse 26 states, "Then God said, 'Let us make man in our image, according to our likeness.'" This passage clearly tells us that humans are created in the image and likeness of us. So, who are we? We definitely cannot be the greatest creator because there is only one greatest creator, and it is impossible to have many. We are not a singular entity, but rather a plural one. When the greatest creator says, "we," it represents and includes himself. This indicates that the greatest creator is not unique, but rather numerous, which contradicts the fact. The fact described in the Bible tells us that humans are not created by the greatest creator, but by us. If we claim that the greatest creator participated in creating humans, then without a doubt, the greatest creator mentioned in the Bible is not that unique greatest creator. In other words, humans have mistakenly equated the greatest creator with gods. In the Bible, it is referred to as God, and the Chinese translation of God is deity, rather than the greatest creator. In English, the letter G in God is written in uppercase G to differentiate between gods and the greatest creator. The lowercase God refers to gods, while the uppercase God refers to the greatest creator. This is a human-made distinction and difference that cannot be discerned in the pronunciation. If we firmly believe that what is described in the Bible is a fact, then we have to acknowledge that humans are created by gods, not by that unique God, while this unique God is the greatest creator. Therefore, we have to reconsider and rename that unique God. Instead of calling him God or the God, we should call him the greatest creator. In Chinese, we can still refer to him as Sangdi, Shangdi, but this Shangdi is not the God described in the Bible. The conclusion is that the Bible tells us that humans are created by gods, not directly by the greatest creator. Humans have mistaken gods for the greatest creator. Why is it like this? Let's engage in logical reasoning. Where does the meaning of life lie? If everything is created by the greatest creator and all living beings are born to enjoy, then does the universe still have meaning? All lives await the greatest creator to provide them with food, clothing, shelter, and to take responsibility for their birth, aging, illness, and death. In that case, does the existence of life itself still hold any joy? The greatest creator is responsible for all affairs while all lives are only responsible for enjoyment. Does the greatest creator experience joy? Imagine if you were born with everything provided by your father, and your entire life was spent being fed, bathed, clothed, carried on his back during travel, and having your father take care of everything and fulfill your wife's needs. Do you think there would be any joy or meaning in your life? Let's speculate and imagine the process of the greatest creator's creation of life after his birth. The greatest creator created gods and angels, deriving pleasure from creation. In order for gods and angels to also derive pleasure from creation, they were entrusted with the task of creating other forms of life. Thus, gods created humans in their own image and likeness, and angels created other forms of life such as animals, plants, microorganisms, etc. To enable humans to also derive pleasure from creation, resources for creation were provided, allowing humans to utilize these resources to create everything they need for their own lives. As a result, people spend their entire lives busily creating, building houses, cars, wealth, inventing machines, tools, food, and so on. In this way, the entire universe becomes filled with vitality, joy, and meaning. Now, let's consider whether the speculation and imagination I presented earlier align with the laws and facts of the universe. Actually, this is not mere speculation and imagination. It is the process of the birth of the universe and life itself. This process tells us that all gods were created by the greatest creator, all humans were created by the gods, and all other species were created by angels or celestial beings. Houses, cars, machines, tools, and everyday objects are all creations of humans. Based on the facts and logical reasoning described in the Bible, we can conclude that humans were not created directly by the greatest creator. What value does this information hold? It means that humans should no longer attribute all the negative or even evil things in the world to the greatest creator's creation. The cruel laws of the animal kingdom are not the creations of the greatest creator. Creation is the source of all happiness. If you want to experience joy and find meaning and value in life, then go forth and create. 上帝是第一生产力. The greatest creator is the primary productive force. Xiefeng. April 26, 2012. Translated by Qin Yu. Edited by Peter. There is a misunderstanding in human thinking that to achieve the most ideal society, such as communism, firstly the productive forces must be highly developed, and then the products must be greatly enriched. Therefore, it is believed that only by accelerating economic construction and vigorously developing productive forces can communism be realized. As for the standard of highly developed productivity, some people define it as the production of material by machines or some higher-level technical means completely replacing people is a sign of the level of productivity in a communist society. In order to achieve this level of productivity, someone has proposed science and technology are the primary productive forces. These understandings are of course wrong. The realization of the most ideal society of mankind, such as communism, may have something to do with the development or underdevelopment of productive forces, but it doesn't matter much. It may have something to do with whether the product is extremely valuable, but it doesn't matter much either. Facts speak louder than words. In the complete realization and continuous development of a communist society, the second home of life genuine doesn't at all lie in the level of productivity and development in the traditional sense, but it fundamentally depends on the state of mind of each member, And this state of mind depends on whether one is walking on the way of the greatest creator and whether one recognizes that the greatest creator is the primary productive force. In the second home, there are only simple hand tools, and the average cultural level of the people is at the junior high school level. The products, far from being abundantly diverse, are rather plain. Apart from basic vegetables, eggs, flour, rice, and cooking oil, and some daily necessities available in the market, there are no other items. However, everyone lives together happily, joyfully, freely, and blessedly, and their behavior is highly civilized and courteous. Why is that? This is because we realize that the greatest creator is the primary productive force and the source of happiness. As long as we follow the way of the greatest creator and hold his hand tightly, we will have everything, and our happiness will be boundless. Just think about it. What makes the fruit tree bear fruit? What makes vegetables and wheat grow and bear fruit? What makes the rain spread all over the earth to nourish all things? What makes a hen lay an egg and hatch a chick? What power makes a fertilized egg grow into a healthy chicken? What makes sheep grow wool for our utilization? What makes cows produce milk for drinking to our heart's content? What makes the spring water sparkling, the clear river flowing, to irrigate the fertile land? All this is from the greatest creator. The greatest creator is the primary productive force. No matter how we irrigate fertile fields, by digging wells, diverting ditches, drawing river water, or carrying water with buckets, it will never be as good as the rain falling from the sky. A drizzle waters the mountains and the earth and moisturizes the growth of all things. How easy it is, how satisfied we are. Haven't you realized that the greatest creator is the primary productive force? On the macro level, we must rely on the greatest creator. As long as we seek the kingdom of the greatest creator and walk on the way of the greatest creator, then we don't have to worry about life being insecure, not being able to live a good life, or not having a good future. Let us trust the greatest creator. Let us praise and eulogize the greatest creator with all our hearts, minds, and strength. Let us melt into the way of the greatest creator. Let us be with the greatest creator. A better life and a better future will then belong to us. 上天讲成的标准和方式 Standards and methods of heaven's rewards and punishments. Xiefeng, January 28, 2022. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Standards for rewards and punishments. Life that creates is rewarded. Life that destroys is punished. Life that protects other lives is rewarded. Life that harms other lives is punished. Life that brings joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss to others is rewarded. Life that brings trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear to others is punished. Life that lives in joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss is rewarded. Life that lives in trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear is punished. Life that is grateful and content is rewarded. Life that is hateful and greedy is punished. Life that contributes much but enjoys little is rewarded. Life that contributes little but enjoys much is punished. Life that cherishes nature is rewarded. Life that destroys nature is punished. Life that guides others to heaven is rewarded. Life that misleads others to hell is punished. Methods of rewards and punishments. Reward, good health. Punishment, frequent illness. Reward, lifelong peace. Punishment, multiple disasters and difficulties. Reward, living in joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss. Punishment, living in trouble, pain, sorrow, and fear. Reward, regular encounters with helpful mentors. Punishment, regular encounters with harmful influences. Reward, no worries about food and clothing. Punishment, constant poverty and illness. Reward, ascending to higher realms. Punishment, descending to lower realms. Reward, living in a harmonious and naturally beautiful environment. Punishment, living in a harsh and morally degraded environment. Reward, earning respect and honor. Punishment, facing discrimination and contempt. 上天讲成的机制和时机 The mechanism and timing of heaven's rewards and punishments. Xiefeng, January 29, 2022. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Mechanism. The universe, governed by Tao, is holographic. The heavenly net is vast yet meticulous. It follows a set procedure, disregarding emotions and reasoning. It emphasizes justice, not favoring kindness. All are treated equally, regardless of their status. Respect is given to those who respect, and mockery to those who ridicule. The rich are allowed to become richer, and the poor poorer. It strikes when least expected, catching the unprepared off guard. Note: here, rich primarily refers to spiritual and mental wealth, while poor refers to spiritual and mental poverty. Those who are content, debt-free, and able to contribute to others and society are considered rich. Those who are discontented, indebted, and constantly take from others and society are considered poor. Timing of rewards and punishments. For minor offenses, rewards or punishments are immediate. For major offenses, rewards or punishments are given once a threshold is crossed. In specific cases, rewards or punishments are given promptly. In general cases, all factors must be in place before rewards or punishments are administered. Issues related to emotions are addressed through reincarnation. Issues related to love are addressed through ascension or descent. Matters involving debts are addressed through debt collection or repayment. Matters involving life are addressed based on the principle of equivalence. Note: specific cases refers to events with a limited scope, such as a fight between two individuals, while general cases refer to events with broader implications, such as World War II. For an individual, the outcome of rewards or punishments may be evident within a few years or decades, while for society as a whole, it may take several decades or even centuries. The rewards or punishments for all of humanity may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to manifest. Recommendation: to fully understand the content of this passage, please refer to Standards and Methods of Heaven's Rewards and Punishments. 上天奖惩的途径 Pathways of Heaven's Rewards and Punishments. Xiefeng. January 30th, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Rewards and punishments are administered through interactions with those closest to us. If our parents, children, spouse, or partners bring us joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, if they bring troubles, pain, worries, and despair, it is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Rewards and punishments are also delivered through interactions with those we frequently associate with. If our relatives, friends, colleagues, schoolmates, neighbors, superiors, subordinates, lovers, and online acquaintances bring us joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, it is a punishment if they bring the opposite. Food can also be a means of reward or punishment. If we have abundant, nutritious food that nourishes our body and maintains our health, it is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, scarcity, poor quality, and contaminated food that leads to illness are punishments from the greatest Creator. The environment plays a role in rewards or punishments. Living in a peaceful, harmonious, warm, beautiful, and prosperous environment is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, living in an environment of fighting, smashing, robbing, killing, competing for advantages, deceiving, kidnapping, cheating, and stealing is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Social mechanisms determine rewards or punishments. Living in a democratic, dignified, rights-respecting society where one can live and work in peace and contentment is a reward from the greatest Creator. Conversely, living in an autocratic, oppressive, deceitful, undignified, insecure society that constantly keeps people on tenterhooks and instills fear is a punishment from the greatest Creator. Natural disasters can serve as rewards or punishments. Favorable weather conditions are a reward, while incessant natural disasters are a punishment. Special events can result in rewards or punishments. Meeting helpful individuals who guide us on our path and experiencing smooth and safe journeys are rewards from the greatest Creator. Conversely, encountering malicious individuals who lead us astray and facing difficulties and obstacles are punishments. Life's ascent or descent can signify rewards or punishments. Going to heaven after death is a reward, while being reborn in the animal world or descending into hell is a punishment. 让我们的灵魂依偎在上帝的怀抱里。Let our souls nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace. Xiefeng, February 13th, 2022. Translation edited by Qinyu. Recently, I watched a video about a newborn baby whose mother passed away shortly after his birth. The mother's heart was transplanted into a man. Despite being comforted by many people, the baby continued to cry. However, when the man who received the heart transplant from the baby's mother held him, the baby stopped crying and smiled. Looking at the baby's expression, it felt like he had found the most comfortable, warm, and secure haven. We are all like infants, regardless of where we go or what situations we face. We all need the safest, warmest, and most comfortable haven, and that haven is in the greatest Creator's embrace. No matter who we are, how old we are, whether we are rich or poor, whether we have achieved something or not, there will always be times when we feel disappointed and disheartened. There will be times when we are physically weak due to illness, times when we feel hopeless or even desperate, and of course, times when we are filled with worry and fear. What do we rely on to get through these difficult times? We will find that nothing is reliable, neither the government, nor family and friends, nor wealth, nor status, nor fame. The only reliable thing is the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator. When we entrust our lives to the greatest Creator, let our souls nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace, we can truly feel safe and at ease, feel happy and free, feel warm and peaceful. This is a reflection of my personal experience. Everyone will experience feelings of helplessness, desolation, illness, and fear of death. At such times, the most comforting energy comes from the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest Creator. When our souls nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace, all negative and detrimental thoughts and emotions disappear, and we can face all difficulties, misfortunes, and even death with equanimity. Perhaps many people have not experienced this feeling because they have not yet recognized the greatest Creator or understood the greatest Creator. When you truly understand the principles of life and space-time, understand the mysteries of life's reincarnation and transformation, you will find that all the good things in life, such as happiness, health, joy, freedom, wealth, and bliss, all come from the greatest Creator because the greatest Creator is the source of everything. Today, I read a view on WeChat that said, "The soul is difficult to live with a reliance. The ultimate enlightenment is to have no reliance. This is the inevitable path for every soul to ascend." From different positions and perspectives, we can draw different conclusions. From my position and perspective, the soul can be independent of any person or thing, but it must rely on the greatest Creator. The soul must have something to rely on, and that object of reliance is the greatest Creator. I cannot imagine what a soul without reliance would be like. If there were no universe, no heaven, which is the non-material world, and nothing existed, the soul could be without reliance. But would such a soul be like a water source without a source, a tree without roots? Could this soul continue to exist? How could it exist? Of course, there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are heavens beyond the sky. Perhaps there are souls without reliance that can truly exist, but for a soul like mine, I dare not cross the line. I can do whatever I want, but I dare not overstep the rules. Therefore, my soul will always nestle in the greatest Creator's embrace, which is where I came from and where I am going. The 8 logical inferences that prove the existence of the greatest Creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Long and Ailian. Everything has a source, and the source is the greatest Creator. 万物有源，源头为上帝. The Amazon River that runs across South America, the mighty Nile River, the surging Yangtze River, and the roaring Mississippi River all have their headstreams. The Benguela Cold Current, Peru Cold Current, Mozambique Warm Current, and Guyana Warm Current all have their sources. The Rio de Janeiro London Airline, Los Angeles Paris Airline, Honolulu Manila Airline, and Paris Colombo Airline all have their starting points. All the tools we commonly use, from pencils, needles, shovels, spoons, and pliers to cars, computers, printers, cameras, and machine tools, as well as all the objects we use, from musical instruments, chess, painting and calligraphy, books, watches, and clocks, to tables, chairs and wooden stool, shoes, socks, hats, teacups, thermoses, desk lamps, phones, refrigerators, and televisions. Everything created by humanity has its origin and did not appear out of nowhere. The cats, dogs, sheep, and pigs we keep in our homes all have a source, and even the plants we cultivate in our gardens, such as peonies, peaches, pears, and apricots, did not appear out of thin air. Their original origins can be traced. Music, writing, art, medicine, theories, methods, magic arts and axioms, and theorems all have sources. White Europeans, black Africans, yellow Asians, Arabians, and Brazilians are all descendants of their ancestors. The towering Himalayas, the fertile and vast Nile Delta, the extensive Amazon alluvial plain, and the Antarctic glaciers are all formed by the vicissitudes of history. All things have their origins, and the Earth, the solar system, and the universe are no exception. They too have their beginnings. Since everything has an origin, there must be a primordial origin, and this primordial origin is the greatest creator. Everything is in motion, and the primordial motive power comes from the greatest creator. ทุก万物在动，出动力来自上帝. Mountains are rotating, winds are dancing, rivers are flowing, and springs are bubbling. Clouds are drifting, and the earth is moving. The sea is churning and flames are burning. Grass and trees are growing. Flowers are fading. Bacteria are multiplying, and insects are busy. Cows and sheep are grazing. Lions and tigers are running. Hens are laying eggs, and larks are singing. Electrons are swirling. Molecules are moving. Particles are flowing, and electromagnetic waves are rushing. Infrared radiation is radiating, and gamma rays are piercing. Electromagnetic waves are spreading, and photons are flashing. The heart is beating, blood is flowing, the skin is breathing, and the stomach is moving. Nerves are sensing, hair is growing, thoughts are connecting, and spirits are stirring. Though seated, we travel 1,000 miles in a flash. The Milky Way spans millions of years. The sun, moon, stars, and celestial bodies fly by like lightning. Black hair at dawn turning white at dusk. Everything in the universe is in motion, and it is through mutual impetus that things move. But where does the initial force originate if there is no greatest creator? Everything has an image, and the nature of the image is energy, with the core of this energy being the greatest creator. 万物有相，相的本质是能量，能量的核心是上帝. An image refers to the size, shape, appearance, and structural type of an object, which is a watershed that distinguishes one substance from another and one object from another. Microorganisms and insects, grass and trees, humans and other animals, mountains and rivers, and so on, all are different, and the reason is that their images are different. If everything has its own unique image, how is an image generated? The origin of an image lies in the genetic structure. The image of something is determined by its genetic structure. The image of water is different from that of oil because their molecular structures are different, which means their genetic structures are different. However, any structure without the participation of energy can only be an illusion. For example, if we want to build a house, we first need to imagine the structure of the house in our brain. For complex buildings, we also need to draw a schematic diagram of the structure. But without the input of mechanical and human energy, the structure we imagined in our brain can only be an illusion. Only when we put in the energy of manpower and material resources can the structure that we imagined in our brain become a real house. A seed can only become a plant after absorbing nutrients and water from the soil and heat and light from the sun. A fertilized egg in the mother's womb can only develop into an animal with a head and feet if it is constantly supplied with nutritional energy. A light bulb can only emit light when electricity is input. A pile of soil can only become a mountain with the energy of the continuous movement of the earth. A river can only become a raging torrent with the energy of thousands of streams. So where does this energy come from? Let's trace it back to its source. For a small sapling to grow leaves, it needs to absorb water, which mainly comes from the infiltration of rainwater. So where does the rainwater come from? Rainwater comes from clouds that carry water vapor from the sky. And where do the clouds come from? The wind carries them from the ocean. And where does the wind come from? The cold and hot air currents on Earth form it through convection. And how are the cold and hot air currents formed? They are formed because the surface of the Earth continuously gains and loses solar energy as it rotates, ignoring factors such as lunar gravity. So how did the Earth start to rotate? And what force keeps it rotating continuously? According to the law of energy conservation, there can be no perpetual motion machine in the universe. The motion and changes of any object must be driven by one or more other energies. Without energy, there is no motion or change in anything. Therefore, all the motion and changes in things must ultimately have an initial push of energy that is not constrained by other energies. This initial energy is the greatest creator. The initial rotation of the Earth was driven by the energy of the greatest creator, and after it was set in motion, it was driven by other planets in the solar system, including comets. Everything is connected by cause and effect, and every effect has a cause. The initial cause of all causes is the greatest creator. For 因果相连，凡果都有因，所有因的出因是上帝. We've all had headaches before. Although the causes of each person's headache may be different, there is always a cause, and there is never a headache for no reason. Regardless of what kind of disease a person has, the disease always has a cause, even congenital diseases. There should be no dispute about this. Similarly, typhoons, tornadoes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, SARS viruses, etc., all have their reasons for occurring. The Second World War, the Crusades, the Middle East wars, etc., all have reasons and will not occur for no reason. Many Jews were killed during World War II, the Titanic hit an iceberg, the World Trade Center in the United States was bombed, the Soviet Union disintegrated, Hong Kong was reclaimed, and Saddam's regime was forcibly removed. All of these events had their reasons. Does the Earth not orbit the Sun and the Moon not orbit the Earth for a reason? Do plane crashes, train collisions, collapsed buildings, and floods not have a reason? Do being condemned by thousands, losing one's family and possessions, being imprisoned, and dying from unfortunate events not have a reason? Do having sores on the head and pus flowing from the feet, being deaf and blind, and losing limbs not have a reason? Do tigers hunting deer, birds catching insects, pigs being slaughtered, and people encountering unexpected misfortunes not have a reason? Did the ancient civilizations of the Maya, Greece, Egypt, Rome, Syria, Persia, and Babylon disappear without a reason? Did the rise of the new American civilization not have a reason? In the inevitable article of Chanyuan Corpus, I listed the following phenomena: the rise of wind and waves, the ebb and flow, the rising of clouds and falling of rain, snow and mist, thunder and lightning, tsunamis, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, floods, sandstorms, the disappearance of birds, sunrise and sunset, rainbows, eclipses, the changing of the seasons, the migration of birds, the hibernation of frogs and snakes, the morning song of the skylark, the crowing of the rooster, the proliferation of insects, the multiplication of bacteria, birth in the spring, and growth in the summer, harvesting in autumn and storage in winter, the entanglement of vines, the fragrance of the cinnamon tree, the blooming and falling of flowers, the sunflowers facing the sun, the drifting of continents, the splitting of the Earth's crust, the melting of snow-covered mountains, the disappearance of small islands, changes in the course of rivers, landslides in mountains, the increasing height of peaks, the weathering of rocks, the crisscrossing of gullies, the shifting of sand dunes, springs emerging from rocks, waterfalls hanging from cliffs, and the transportation of sand by rivers, the appearance of deltas, and so on, all have a reason. Whether in the sky or on Earth, all phenomena or results have a reason, and we cannot find a phenomenon or result without any reason. If the reason for the appearance of life on Earth is due to the existence of the Earth and the solar system, and the reason for the creation of the solar system is because of the existence of the Milky Way, then what is the reason for the birth of the Milky Way? If we continue to trace it back, we will know that at the beginning of the universe, there must have been a first cause, and that cause, the dynamic force, is the greatest creator. Everything has a purpose for its existence, and the ultimate purpose is the greatest creator. 5万物存在都有目的，终极的目的是上帝。 The purpose of microorganisms is to enrich soil and decompose organic matter. The purpose of soil is to nourish plants. The purpose of plants is to provide food for insects and animals. And the overall purpose of plants and animals is to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? Any object created by humans has a purpose. The purpose of a car is transportation. The purpose of a phone is communication. The purpose of clothing is warmth. And the purpose of a house is shelter. The purpose of the countless objects created by humans is only one: to serve humans. So, what is the purpose of humans? The purpose of the entire galaxy is to serve a few special star systems, one of which is the solar system. The purpose of the solar system is only one: to serve Earth. The purpose of Earth is also only one: to serve humans. So, who do humans serve? The existence of the sun, moon, ocean, air, land, ozone layer, and so on is all for the benefit of humans. Even the existence of flies, mosquitoes, and rats ultimately serves humans. Viruses that cause disease also exist to maintain the balance of humans. So, what is the purpose of human existence? Everything in the material world exists to serve humans. So are we humans simply the supreme enjoyers? Does our existence have no purpose? We humans raise cows, horses, pigs, sheep, chickens, and ducks. But for what purpose? Do we not have any purpose when we cultivate crops? Do we not have any purpose when we create airplanes, atomic bombs, and spaceships? All human activities have a clear purpose, and everything in the universe has a purpose for its existence. Are humans the only creatures without a purpose? Humans do have a purpose for their existence, and that is to serve the greatest creator. Why do we humans not realize that our existence is to serve the greatest creator? It is like the bees we keep do not realize they are serving us unless they have human-like thinking. Unless we have the same thinking as the greatest creator, we do not know the purpose of our human existence. In human history, only Jesus and Buddha knew the greatest creator, while Muhammad and Laozi had some understanding of the greatest creator. I clearly tell everyone that the purpose of human existence is to serve the greatest creator. The ultimate purpose of all existence in the universe is for the greatest creator. Knowing the ultimate purpose of human existence, we have a goal to live for: to serve the greatest creator. Existing for the greatest creator, we have a bright future. Turning away from the greatest creator, our future will be dark. Life is graded, and the highest grade is the greatest creator. 生命有等级，最高级就是上帝。The universe exists in order, and the essence of order is hierarchy. Take stones as an example. The grade of a diamond is relatively high, while the grade of a stone that can be broken by hand is relatively low. The grade of ruby and sapphire is higher than that of cat's eye stone, and the grade of cat's eye stone is higher than that of yellow sapphire and spinel. The grades of yellow sapphires and spinels are higher than that of aquamarines and zircons, and they gradually decrease to emeralds, green gems, tourmalines, crystals, garnets, olivines, jades, wood fossils, nephrite, opal, moonstones, sunstones, turquoise, Suyin jade, malachite, coral, pumice stone, granite, and bluestone, all the way down to ordinary pebbles. Taking humans as an example, according to the percentage of spirituality in human nature, there are 18 grades of human beings. Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi are the first grade. St. Peter, Paul, and Tang Sanzang are the second grade. Chinese Taoist figures such as Zhang Sanfeng are the third grade. Beethoven, Bach, Rodin, Strauss, and Einstein are the fourth grade. Zhang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang are the fifth grade. Rural farmers who are simple and untainted by the pollution of commodity society are the sixth grade. Washington, Lincoln are the seventh grade. Florence Nightingale is the eighth grade. Shakespeare, Lu Sun, and Hu Shi are the ninth grade. Tang Taizong, Kangxi are the 10th grade. Fictional characters from novels such as Liangshan heroes, Zhu Yingtai, Romeo, and Juliet are the 11th grade. The vast majority of ordinary people are the 12th grade. The vast majority of government officials in China since ancient times are the 13th grade. Shakespeare's characters such as Grindelwald, Sherlock, and the profit-seeking merchant Shylock are the 14th grade. People who live frivolously and live in the moment are the 15th grade. Those who are selfish, self-interested, and do not uphold public ethics are the 16th grade. Those who live in confusion are the 17th grade. Those who confuse good and evil are the 18th grade. Taking life as an example, from low to high, they are life in molten lava and flames, life in ice and snow, life in eternal darkness, life in mountains and rocks, life in soil, life in water, life in air, plants, insects, land animals, aerial animals, livestock and poultry, dogs, human beings, people in the 1,000-year world, celestial beings in the 10,000-year world, Buddhas in the Elysium world, gods in the heaven world, and the greatest creator in the zero world. Life has grades, and wherever there are grades, there must be the highest grade. The highest grade of life is the greatest creator. Everything is in order, and the greatest creator is the maker of order. 7. 万物有序，秩序的制定者是上帝. Human society is organized with orders. A country can only have one president. This is an order. If there were two presidents, the country would surely split into two. When 10 companies merge into one, there will be one CEO, not 10. Subordinates obey superiors, employees obey bosses, police restrain criminals, and businesses must have a license, etc. All these are orders. Although the Constitution and laws are made by humans, it cannot be said that orders are made by humans. The order created by humans must conform to human nature and the basic norms of society. For example, no matter how extremely bright and intelligent the people in a country are, you cannot establish the order of having two presidents in one country because the order of having one leader for a group is established by the greatest creator, which cannot be violated. Whether it's a group of ants, a hive of bees, a group of goats, a pack of wolves, a family, or a clan, there can only be one leader. The order of human life, from fetus, baby, adolescent, young adult, middle-aged, menopause, old age, to death, is established by the greatest creator and cannot be violated. Being hungry requires eating, and eating requires excretion. This is also an order that cannot be controlled by humans. Each person has their own life trajectory, which is the program of life that cannot be changed by subjective will. Every parent hopes that all their children will become successful and bring honor to the family, but the hope remains a hope. Children will live according to the program of their own life trajectory, which is why some children succeed while others do not. If personal will could determine one's life trajectory, pigs and dogs would become humans, and everyone could become an emperor. The vast majority of people, especially those who are wealthy and influential, do not want to die. But wanting to live does not change the fact that death is inevitable because it is the order established by the greatest creator. If the people before you do not die, there will be no way forward for those who come after. Everyone is equal in the face of death, and this is the order. The moon revolves around the earth revolves around the sun and rotates on its own axis, and the solar system follows the Milky Way. This is the order. Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the offspring of mice dig holes. This is the order. Those who respect the greatest creator and live according to the order established by the greatest creator can enter the higher level of life space. Those who despise the greatest creator and live against the order established by the greatest creator will inevitably descend to the lower level of life space. This is also the order. Everything has order. So who created this order? Was it our human ancestors? Was it an emperor from a certain dynasty? Was it the dinosaurs? Definitely not. Apart from the greatest creator, who else has this ability? All things are interconnected, and the end point of this interconnection is the greatest creator. 8. 万物相互感应，感应的终端是上帝. In the universe, everything is connected to each other through reaction. Reaction is the process by which something senses and responds to external stimuli. External stimuli can be divided into two types: explicit and implicit stimuli. Explicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through form, smell, color, sound, temperature, texture, and brightness. Implicit stimuli are mainly conveyed through sound waves, electromagnetic waves, thought waves, biological waves, same frequency waves, radiation, and other means. For example, when people see beautiful birds, blue skies, handsome men, and beautiful women, they feel happy. When they see caterpillars, snakes, dark rolling clouds, or devils in horror movies, they feel afraid. When they see sexy women in short skirts, they feel aroused. When they encounter things they dislike, they feel disgusted, mainly due to different forms of stimuli. Smelling the fragrance from the kitchen can increase one's appetite, while smelling the stench of overflowing feces in the toilet can make one feel nauseous. The fragrance of flowers can make one feel refreshed, while the smell of vomit from a drunk person can make one feel uneasy, mainly due to different odor stimuli. Seeing colorful flowers can make one happy. Seeing the bloody scene of a murder can be distressing. Seeing the color blue can feel refreshing, and seeing the color red can feel warm, mainly due to different color stimuli. Beautiful singing, moving melodies, and sweet words from a loved one can make people's emotions surge and their thoughts wander, while the sound of a shovel scraping against concrete, funeral music, and ferocious and malevolent shouting can make people feel fearful, irritable, and depressed, mainly due to different sound stimuli. When it is cold, muscles contract. When it is hot, sweat glands expand. Sleeping on a comfortable mattress feels good, while lying in a corner made of stone makes one uncomfortable. Beautiful spring scenery can make people feel ecstatic, while pitch darkness can make people feel frightened, mainly due to different reactions to temperature, texture, and brightness. The above are examples of how people respond to explicit stimuli from the external environment. Examples of how people respond to implicit stimuli are as follows. Sometimes people feel anxious or restless for no apparent reason. This is because of the thought waves or biological waves of people who are associated with them. From a perspective of hyperspace and time, when certain events are about to happen, there may be same frequency waves that stimulate people's nerves in advance. Just like the geomagnetic waves before an earthquake, many animals are sensitive to these waves, such as fish jumping out of the water, dogs barking, horses neighing, mice running around, and roosters crowing. Sometimes our ears get hot and our faces feel hot, which is a premonition of information related to us, just like the upcoming cold air current that stimulates people with arthritis. In Water Margin, Lin Chong, the head of the 800,000 Imperial Guard troop, seeking shelter at the mountain temple due to the snowstorm may seem like a coincidence, but it was actually a response to the events that were about to happen. Without this sensitivity, he would have been killed in the fire. In Robinson Crusoe, the protagonist describes a similar experience. After I had settled my affairs and sold my goods and turned them into reliable bills of exchange, the next difficult problem was which route to take back to England. I was accustomed to traveling by sea, but at this time, I had a strange aversion to going back to England by sea, even though I couldn't give a reason. This resistance in my mind kept growing stronger and stronger. One time, I even had my luggage loaded onto the ship, but suddenly changed my mind, and this happened 2 or 3 times in a row. It's true, I've had too many unfortunate events at sea in my lifetime, which could be one of the reasons, but in these situations, a person cannot completely ignore their inner impulse. There were 2 ships, and I had decided to board them, meaning that I had specifically chosen them. One of them had my luggage on it, and I had spoken with the captain of the other one, but I didn't end up boarding either of them. Later, these 2 ships encountered problems. One of them was captured by Algerians, and the other one sank at start near Tobago Bay, with only 3 survivors out of the entire crew. Regardless of which ship I boarded, I would have had bad luck. As for which ship was unluckier, that's hard to say. This is a kind of sensing of implicit stimuli. Without this sensing, Robinson would have been buried at sea. Subconscious behavior is a kind of inexplicable, hard-to-explain sensing behavior. This sensing behavior has saved the lives of billions of people, but has also led tens of thousands of people to death. Someone has studied biological sensing. He divided 50 snails into 25 pairs and put each pair together. After some time, he wrote the same letters on the shells of each snail in each pair. He then took one snail from each pair to the United States and left the other one in Paris. Later, at a designated time, he stimulated the snail left in Paris with an electric current, and at the same time, the other snail in the pair that was taken to the United States also exhibited an electric current stimulation response. The snail in Paris had an electric current stimulation response because it was stimulated by the electric current. But why did the snail in the United States also have an electric current stimulation response when it was not stimulated by an electric current? It's because it sensed it, and its response was a subconscious behavior. Animals such as pigeons, dogs, and horses have a sense of their owner's whereabouts. After a pigeon is released, it can find its owner who has moved to a new location. If you put a dog in a box and take it a few hundred kilometers away before releasing it, it can accurately find its way back. There was an animal trainer named Duluth who could use mental suggestions to make animals perform. Once, he secretly commanded a dog in his mind, "Go to the piano and use your paws to hit the white keys." It was said that the dog obeyed without fail. Another time, upon everyone's request, he made two lions who had been friendly to each other for 3 years start to bite each other. Once, a researcher named Kerensky asked Duluth, "Since you can use mental suggestions, can you suggest that I do something?" Duluth agreed and told him to sit still without moving. Duluth picked up a piece of paper, quickly wrote a few words on it, covered it with his hand, and looked at Kerensky. Although Kerensky didn't feel anything special, he unconsciously scratched behind his right ear with his hand, and before he put his hand down, Duluth handed him the paper, which read, "Scratch behind your right ear." From the examples above, we can see that Kerensky involuntarily scratched behind his right ear without feeling anything special, which seems to be Kaczynski's personal behavior, but in fact, he faithfully carried out Duluth's instructions. The world-renowned psychic Master Wolf Mason once had dinner with the famous founder of psychology, Sigmund Freud, at Einstein's residence in Vienna. During the dinner, Freud secretly conducted an experiment without saying a word. He merely gave Mason a telepathic command, instructing him to go to the bathroom and take a pair of tweezers from the mirror frame, and then pluck 3 beard hairs from Einstein's chin. After giving the silent command, Freud continued to eat and drink on his own, and the guests continued to chat and laugh as usual. Mason seemed to be completely unaware, but when the coffee arrived, Mason immediately stood up, went to the bathroom, took a pair of tweezers, walked to Einstein's side, bent down, gently lifted Einstein's chin, carefully plucked 3 hairs and placed them in front of Freud. Examples like this are numerous. All living beings in the vast world subconsciously execute commands. Our next action, the next sentence, may seem like individual behavior, but it is actually a response to explicit and implicit stimuli from the outside world. So, who are we taking orders from? According to the level of life, lower level life senses the commands of higher level life, and lower energy life senses the commands of higher energy life. This means that plants receive commands from animals, humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Animals receive commands from humans, celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Humans receive commands from celestial beings, Buddhas, and gods. Celestial beings receive commands from Buddhas and gods. Buddhas receive commands from gods. Who do gods take orders from? Gods take orders from the greatest creator. The ultimate stimuli is the greatest creator. From the 40 pieces of evidence and 8 logical inferences above, we can no longer doubt the existence of the greatest creator. Since the greatest creator exists, what are the features of the greatest creator? 8 features of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Tsong Long and Ailian. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. 万上帝是唯一的. The unity of opposites is a powerful tool for understanding the universe. All things in the world exist relatively, and losing one side also means losing the condition for the existence of the other. Yin and yang, positive and negative, interior and exterior, man and woman, male and female, masculine and feminine, rigidity and softness, glory and humiliation, clockwise and counterclockwise, with and without, tangible and intangible, birth and death, light and darkness, movement and stillness, strength and weakness, high and low, noble and humble, rich and poor, fortune and misfortune, merit and fault, gain and loss, advance and retreat, positive and negative, big and small, up and down, more and less, front and rear, left and right, truth and falsehood, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, fragrance and odor, immortal and mortal, Buddha and demon, God and ghost, material and spirit, heaven and hell, fairyland and the mortal world, and so on. They all rely on each other, coexist and prosper together. Even a piece of thin paper has a front and a back. If there is no front, there will be no back. If there is no back, there will be no front. However, The unity of opposites view cannot explain all phenomena, and there are exceptions to the law. In universality, there are peculiarities, and in commonality, there are individualities. There is also a neutral gender in addition to male and female. The golden mean, which is unbiased and impartial, is to seek the middle point between two extremes. The turning point for quantitative change or qualitative change is not unity of opposites but uniqueness. Wuji generates Taiji. Taiji generates the bipolarity. Wuji refers to the state when there was no substance in the universe and only energy existed. The intangible and invisible energy, when moving irregularly, formed an energy cluster or Taiji. To understand how Taiji is formed, you can try drinking all the milk in a flat-bottomed glass and leave the glass uncleaned for 12 hours. Then observe the shape and structure of the glass bottom. The first unconscious movement of Taiji has triggered the orderly movement of the entire energy, and with it, the time and space in the human sense appeared. This is how the bipolarity is generated, which is actually the phenomenon of material and non-material, tangible and intangible, following the principle of unity of opposites. The formation of the bipolarity can be understood as follows. The greater the energy, the less visible it is. The smaller the energy, the more visible it is. This is the key to the birth and formation of the universe. Lao Tzu's understanding of the great form has no contour refers to the energy cluster before the birth of the bipolarity, which is the Taiji. Mao Zedong thought is a kind of energy cluster that influences many people's lives and affects many people's words and deeds. But who can explain clearly what color and shape it is? I am discussing Taiji here, with the purpose of understanding it. Taiji originates from Wuji, and is born from the chaotic movement and collision of formless and shapeless energy. You can observe the disorderly movement of the molecules via a microscope. The original energy movement is just like the molecular movement. After the formation of Taiji energy cluster, orderly movement begins in the energy world. Invisible matter appears in areas with less energy, while invisible non-material gradually forms in areas with more energy. Just like a person, the physical body corresponds to areas with less energy, and the mind and soul correspond to areas with more energy. Thus, Taiji gave birth to bipolarity, which is tangible matter and intangible non-material. And from this emerged positive and negative, yin and yang, light and darkness, truth and falsehood, good and evil, and so on. And the universe and all phenomena came into being from Taiji and bipolarity. In the Bible, the Heavenly Father, and in the Quran, Allah is undoubtedly the creator of the universe, which is what the Chinese Taoist understanding of Taiji refers to, though under different names, they are essentially the same. This means that Taiji is the greatest creator, and the greatest creator is Taiji. Wuji produced Taiji, which then generated bipolarity, and everything in the universe comes from this bipolarity. The two sides of bipolarity are the unity of opposites. Though it comes from Taiji, the latter is unique and exclusive, but not unity of opposites. Therefore, the greatest creator is unique and has no opposite. The greatest creator is amorphous. Tu Sang Di Wu Ding Xing. God is Taiji, a conscious energy cluster that can take on any form since energy is formless. When energy enters the human body, it becomes a person. When energy enters flowers and plants, it becomes branches, leaves, and flowers. When energy enters a river, it becomes liquid. When energy enters a rock, it becomes solid. When energy enters the atmosphere, it becomes gas. According to Einstein's equation, E equals mc squared, the formula for the formation of matter is m equals E/c superscript 2, where c is the speed of light, a constant, and E is energy, a variable. This means that energy is the only factor that forms matter. Without energy, there is no matter, no sun, moon, stars, mountains, rocks, rivers, flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, or beasts, and likewise, there would be no humans. When matter disappears, it is transformed back into energy, because the total energy of the universe is a constant that does not increase or decrease. Does the burning of a tree, an animal, a building, or a tank of liquefied gas mean that nothing exists anymore? No. They are all transformed back into energy. A seed, a fertilized egg, can grow and take shape by using energy. Without energy, everything is nothing. This is the basic principle of the birth of the universe. If we say that the greatest creator has a fixed form, it is completely wrong. The greatest creator has no fixed form because he is an energy cluster, but he can take any form. In other words, the entire world is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is neutral. 3. 上帝是中性的. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive. The greatest creator is neutral. Humans are divided into man and woman. Animals are divided into male and female. And plants are divided into stamen and pistil. Then what about the greatest creator? We absolutely cannot say that the greatest creator is man or woman, or male and female, or stamen and pistil. If we say that the greatest creator is male, there must be a female greatest creator that corresponds to the greatest creator, which destroys the uniqueness of the greatest creator. Using the two poles of the unity of the opposition cannot help us understand the greatest creator. That is to say, we cannot say that the greatest creator is true or false, good or evil, beautiful or ugly. Because if we say that the greatest creator is good, there must be an evil greatest creator that corresponds to the good one, which also destroys the uniqueness. Things have their own nature. Animals have their own animal nature. Humans have their own human nature. Buddhas have their own Buddha nature. And gods have their own divinity. So what kind of nature does the greatest creator belong to? The greatest creator does not have a nature, which means that the greatest creator does not have physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood. Defining the greatest creator in any life realm is incorrect. Saying that someone has animality is certainly demeaning them. Saying that a Buddha has humanity is certainly demeaning the Buddha. Saying that a god has Buddhahood is certainly demeaning the god. Saying that the greatest creator has physicality, animality, humanity, Buddhahood, or godhood is definitely demeaning the greatest creator. Therefore, the greatest creator does not have a nature. Or it can be said that the greatest creator is neutral. Here, I have to talk about the Hare Krishna movement, here because it is related to the greatest creator. Krishna and Krishna consciousness come from the ancient wisdom scriptures of India and have been inherited by some spiritual masters. The most outstanding leader of the Hare Krishna movement is Saint Prabhupada. This movement has many brilliant insights and focuses on the spiritual aspect of human beings, rather than the material and physical aspect. Many of the things advocated by this movement are valuable and worth learning from. However, we must be clear about who Krishna is. According to many of Prabhupada's teachings, we know that Krishna is the supreme God of the universe, which is acceptable. But he also says that Krishna is the only one and the source of all sources. Who can be the only one? Who can be the source of all sources? Only the greatest creator is the only one and the source of all sources. This clearly indicates that Krishna is the greatest creator. So, is Krishna the real greatest creator? In the definition of God, in the teachings of the Krishna perception movement, Saint Prabhupada said, "When Krishna appeared on this earth, he had 16,108 wives, each of whom lived in a palace made of marble and decorated with jewels. The rooms were filled with furniture made of ivory and gold, and everywhere was magnificent." Is this the greatest creator? No, it is not. The greatest creator is neutral, neither male nor female. How could the greatest creator have 16,108 wives? Why not say that Krishna has 16,108 husbands? This is clearly a reflection of the idea of male superiority and female inferiority. Moreover, why does the greatest creator have so many wives? What does licentious and unrighteous mean? Creating so many wives for the greatest creator with human thinking and physical desire, is it to praise or to blaspheme the greatest creator? Krishna's 16,108 wives live in palaces built of marble, studded with jewels, with rooms furnished with ivory and gold. This is simply the imposition of the will of ordinary people on the greatest creator. Marble, jewels, ivory, and gold are precious in the eyes of ordinary people. Does the greatest creator really like these things so much? In short, Krishna is not the greatest creator. The consciousness of Krishna is to love gods and achieve harmony and unity between spirituality and divinity. However, since Krishna is not the greatest creator but labeled as the greatest creator, Krishna consciousness is a dangerous consciousness that requires caution. The greatest creator is mysterious. For 上帝无名, the greatest creator manages the universe with its spirit, which is the Tao that Laozi talked about in the Tao Te Ching. This spirit can also be understood as the consciousness and thinking of the greatest creator. Just as humans rely on blood to maintain vitality, the universe relies on the spirit, consciousness, and thinking of the greatest creator to maintain its vitality. Therefore, the spirit of the greatest creator is actually the blood of the universe, its life force. All movements of humans, including speaking, eating, sleeping, learning, working, and engaging in love affairs, are based on physiological instincts and human consciousness. Similarly, all movements of the universe, including the motion of celestial bodies, the maintenance of order in galaxies, and the cycle of life and death of all things in nature, are based on the laws of material motion and the consciousness of the greatest creator, which is his spirit. The greatest creator does not show himself to humans, but rather shows his spirit. The greatest creator has never directly interacted with humans or given any individual special revelations. The spirit of the greatest creator is present in every space and movement of matter in the universe, and it is also present in every one of us. It can be said that the greatest creator is with the universe, with all things, and with humans. Although the greatest creator is with us, we cannot see him. Why? Because the greatest creator has a feature, which is his mysteriousness. What does this mean? It means that the spirit of the greatest creator, consciousness, thinking, laws, Tao, blood, and life force, is an invisible, intangible, incomprehensible, indescribable, and indiscernible non-material and dark energy. This non-material and dark energy works imperceptibly and unconsciously, without any obvious image or sign. Although it seems non-existent, it is a kind of elusive objective reality, which is omnipresent, ever-present, meticulous, and precise. For example, the aging and death of the human body. Why does the human body have to age and die? What causes the aging and death of the human body? Whether scientists or biologists, politicians or religious leaders, they cannot fully explain the real reason. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. In the primary physical and spiritual healthcare section of the Life Genuine, I mentioned that the causes of human aging and death, in order of their destructive power, are mental activities caused by 7 emotions and 6 desires, diet, daily life, labor, wind, frost, cold and heat, air quality, noise, cosmic forces, geomagnetism, gravity, radiation, various rays, and waves, etc. Every time you get angry, every time you get excited, every emotional change, every moment of sorrow, every puff of a cigarette, every sip of alcohol, every inappropriate diet, every staying up late or insomnia, every excessive fatigue, every cold wave or heat wave, storm or frost, every breath of polluted air, every unpleasant sound heard, every activity of sunspots, every volcanic eruption and earthquake, every nuclear leakage or bomb explosion, every sandstorm that covers the sky, and so on, all contribute to the aging and death of the human body. Most people will agree with my explanation, but through what channels and mechanisms do these factors change the structure of human growth? Most people don't understand it. Why? Because of the characteristics of the greatest creator, mysterious. The greatest creator is mysterious. The greatest creator only shows results, not processes. Why? Because once everyone understands the process of how things operate, everyone will become a god, and even want to compete with the greatest creator. This is a bit like the meetings held by the Central Political Bureau, where ministers, governors, and ordinary people are only informed about the results of the meeting and what they should know according to their level, not the process of the meeting. If the common people were aware of the political bureau meeting process, the world would have descended into chaos long ago. So, is the greatest creator too selfish and stingy? No, absolutely not. The greatest creator does not allow us to know everything, and this is precisely the embodiment of the greatest creator's mercy. Imagine if someone were to immediately tell the parents and relatives of a newborn child how the child will grow and eventually drown at the age of 15 while swimming in a river. What consequences would this have? Of course, The greatest creator does not prevent people from understanding the process of how things operate and change. In fact, the greatest creator shows all the mysteries without reservation to human beings. Some people can understand a little, while others do not understand at all. The key depends on each person's spirituality and wisdom. The purer the spirituality and the higher the wisdom, the more one can see and understand, whereas confusion and ignorance increase with a mixed spirituality and lower wisdom. For example, when an apple falls to the ground, this phenomenon is impartially demonstrated to everyone by nature. But how many people can understand what law or principle this phenomenon indicates? Only Newton saw the law of universal gravitation from it. Many people have ridden elevators, but how many people have deeply pondered what would happen if the elevator, without cable restraint, continuously increased the required energy? The elevator would continue to accelerate, and as a result, its mass would increase. To make the elevator eventually exceed the speed of light, infinite energy would be required, which is impossible from a material perspective without involving non-material. Therefore, Einstein derived the famous equation E equals mc squared, the mass-energy equivalence, which destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We have all experienced warmth by the fire, or seen objects burn red hot, or have had the experience of a hot stove heating our face while cooking in the kitchen. But how many people realized the theory of quantum mechanics from it? Only Max Planck realized it. Most people have sat under a big tree, but only Sakyamuni sat under a big tree and explored the 36-dimensional spaces with his consciousness and knew the Buddha land and path to Buddhahood. The greatest creator treats all members of humanity equally, regardless of whether you are white, black, or yellow. Whether you are a king, an expert, or an ordinary person. Whether you are rich, middle class, or poor. Whether you are a Muslim, a Buddhist, or a Christian. The greatest creator gives everyone the same opportunities and rights. Open the windows, the sunlight and fresh air will come in. Take a broad view. You will see the faraway mountains fresh and green. Regardless of who you are, as long as you open the window of your soul and focus your vision on a more distant future, you can see the brilliance of the greatest creator from any natural phenomenon around you, and you will gain this supreme, great awakening wisdom. The greatest creator is impartial. 5. 上帝公正. The greatest creator is unique and exclusive, amorphous and neutral. Therefore, the greatest creator is impartial. If a court is controlled by good people, bad people will suffer. If it is controlled by bad people, good people will suffer. If it is controlled by the proletariat, the bourgeoisie will suffer. If it is controlled by the bourgeoisie, the proletariat will suffer. If it is controlled by gods, the devil will be constrained. If it is controlled by the devil, gods will be suppressed. Only neutrality, without bias, is the most just. The sun shines on the earth without favoring certain individuals, but equally shines on everyone. The air is full of the earth, and good people and bad people can breathe freely. There is sufficient water on earth, allowing you, me, and everyone to obtain water, which is crucial for life, at the lowest possible cost. This is how fair and just it is. If the greatest creator is not impartial and did not arrange for the sun, air, and water resources this way, some people would surely monopolize them, just as they do with land and mines. Would we have a way out then? Another aspect of the greatest creator's impartiality is that everyone, regardless of who they are, must die. If those in power never died and could live forever, would there be any hope for the poor? Therefore, any idea or action that seeks to extend the lifespan of some individuals and allow them to live forever goes against the impartiality of the greatest creator and is doomed to fail. Humans try to eliminate diseases such as cholera, typhoid, smallpox, plague, cancer, etc., which is simply messing around, doing bad things with good intentions, and making trouble for the greatest creator. If you eliminate one disease, the greatest creator has to create another. AIDS, SARS, and other special airborne diseases. Let's see who is more capable, humans or the greatest creator. Because otherwise, the earth can no longer bear it. Imagine if diseases did not eliminate some people, and everyone who had ever lived on earth was still alive today. Would there be enough space for us to live? It's like a beautiful park. Those who enter must eventually leave so that newcomers can also come in and enjoy the park. If you don't want to leave once you've entered, and everyone thinks that way, can the park accommodate everyone? Is it fair to those who come later? Some people always hope that good people will get more than evil people and hope that the greatest creator will send all evil people to hell. If this does not happen, they believe that the greatest creator is unjust. This naive idea is purely emotional. Few people think of themselves as evil or unkind. In fact, as long as you are human, you are evil. Killing animals and eating their meat, isn't that evil? When you slaughter animals, you are indifferent to their helpless screams, helpless protests, fear of separation from their loved ones, and you use a sharp knife to insert it into their chest or cut their throat. To animals, you are definitely not a kind person. Eating meat is no different from participating in slaughter. Eating meat itself is an unkind behavior. Why do Buddhists not eat meat? It is to reduce the chance of committing sins to enter a higher level of life after death. Those who eat meat are not kind. Perhaps some people think that the pig was raised by themselves, so it is reasonable to slaughter and eat its meat. Really? Can you arbitrarily kill your own children because you raised them? Does this reasoning make sense? Note, I am discussing issues such as eating meat from the perspective of equality of life and becoming a Buddha. I am not against eating meat. I also eat meat, which means that I am not a kind person either. Not eating meat is a kind behavior, and we advocate vegetarianism. However, if everyone refuses to eat meat and everyone becomes a Buddha, it violates the cycle of life. Humans exist on Earth for a purpose, and humans are a link in the chain of life. Without this link, many living spaces will have no successors and will eventually tend to end. Hell will no longer exist, and heaven will lose its value of existence. If there are no people in the world, the fairy world will also disappear. If everyone were to follow the practices of Buddhists, refraining from eating meat, avoiding marriage, and abstaining from reproduction, humanity would face the risk of dying out. This is not the greatest creator's arrangement for life. By the way, believing in Buddhism is definitely correct and has a bright future, but is it correct not to get married and have children? Is it contrary to the greatest creator's purpose? In the history of Buddhism, whenever Buddhism flourishes, there is always a destructive blow that follows. Why? For thousands of years, Buddhism has only been able to maintain its survival, but not spread globally. The main reason is not that Buddhist principles is not understandable, but that the method of cultivation is problematic. Here, we have to talk about Falun Gong. As a method of Buddhist cultivation, Falun Gong itself is not wrong. There are 84,000 methods of cultivation, and Falun Gong is one of them. It is commendable that ordinary people like the method of Falun Gong as a way of Buddhist cultivation. This shows that the Chinese people are actively pursuing goodness and progress. Li Hongzhi's ability to stimulate the public's enthusiasm for Buddhism is immeasurable, and he and Zhang Hongbao can both be regarded as spiritual masters. The problem is that when the method of cultivation is confused with Buddhist teachings and Falun Gong is elevated to the status of Dafa, it violates Buddhist teachings. What is Buddhist teaching? Shakyamuni said in the Diamond Sutra, "What is called the Buddha Dharma is not the Buddha Dharma." He also said, "The Tathagata says that all dharmas are Buddha's dharmas." If someone says that the Tathagata has expounded dharmas, he is slandering the Buddha because he cannot understand my teaching. He also said, "Do not abide our minds to dharmas, but to actually abide nowhere." This clearly teaches us that to understand Buddhist teachings, we must first give up the Dharma. We cannot be attached to Dharma. The Dharma of no Dharma is the Buddhist teaching, and the Dharma with a Dharma is not the Buddhist teaching. Falun Gong is correct, but Dafa is wrong because it clings to the Dharma, and the Dharma is no longer the true Buddhist teaching. What is Dharma? The Dharma is the order or objective rules by which the greatest creator manages the universe and the effective operation of life. The formulas in physics, the molecular formulas in chemistry, the equations in mathematics, the structural formulas in biology, and the causal formulas in life science are all Dharma laws. All Dharma are Buddhist teachings, and all Dharma are designed and created by the greatest creator. Master Li Hongzhi said in his lecture at the Western U.S. Law Conference in Los Angeles on February 15, 2003, "Have I explained it clearly in human terms? The Dharma was created by me. All prehistoric life was created by the Dharma, and no one is an exception, and everyone is among them. Innumerable and countless great domes, innumerable and countless celestial spaces. Each space has countless lives, all of which are created by this Dharma, and no life can comment on the Dharma. This is a bit too far-fetched. The Dharma itself was created by the greatest creator, and now Master Li says that he created the Dharma. Does that mean Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator? Is the greatest creator Li Hongzhi? There is only one greatest creator in the universe. Either it is the greatest creator or Li Hongzhi, one of them must be. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, does he possess the 8 features of being unique and exclusive, amorphous, neutral, mysterious, impartial, merciful, supremely powerful, and intelligent? Humans cannot defeat the greatest creator. If Li Hongzhi is the greatest creator, can Falun Gong suffer such a calamity? If even the land where they live cannot sustain them, how can he see himself as the greatest creator? The greatest creator is amorphous and manages the entire universe. It is impossible for him to come to Earth as a human and struggle for survival. Li Hongzhi was born in this world and has a clear historical record spanning several decades. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator has never had a direct conversation with humans, but how many words has Li Hongzhi spoken to humans? The greatest creator is mysterious and unfathomable, but everything about Li Hongzhi is clear and transparent. Can he be the greatest creator? The greatest creator knows everything. But does Li Hongzhi know everything? It's doubtful, especially considering his inability to answer questions posed by scientists. Even basic questions from high school physics, chemistry, mathematics, biology, and other fields may be beyond his knowledge. Therefore, can he be the greatest creator? Li Hongzhi is a spiritual master with unique insights into the universe and life. However, if he goes beyond a certain range, there will inevitably be a backlash. There are many hidden talents and reclusive masters among humans. Some people live in seclusion, appear to be ordinary citizens, but possess extraordinary talents and ambition. Some people are silent and seemingly foolish, but in reality have exceptional wisdom and insight. Some people appear to be mediocre and ignorant, but have a deep understanding of the laws of the universe and the true meaning of life. They are like the Tao, hidden and not revealed, but will help turn the tide and support the collapsing building in critical times. In short, the greatest creator is fair and just, and the prosperity or decline of every individual, organization, and nation is determined by the balance of the greatest creator. Only by abandoning one's ego can one perceive the impartiality of the greatest creator. If one sees oneself as the center of everything and judges the greatest creator based on one's own likes, dislikes, successes, and failures, they will not be able to see the justice of the greatest creator. No matter how they look at it, they will not be able to see even a glimpse of the greatest creator. The greatest creator is merciful. 6. 上帝仁慈. Given the suffering that humanity endured during World War II, some people asserted, the greatest creator is dead. This is an insult and blasphemy against the greatest creator. To understand the greatest creator using human emotions is like a blind man feeling an elephant. Judging features of the greatest creator based solely on human life and death, violation, adversity, and poverty is like a mouse being the judge of humanity in court. Can we think that the greatest creator is unkind when we see a hard-working old mother suffering from illness and being bedridden before passing away? Can we conclude that the greatest creator is unkind when a kind and honest person suffers throughout their life? Some people are born into a life of luxury without having good morals, and yet can easily gain power and wealth. They might even behave like thieves and prostitutes or harm innocent people, but still die peacefully and receive grand funerals. Can we declare that the greatest creator favors the wicked and is unkind to the good? No. The greatest creator is merciful. To understand the mercifulness of the greatest creator, we cannot measure it based solely on human standards of right and wrong. We must recognize it from the perspective of time and space, the cycle of life, and the level of spirituality. From the Universe, Time and Space chapter of Chanyuan Corpus, we know that there are 36-dimensional spaces in the universe, and life circulates in the heaven world, Elysium world, cathode black hole body, the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, mortal world, anode black hole body, livestock world, animal world, plant world. The insect world and bacteria world form the other two life systems. The nether world, frozen layer, and inflamed layer. Humans live in the middle world, the human world. Humans have lower spirituality than gods, Buddhas, and celestials, but higher spirituality than livestock, animals, and plants. The level of spirituality decreases progressively from the heaven world to the plant world. For example, gods know everything in the universe. Buddhas know everything about the celestial land, the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the heaven world. Celestials only know everything about the human world, the animal world, and the plant world, but not the Elysium world or the heaven world. Humans only know about the animal and plant worlds, but are unclear about the celestial world, the 1,000-year world, and the 10,000-year world, the Buddha's world, the Elysium world, and the God's world, the heavenly world. Animals know about the plant world, but are not clear about other life spaces. While plants are the most ignorant of all life and have little understanding of the universe, only going along with the flow of nature and accepting whatever comes their way. From God's perspective, humans are ignorant. From Buddha's perspective, humans are evil. From celestial beings' perspective, humans are short-sighted and stupid. From mankind's own perspective, humans are both good and evil but wise. From animals' perspective, humans are unimaginable and horrible. From plants' perspective, humans are wonderful and great. Human ignorance manifests in not knowing where they come from or where they are going, living their whole lives confused and unsure, and pursuing things they shouldn't while neglecting what they should. They don't know why they live or how they die. Human evil manifests in mutual killing, oppression, disrespect of gods and Buddhas, pride and arrogance, hunting and killing wild animals, and polluting rivers and oceans. If the greatest creator were not merciful, how could we be allowed to behave recklessly in the earth home he created for us? Human genetic engineering, which is currently underway, is a great and remarkable undertaking from a human perspective, with unlimited bright prospects. However, from the perspective of the greatest creator's order, this is an extremely dangerous and evil practice, and someday humanity will pay a heavy price for it. If the greatest creator were not merciful, he would not send warnings and admonitions to humanity. Imagine if we had a few dogs at home, and they had learned how to unlock our bedroom door. What would happen then? Human foolishness and short-sightedness manifest in focusing only on immediate and personal interests, rather than long-term and collective interests. People would rather spend time and effort making money or having fun than exploring the meaning of life, resulting in decades of fleeting happiness but losing thousands of years of good life. It's like the truth that everyone understands. If everyone is honest, the world is a paradise. However, everyone tries to be clever and hopes others are honest, but exempts themselves, resulting in few truly honest people in humanity. Everyone is smart, but being too smart causes problems, making life messy and losing the bright future. Now let's answer the 3 questions raised earlier. What is the meaning of the suffering of a hard-working mother who has to endure years of bedridden illness before she passes away? An ambitious, courageous, and wise boss knows that in order to promote and value an employee, he must first let him experience various business aspects of the company, make him endure hardships that others cannot bear, and make them tolerate things that others cannot tolerate, cultivate his virtue of selfless dedication, and only then can he be entrusted with important tasks. The stricter the boss's requirements, the higher the future rewards. Mao Zedong made his son work as a farmer, then as a worker in a factory, and finally sent him to Korea to fight in a war. Why? To let him suffer first, understand the situation of the people, and finally have the hope of taking over his position and becoming a wise king. Smart parents know that if they want their children to succeed, they cannot let them have everything they want. Excessive indulgence and pampering in childhood can only lead to regrets in adolescence and old age. In the eyes of the greatest creator, humans are only in their youth. Let us endure some suffering and hardship in order to go to a better place after death, the 1,000-year world. At the very least, let us return to the human world, have the opportunity to cultivate ourselves through practice, and eventually reach the 1,000-year world. Wise people see the greatest creator as a kind father, and this is the reason. From a human emotional perspective, Allowing a hardworking mother to suffer again before her death is unkind and merciless. However, from the greatest creator's perspective, it can be seen as great kindness and benevolence. If the mother's efforts go to waste, that would be truly cruel. When President Kennedy's father refused to let someone save his son from drowning in the river, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was an inhumane act. However, old Kennedy was cultivating a future U.S. president, and how many people have such vision and foresight? The meaning of making an honest and kind person suffer for a lifetime is not different from the above. The United States has many regulations in its immigration policy. You are only eligible to live in the United States if you meet these requirements. If you want to become a professor at prestigious universities like Harvard and Cambridge, you must have certain qualifications and experience. Even if you manage to fake your way in, standing in front of clear-minded students and speaking with a mouth full of common mistakes and illogical reasoning, you will be driven out of the school within 3 days. An outstanding family does not allow their descendants to marry randomly, and a pure organization does not easily accept new members. The thousand-year world is a pure land and cannot allow someone who emits a foul stench to enter, just as no one would allow dog feces and chicken droppings in their living room. Making a kind and honest person suffer throughout their life is meant to cultivate their character so they can obtain qualifications to enter the thousand-year world. God Jesus said, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of the greatest Creator. Blessed are you who hunger now, for you shall be filled. Blessed are you who weep now, for you shall laugh." Why? God said, "Because the kingdom of the greatest Creator is yours." Buddha said, "If a virtuous man or woman receives, holds in mind, reads and recites this sutra and is despised by others, this person who is bound to suffer from evil destinies in retribution for his past sins, and whose karmic sins are now eradicated by the other's contempt, will attain supreme enlightenment." Lao Tzu said, "Misery, happiness is to be found by its side." To bestow a positive gift upon someone, you must initially extract something from them. Preaching. 爱是一种状态. Love is a state of being. 写评. From ancient times, "I love you" has been a beautiful song which has been unchanged throughout the ages. People become fascinated, infatuated, and enjoyed crazy bliss when hearing, "I love you." Today, I finally know that "I love you" is a hallucination, the unpredictable clouds, a colorful bubble, and an anesthetic. Love is a state, like the constantly shining sun, the blooming peony, the roaring river, and the bright stars twinkling in the night sky with all their luster. Love has no specific target, it is wordless, but if there are specific targets, it is not love. The sun shines down constantly on everything, but if there is a target, it is not the sun, but a searchlight, a torch, or a spotlight. Love is like the shining sun and the blooming flowers. It is a state. Neither the sun nor the flowers ever say, "I love you." No matter whether anyone is watching and no matter whether the bees and butterflies come to gather nectar, the flowers always bloom on time. Love always brings warmth, auspiciousness, harmony, goodness, happiness, and positive energy, and is infinitely fascinating to all living beings. Love never shows coldness, madness, ugliness, worry, suffering, negative energy, or desperation. Love cannot hurt anyone. If love leads to pain, grief, suffering, hatred, disappointment, or desperation, it cannot be real love. Love can only be felt by love. It cannot be demanded or taken by force, nor by money, status, fame, or beauty. Love is totally free, it is priceless, needs nothing in return, and is unconditional, with neither responsibilities, obligations, nor other requirements. Love treats everyone the same, beggars and billionaires, commoners and royalty. Love has no morals. Love has no system of values. Love lives in truth, kindness, beauty, and right, as well as in falseness, evil, ugliness, and wrong. The differences in the levels of love between different living beings are in the contents of love's energy. The more love a living being has, the higher its level is. The less love it has, the lower its level is. This is the same as the differences of kerosene lamps, electric lamps, and the sun. They are shining different lights. The kerosene lamp can only illuminate one room in a house, and the electric lamp can illuminate a yard, but the sun can illuminate a much larger area. The light of the Buddha can spread everywhere, but the light of human beings can only spread in limited regions. This is the difference between Buddhas and people. So, we understand that those who love everything and live for the benefit of all living beings are Buddhas. Those who only love and think about themselves are devils. Those who love and live for only one person or several people are animals. And those who only love and live for a group of people are human beings. According to this, we know that those who selfishly love themselves are the offsprings of devils. Those who only love one person or thing, such as within monogamous marriage, are the lowest level of animals. Those who love their families are the lowest level of human beings. And those who love their own nations, religions, organizations, and political parties are human beings. But those who live for the benefit of all living beings regardless of their own interests are more than human beings. They are bodhisattvas, angels, and Buddhas. Human beings are not worthy of speaking the word love. Love is the patent of bodhisattvas, angels, and Buddhas. Love is profaned when one person says, "I love you," to another. Love is a non-material existence. Only those who have love for themselves can feel love. You will never feel love if you do not have love within yourself. Only if you have eyes can you see the eyes of other lives. Only if you are not colorblind can you see how colorful the world is. Those people with the greatest love will become super celestial beings. The greatest love is that you, yourself, completely become love. The greatest creator is love. Only by making ourselves become love can we enter the secret garden of the greatest creator, the celestial island continent of the Elysium world. 天堂在哪里? Where is heaven? 仙境. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Heaven, or the kingdom of heaven, is the general term for the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium celestial islands continent. Heaven is where those lives' non-material structures are more perfect than human ones. The greatest characteristic of heaven is the amount of freedom of life. Freedom from the issues of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, disease, war, and sudden disaster. The 1,000-year world is a celestial body 960 light years away from the Earth. 10 times the size of the Earth, it is currently inhabited by approximately 200 million people. As the basic lifespans of celestial beings on this planet are about 1,000 Earth years, it is called the 1,000-year world. More details are available in Chapter 14 of The 1,000-Year World, the non-material world. The 10,000-year world is a beautiful celestial body located 3,480 light years from the Earth. It is 16 times bigger than the Earth and is equidistant from 16 suns which surround it. About 100 million celestial beings live there with similar basic characteristics as the land's celestial beings described in Taoism. They enjoy lifespans of about 35,000 Earth years, and it is thusly called the 10,000-year world. More details are available in Chapter 14 of The 10,000-Year World, the non-material world. The Elysium world is the general term for the Paradise universe. We inhabit a small place that is called the Earth universe. The Paradise universe is called this in relation to other universes. The structure of the Paradise universe is a Taiji ellipsoid which is called a low-rotary galaxy. Low-rotary galaxies contain 3,000 rotary river galaxies which each contain 3,000 Milky Way-type galaxies, and each Milky Way-type system contains 3,000 solar systems. In other words, the Elysium world is composed of 3,000 macro worlds, 9 million medium worlds, and 27 billion small worlds like the Earth. The Elysium world is a non-material existence. If the world on which we live were the front side of a sheet of paper, then the Elysium world would be the reverse side and we would never have access to it unless we could pass through it and enter the back. The place where humans live is also where the Elysium world exists, for the Earth is within the realm of the Elysium world. The Elysium world has 10 continents. The Lotus continent. the Borneo continent, the Kasayapa continent, the Ingwu continent, the Amida Buddha continent, the Celestial Islands continent, the Three Worlds, the Two-Way continent, the Moon Temple continent, the Gods continent, the Supreme Authentic Wisdom continent. The Celestial Islands continent is one of the continents of the Elysium world. These 10 continents are also called the Pure Land or the Buddha Land. Refer to the Elysium word within the non-material world. The place to which Life Changyuan guides Changyuan celestials toward is the Elysium Celestial Islands continent. It has 80 billion islands. Apart from the 30 billion islands that have been homesteaded by celestial beings, the remaining 50 billion islands are currently uninhabited. The celestial beings in the Elysium Celestial Islands continent are called super celestial beings, or Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. When people are asked where heaven and hell are, many of them answer that heaven and hell are in people's hearts. This is only half true because the idea is that the whole of the universe depends on the mind and all rules depend on cognition. The environment is created and generated by the mind, and everyone's closest friends and dearest relatives are in their minds, are only half true. Heaven and hell would still exist if people did not think about them, just as people's relatives who live far away would not disappear if they did, and they would still exist even if they were not thought about or even forgotten. Absolute idealism can confuse people. Actually, it is easy to go to heaven, but it is extremely difficult to break our obsession. Many secrets seem very mysterious, but once they are pierced, they become clear and simple. 程序在运行. The program is running. 写法. There is a saying, fishes are in the water and humans are in the Tao. All things in the universe are running in the Tao. If we have difficulty understanding the elusive Tao, let me make it simple. We can also call it program. So the above saying could be, fishes are in the water and humans are in the program. And all things in the universe are running in the program. What is program? In Chinese, program is 程序. 程 means the rule, law, pattern, and equation. 序 means sequence and order. Program, 程序, means the order of formation, development, change, and evolution of a thing according to established rules. The computer we use is the best example of program. We can somehow say that a computer is a program. To use a computer, we need to follow programs. Whoever is good at programming is a computer expert. Hackers are computer experts who can break, interrupt, and change computer programs. Computer programs are designed by human beings, while the program of the universe is designed by the greatest creator. The seasonal order of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in some areas of the earth is a program. The order of seasons is strictly changing according to the program. Spring comes after winter, and winter comes after autumn. They have been in that order for thousands of years. The process of a human body changes in the order of a fetus, baby, toddler, child, teenager, adult, and senior is also an established program. Human beings have to go through this process, which is out of their control. The germination, growth, flowering, fruiting, and withering of a plant is also a program. The law of causality, reap what you sow, is also an established program. You will not reap banana if you sow melon, and you will not reap cherry if you sow bean. What goes around comes around. The treacherous are cheated by the treacherous, and the honest are appreciated by the honest. If you pursue Buddhahood, you attain Buddhahood, and if you admire the beast, you acquire the nature of the beast. If you do not give freedom to others, you will not get freedom yourself. If you want to control others, you will be controlled. Furtiveness and deceit will make you a ghost and lead you to hell, while integrity and good merits will make you a celestial and lead you to heaven. This is also a program. When a man reaches a certain age, facial, armpit, and pubic hair start to grow. When a woman reaches a certain age, she starts to have menses. When a child is born, the mother begins to lactate. When a woman reaches menopause, she starts to have fewer and fewer menses until they stop. It is a biological program. The traditional family is also a program. When one gets married, he or she has to live according to the family program, which is beyond their control. Countries are programs. When one becomes a citizen of a country, he or she must involuntarily follow the country's program. If there is no external force, things will run around and around according to the rules of the program. Life will reincarnate according to the set program. To avoid constraints of the program, there must be an external force, without which the development of things will not change the track. It is just like a man is not able to make his feet leave the ground by dragging his hair. The external force is not necessarily a mechanical force. An accident, a phenomenon, a book, a story, and a sentence, even an insect, a hairstyle, a blade of grass, or an action could become the force. As long as it is able to change the existing program, no matter how small the changes are, it is an external force. The teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, Prophet Muhammad, and Confucius are very strong external forces. How many programs are there in the universe? There are numerous. There is the program governing the movements of planets, the program of society's development, and the program of life changes. Each space has its own program. Each plant and animal has their own growing program. There are master programs and subprograms. There are long-term programs, short-term programs, etc. Programs are very rigorous. While they are also layered and closely related, they are causes and effects and are flexible to change. The master program is normally unchangeable, while subprograms are changeable. For example, it is difficult to change the master program of birth, growth, aging, and death of a human, while things like short-term depression can be changed by external forces such as inspiring words or actions. The change of the master program of how hair grows is very difficult, but the hairstyle can be changed easily. The master program of the nature of life is almost impossible to change, but the direction of life can be changed. You cannot touch a pitch and not be mucked. Without the external force, the track of life will not change. Life follows its trail. Once there is an external force, the track of life changes. A single conversation across the table with a wise man is worth 10 years of studying books. One takes the way of saints when influenced by a saint, and one takes the way of robbers when influenced by a robber. A butcher becomes a Buddha the moment he drops his cleaver. A thought and an idea can change one's destiny. Whichever direction you choose at an intersection without a sign, the corresponding program starts to work. For example, at the intersection of 4 roads, the first road leads to hell, the second to the human world, the third to the Buddha world, and the fourth to the celestial world. Where there is no road sign, our choice activates the corresponding program and it will lead us to a destination unless we change the route midway. All programs are predefined, but human beings can transfer from one program to another. When a man exits one program, he enters another. It is impossible to enter an area that is not within a program. Human beings can only enter 12 programs, and the best and most free life program is the program of the Elysium world. When one life possesses the consciousness of a human being, he lives in the program of the human world and will therefore be constrained by the limits of the program. Once a life possesses the consciousness of a celestial being, his living program starts to slowly transfer to the program of the Elysium world, which means he has changed his life track. All programs are already designed, and many of them are hidden programs. Once conditions are met, any incident will activate the program. It is just like a landmine. It explodes when you step on it, but as long as it is not touched, it will remain hidden underground. It is also like drinking potassium cyanide. You will immediately feel terrible in your organs, foam at the mouth, and quickly bleed to death. When conditions are not ripe, the program will not activate. When the temperature is not warm enough, mosquitoes and flies will not revive and fly. When yin and yang do not meet each other, lightning and thunder will not fill the sky. Without proper humidity and temperature, seeds will not germinate. Before one has reached a certain stage of self-cultivation, he or she will not transform into a celestial being. One cannot enter into an oasis if he or she has not walked out from a desert. One cannot enter a new program if he or she does not leave the traditional family. One cannot enter heaven if he or she does not walk out of the human world. In short, these are predefined programs. When a program is activated, do not worry, for it will run automatically. It is just as a female egg will grow automatically once it is fertilized. We feed a child every day, so he will grow as well. In spring, if we spread seeds in the land, they will automatically germinate, flower, and fruit. It is the result as well as the power of the program. As long as we plant seeds, there will be fruits. This is how the program works. However, we must wait for the fruit to become ripe. We can get some fruits very quickly, while we need to wait more time to get others. And for some seeds, we need to wait a very long time to get their fruits. Peach fruits in 3 years and apricot in 4 years, while we need to wait 18 years to be able to enjoy the fruit of walnuts. Anxiety does no good. As a man sows, so he shall reap. We do not see the fruit, not because it is barren, but we shall see it when the time is right. By observing the current situation of humans in the society, we can know their past. By observing their current behaviors, we can forecast their future. If we do not see anything happen in 5 years, wait for another 5 years, and if still nothing happens, wait for 100 years. In a word, what goes around comes around. This is because the program is running and is not fortune-telling. We must trust programs and trust that as long as we give, we gain. We need to give first in order to gain. If we give others love, we will gain a beautiful life, future, or something else. If we cheat others, or take a bribe of $100,000, we get many temporary benefits, but in the future, we might need to pay the price of a limb, face a calamity, or reincarnate to an animal to pay our debts. Therefore, any behavior that tries to take advantage of others is foolish, cheating and lying is stupid, and being opportunistic is short-sighted. Throw a long line to catch a big fish. Being diligent on self-cultivation, it is possible to achieve the life level of a celestial being. Do not care that you get a return when you are committed to something. Just make your contribution wholeheartedly and ask not for gain. As long as you give, you will gain. This is because the program is running. 穷人进不了天堂. The poor cannot enter into heaven. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. This is a cruel reality because even Jesus Christ said, "It is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." We take it for granted that the kingdom of God belongs to the poor. However, after more than 10 years of harvesting the ripe crops, I have found that the poor cannot enter into heaven. The most distinctive feature of the poor is that they take, while that of the rich is that they give. A person who takes constantly is continuously sinning, accumulating debt, and digging deeper into debt. According to the law of the gravitation of life and the rules of the sum of positive and negative energies always equal 0, the poor will have to stay within the 6 great divisions in the wheel of karma without any hope of entering heaven. Heaven belongs to the rich and hell belongs to the poor. This fact sounds so miserable that I feel unkind saying it or even thinking it. It is the same as putting a knife into the hearts of the poor as their blood pours out. However, not telling the truth would mean that I, Xiefeng, am a big liar. And as those who conceal the truth would certainly go straight to hell. So who are the rich and who are the poor? Those who give wealth to others, to society, and to nature without incurring debts are rich, but those who constantly take from others, from society, and from nature while incurring debts are poor. What is wealth? What others, society, and nature need is wealth. Wealth is defined as soul wealth, spiritual wealth, and material wealth. All that can bring others' minds peace, serenity, and calmness are soul wealth. All that can encourage and cheer others on, or that can bring them passionate enthusiasm of life are spiritual wealth, and all that can offer the conveniences of food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, aging, illness, and death are material wealth. As long as you owe a debt and continue to take, you will be among the poor, but as long as you are not in debt and continue to give, you will be among the rich. Debt contains 3 aspects. Economic debt, to own others' money, including bank loans which have not been returned, to borrow others' things without returning them or to damage them without compensating their owners, to demolish others' houses without compensating their owners, to receive others' services or treats but not return or repay them, and so on are what we call economic debt. Emotional debt. Care from grandparents, love and care received from childhood by our parents, concern and care from siblings, help from friends, relatives, and neighbors, guidance from superiors, and the cooperation of workmates, education and guidance from masters and teachers, care and consideration from lovers and spouses, special filial piety from children, and similar ties are all forms of emotional debt. Spiritual debt. The greatest Creator's grace, such as the enjoyment of the sun, the air, and the water, the pleasure to experience the splendid kaleidoscopic world, the spiritual teachings and the guidance of God, Buddha, celestial beings, and many saints and sages are all spiritual debts. Referring to the three types of debt above, you will easily know whether you are rich or poor, isa billionaire rich. This is hard to say. Is a farmer in a distant village poor? This is equally hard to say. A billionaire who is in debt and keeps taking is poor, but a farmer with no debts and who is able to give themselves to others, society, and nature is rich. There are many ways to devote oneself to others, society, and nature. Whether it is materialistically, intellectually, or ideologically, or spiritually, as long as they give to others, to society, and to nature, that is devotion and dedication. To give a sweet smile is devotion, as are making others happy and joyous. And bringing people hope and pleasure is devotion to society, and protecting nature from damage is devotion to nature. But the most valuable and significant of all types of giving is what Buddha Sakyamuni called formless almsgiving. In conclusion, those who have given more than they have taken will enter heaven. Those who have taken more than their share of blessings will go to hell. Those who have given equally to what they have taken will continue their reincarnations into the mortal world. Who can give and pay dedications and devotions effectively? Only the rich, so heaven is theirs. The poor have nothing to give or pay back for their poverty, so they cannot go to the heaven, but only fall toward reincarnating into the animal level. All the poor must awake and watch. 内在结构决定一切. Internal structure is what matters. 写法. The nature and function of things are determined by their internal structures. Sugar is sweet while tea is bitter, and this is decided by their structure, not by people. The price of a 1 carat, 0.2 g, diamond is 14,000 RMB yuan, but the price of an ounce of gold is only about 10,270 RMB yuan. That is to say that 1 carat of gold costs 70 renminbi yuan. The price difference between diamonds and gold is 200:1. The fundamental reason lies in the different internal structures of the two. The value of 1 carat of common stone is too small to measure. The greatest creator, gods and Buddha, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, devils, demons, monsters, mortals, evil spirits, animals, and other life are quite different from one another, and the reason is also because of their different internal structures. Celestials, saints, sages, mortals, laity, laymen, and ignorant people are all humans, but they are unlike each other because each has a different internal structure. It is as with mushrooms that some are nutritious and will feed you, but some others are poisonous and will sicken or kill you. This too is because of their different internal structures. From this we can understand that the role a person plays, the responsibilities that they assume, and the accomplishments that they achieve are completely determined by their internal structure and not by others or by society. Gems are inlaid into crowns, while cobblestones are not. Thus we further understand that it is wrong to envy or admire others, or to blame social injustice. In any case, we should neither complain, resent, nor loathe having a low social status or position. This is called being content in poverty and devoted to spiritual matters. Since we understand that all things are determined by internal structures, we should then make efforts to change and perfect our own internal structures rather than flattering or currying favor with others, using connections for special treatment, envying and admiring others, complaining and resenting others or our society, seeking magic power or skills, seeking shortcuts or begging for mercy and help, blaming or accusing others for our bad luck, being opportunistic, or finding secrets to success. Peaches and plums do not talk, but people come to pick them. The fragrance of flowers attract butterflies. Peonies do not assume their beauty, but people naturally sing songs about them. No matter how flies and mosquitoes dress themselves, people will still detest them. Beggars cannot have refined tastes. Dog meat is not to be served at feasts. Those who lack elegance and good etiquette are not presentable. In short, the internal structure of each thing determines its social role and status. At this point, if someone still complains about heaven and earth or blames others or society for their ill treatment or bad luck in life, or finds excuses and reasons to blame others rather than themselves for their failures, then they would have to be either ignorant or just plain stupid. Are you not satisfied with your current situation? Do not find external excuses and reasons, but make sure to look for source causes from your own internal structure. The internal structures of things are determined by their quality. Taking people, for example, good intrinsic qualities are marked with diligence, kindness, purity, honesty, integrity, modesty, and open-mindedness, whereas bad qualities are shown as jealousy, blame, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, dishonesty, and narrow-mindedness. A person who does not have good quality can never be smooth and refined no matter how they struggle, be accomplished in their career, or sail easily through life. They may enjoy good fortune for brief times, but not for very long. People who are moving toward heaven through self-refinery and self-improvement should never waste valuable time and energy on changing the external world or on changing their external appearance. They should invest their time and energy into improving and perfecting the non-material structures of their lives and on developing good quality. If their quality is not excellent and their structure is not perfect, then they can never reach heaven. It is the same as with a hard rock. Try as it may, it will never be cherished and valued by others. It must alter its internal structure in order to be valued and loved as a treasure and be applied in the most eye-striking and noble places. 内在结构决定一切. Internal structure is what matters. 写法. The nature and function of things are determined by their internal structures. Sugar is sweet while tea is bitter, and this is decided by their structure, not by people. The price of a 1 carat, 0.2 g, diamond is 14,000 RMB yuan, but the price of an ounce of gold is only about 10,270 RMB yuan. That is to say that 1 carat of gold costs 70 renminbi yuan. The price difference between diamonds and gold is 200:1. The fundamental reason lies in the different internal structures of the two. The value of 1 carat of common stone is too small to measure. The greatest creator, gods and Buddha, angels, bodhisattvas, celestial beings, devils, demons, monsters, mortals, evil spirits, animals, and other life are quite different from one another, and the reason is also because of their different internal structures. Celestials, saints, sages, mortals, laities, laymen, and ignorant people are all humans, but they are unlike each other because each has a different internal structure. It is as with mushrooms that some are nutritious and will feed you, but some others are poisonous and will sicken or kill you. This too is because of their different internal structures. From this we can understand that the role a person plays, the responsibilities that they assume, and the accomplishments that they achieve are completely determined by their internal structure and not by others or by society. Gems are inlaid into crowns, while cobblestones are not. Thus we further understand that it is wrong to envy or admire others, or to blame social injustice. In any case, we should neither complain, resent, nor loathe having a low social status or position. This is called being content in poverty and devoted to spiritual matters. Since we understand that all things are determined by internal structures, we should then make efforts to change and perfect our own internal structures rather than flattering or currying favor with others, using connections for special treatment, envying and admiring others, complaining and resenting others or our society, seeking magic power or skills, seeking shortcuts or begging for mercy and help, blaming or accusing others for our bad luck, being opportunistic, or finding secrets to success. Peaches and plums do not talk, but people come to pick them. The fragrance of flowers attract butterflies. Peonies do not assume their beauty, but people naturally sing songs about them. No matter how flies and mosquitoes dress themselves, people will still detest them. Beggars cannot have refined tastes. Dog meat is not to be served at feasts. Those who lack elegance and good etiquette are not presentable. In short, the internal structure of each thing determines its social role and status. At this point, if someone still complains about heaven and earth or blames others or society for their ill treatment or bad luck in life, or finds excuses and reasons to blame others rather than themselves for their failures, then they would have to be either ignorant or just plain stupid. Are you not satisfied with your current situation? Do not find external excuses and reasons, but make sure to look for source causes from your own internal structure. The internal structures of things are determined by their quality. Taking people, for example, good intrinsic qualities are marked with diligence, kindness, purity, honesty, integrity, modesty, and open-mindedness, whereas bad qualities are shown as jealousy, blame, selfishness, greed, laziness, arrogance, dishonesty, and narrow-mindedness. A person who does not have good quality can never be smooth and refined no matter how they struggle, be accomplished in their career, or sail easily through life. They may enjoy good fortune for brief times, but not for very long. People who are moving toward heaven through self-refinery and self-improvement should never waste valuable time and energy on changing the external world or on changing their external appearance. They should invest their time and energy into improving and perfecting the non-material structures of their lives and on developing good quality. If their quality is not excellent and their structure is not perfect, then they can never reach heaven. It is the same as with a hard rock. Try as it may, it will never be cherished and valued by others. It must alter its internal structure in order to be valued and loved as a treasure and be applied in the most eye-striking and noble places. 让我们来读无字天书. Reading the book without words. 写评. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. There are 3 types of books. The first one is with words, such as newspapers, magazines, journals, and other publications, both paper and online. The second is with symbols, such as sculptures, paintings, and music. The third kind includes everything in nature. The so-called book without words refers to all images and things in nature with neither words nor symbols. The most esoteric of the 3 books is the one without words, but the simplest is the one with words. People with low spiritual natures can only read books with words, but only people with high spiritual natures can read the book without words. What the gods, Buddha, celestial beings, and saints read is the book without words. The 6th Zen patriarch, Huineng, was illiterate, but became the patriarch because he could read the book without words. Therefore, if a person wants to become a master, a celestial being, or Buddha, they must read the book without words. Reading things, phenomena, and people is reading the book without words. Let us try to read it. A person with body odor or halitosis, bad breath, might not be aware of it. When we eat garlic or green onions, we do not smell them ourselves, but others will smell them and will know it. The natures and attributes of things give off their corresponding smells. Those who have smelled or eaten durian know it by its smell. We can learn this truth from the book without words. The essence is revealed from the phenomenon. For instance, if we want to know a person's nature, we can learn their internal natural structure from what they have said and done before. Many allusions in Chinese history are full of wisdom, such as the relationship between Su Dongpa and Master Foyan. Su Dongpa always wanted to outsmart Master Foyan, but he never succeeded. Once, Master Foyan told Su Dongpa that he looked like a statue of Buddha, but Su Dongpa replied that Master Foyan looked like a heap of cow dung. To this, Master Foyan just smiled and walked away silently. Su Dongpa thought he had taken the upper hand this time, so he joyfully told his smart sister Su Xiaomei about it when he got home. Hearing this, Su Xiaomei said, "You are utterly defeated this time. Because Master Foyan has Buddha in his heart, he sees a statue of him in you. But you have a heap of cow dung in your heart, so you see that in him." Nature reveals what it is. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. A person who is filled with love can feel nature's love and others' love, but a person with no love in their heart can never feel your love regardless of how much you show it. Those who always compliment others have rich and beautiful spirits and souls, but those who always demean, mock, criticize, insult, and attack others, and who always speak badly about them, both to their faces and behind their backs, most clearly have ugly souls and extremely poor spirits. Speaking well of others shows that one is good, but speaking ill of others shows that one is not. Flowers always emit lovely fragrances wherever they are, but dog droppings always give off undesirable stench in spite of their surroundings. One who accuses others of heresy exposes that they themselves are heretical. As with Su Dongpa, he had cow dung in his heart, so he saw Master Foyan as such. Therefore, people should not care about others' comments and judgments. Flies and mosquitoes will consider you disgusting because they are disgusting, but butterflies will find you beautiful because they are beautiful. An artist painted a picture which he believed to be fairly good, but he wanted to know how people would react to it. So he left his picture in a public place with a brush and some ink next to it and wrote on top of the painting, Please point out any faulty strokes in this painting. At day's end, he recovered his painting, but the painting was completely different. Each stroke was criticized as being faulty. The painter was so sad and distressed that he barely slept that night. But the next day, he painted the exact same picture as before and took it back to that same public place, except this time he wrote, "Please point out the superb artistry of this painting." At the end of the day, the painting was again completely different, except that now all the comments described its elegance and beauty. He sighed with emotion. The good or bad of the painting was determined by the viewer's state. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Quantum mechanics also explains the same principle. The movements of fundamental particles are decided by the consciousness of the persons watching them. The Japanese scientist Masaru Emoto found that the structures of pure ice crystals can be shaped by the mentalities of people observing them. If the observer's heart is full of love, or if the freezing water is exposed to positive emotions, such as love or gratitude, or to music, prayers, or art, the ice crystals become symmetric and perfect. But if the observer's heart is filled with hate, or if the water is exposed to negativity such as mean words or destructive images, they appear very disorderly and irregular. Therefore, we should not be affected by others' comments about ourselves, or we will be fooled. The Pygmalion, or Rosenthal, effect on psychology illustrates this point well. People develop in line with others' suggestions and expectations. We must only be committed to ourselves and ignore other people's comments in order to live out our own lives. If someone accuses you of being mentally disordered, just smile and do not get upset, for it is they who are mentally disturbed. But if someone praises you as being a saint, do not be blindly proud, for it is they who are the saint. Let us read the book without words as such. I have written more than 100 articles on revelations which may help you to find your enlightenment. 如何知道自己的前世? How to know our previous lives. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The hypnotic induction method is one way, but we can also observe ourselves from the life clues found in our previous lives. The universe is holographic, our life is holographic, and our life information base contains all of the information from all the ages of all life journeys of all generations, and the information is always passed down. This information is hidden, but it will reveal itself every now and then. By capturing these momentarily revealed clues, we can trace our pasts. Understanding the life characteristics of 36-dimensional space is conducive for us to understand more of our previous lives. There is only one kind of human nature, but from the people that we know and those that we know of through various channels, we can see that human nature are diverse and colorful. There are quantum differences between people, sometimes even poles apart. The reasons are that people have different origins. Some are from the heaven world, some from the animal world, and some are reincarnations from the mortal world. Even for those from the heaven world, there are great differences. Those from the Elysium world and from the thousand-year world can never be the same. Likewise, even for those from the animal world, those who were carnivores will have totally different natures than those who were herbivores. In this sense, mankind is a rabble. The mortal world is a tenement yard for all kinds of lives. There are hundreds of thousands of clues to trace our previous lives, but we can only have rough ideas about them from these clues. Here are 18 examples. If you have holographic order thinking, congratulations, then you are from the side of the greatest creator. You are a god. If you have formless thinking, congratulations, then you came to the mortal world from the Elysium world. You were a Buddha. If you know that you can change a world magically, then you were a super celestial being. If you were born to like freedom and always seek happiness and joy, you can follow your heart's desire without overstepping the line, then you were a celestial being. If you often dream of flying freely, your mind and body are often in a strange state of joy, you have no fear of death and hate your life in the mortal world, then you are from the 10,000-year world. If you are always looking for the way back home and feel that you do not belong to the mortal world, you are moreover benevolent and kind, a fun lover. You do not want to be fettered by states, religions, organizations, or families, and you fancy and yearn for a better life in the future, then you are from the 1,000-year world. If you have the Taiji thinking and you are super wise, clever, and gifted, then you are someone influential in society, maybe even a sage or saint. If you love your own nation, culture, family, and family life, and think all this is perfectly justified, then you are a mortal human. If you often dream of flying in your dreams, but still feel attached to the mortal world, then you are a bird. If you derive pleasure from and even love eating meat and have never felt the suffering and misery of life being slaughtered for meat, then you are a predatory carnivore. If you naturally prefer vegetarian or vegan foods, are naturally timid and afraid of being hurt, like to depend on groups, love your family and religion, then you are a docile herbivore. If you inherently want to be a policeman, are very sensitive to theft and crime in society, and always want to arrest criminals, then you are feline, a cat. If you innately want to be a soldier, are willing to defend your land and home, then you are a dog or wolf. If you naturally prefer to take, embezzle, and steal, then you are a mouse or other rodent. If your nature is to bear hardship without complaining, endure bullying without resisting, harbor grudges without showing them in words and deeds, be trampled upon and feel powerless to resist, completely abide by your destiny, then you are a farm animal from the livestock world. If you are naturally aggressive and quick-thinking, good at sorcery, and can derive pleasure from the pain of other life, then you are from the devil world. If you have extraordinary bearing and charming style, are endearing and extremely selfish, then you are a goblin. If you are clever in trivial matters and have mastered a lot of magic tricks, you always watch for your chance to seize others' love and property, then you are an evil spirit. Draw analogies by checking yourself against the dispositions of other life, and you will find traces of your previous lives. Note: life in the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the netherworld usually do not directly enter the human world. Insects and many plants belong to other life cycles, which never enter into the human world. The above is only a general outline. If you want to know your previous lives from A to Z, you will have to observe and verify repeatedly. Like attracts like, you can also find your shadows of the past from those people with whom you associate most often and most closely. After reading this article, some people may be excited, but others may be angry. Please calm down, because what you see is your past, not your present. No matter what you were in the past, you are now a human. After you know the coordinate system and your coordinate point, you will have a clear idea of the direction and destination of your life's evolution. If you think this article is bullshit and nonsense, just take it as a fun game. Please refer to the next article, How to Predict Your Own Afterlife. 如何推测自己的来世? How to Predict Your Own Afterlife. Dayform Celestial. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Everything has the ability to move and develop, and this includes life. When we see a pregnant woman, we know that she is conceiving life. She is having a baby. After the baby is born, we know that it will gradually grow up, move from childhood to adolescence, youth, middle age, and old age. After spring, we know it will be summer, fall, and winter. As long as we know our situation, we can predict our life state in our next phase. To speculate about your afterlife, you first need to understand the non-material structural state of your life. You cannot see your life's non-material structure with your naked eyes. The only way to do this is to examine your own consciousness. You can predict your afterlife according to the characteristics of your own consciousness. Consciousness is the essences of life. Different consciousnesses determine different life states. Some days ago, Foshan Celestial and I went to enjoy a terrace in Yuanyang, Yunnan. When we went deep into the village and I saw how some elderly Hani people were having hard lives, I asked him, these elderly people have suffered in this valley throughout their lifetimes. Will they continue to be here in their afterlives? They should leave this valley. Foshan Celestial replied, they will continue to reincarnate here because they have no other place or world in their consciousnesses unless they desire to leave this valley and learn about the outside world. This answer reveals the secret of reincarnation. Consciousness decides existence. To an individual life, what is not in consciousness does not exist. What is wanted to be exist, it must exist in consciousness at first. As the French philosopher René Descartes put it, I think, therefore I am. Why do I have the nerve to say that I can guide Chanyuan Celestials to the Celestial Islands continent? Because I keep infusing the content of it into them. When they understand all the details about it, especially the characteristics of life and the lifestyles of the super celestial beings there, and gradually clear away other consciousnesses, they will undoubtedly go to the celestial islands continent in their next lives. This is scientific truth. It is meticulous and exact. So, how can you predict your own afterlife? You must read and fully understand life's 18 qualities in Humans, Beings, and Life first, and then you will know. People look alike in appearance, but they are very different deep inside. At the same time, you can check your faults by referring to the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. Here are seven suggestions. If you have killed many dogs, then you will be a dog in your next life. This is karma and exact. You can make analogies for other cases. If you have murdered a person, then you will inevitably go to the hell world, the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Divine's punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. If you have abused life, then you will definitely go to the hell world, the netherworld. You reap what you sow. If you oppress the good and kind, swindle and cheat, steal and loot, then you will go to the animal world. As you sow, so shall you reap. If you love freedom, but are still ignorant, then you will be a bird. If you owe too many debts that are left unpaid, then you will likely go to the livestock world. If you are kind and hardworking and love your family, culture, and state very much, then you will continue to be reborn as mortal human. Remember the warnings and teachings of Jesus Christ. If you leave a penny of unpaid debt, then you cannot leave the place where you owe it. If you have unfulfilled wishes, then you will return back to the mortal world. You will have to investigate into your past lives. Do not assume that if you forget something, it will just go away. Make a careful list of your wrongdoings from the Supreme Book of Rewards and Punishments. If you find some, do not just let them go, but learn to compensate. Here are six suggestions. If you have harmed animals, henceforth love them. If you have harmed people, henceforth love them. If you owe someone emotionally, pay back the emotion. If you owe debts, pay back the debts. Ask for forgiveness for the damage, abuse, and bullying of people or other life. Do merits as far as possible and do merits according to the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving. If your merits are great enough, you can compensate for your faults and debts that have accumulated over many generations. If you have a clear conscience and have paid back the grace of your parents and nature, and if you do not owe a single debt to any person or animal, then you will be free to go to heaven in your next life. Those who talk about spirits, deities, fortune, and disaster, lose nature, are sneaky, speak voices dripping with sarcasm, resort to sorcery, and talk nonsense will become ghosts, demons, and monsters. We can just look at the variety of fruits and flowers that we see. Why are they so different from each other? The reason lies in the structures of their lives. Their different life structures are the differences of their entities, and in the teachings of Cinku and Celestial, their forms and uses will be different. Always remember these four truths. If you eliminate the concepts of family, nation, culture, and religion from your consciousness, are fond of freedom, happiness, and joy, have repaid all your debts in the mortal world, and have done merits, then you will go to the 1,000-year world of heaven. If you often dream of flying and are in a state of joy without having sexual contact, then you will go to the 10,000-year world of heaven. If you possess Buddha consciousness, then you will go to the corresponding Elysium world. If you revere the greatest creator, revere life, take the way of the greatest creator, have obtained supernatural powers, and can fancy an ideal world, then there is no doubt that you will go to the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world. You are the one who knows best about what kind of non-material structure your life has achieved. If you do not know, then your spiritual perception has not yet opened, and you should work at opening it. The above are general ideas and may not be very accurate, but they can serve as a general navigation. You need to draw inferences about other cases from one instance in order to predict your afterlife. 人生的轨迹与自由意志 The trajectory and free will of life. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. There are many times more stars in the sky than people on Earth. Each star floats along its own orbit around the galaxy, and each orbit is determined and is not its free choice. Life also has its track. Birth, growth, aging, and death is our inescapable course. 18 properties cannot be self-managed within life's track. If we make a detailed search and analysis, we can see that each detail on life's track is predetermined, including our name, temperament or character, words and actions, who we will encounter, what we will suffer, what diseases we will succumb to at each stage of life, when the end will come, and so on. Here is the question. Since our life trajectory and its details are already predestined, do people have free will or not? And if they do have free will, how then is it manifested? There is no doubt that people have free will. It is precisely this free will that causes the hesitation, trouble, agony, fear, and sadness in life. The universe is one. The universe is holographic. The universe is a big play. Everything that happens in human society is a single episode of the big play of the universe. Everyone is an actor on this big stage of life and performs in strict accordance with a predetermined plot and is playing their role in this prescribed scenario. The hesitations, troubles, agonies, fears, sadness, and other psychological feelings in life result from the conflicts and contradictions between each person's free will and their role in the play. You are asked to play a mouse, but your free will wants you to play an elephant. You are asked to live in a thatched cottage, but your free will wants you to live in a five-star hotel. You are asked to cooperate and serve a certain person, but you attempt to make them cooperate and serve you. You are asked to grow vegetables, but you hope to make a spaceship. You are asked to do good or evil, but you choose to do the opposite, and so on. This is the conflict between your role in the play and your free will. Whenever the arrangement of the play is contradicted by free will, hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, fear, worry, and sadness will take over. If your free will agrees with the arrangement of the plot, you will feel peace, joy, happiness, and blessings in your heart and feel free. The highest realm of self-refinery and self-improvement requires you to eliminate your self-persistence and to become free from ego. It is only in this way that you can unite with Tao. Then, when you do that, you will attain the spiritual state of an immortal. Here is another question. Since everything is predestined, what is the value and meaning of struggling and making efforts? First, the so-called struggling and making efforts are barely more than nonsense. When a program is determined, the role to be played is determined and one's so-called struggles and efforts are determined. That is, you will have to struggle and make efforts because a series of things will force you to. It is decided by the non-material structure of your life. Your character and temperament will force or encourage you to struggle and make efforts. This is determined by the self-state. It is not that I want to struggle and make efforts, but my character and the things happening around me and their ramifications prompt me to do so. This is described as, many things are not in charge of our hands in this world. Every person yearns for a better future and to go to heaven, so who can eventually achieve their most beautiful dreams? Also, now that everything is predestined, what is the point of personal yearning? This involves some of the programs of the play of the universe. The play of the universe has destiny and variables. The plot of the play is destiny. Who shall play which characters in the play are variables. If you play well, you can constantly play the role more according to your free will, such as to play in heaven. If you play badly, you will play a role more deviated from your free will, such as to play a demon in hell. Who then will go to heaven? Anyone who can play the role in accordance with the established plot of the play, free from self-persistence and free from ego, will go to heaven, but anyone who has conflicts with the arranged plot, that is, whose self-conscious is too strong and is unwilling to play the role, will end up in hell. We can find such a secret from this. Going to heaven or hell has nothing to do with the role you play, but everything with how well you play it. For instance, from most people's perspective, Adolf Hitler should definitely be in hell, but from the plot of the play of the universe, if he played his part very well, he would be in heaven. No matter what your role is, an emperor or a thief, as long as you play it well, your reward will be to go to heaven. If you do not play it well, you will be doomed to reside in hell. So, how does one know whether they are playing well or not? Here is a very simple validation method. Namely, no matter what role you play, be it one with much pain and suffering or one that enjoys happiness and pleasure, be it a role to ride the whirlwind or one to suffer the commonplace. If you can stay calm, be happy and joyful, free from hesitation, trouble, agony, anxiety, worry, and fear, but with gratitude, then you have played well. Otherwise, you will have failed the role. Those who have mastered the essence of the teachings and instructions of Buddha understand that self-persistence is the biggest obstacle to the Elysium world. Self-persistence is the result of a strong, free consciousness. If you do everything according to your own ideas and wishes, if you always believe that yours is a just cause, if you always insist on your own views, if you always know that you are right, then you cannot play the arranged plot of the play very well, and you will be miserable and unable to be rewarded with the Tao of Heaven. Take things as they are. Associate with others by following your predestined relationships. Acting in accordance with your nature and taking advantage of opportunities is the best way to play the role. 雪风是yan, the interpretation of predestined ties. 写风, translated by treasure and edited by care. Tie, a bond of information that will reconnect two lives in the future for favor, disgrace, or injury. Once you get a tie, it must be ended, otherwise their attractive force will be inescapable. Predestined ties. Potential energy accumulates from the attractive forces between lives. It circulates in infinite space and eternal time until it reaches the point where it transforms into kinetic energy, releases it, and then causes the attractive force to disappear. Favorable ties. The information to be processed that remains in the negative universe which result from the love and honor between lives who bless each other and are eager to reunite. The information will never disappear until these wills are realized and the ties end. Good karma. One life gives another life a sincere blessing and a favor that will cause a corresponding gravity to return in the future. Evil karma. The hatred and debt between lives which never disappear until the hatred is settled or the debt is paid off. Worldly ties. All the information left and all the debts owed in the mortal world are called worldly ties. Marriage ties. The love-hate relationships between husbands and wives are called marriage ties. Celestial ties. A bond with a celestial being is called a celestial tie. End ties. End ties are when all debts are paid back. Following predestined ties. According to the arrangement of the universal scenario and plot, accept and play the assigned role with pleasure. Ties are kinds of invisible meshes which are established between lives. Divine punishments are slow, but always sure with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through. Once getting a tie, it must be ended, otherwise you will be unable to escape their meshes. Worldly ties must be ended in the mortal world, heavenly ones must be ended in heaven, and hellish ones must be ended in hell. Ties are attractive forces. Those which are not ended will stay in tow forever, no matter how far apart in time or space, and they can never be escaped. Anyone who wants to go to heaven must end all ties in the mortal world as soon as possible, whether they are good karma, evil karma, favorable ties, or marriage ties. As long as there are the ties, it is best to end them as soon as possible, otherwise you will be unable to leave the mortal world, and will have to reincarnate back into the mortal world of samsara to end the ties in future lives. 缘的奥秘和真谛. The secret and truth of predestination. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Preface. Brushing against shoulders in this life is the result of the 500 times of looking back in the previous lives. To ride in the same boat is the result of 100 years of cultivation. To sleep on the same pillow is the result of millennia of cultivation. Knowing I am not destined to enter her heart, how can I compare with the catkins and swallows? Flowers bloom and wither. Tides rise and fall. Spring awakens the branches. Running water is heartless, but the grass welcomes it every year. People may have sorrow or joy and be near or far apart, but the moon will still wax and wane. Born of these scenes, can the word sorrow suffice? Dynasties fall, but mountains and rivers remain. So how many times can we see the beautiful sunset? The events of our world are like games of chess. Each game is only new because it is destined to be so. In a life, people endure hardships and twists and turns in the mortal world and repeat samsara. Some people are designated to meet from thousands of miles apart, but not to know their next-door neighbors. All these are predestination. All things are predestined. Definition of predestination. Predestination is the cause of generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of all forms and all things, and is the cause of all events. It is the bridge and the tie which causes sorrow and joy, separations, and reunions. It is the factor which decides the development of matter and the origins of desires, words, and deeds connected to other things in the universe which are bound to happen in the future since beginningless time. It is a kind of debt after receiving other services or graces which have not been paid back timely. It is the set of revenge, wrong with wrong. Several cases of predestination. 614 years ago, Emperor Qingzu of Ming, King of Yin, Zhu Di killed 873 members of the 9 tribes of the Fang Xiaoru clan. Yet he still could not vent his anger and counted Fang Xiaoru's students as one clan and killed them all. Many people perished. Why did that happen? What was its cause? It turned out that Fang Xiaoru's father had selected a cemetery plot. At night, he dreamed that the Red Snake King was sticking his red tongue out and requesting earnestly that he delay the groundbreaking for 1 or 2 days so that his family could move away. The next day, the Fang family dug the earth and built their tomb as scheduled. Soon, the workers exclaimed, "We have found a red snake pit." Countless red snakes slithered and fled in panic. Fang Xiaoru's father ordered them to kill all the red snakes with fire and knives. That night, the bleeding red snake king cursed him in a dream. "I will kill as many of you as you killed of us." Shortly thereafter, the Fang family gave birth to a baby son, Fang Xiaoru. Born into a scholarly family, he was very smart and diligent as a boy. He was eloquent and charming in appearance, and his tongue was red. He was the reincarnation of the Red Snake King. He deliberately resisted an imperial edict from King Yin in order to enrage him and fulfill that curse by implicating his 9 tribes. After killing all 873 members of the Fang clan, the number still could not match the number of the red snakes killed on that day so very long ago. Fang Xiaoru deliberately provoked King Yin again, even 10 tribes. So what? The king then had all of Fang Xiaoru's students put to death, and the Red Snake King finally got his revenge. In the ancient times, there was a prince who was very handsome, intelligent, and well-educated, and whose closest friend was a young man of equally excellent and outstanding virtues. Like Nose-like, the two would discuss state strategies, compose poems and couplets, and toast the moon together. They discussed everything under heaven and were very intimate. One day, they went out for fun and met a girl who was unspeakably beautiful, cultured, and decent, well-versed in lyre playing, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a matchless stunning beauty throughout the whole country. After a period of time, both the prince and the young man confessed their love to the girl, but in the end she chose the common young man rather than the prince. The prince fell into an abyss of depression and pain and went to see the most accomplished and eminent monk to ask him why this happened. The monk resorted to magic and presented the following view to the prince. On a beach, a beautiful naked woman laid motionless. A man came to the seaside and saw her. He approached her and placed his hand to her nose. Evidently, the woman was dead. He turned and walked away. A moment later, a second man arrived. He also saw the woman, and as the man before him had done, he examined to see whether she was alive, but she was indeed dead. He then removed his jacket, covered the woman, and went away. After a while, a third man came. After observing, he too realized that the woman was dead. He stopped and carried her on his back until he found a place at the beach to bury her. He also made a mark for her grave. The eminent monk then said, "The woman who you both love is the woman who died on the beach. The man who took his jacket off and covered her was you in a previous life, and she needed to repay your favor for a period of time in this one. But the man who buried her was your best friend, and she needed to return his favor for the rest of her life in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. There was a man from Anhui named Hu Mingxuan. One day, his knees were attacked by impetigo, and he suffered a biting pain. As time went on, the impetigo grew worse as a person's face, with eyebrows, eyes, a nose, and a mouth appeared on it. Hu Mingxuan turned to 130 physicians who not only could not heal him, but actually made it much worse. On December 7, 1651, in a dreamy state, Hu Mingxuan faintly heard a voice coming from the impetigo on his knees. "I am Lu Zhaorong from the Liang dynasty of the 5 dynasties, 906 to 923. You killed me in the Luoyang palace. Today I come to take revenge. How can physicians cure you? Confess your sins to Buddha, and perhaps you will be remedied." After whom Mingxuan woke from the dream, he stopped seeking physicians for help and swore to confess and to copy the Buddhist sutras. At first, he could stand up with the support of a cane, then he could stand and walk. Eventually, he healed without taking any medicine. After more than 700 years, the soul was still looking for his enemy for retaliation. In the time of Buddha Sakyamuni, an elderly man wanted to be a monk. It is important for a monk to have good spiritual roots, so Sakyamuni asked his arhats, disciples, to see if this person had good ones to decide whether he could be a monk. All the arhats shook their heads after seeing this man and agreed, no good roots. Arhats could only see 500 cycles of life and found that he had never had any relationship with Buddha during those 500 cycles, so he did not have good roots. Sakyamuni then examined the man and proclaimed, in the beginningless time, he was a woodcutter. He came across a tiger in the mountain and was so scared that he climbed up a tree and cried out, Namo Buddha. From his cry of Namo Buddha, today his good roots appeared. Sakyamuni ordained him, and he later rose to become an arhat himself. In the Shu kingdom, there was a bully named Guo Jingzhang. One day, he was drunk and hit a poor man, Zhaoan, with a wine pot. The mouth of the pot smashed his head and killed him immediately. Guo Jingzhang gave Zhaoan's son a lot of money to help conceal the matter from the law. Soon afterward, Guo Jingzhang's head grew a sore about 3 to 4 centimeters deep like the one where the pot had hit Zhaoan. His bone was exposed. He bled and discharged a constant stream of pus, and he could occasionally see Zhaoan's face in it. The sore eventually penetrated into his throat and killed him. A scholar in the Yuan dynasty was seriously harmed by a friend. That night, he became enraged and determined to kill the man. He passed a temple on the way to his former friend's house, where an eminent monk stood at the gate. From his deva eyes, the monk saw that the scholar was tailed by a vicious demon. As the scholar arrived at the door of his intended victim's house, an idea struck him. He has turned from being my friend to my enemy, but his mother and wife did me no harm. If I kill him, they will both lose their means of life. After several rounds of inner struggling, he decided to forgive the man, forget the idea of killing him, and go away. On his way back, he passed the same temple where the same monk was still standing at the gate. But this time, the monk's deva eyes saw a completely different scene. The vicious demon which had tailed the scholar was gone, and he was escorted by angels above his head. The monk told the scholar what he had seen and asked him what happened. The scholar told his story truthfully, and the monk exclaimed that the demon and the gods were moved by just a thought. The idea of tolerance changed the scholar's fate. He later became an official, and the friend who had betrayed him died on a battlefield in a mountain village in Damiao Township in Chaoyang City, Liaoning Province. There lived a villager named Li Cheng. Li Cheng's grandmother had a relative named Zhang Qing who used to carry and sell fabrics for the Li family, but whose own family was very poor because he lost in everything he did throughout his life, and his family had been supported by Li Cheng until Zhang Qing died. Li Cheng even paid to have him buried. About 1 month afterward, Li Cheng was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Li Cheng, I am Zhang Qing. I am coming to pay my debt back to you. Li Cheng found it strange after he woke up 3 times in a row from his sleep. Just then, the house manager came to tell him, Master, the big horse just gave birth to a colt. They knew that the colt was Zhang Qing reincarnated and named him that. Several years later, Li Cheng pulled a cart to Basi Jiazi and stayed in a postal station there. The next day, the local area was having a fair. In the morning, the horse went to the fair alone and stamped the earthen pots and utensils of a street vendor, leaving only 5 big basins intact. The vendor was very angry, and he gripped the horse to find justice. Li Cheng was informed that his horse had made trouble for him and went to the fair to apologize and promised to compensate the vendor for his losses. Li Cheng yelled, Zhang Qing, what is wrong with you today? The vendor wondered why the horse was named Zhang Qing. Li Cheng told him about Zhang Qing's home and his reincarnation into the horse. The vendor said, I knew Zhang Qing. I bought some fabrics while he was alive, and I still owe him money. He then calculated his losses from the daily wares, and the value was exactly what he owed to Zhang Qing, so the balance was even. They all understood why the 5 big basins were left untouched. Yuan Liaofan, the author of the Four Lessons of Liaofan, in the 16th century was from Jushan, Zhejiang. When he was young, a fortune teller predicted the good and bad fortunes to come in his life, including his rankings in the imperial examinations, his official titles, that he would not father a son, and when he would die. Later, many things were fulfilled accurately just as the fortune teller had predicted. Every day he became increasingly idle, knowing that his fate was predestined and that everything would come along automatically. Then he met Zen master Yungu, who told him, "Fate is created by the self and blessings are sought after by the self. Pursuing it in a correct way, attaining it, depends on your destiny." He began to understand that fate could be changed and became determined to amend his faults. He became tolerant of others' wrongdoings to him and committed to doing good with the greatest determination and perseverance. Surely enough, the original predictions lost accuracy after he decided to change his fate. Not only was he promoted to higher offices, but he also fathered 4 sons and survived a full 16 years longer than had been predicted. 人的奥秘和真谛 The Secret and Truth of Predestination 2. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kair. The 8 descriptions of predestination. A tie will not end until the debt is paid. Once a tie is formed, only its resolution can dismiss it, and with that, it shall end. Love and hate determine the depths of ties. Some ties are very shallow while others are very deep. The depth of a tie is decided by the degree of love and hate associated with it. The stronger the degree of love or hate, the deeper the tie is. The weaker they are, the shallower it is. The short or long of the tie is determined by debts. Ties are essentially debt relationships. Debt relationships are not related to the amount of the debts as much as to the length of time involved. As long as there is owing, the tie is long. Once the debt is settled, the tie will end. Mortals create ties, but Tao ends them. Both good and bad ties are created by mortals. Once a tie is created, it is controlled by the reward and punishment program of Tao and will eventually befall the person who created it. This is the so-called good will be rewarded with good, and evil will be punished with evil. If it is not repaid now, that is because the time has not yet come. Once the time comes, it will surely be repaid. With neither shape nor form, but with shadows and traces, we can neither see nor touch a tie. It is a kind of non-material existence. It is like a time bomb. We do not know when it will explode, perhaps in a couple of hours, or perhaps not for hundreds or thousands of years, but ties have shadows and traces. If we open Buddha eyes to trace them, we can find their origins. The beginning and ending of a tie is but a thought. Once you get a tie, you will have to dismiss it in order to keep it from falling on you, and if you want to eliminate a part of the tie, you will have to do good, especially a hidden good, or formless almsgiving. Do evil not to a single thing, and do good to all things. Repentance, praying, giving alms, and selfless dedication are the best ways to eliminate ties, especially an evil tie on the halfway. Things arrive when ties arrive and things disappear when ties end. All coincidences and emergency events arise due to ties. The tie makes the meeting. When the tie ends, that is, when the equivalent debts are paid, the event will naturally end. When the tie ends, things will part. Beginning or ending a tie depends on perception. Human life is a process of tying and untying. Everything is tied. Ties are the sea, and we are the fish swimming in it. Ties are like invisible, densely woven meshes over which people walk. Divine punishments are slow but sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. This divine mesh is the tie controlled by Tao. If people do not perceive this, then they cannot escape the divine mesh, and as a result they will rise and fall in the sea of ties and reincarnate until they do. This is how ties form and how they end. The 8 best ways to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Praying and repenting, formless almsgiving. Praying and repenting in accordance with the teachings of Jesus Christ, attaining the great vehicle, and making formless almsgiving according to Buddha Shakyamuni's teaching are the ways to end all the evil ties, repay all the debts since the beginningless time, accumulate treasures in heaven, and go directly to the Elysium world, the kingdom of the greatest Creator. associating with others by following predestined relationships, swallowing humiliation, and bearing heavy loads. The ties that we formed since beginningless time will come in succession. To this end, we need to associate with others by following our predestined relationships and resolve them in succession. Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him also the left one, because it is the result of an ill tie. If you do not allow them to smite you, then the ill tie will not end, but will recur in another form in the future. If others scold you, bully you, insult you, or trample upon you, be they relatives, friends, or strangers, then you must accept it with delight and with neither anger nor resentment. Pray for and bless your enemy. Doing evil not to a single thing, doing good to all things, regardless of what dilemma or situation you find yourself in, you should have only good thoughts, good words, good expressions, and good deeds, never evil ones. Just praise all others and speak not one bad word against any others. However you speak, it must be active, positive, and optimistic, never passive, negative, or pessimistic. Try your best to bring happiness and joy to people rather than distress and sadness. You should not only treat people this way, but all life and all nature. Always giving, never taking. The guiding principle of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. Losses and gains are always equal. What one gains and loses always balance out. If you lose, you will certainly gain. If you gain, you will certainly lose, so never think that someone owes you, but remind yourself what you owe others. If others bully us, it is because we owe them and it is time to pay them back. If others owe us, be it emotional debt or financial debt, do not ask for it, because it will be returned in one way or another. Perhaps in this life, perhaps in the afterlife, perhaps from the head, perhaps from the toe. All in all, the law of the sum of negative and positive energy always is zero will work. We just give and leave the taking to Tao. Being apart from the mortal world and avoiding mundane entanglements. Living in the mortal world is to inevitably contact a variety of mortals and laities, but remember that in no case must you ever take advantage of others, not even those closest to you, your parents, children, husband, or wife. In all the universe, heaven and earth, there are no advantages to be had. Whatever advantages you think you have taken are harmful because you will bear losses to balance them out, especially when you are dealing with ignorant persons, laities, mortals, sages, let alone the public. If you take gains from beasts and birds, then your nature will be harmed. If you crave gains from people, then you will bear losses from the Tao of heaven. The hard truth is that if you are not corrupt, do not take advantages nor owe debts, then you are staying away from the mortal world and are free from the ties of mundane entanglements. One particularly important thing is that love and sex must always be completely consensual from both sides and totally free from luring or forcing, or such a mundane entanglement will be as difficult to end as cotton or silk. Pursuing celestial beings and worshiping Buddha builds good ties. Celestial beings are in the celestial world. Buddha is in the Buddhist world. Both are good places to be. Building relationships with celestial beings and Buddha gives you hope to exit from samsara and go straight to the realm of freedom. The actual manifestation of spiritual wisdom is giving advantages and benefits to all life in the lower level life space and owing them nothing, building relationships with life of the higher level life space, emulating celestial beings, and worshiping Buddha whenever and wherever you see them. It is always best to have celestial being or Buddha owe something to you, forgiving the wrong and severing its attraction. We should forgive all those who have ever harmed our life since the beginningless time and stop asking them to repay us. This is the way to completely sever our ties with them and develop no new ones, which can let the attraction of life in the lower level life space completely disappear from us so that we can ascend to heaven and become an immortal. Revering the greatest creator and taking the way of the greatest creator. This is the heart and core to end worldly ties and form a celestial tie. Also the top and best way to achieve a state of oneness with man and nature and Tao, as well as to go to the Elysium world. Everything that Life of Chanyuan does is centered on taking the way of the greatest creator. If you want to understand this more deeply, then you will have to read and understand the meanings of Chanyuan Corpus and Siefeng Corpus, enter the new oasis for life, and serve for the Life of Chanyuan era. Conclusion. All forms and things in the universe develop and change as the result of predestination. When predestination exists, then forms, matter, and things exist. When predestination ends, then forms, matter, and things end. Good ties bear good fruit and bad ties bear bad fruit. Mundane entanglements fall into the mortal world, but affinity with Buddha goes to the Elysium world. This truth must be understood. Those who understand the secrets and the truth are celestial beings and Buddha. Those who do not are mortal beings. 现实与虚幻的辩证关系. The dialectical relationship between reality and illusion. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Reality is real in name only. Illusions are illusory in name only. Reality is illusory and material. Illusions are real and non-material. The material world is the presentation of the non-material world. The non-material world is the foundation of the material world. Reality is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. As dew and lightning, thus should you meditate upon them. Every illusion is real and true, is where the real spirit and soul dwell, and where the great universe is. Consciousness is illusory, but reality is the reflection and projection of consciousness. The consciousness determines the state of life's existence. Wishes are illusory, yet they lead to reality. Ideals are illusory, yet they accomplish life's reality. Visualized prospects are illusory, but according to the principle of visualized thinking, it is they that determine the future. Love is illusory, but it can inject huge spirit and soul energy into people. Heaven is illusory, but we all want to go there. As long as we dream of heaven, we will be able to overcome the hardships of life's journeys and lead optimistic and positive lives. Dreams are illusory, but when we are in dream worlds, the illusions look very real. We think of our day-to-day lives as being real because everything in them seems very real and true. But what is the difference between the truth of reality and the truth of dreams? One day, when we finally leave this real world and wake up in another illusory world, we will find out that life is only a dream, an illusion. What are illusions? What is reality? The bygone is like mist and smoke, like a dream or a fantasy. The future truth is illusory and looming. To walk slowly or quickly, there are many roads to take in life. To take with good means or bad, in the end, it is all empty. The wilderness where foxes sleep and hares walk was once a dance hall. The bleak and desolate field where flowers and grass grow was once a battlefield. The bygone realness now becomes illusory, and the illusion of the future will evolve into reality. Reality comes from illusions and will return to illusions. Illusions originate from truth and will become reality. Everything is but a game. Only the soul is true. Reality is a game. Those who obsess with reality and are trapped in it are confused. Those who take delight and fun in it are awakened. It makes no sense to try to hold on to the reality of a dream. The real life is to play the games. The contents of them are determined by illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses are determined by souls. Souls are real, but nature is life and a characteristic of structure. Structure determines nature. Therefore, the non-material structure of life is ultimately, absolutely real. However, reality and illusion are dialectical. Real structures give rise to illusory consciousnesses. Illusory consciousnesses in turn produce real structures. Therefore, our top priority should be to concentrate our efforts on the illusory consciousness of life. The type of illusory consciousness decides the future reality of life. Illusions become realities and realities become unreal. If you have a beast's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in a beast's reality. If you have a celestial being's illusory consciousness, then you will eventually live in the celestial world. Once you understand the dialectical relationship between reality and illusions, you should not be lost in reality. Consume your time and energy on things there, cling to and worry about them, seize, possess, compete for, or persist after them. You should take reality as a stage in a game and play it to its fullest. As long as you get happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing, then your life is successful, wise, and full. To own nothing is to have everything. Not to act is to act. Hold fast to illusions, and you can have reality. Having reality is, after all, an illusion. Life is a journey. The more things that you possess in reality, the more misery you will have, and the more pathetic you will become because your life will all be a tragedy. The more illusory things that you possess, the happier and more affluent you will be because your life will ultimately become a comedy. 宇宙八大辩证法, the 8 dialectics of the universe. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Kair. Taiji thinking teaches us that everything in the universe comes from the unity of opposites and the symmetry of yin and yang. Opposing sides exist in the same unity. One is the condition for the other and disappears when the other does. Within a certain range, one flourishes as the other declines. Extremes meet and things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. For example, know the male, but conform to the female. Sages put themselves last but find themselves in front. They regard their bodies as accidental and are thereby preserved. Life is the root of death and death is the root of life. Yin and yang are the roots of each other. To yield is to be preserved whole. To be bent is to become straight. To be hollow is to be filled. To be tattered is to be renewed. The growth and decline, the generating, sustaining, destroying, and changing of any two opposites are dialectical. There are 8 dialectics in the universe. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. The small can grow big. Details matter. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. The 3 elements of the universe are consciousness, structure, and energy. They are all non-material. The existence of any single element is emptiness. See it, and you will not see its form. Hear it, and you will not hear its trace. Meet it, and you will not know its face. Follow it, and you will not find its back. Once the 3 join together, though, there is lustrous and dazzling form, changing countlessly and into a myriad of images. Therefore, form comes from emptiness and emptiness is form. When emptiness comes, there is form, because form is emptiness. If a mind abides in form, it is in emptiness. If a mind abides in emptiness, it is in form. You pursue form, but form is never there. You pursue emptiness, and you get form. Pursuing form results in emptiness. Pursuing emptiness results in form. When things exhaust, they revive. When they end, they begin anew. Extremes meet. Things develop in opposite directions when they become extreme. When you reach your peak, you go downhill. Extreme happiness leads to sorrow, and extreme sorrow leads to happiness. Extreme yin is yang and extreme yang is yin. The softest becomes the hardest, and the hardest becomes the softest. There is a time to rise and a time to fall. When a thing reaches its prime, it will be old and will revive. The end of the infinitely big is the infinitesimally small, and the end of infinitesimally small is the infinitely big. When something saturates, a qualitative change happens in it. Things change at critical points and new substances are produced. Extreme beauty leads to ugliness, and extreme ugliness leads to beauty. Extreme goodness forms evil, and extreme evil forms goodness. That is, great virtue is no virtue and great benevolence is heartless. Haste makes waste. One who understands Tao appears dull of comprehension, and one who advances in Tao appears to slip backwards. To pursue happiness, you must avoid extremes. To revive, go for the extreme. The small can grow big. Details matter. Matter is composed of molecules, composed of atoms. A tree with a full span's girth begins from a tiny sprout. A 9-storied terrace begins with a clod of earth. From small beginnings, one can see how things will develop and grow. Difficulties are overcome by easy things. Great things are accomplished by the details. Details matter. Deal with the big while it is yet small. Deal with the difficult while it is yet easy. Start from the beginning and start from the small, but do not lose track of the big picture. Molehills make mountains. Do not neglect small things, or you will never accomplish big things. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Any future success depends on the present. Small details and tiny things lead to grand achievements. Life and death are the roots of each other. Yin flourishes when yang declines. Life is the root of death and death is the root of life. No life, no death, no death, no life. Life and death alternate, and each follows the other. Yang flourishes when yin declines, and yin flourishes when yang declines. Every moment of every day has birth and death. One dies here, but is born there. Hard is born as soft dies. Good is born as evil dies. One departs from the mortal world and is born into the celestial world. A human heart dies, and the heart of a celestial being is born. If you keep the old, you will get nothing new. If you are selfish, you will never reach the Elysium world. Out of life, death enters. Those who are not afraid of death will live. The created universe carries yin at its back and yang in front, and vice versa. Seek life, and you will die. Seek death, and you will live. To have nothing is to have everything. To have everything is to have nothing. Out of nothing, there is something. The less you possess, the more you have. The more you possess, the less you have. When you possess nothing, you can have everything. When you have everything, you can possess nothing. The more you have, the more emptiness you feel, the more illusory it is, and the more real it is. Walk into the spiritual Pure Land, and you will see a wonderful world. Pursue wealth, power, and lust, and you will have endless troubles. Being and non-being interconnect in growth. If you want to have something in heaven, give it up in the mortal world. To have nothing is to have everything. By the existence of things, we profit, and by the non-existence of things, we are served. Work on non-existence for existence. Where the mind abides nowhere, nature prevails. Where the mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. Nature is the quality of origin, which is Buddha. The reason that people cannot attain Buddhahood is that their minds abide somewhere. If their minds abided nowhere, they would attain Buddhahood. When one's mind abides nowhere, nature shows. When their mind abides somewhere, nature recedes. This is dialectical. One advances as the other retreats. Different forms give birth to different souls. When minds abide somewhere, trouble comes. Therefore, if your mind abides somewhere, it will be in falsehood. It should not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, or dharma. It should abide nowhere. When the mind abides nowhere, it can abide everywhere. And when the soul can transcend over all forms and show the nature, one can reach the Elysium world. He who focuses too much on the specific cannot see the general. A mind that abides somewhere cannot go to the Elysium world. One who acquire enlightenment can perceive nature. One who lack mind can show nature. Stillness and motion coexist. Light and dark are interdependent. Stillness is the source of motion. It cannot be dynamic if it is not static. Motion is the root of stillness. It cannot be static if it is not dynamic. Stillness and motion coexist and come from each other. Strong motion comes from great stillness. Great stillness comes from strong motion. All things derive from stillness but are accomplished in motion. Without stillness, there is no motion. Without motion, there are no accomplishments. Light comes out of darkness and darkness comes from light. Heaven and hell, one light and the other dark. Extreme darkness is light and extreme light is darkness. Fortune and adversity go together. Out of waste grows grass. Bliss is unfelt until after it leaves. Good fortune lies within bad. Bad fortune lurks within good. Non-interference with natural rules and letting all things happen naturally. Those who act at the wrong times spoil things. One should never fear the dark. Out of extreme darkness comes light. Knowing the dialectic of the universe, one can enjoy the light cautiously, for from extreme light comes darkness. Positive and negative are symmetrical, but proportion restrains. Those who differ from the crowd will be slandered. An outstanding tree in the forest will be destroyed by wind. Those who enjoy great fame will be envied, but those who are most favored will be slandered. 36-dimensional space is arranged symmetrically. The forces of action and reaction are equal but in opposition. All things reinforce and neutralize each other mutually. There is always one thing to overcome the other. There is heaven and there is hell. All things develop in proportion. Chaos and the early devastation were the results of imbalance. Boundless avarice leads to disaster. Conform to nature and give up inordinate ambitions. Understand that everything has two sides and that perfection is unattainable. Rivers run into the sea, so you can never drink them all. Tao is the theory of yin and yang. Maintaining a balance between the two is rational. Knowing the dialectic principle is wise, and complying with the laws of nature can be regarded as virtue. 如何解脱生死? How to liberate yourself from life and death. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The subtlety of liberating oneself from life and death in The Treasury of the True Dharma Eye is that Buddha Sakyamuni had held a flower in his hand as he smiled in the Lingshan Mountain Assembly. Only his first disciple, Mahakassapa, understood why and gave a faint smile. Buddha said, I possess the true Dharma Eye, the marvelous mind of nirvana, the true form of the formless, and the subtle Dharma gate that does not rest on words or letters, but is a special understanding outside of the scriptures. Mahakassapa later explained his understanding directly to Ananda, who gave it to Shanavasa, and all the way to Bodhidharma, the 20th patriarch of Buddhism. When the 27th patriarch, Prajnatara, gave it along with a robe and begging bowl to Bodhidharma, he said, 60 years after I attain nirvana, I want you to take these three things from India to China and carry Buddhism forward to benefit all living people. Bodhidharma took Zen Buddhism to China and was regarded as the first Chinese Zen Buddhist patriarch. He eventually passed them to Haik, the second patriarch, who passed them to Senkan, the third patriarch, then to Daoxin, the fourth patriarch, and to Hongren, the fifth patriarch. When Master Hongren told about them, he was met with some trouble because he found that the real successor should be the unknown handyman Huaining in the monastery instead of the highly reputed and admirable Professor Master Shenxiu. It would be very unconvincing to all if everything passed directly to Huaining. In a desperate way, he said, the lives and deaths of mortals are matters of huge importance, but you only pursue the land of promise without seeking to be away from the bitter sea of life and death. If you lose your nature, then how can blessings bring you salvation? Both of you, write me a stanza. He who understands what the essence of mind is will be given the robe, the insignia of the patriarchate, and the Dharma, the ultimate teaching of the Zen school. And I shall make him the sixth patriarch. With a small trick, he finally gave his treasures to Master Huaining. Master Huaining was the sixth and final patriarch of Zen. The treasury of the true Dharma Eye and the robe and begging bowl were lost after him. I used to joke that I am the seventh patriarch of Zen, and that I have written on Zen by the seventh patriarch of Zen 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which are the most heavily weighted 5 articles of all my writings. Now the question, as instructed in Buddha's Treasury of the True Dharma Eye, this subtle Dharma gate, does not rest on words or letters, but is a special message outside of the scriptures, becomes how to transfer from mind to mind. If I were to tell it with words, then I would be rebelling against the teachings of Buddha. So, if not expressing with words, how can we know how to liberate ourselves from the samsara of life and death? To make the best of both worlds, I can only slide over the water. Whether you can be liberated from life and death all depends on your level of practicing Tao, your destiny, and your root of wisdom. There is no life or death in life. The life and death seen by the world is an illusion. It is the evolved deduction of the carrier of life. Life has nothing to do with time. So life has no limitations of time and is beyond all ages. The nature of life is non-material structure. The form rendered by life is decided by its non-material structure. Its non-material structure decides the form rendered by it. Consciousness originates from structure and in turn controls structure. Human consciousnesses make people. Animal consciousnesses make animals, and if you develop your consciousness to that of a celestial beings or a Buddha, then you will become a celestial being or a Buddha. Life is a cycle of reincarnations. The death we commonly see is not the death of life itself, but the phenomenon of life transformation. Life travels from one dimension into another, from one world into another, through the gate of life and death. When a life crosses that gate, from this field, we see it as death. But from the other field, it is life. All dharmas are marked with emptiness. They neither begin nor end, are neither immaculate nor defiled, and neither complete nor deficient. Therefore, in emptiness there are neither forms, feelings, perceptions, impulses, nor consciousness. Neither eyes, ears, noses, tongues, bodies, or minds. Neither sights, sounds, smells, tastes, touchables, or any sensations, and so on until we have form. There are no mind consciousness elements, no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on, until we have form. There is no decay and death, no extinction of decay and death, no suffering, no origination, no stopping, no path, no cognition, no attainment, and no non-attainment. Therefore, it is because of their non-attainmentness that bodhisattvas, through having relied on the perfection of wisdom, dwell without thought coverings. In the absence of thought coverings, they have not been made to tremble, have overcome what can upset, and in the end, have attained nirvana, to be free from life and death. When you are liberated from life and death, you can attain nirvana. If you understand the truth above, then you can be liberated from the samsara of life and death. The problem is that as mortals, we have fleshy eyes and mortal stalks. As we cannot see higher dimensional space and worlds, we are not fully convinced of the above truths. Then what? It is easy. Follow the guide and verify, step by step. What are those things that hinder us from liberating from the samsara of life and death? The answers are greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion. Greed is the want to always possess more out of self-interest. Anger is to detest, blame, and envy. Ignorance is the belief that you are always right and never wrong. Arrogance is self-importance, pretentiousness, disdain, defiance, and the lack of a gracious, cherishing heart. Suspicion is being full of doubts and not facing the facts. It is hypocritical, false, and self-deceiving. Overcoming greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and suspicion will enable you to understand this truth and will liberate you from the samsara of life and death. The reason is very simple and easy to do, but putting it into real practice is difficult. After being liberated from life and death, one also needs to understand where to go after death. If you are heading to the lower world, then you will be miserable. 宇宙全息一 Cosmic Holography I. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The universe runs in holographic order and consists of the distributed psychic energy of the greatest creator, Tao, just as we humans are composed of the flesh and spirit of the same. From the infinitely cosmic to the infinitesimally tiny, each are closely related and connected together. I am in you, and you are in me. On the macro scale, energy fills the space and time of the entire universe, while Tao controls the operation, development, and changes of all things and within it. Therefore, it is an organic whole, and the seemingly unconnected multiple celestial bodies, phenomena, and people are its constituent parts, its cells. So the universe is holographic. On the micro scale, atoms, molecules, and people are consortiums of structure and energy which have mutual interaction with everything else and together belong to the unity of Tao and energy. So the universe is holographic. I'll try to pierce your toe with a needle. You will feel muscles tightening throughout your body, and your brain will jump with an immediate emergency response. If a lover or your parents are next to you, they will also react promptly. Why? Because you are holographic. I'll turn your computer on and access the web. Global data will stream onto your screen as you search. Why? Because the internet is holographic. L-arthritis sufferers can sense rain while the weather is still dry, and many animals can detect seismic disturbances before the earth shakes. Why? Because the earth is holographic. The waning and waxing of the moon raises and lowers the tides, and sunspots directly affect climatic changes and the rhythms of life on the earth. Why? Because the solar system is holographic. Cosmic holography also means that the whole contains all of its parts, and all of its parts contain the whole. Our bodies are constituted of 130 trillion cells, and each of them contain all the information of the human body. That is, when they all assemble together, they constitute a complete human individual. Each cell is just an insignificant component, but when we divide them individually, each one can form a human body. Viewing them with Buddha's eyes, each of them is a complete human body with 5 senses, 7 holes, bones, hair, internal organs, 4 limbs, flesh, skin, and so forth. If we split a single cell, we will find that this inconceivable cell is made up of an equal number of even more inconceivable ones. Our complete image can be seen in a mirror, but if we break that mirror in half, then each half will reflect our complete image. That is, we will have two images. Break it in half again, and we will have four identical images, and so on. If we break this mirror into millions, billions, or even trillions of pieces, we will still see our complete image in each and every one of them. The number of potential images is countless. Even if a seed has not been planted in soil to take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, its whole entity, the shape of its leaves, growth patterns, and so on can be seen with Dharma eyes. We cannot see the shape of a bud if we do not know what type it is, and without referring to its blade with naked eyes, and we will not know how big it will grow, but we can see its size and shape by looking at it holographically. If you cut a growing leaf in half, then its whole image will be visible from the remaining half, and you can see its entirety from either half. All things are like this because the universe is holographic. Now that we know that the universe is holographic, our worldview and outlook on life will take a subversive leap. If we want to understand the Tao of Lao Tzu, the Dharma of Sakyamuni, and the thinking and scientific theory of Jesus, we will understand it thoroughly and at a glance, and our spiritual perception will open. Those with deeper roots can develop a series of special magical powers and arts and will feel at ease in dealing with the affairs of their daily lives. For example, one big distress in life is the love between men and women. Between lovers and married couples, one always expects the other to be faithful and pure, but if they learn that the other is having a secret relationship with a third party, then they become distressed and sad, and no matter how much effort the other exerts to vindicate themselves, "I love you just as much, I really do," it will be useless, because their credibility will have been lost. "You cannot be true to me if you also love that person, and your love is false and the love that you offer me is incomplete," would be the responses. Their distress is caused by not understanding the holographic nature of the universe. From the holographic universe perspective, if someone loves several people, even hundreds, thousands, millions, or billions of people, their love for each of them can be complete, true, and absolutely complete. It is like seeing oneself in a mirror. There is one self in one mirror, two selves in two mirrors, and a billion selves in a billion mirrors, but each is complete. Buddha can incarnate and rescue trillions because Buddha knows that the universe is holographic and Buddha is holographic. Conversely, if I am loved by 10,000 women, even if they also love other men, but I believe that their love for me is wholehearted and complete, then I will gladly accept their love. Likewise, if I love 10,000 women, then my love for each of them can still be true and complete. Why should you have to cling on to just one? Life is short. Does it matter if you love more than one? Other truths can be inferred accordingly. In short, oneness of man and nature, universal holography, subtle wisdom, and depth of understanding reincarnate into trillions. 宇宙全息2. Cosmic Holography II. Xiefeng. November 3, 2005. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Cosmic holography means that the universe really is alive, that everything in the universe shares the same breath and destiny, and that any local change, directly or indirectly, affects its entirety. A storm on Mars can cause colds on Earth, the death of a whale in the Pacific Ocean can cause grief in Nile River fish, and a butterfly flapping its wings in Alaska can cause a storm in the Cape of Good Hope. This is an extreme and exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. An article by Xiefeng will inspire the awakening of human consciousness as a whole. This is an extremely exaggerated expression, but it conforms to theory of cosmic holography. The purpose of understanding things is not only to appreciate them, but also to use them to serve us and to maximize our freedom. Taking the way of the greatest creator is not for suffering or enduring hardship, but to maximize our enjoyment of life, and to obtain more joy, pleasure, and happiness. To understand cosmic holography is not only to enrich our own knowledge, because gaining knowledge is not our purpose, but to apply it to serve ourselves and others. How can we make the knowledge of cosmic holography help us to navigate through life? Since the universe is holographic, the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha are all in us because we are the cells of each of them. A cell contains all the information about the universe as a whole, and in the same way, devils also live within us. When our hearts are filled with love for all lives in the universe, then we have the character of the greatest creator. And when we show mercy to all lives, then we have the character of God and Buddha. But when our hearts are filled with hatred, weighing and balancing everything for our own self-interests, then we take on the character of devils. Since the universe is holographic and each cell contains the information of the whole, then by understanding and appreciating ourselves, we can know all the mysteries of the universe, sense future changes and trends of the universe, and acquire information about the universe's past, all from our own present. Since the universe is holographic, it shows that our memories exist not only in our brains, but also in each cell of our whole bodies, and even in the space and time of the entire universe. Our brains are just sensors, and through it, we can extract records from hundreds, thousands, even millions of years. We can not only trace our own history over the past millennia, but maybe even recall the historical process of the evolution of the universe. Whether 2a Bay 2, less prophecies, divination before saddle horses, Mayan or Martian prophecy, Tibetan remote sensing prophecy, revelations, or any other prophetic manuscript, they are all evidence of cosmic holography. They prove that people are able to accurately predict the future as well as to recall images after several years, decades, and even centuries. Since the universe is holographic, we humans are able to see the entirety of the universe, to see the Milky Way system and the planets that exist outside of it, and to picture the images of the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world. 36-dimensional space is no longer mysterious and incomprehensible. When a small thorn is placed on one's toe, their brain will feel it instantly and react accordingly. Similarly, everyone's words and deeds are sensed instantly by the greatest creator and also reacted to immediately, which means that you reap what you sow, good will be rewarded with good and evil will be punished with evil, and that causation is the iron law of the universe. So we can believe firmly that we will receive the proper return for our self-refinery and self-cultivation. The dream world is the symbol of holography which proves that we live in other spaces at the same time, and that we are just a fragment of the holography of this moment. Based on how we feel and express ourselves in reality, we can know where our other self or selves live. If one has Buddha nature, then their negative self is in the Elysium world. If one is cultivating themselves to become a celestial being, then their negative self is in the Celestial Islands continent or the 10,000-year world. If one yearns for a free, joyous, and blessed life without family relationships, then their negative self is in the 1,000-year world. If one has deep love for the human world, then their negative self is elsewhere within the mortal world. If one enjoys fighting, striving, robbing, and seizing, or the law of jungles, then their negative self is in the animal world. If one enjoys dark and selfish activities, then their negative self is in hell. In a brief history of time, the great scientist Stephen Hawking realized that there is an anti-universe with anti-humans, and quantum mechanics vaguely detects antiparticles. For particles and antiparticles, however far apart they are, they seem to connect, and they can respond to each other and interact instantly. Therefore, we can infer that every Chanyuan celestial's negative ego, or anti-ego, is in heaven. What we need to do now is improve our consciousness, bring it into closer alignment with heaven, and return to our home. That is to say, to leave our mortal consciousness and let our subconsciousness return to its source. Since the universe is holographic, we are not afraid of death. As long as consciousness exists, we can incarnate trillions of times and project ourselves into boundless worlds. I am the universe is me, so we can attain Buddhahood. With regard to this cosmic holography theory, I put forward the above 8 aspects as a starting point. I cast a brick to attract jade. However, we can draw 80 or even 800 more examples. From a sample, you may judge the whole, make efforts to draw an analogy based on a theory, let the fire of inspiration twinkle everywhere and always, and grasp the secrets of life as early as possible. For years upon years, after days and nights with sunrises and sunsets, people have been living so, back and forth. Is this the time to change to a new lifestyle? If not, there will be no end to our troubles and suffering. The Secret of Time. Xiefeng, January 5, 2006. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Eternity is long, very long. It runs endlessly. Beginning, developing, changing, and concluding is ornamented by the waves of time. The universe flies in eons. Life twists and turns in years. Love and hate rise and fall in summer and winter. Feelings of gratitude and resentment emerge and disappear in spring and autumn. Time, mysterious time, the wonderful experience of bringing forth the new from the old, drowning the vicissitudes of transitional times, transforming hope into despair, and turning solids into gas and smoke. Life rises and falls in time. It goes up and down in time. Time, what exactly is time? It is the recorder of material cycles. It begins with the creation of matter and ends with its demise. It has these 8 characteristics. Time is non-material. It is untraceable, formless, stateless, shapeless, heartless, senseless, invisible, untouchable, and can neither be heard nor caught. Time is positive and negative. Future time is positive. Past time is negative. Time is particular and universal. Its particularity applies to the specific. Its universality applies to the general. Time is variable. It progresses unevenly. It changes as physical movement changes and disappears as physical movement disappears. Time exists throughout all physical space. It is as big as the universe and as small as particles. Where there is matter, there is time. Time is vertical and horizontal. It manifests itself vertically as the past, present, and future, and horizontally as momentary and eternal. Time has different meanings under different forces. It changes as gravity and acceleration change, but has the same meaning under the same forces. Time expands, contracts, and disappears. The quality, shape, and motion of matter cause it to contract or expand with changes in any of those. When matter disappears, time disappears. There is no time in the non-material world. Non-matter is a reaction to matter but does not share any of its properties. All matter proceeds through generation, development, decline, and death, but non-matter has neither life nor death, so it has no time and is eternal. Tao, life's spiritual entity, ideas, spirits, thoughts, dharmas, the nature of Tathagata, celestial beings, angels, and the Elysium world do not have time. Therefore, the non-material world is eternal. Since the motion of matter is absolute, we perceive that all things run in time. In this sense, time changes everything and decides all. It can transform the decadent into magic and the ordinary into extraordinary. Everything changes with the passage of time. Along the eternal river of time, all matter is transitional, illusory, and valueless. Time's control must end in order for one to achieve an eternal existence. As humans, it is to fish for the moon in water or to plow the air for our bodies to break away from our shackles, so the human body must follow its nature. To leave time, we must work on our spiritual entities. Life is short, and the spiritual entity of life has many different directions in which to spread. Perfect spiritual entities go to heaven and defective ones go to hell. If we can perfect our spiritual entities within our limited lifetimes, then we can transcend time. In addition to transcending time, we must also work on our non-matter by revering and taking the way of the greatest creator. To roam in ideas, thinking, spirits, and other areas is to deal with eternity and to transcend time maximally and from within the confines of a limited time. When fruits ripen, they fall. When water flows, channels form. Once we make this breakthrough, we can enter horizontal space and time and immediately feel fresh and enchanted. Please refer to Time and Space of the Universe for further study. 横向时间, Horizontal Time. Tao 1. May 24th, 2006. One of the 8 characteristics of time is its verticality and horizontality. The past, present, and future reflect the verticality of time. At a certain point on the vertical axis, time loses its future characteristic, which reflects the horizontality of time. An airliner from a certain airline disappeared from ground radar systems while flying along a coast, then miraculously reappeared. When the crew and passengers arrived on the ground, they found that their watches were all 8 minutes. Or was it 20 minutes? I can't remember. Slower than the airport time. There was a woodcutter who got lost while chopping wood in the mountains. While looking for his way, he saw two old men playing chess and stood by to watch for a while. When he found his way home, his hometown had undergone earth-shaking changes. His peers had long passed away, and only a few people remained in the generations of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. People told him that decades had passed since he got lost chopping wood in the mountains. There is a story that the missing captain of the sunken luxury liner Titanic appeared on a small island, his appearance and physique identical to that of decades ago. There is also a story that an airplane that had disappeared decades ago landed at a certain airport. There is even a story that a couple, while driving fast on a highway in South America, suddenly both fainted. When they woke up, they found their car was driving on a highway 2,000 kilometers away in North America. The results of near-death studies show that some people really did die. Their electrocardiograms and electroencephalograms showed that they were dead. But a few hours or days later, these dead people came back to life, and the resurrected people were telling the strange stories they experienced after death. Hypnotists have a way to guide the consciousness of the hypnotized person into the horizontal space-time to visit the past years. Scientists believe that there is a wormhole in space-time. Going through the wormhole can advance into the future space-time. For example, you can go through the wormhole to see the grandeur of the 2008 Beijing Olympics in advance. The ancient saying, "1 year in heaven, 1,000 years on earth," is not unfounded. It must be the enlightenment of the celestial beings. From the time chapter, we already know that the speed of time depends on the state of motion of matter. Two ripe peaches are picked from the tree at the same time. One peach is left in its natural state, and the other is put in the refrigerator. After 5 or 6 days, the peach in its natural state has rotted, while the peach in the refrigerator is still as good as new. We can say that the peach in the refrigerator has entered horizontal time. The examples above of the woodcutter who went into the mountains to chop wood and the captain of the Titanic who was still young decades later, while their peers in the world had aged and died, actually show that the woodcutter and the captain entered the horizontal space-time like the peach put in the refrigerator. Many things that humans actually do, such as sperm banks and so on, are applications of the principle of horizontal time. Sperm dies in a few minutes, or even a few seconds, under normal conditions. But once scientists bring it into horizontal space-time in an instant, it can survive for a long time and always maintain its vitality. Horizontal space-time is not a cold world. It is a different space-time system from the one we are in now. As long as we enter horizontal time at a certain point in time, we enter an eternal state. But after entering horizontal space-time, we can live vigorously. We can sing and dance. We can talk about love. We can grow old. But once we return to the world from horizontal space-time, we are still at the point when we first entered horizontal space-time. Our appearance and physical abilities are still the same as they were in the past. Scientists, based on the theory of quantum mechanics, believe that parallel worlds exist, and not just one or two parallel worlds. In fact, the so-called parallel world is the domain of horizontal space-time. I don't need to give you a detailed introduction to this. As long as you look at the 36-dimensional spaces, you will understand. Now I am going to tell you a little secret about how to enter horizontal time in order to bring practical benefits to you. Nothing is impossible, only unthinkable. How to enter horizontal time. To get the whole body into horizontal time requires opportunity. If the opportunity is not there, it is impossible to enter, and there is no use in being anxious. Now I am giving you a method that can enter horizontal space-time at any time, that is, the method of consciousness entry. Please don't underestimate the method of consciousness entry. People are consciousness. Consciousness is people. Without consciousness, people are not called people, they are called dead things. At least they are walking corpses. Once consciousness enters, it is actually you who enters. How to enter horizontal space-time. At any point in vertical time, you can instantly enter the domain of horizontal space-time. This point in time is horizontal time. Let's analyze it specifically. I have step-by-step led everyone's thinking towards the high-level life space. First, I talked about the land of idyllic beauty, then the Life-Changean era, then the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and finally set the target on the Celestial Islands continent of the Elysium world. I have already drawn out the whole blueprint of life's journey to the high-level space for everyone. Now, as long as you are willing, you can let your consciousness enter any of the above horizontal space-time domains at any time. For instance, at this very moment, allow your consciousness to enter the land of idyllic beauty. Using the visualized thinking method that I've discussed among the 8 types of thinking, you can freely explore the realm of imagination. The more beautiful you imagine it, the better it becomes. The sky is high, allowing birds to fly freely. The sea is vast, where fish can leap at will. Celestial horses roam the sky, coming and going freely. Don't perceive this as unreal or illusory. Anything that brings you joy, freedom, and happiness, including imagination, is not illusory. It is reality that can be illusory. Who can claim that the sexual climax achieved through self-pleasure is illusory? Imagination alters the way the body moves and changes the antimatter structure of life. Sometimes, we see someone lost in thought or someone enjoying themselves alone. What are they doing? They are savoring beauty in their imagination. As they imagine, their facial expressions change, their psychology shifts, and the antimatter structure of their life also transforms. People who often enter horizontal time share a characteristic: they are generally healthy, happy, and content. Why are they relatively healthy? It's because at a certain point, they enter horizontal space-time, much like a peach that's placed in a refrigerator. The peach's content in the refrigerator. Over time, compared to the peaches outside the refrigerator, it appears healthy and youthful. The peaches outside may become diseased, bitten by insects, start to rot, and emit a foul smell. But the peach in the refrigerator doesn't get sick. It remains fresh and juicy. What kind of consciousness you have what kind of life existence form. You might think that the sun is not moving, the plant's not growing, and that your conscious activity has no impact on life. In the subtle changes, unconsciously, in the unpredictable, earth-shaking major changes are happening. As long as you enter horizontal space-time from time to time, you will be healthy and not get sick. You will always stay young. You will gradually adapt to the way of life in the high-level life space. You will form a tie with celestial beings, and finally become a celestial being and go to live in heaven. About horizontal time, I only talk about these to ignite everyone's thinking library. For the rest, you have to explore and comprehend on your own. The mystery has to be experienced and mastered by yourself. The duck knows first when the spring river is warm, and the willows along the river know when spring comes. 人间剧本探秘. Explore the script of life. Xiefeng. March 24th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Is life dominated by fate? How does fate come into being? Is everything in life prearranged? If it is, then who arranged and directs it, and how can we still have free will? If there is free will, does it conflict with fate? If there is no free will, then does the causality law of you reap what you sow exist, or does it not? Is it true that every word and every act of everyone is prearranged? If so, then are we not biological robots? Is everything accidental or inevitable? Who carries out punishments, rewards, and so on? It is an extremely complex and enormous system, and it is impossible to reveal the whole system clearly. I can only draw a rough outline, and you, the reader, must verify it for yourself. 18 plots cannot be controlled by people in their own lives, but have to be resigned to destiny. For example, their own parents cannot be chosen, arranged, or controlled by them. In fact, a lot of things in life cannot be either. Not only are the sizes of our eyes uncontrollable, but we cannot even arrange a single hair by ourselves. In the face of such vast complexities, we have to resign ourselves to destiny. If we cannot change things, then what can we do? Everything in the universe has its trajectory, all of which are run according to a well-arranged overall trajectory, and we are no exception. That is to say, we also have our trajectories. These trajectories determine the directions of people's lives, whether they will be officials or commoners, poor or rich, or male or female, and be subject to fortune or misfortune. Everything and everyone have been determined by their trajectory. Facing our trajectory, we are powerless. Who is writing your life script and arranging your trajectory of life? You are. Who is directing it? It is procedure. Everything in this life is established by the thoughts and actions of your previous life. This is fate. It is impossible to change the fate of your life because it has already been written. All of your efforts in this life only work for your next life. It can be said that your past determines your present, and your present determines your future. Since everything has already been arranged and planned out, and the story and plot of your life has already been set, then how do we reflect on man's subjective initiative? What good are an individual's efforts? If even what we say and do have been determined in advance, then why should we make any efforts? Individual efforts are reflected in one's mind and how perfect a role they play. Our inner activities are not arranged by our script. Our free will is reflected in our mind, and whether our specific role is performed perfectly or not. Such as in a stage play, the script has been arranged by a writer in advance. The director selects performers according to each performer's appearance, character, acting skill, and so on. The performers must act strictly according to the script and plot and the director's requirement. If done well, the director will be pleased and the actors will receive more pay and have more chances to perform in future plays. If done poorly, the director will not be pleased and their opportunity for future castings will diminish. The quality of their performance depends on them. This is individual effort. Our inner activities are not arranged, nor are they destined. They rely completely on the free will and effort of the individual. It is entirely up to them to decide whether they want to have good or evil thoughts. Our inner activity is our thinking activity. Thinking activity is like a wave that spreads throughout the universe. That is, when the mind moves, its inner activity expands out to the universe and tells the universe what it is doing, and very loudly. Regarding this, we are unable to view or receive it, but gods know it. In other words, everyone's inner activities can be learned instantly by the universe and recorded in the procedure of Tao. The procedure of Tao automatically arranges the future fate and trajectory of everyone's life based on their inner activities. Karma, karma, karma. Then who rewards and punishes and who executes the mechanisms of rewarding and punishing? Rewarding and punishing are determined by the procedure of Tao, but it is only the judge. The executor is neither the procedure of Tao nor the judge, but a factor of the boundless universe, a god or man, a dog, an ant, a storm, or an event. It is like a judge who sentences someone to death but never executes anyone personally. That is always left for a series of other people. The script of this life has been set long ago, but the script of the next life is always changing. People's thoughts and actions in this life identify their future life trajectories. If someone is destined to leave for the Celestial Islands continent but becomes seized by evil and does not play their current role well, then their trajectory of life to the Celestial Islands continent will change. Their revised trajectory may devolve toward the 10,000-year world, the 1,000-year world, back to the mortal world, or even to the animal world or to hell depending on the severity of what they do. As Life a Chanyuan's guide, I sigh with deep emotion during my directing the scripts of Chanyuan Celestials. For instance, I planned to have a certain individual eat a fairy peach which had been determined by her trajectory of life. However, she failed to play her role as a Chanyuan Celestial well in her course. I asked her to clean a toilet, but she failed to clean it thoroughly, so I knew that she was still unable to eat the fairy peach, but only wild peaches. In this way, both her fate and her trajectory of life were changed. It is a strict law that absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. If we do not reach an absolutely beautiful state, then absolutely beautiful results will never appear. When we enjoy absolutely beautiful things but our personal quality declines, then those absolutely beautiful things automatically disappear. This is not only the law and the script plot, but also the ever-changing living script. Past scripts are dead, future ones are alive, and living ones are always changing according to everyone's inner activities and how well or poorly they perform. The impartiality of Tao is reflected in Tao gives to every life according to its desires. If you desire blessings in this life, Tao will bestow them upon you, but fewer will remain for your next life. If you want to become a wolf, it will make you one in your next script. If you want to become a celestial being, it will make you one. Tao will surely satisfy you and help you to achieve your goal, whatever you want to be, but it must be understood that the fulfillment of Tao is not executed immediately. It is arranged in the script, it takes a process, and it takes time. You cannot expect an airplane to come the moment you ask for it. You need to be patient. It is crucial to remember that as your plane is coming, your needs cannot change. Once there is a change, Tao has to follow your needs. If you want coffee, but then decide that you would prefer tea, Tao will immediately prepare tea for you. If the tea has not yet arrived and you decide that you would prefer Coca-Cola, Tao will prepare Coca-Cola for you right away. When you change again, Tao will change again. In short, it will always satisfy you. Now, here is a core consideration. If you want a luxury car worth $1 million, Tao will check your bank account, your merits and virtues. If they are insufficient and your bank deposits are not enough, then that $1 million limousine will not be offered to you. Even if you need a needle, you have to check your bank deposits. As long as you have enough merits and virtues, enough bank deposits for what you want, Tao will meet your requirements and demands, or help you to achieve your goal. When a person runs out of bank deposits, or when their merits and virtues are exhausted and they have no remaining blessings, then they will soon collapse, fail, lose everything, go to prison, or end this life. Therefore, we need to give benefits, accumulate merits and virtues, and cherish good fortune during our lifetimes so that our blessings will last for our entire lives, even into our future lives. The universe is a huge script with countless subscripts within it, and all the small ones serve the huge one. No small script can exceed a larger one. The Milky Way galaxy is a huge script, the solar system is a medium-sized one, Earth is a smaller one, every country is a smaller one still, every organization is a much smaller one, and so on. Strings within quarks, within atomic particles, within molecules have the smallest scripts. Adding the non-material world, 20 parallel worlds, in the 36-dimensional space, it is unimaginable and inexplicable for us to know how complex and how huge the master script is. The above is just a tiny bit of my superficial view based on man's bewilderment for your reference. To know more, you will need to work on statistics, analysis, induction, summing up from a large number of examples of human activities, both ancient and modern, at home and abroad. It will take a lot of effort for you to figure it out. 凡得利需付出代价. All gains must be paid. Xiefeng, June 4th, 2011. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. One ironclad rule of the universe is that the sum of positive and negative energy must always be equal. One ramification of this is that you must pay for of your gains. They must always balance each other and higher prices must be paid for greater rewards. For an equal amount of gems, diamonds usually demand higher prices than rubies and emeralds. Diamonds require the most money to buy. Obtaining more precious things requires you to pay higher prices. By carefully observing human society, it seems confusing and complicated on its surface, totally out of order. However, through careful observation, it can be concluded that what is gained always equals that which has been paid. The more one pays, the more they gain, and the more they gain, the more they must pay. There are no free lunches. Nothing in the universe can be achieved without a payment. What is lost at sunrise will be gained at sunset, and what is gained at sunrise will be lost at sunset. As one falls, another rises, rising here and setting there. When one gains money, something must be paid. It might be labor, reputation, peace, or even life. When one pays money, something must be gained. It might be comfort, safety, fame, status, physical beauty, or honor. It makes sense that a loss of money avoids other misfortune. Material payments do not always give you material rewards. They might be mental or spiritual. As such, mental or spiritual payments might gain you material rewards. If you pay something, then you will gain something for it, though it can be hard to understand what or when that will be. If you gain, you will pay something, but no final conclusion can be reached as to what or when that will be either, because it might involve health, safety, promotion, wealth, reputation, status, affection, or other life factors. In order to understand the rule that paying and gaining always balance out, that the ironclad law of the sum of positive and negative energy always equal each other, you must not consider only a short time period, but rather a whole life or even the karma of 3 incarnations to judge and draw a conclusion. Through the Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, Allah warned us that if all of one's desires are met in this life, then none will remain for the afterlife. There is never any profit at the expense of others, whether parents, offspring, spouses, or lovers, and regardless of whether you are given something for free, find it on the road by yourself, your boss rewards your work, or you dig it out from deep under the ground on your own. As long as you have gained something, you must pay. Why do people suffer pain and hardships or meet with catastrophes? Because they have gained something? Why are people happy and joyous, and why do they obtain good opportunities and grace? Because they have paid something? What revelation can we get from this principle? Never profit from other people's expenses at any time. Never fish in troubled waters. Never profit from others' misfortunes. And take nothing for free, not even donations and contributions. No one should ever be under the delusion that they will get something from their husband or wife for free. You must meet all your needs, pay more, and gain less. Once you pay, you are bound to gain. This goes without saying. Whenever you gain something, always remember that a loss is inevitable. You can escape it in the short run, but not forever. You might escape a blow in the mortal world, but you cannot escape punishment from Tao in heaven. To reap more valuable rewards, a higher price must be sown. To reach the kingdom of heaven, you must dedicate everything, your entire body and soul. As the guide of human life and life, I state these words here. You can inspect, test, and verify them, but time and results will tell whether or not they are correct. 人间八道, 8 Ways Through the Mortal World. Xiefeng, June 21st, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Our universe consists of 20 parallel worlds within 36-dimensional space. Among these 20, our mortal world is designated as the XY world and manifests itself as 3-dimensional space. The 20 parallel worlds all have symmetry, as does all of 36-dimensional space. From the perspective of reincarnation and the evolution of life, there are high-level spaces such as the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium world, and low-level space such as the inflamed layer, the frozen layer, and the netherworld. The mortal world is the midpoint at which they cross. It is a transfer station for the evolution and reincarnation of life between the higher-level spaces and the lower-level ones. This means that lives from low-level spaces advancing to high-level ones and those from high-level spaces falling to low-level ones must pass through this mortal world as a transfer station. The mortal world is a traffic hub just like the Zhengzhou railway station in China, where crowds come and go, back and forth, hustling and bustling each and every day, determinately and actively. It is easy to see that apart from those who work there, they all scatter quickly to their separate directions and transfer to other cars, buses, trains, and airplanes toward their individual destinations, running along their ways busily. In the mortal world, chaos arises with constant fighting and struggling. Each holds their own ambition, each has their own axe to grind, each administers in their own way, and each realizes their own wishes. As a temporary stage, each team performs its own show to the maximum, and as a temporary inn, passengers from different places stay briefly before parting company and going their separate ways. Each pursues their own prospects. To pursue one's prospect of reaching their destination, they must proceed in certain ways. Without a good way, or by choosing a wrong one, they will never reach their destination. Were they to board the wrong vehicle, their wish would remain just a wish, and their destination would remain out of reach. To be an entrepreneur, one needs to take the way of the market. To do business and make money, they must take the way of circulation. And to be a doctor, they must take the way of medical science and skill. Airplanes must taxi down runways, ships have to float on waterways, trains should run on railway tracks, and cars need to remain on roads and streets. From the perspective of the evolution and reincarnation of life, humans in the mortal world must take one of the following 8 ways and pass on to its associated destination. The way of the greatest creator. One models themselves after nature with holographic order thinking, open-heartedness, flexibility, and tact. They will rise to the celestial islands continent. The way of gods. One worships gods quite distinct from each other, bellicose and domineering. They will advance to Azura heaven. The way of Buddha. One pursues non-form and refines their concept of no abode for the mind and returns to the nature of Tathagata. They will ascend to the Elysium world. The way of celestial beings. One takes skepticism, non-dogma, and freedom as their first priorities and cultivates magical powers as their core. They will climb to the celestial beings' world. The way of humans. One pursues fame and material wealth, attaches great importance to family love and emotions, and remains fond of organization and power. They will return to the mortal world to continue their samsara and return as another human. The way of animals. One takes food, clothing, shelter, transportation, growing up, aging, health, and avoiding death as their first priorities of life, with the acquisition of money as their core value. They will descend to the animal world. The way of ghosts. One neither abides by rules nor laws, but conjures, lurks, and sneaks around like a ghost, speaks one way, but thinks and acts another, and is fond of hiding and good at lying. They will drop into the hell world. The way of Satan. One is fond of dwelling upon spirits and deities, fortunes and disasters, being ambitious and arrogant, blasphemes the greatest creator, and insults the gods. In order to achieve their goals, they plunge lives into abysses of misery and destroy nature by hook or by crook. They will fall into the inflamed layer or the frozen layer. Like Atrax, birds of a feather flock together. The way that one takes depends upon their kind of consciousness and their life structure. Divine punishments are slow but sure, is also the arrangement and program of Tao. All have their duties and accountabilities, which make each and every one of them vivid and exciting. Whether they know it or not, each person takes their way. Most are led along ignorantly and uncaringly, but a small number choose theirs clearly and plainly. You, who have read this article, should consider using it as a reference. If you discard what I wrote as groundless nonsense, then simply throw it away. You can even scold and criticize me. But if you feel that it has merit, then consider it as having value because you could benefit from it. Possess nothing yet have everything. Xiefeng. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Possess nothing yet have everything. This is not a paradox, but a great secret with which to go toward a better life space. Jesus Christ taught us to lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal, but lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. It is only by owning nothing on earth that you can enter the realm of the greatest creator. Shakyamuni Buddha taught us to develop a pure and clean mind which does not abide in anything, neither in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, nor dharma. We should have no notion of ego, personality, a being with a life, dharma, or non-dharma. Everything with form is unreal. All phenomena are dreams, illusions. In other words, owning nothing is the way to enter the Elysium world. The immortal Lao Tzu taught us to take no action, regard one's body as accidental, do not contend, value the world as itself. It gives them birth, but does not own them, acts, helps, but does not appropriate them. He who acts, spoils. He who grasps, lets slip, accomplish but lay claim to no credit. All this is to say that we must not take credit for our positive actions. To put all this into one sentence, all the teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are to try to own nothing. Stupid? No. The teachings of gods, Buddha, and immortal are the Tao of life, the Tao of light, and the Tao for us to gain everything. How can possessing nothing lead to having everything? The Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, taught us, to any that desires the tilth of hereafter, we give increase in his tilth, and to any that desires the tilth of this life, we grant somewhat thereof, but he has no share or lot in the hereafter. The Prophet's prediction was right. You have already had your share, and you will not have any share or lot in the hereafter. So just give, and you will have more later. The less you possess now, the more you will have later. We have learned from the Taiji thinking that the sum of positive and negative energy is always zero. If you gain in some ways, you will lose in others. This is to maintain the law that positive and negative energy are always in balance. The more blessings you enjoy in this world, the fewer your blessings will be in the afterlife. So, if you want to enjoy a better afterlife, you will need to give more and possess less in this life. Follow the teachings of Buddha. Do more formless almsgiving because doing so will get you enormous and incredible blessings. We see people with lots of possessions, which is mainly because they have gained a lot merits in their previous lives. Many others are poor, mainly because they have done little or garnered few merits in their previous lives. Some people were born with silver spoons, yet many work hard all their lives, but can barely support their families. Evidently, if you want to get blessings in your afterlife, you should earn more merits in this life. If you want to be a celestial being in heaven in your afterlife, you need to possess as little as possible in this life. How can you possess nothing yet have everything? Firstly, think about this. Whatever we try to possess in this world will come to naught in the end. If we make efforts to possess, we are really running after illusions and bubbles. The more you possess, the more distress, troubles, crises, and disasters you will have. You will never rest peacefully. You will feel unsettled. You will literally rack your brain to keep your possessions. You will lie, contend, hurt others, hurt nature, and will cause others to envy, hate, covet, and rob. Your life quality will get farther and farther away from heaven and nearer to the animal world and hell. The more you possess, the farther away from heaven you will be. If you want to possess everything, you will eventually have nothing. Let us look at the birds flying and perching in the forest. What do they possess? They possess nothing, but they have the sunlight, forests, meadows, streams, bugs, and branches to perch upon. They lack nothing. The Gospel of Matthew reads, "Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin." Jesus had nothing in his life, but now he has everything. Buddha had nothing after the Enlightenment, but now he has the Elysium world. The celestial beings in the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world possess nothing, but they lack of nothing. The super-celestial beings in the celestial islands continent possess nothing, but they have everything they could ever want. As long as people in the mortal world give more but possess nothing, they will be short of nothing. Why do people have so much anxiety and worries, and why do they compete and contend all day long? Because they want to possess. As we travel, we see that many attractions have been possessed by people. We need to buy tickets, or we will be kept out of the show. The landscape of the earth and the sun and rain are the gifts of nature for all mankind. But now they are possessed by a small group of people, and everyone else must bear their exploitation and blackmail. I built this road and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then pay my toll and buy the privilege. How can anyone not worry and suffer anxiety in this gangster-ridden world? Water is a gift of nature bestowed to all life. But if we want to use water, we must pay for it. We are told that water needs to be purified, and that costs money. But we should ask who polluted the water. The people who polluted the water should be responsible for its purification. Why should others bear the cost of purifying it? We are told that the water was in rivers and lakes, but now it comes directly to our sinks in our homes, and that costs money. Yes, bringing water from rivers and lakes for our convenience does indeed cost. But that cost should be resolved by voluntary labor under government organization, and the materials should be provided by the production plant. And it is said that if we do not charge for water, people will waste this resource. Yes, this could be a problem, but why would people want to waste for no reason? This is a mental and spiritual problem. Why not just solve them? This belongs to the country. This belongs to our company. This belongs to my family. This belongs to me. In these cases, the public resources will be seized. One day, the mountains, rivers, and the earth will be carved up, and even the air we breathe will be sold and taxed. Everyone wants to possess, but the result will be that everyone will suffer and be lacking in everything. It is only when no one possesses that everyone will have everything. First of all, without traditional families, 80% of social issues would be resolved. Secondly, without countries, 90% of our problems would be resolved. The remaining 10% will be problems of spirit and soul construction. Is this possible? Unlikely, of course, because this is the mortal world, not heaven. However, it is imperial for anyone who wants to go to and live in heaven. If you want to possess something, you will never reach heaven. The consciousness of possessing is our biggest obstacle preventing us from going to heaven. All those who want to go to heaven must clearly recognize this point and realize a consciousness of owning nothing and putting this consciousness into practice. The new oasis for life built by Life Changyuan serves this purpose. Those who enter the new oasis for life possess nothing, but they can get everything. To people who are not Changyuan celestials, this ideal sounds like the Arabian Nights. It is just a myth, a dream, a fantasy, and a delusion, But to Chanyuan celestials, it is no longer an unattainable dream, but rather a clear reality. If you want to live a better life on earth and ultimately go to heaven, the only way out is to live according to Life Genuine values. In this way, you will possess nothing yet have everything: brains, minds, consciousnesses, in the great universe. Xiefeng, translated by Transin and edited by Care. Brains are the bridges between consciousnesses, minds, and the great universe. The great universe that is seen, heard, smelled, tasted, and felt is processed by brains into minds. Brains would die without the great universe. Brains can be activated by observing and experiencing the great universe, and they will become quicker and smarter thusly. That is why we have the saying, read 1,000 of books and travel 1,000 miles. Apart from interpreting sensations, the brain is also capable of thinking. The closer we look, the deeper we feel about the things and phenomena that we sense, the more developed our brains become, and the more powerful our minds become. Our minds are determined by the information and data provided to our brains which come from the great universe. That is to say, the great universe that a person experiences determines the person's mind, which is why there are wolf children and deer children, as well as the origin of the belief that the Bel-esprits reside on green mountains with sparkling water while rogues live on barren hills with turbulent rivers, and the reason to keep the company of good people, and you shall be counted among their numbers. From this, we can draw the conclusion that the environment creates human minds. Different environments create different life. The environments of animals bring up animals. The human environment brings up people. The environment of celestial beings brings up celestial beings. The environment of Buddha brings up Buddhas. This environment known as the Great Universe includes both the material world environment and the non-material world environment, the reality environment and the super-reality environment. The reality material environment is the great universe that we see, hear, smell, taste, and feel. The super-reality non-material world includes the great universe written in books, sent to computers and TV screens, dreamed by our subconscious minds, and imagined in our minds. Always remember that you can know the principles and ways to have a sublime life, but you must live in the corresponding environment of life level in order to achieve the life in which you desire to be. Those who are surrounded by animals and animals' environment are animals. Those who are surrounded by people and people's environment are people. Those who are surrounded by celestial beings and celestial's environment are celestial beings. Those who are surrounded by Buddha and Buddha's environment are Buddha. Those who are surrounded by gods and God's environment are gods. People who live with people in the human world for a long time cannot become celestial beings or attain Buddhahood. If one wants to go there, they must live in environments that possess those attributes. Live in their worlds. The new oasis for life created by Life Genuine is the environment of celestial beings where celestial beings live. So, if you want to become a celestial being, you must live in the new oasis for life. A brain cannot exist independently, but a mind can. A brain is restrained by the material world, but a mind is not. A brain is material, but a mind is non-material. People carry the genes of consciousness information from many previous lives. The good and bad of the root of wisdom rely on the consciousness of their genetic information. That is the origin of the so-called genius. Generally speaking, people who have never lived in heaven in any of their previous lives cannot become a celestial being or attain Buddhahood, and will have to go through the same difficulty as someone who wants to become a singer but has a rough, untuned voice. Genius is not cultivated, but is innate. The so-called innate means that they have acquired certain qualities throughout many previous lives. The so-called life is the soul, and the so-called soul is consciousness. Consciousness determines the nature and level of life. Therefore, a brain is a channel for information from the great universe to enter a mind. A brain is dead without the great universe and cannot survive without it. Minds are independent and can exist even without the great universe. The great universe can be created by a mind. The great universe plays a decisive role in the formation of minds. In order to attain the mind of a celestial being or to attain Buddhahood, one must associate with celestial beings and Buddhas and live in their world. 我阻挡住了前往天堂的道路. It is ego that blocks our way to heaven. Xiefeng, March 4, 2013. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. If everything works according to the greatest creator's will, so let everything return to nature and follow the law of nature as the way of permaculture agriculture. Then the wind and rain will come in their time and everything will harmonize with each other. People will lead carefree lives and enjoy their years of life. It will be realized that we are integral parts of nature, and everyone will enjoy peace and health. Harm and pain are created by people with egos. One is bound to be selfish with an ego, and selfishness is bound to bring harm and pain to others, society, and nature. In return, that harm and pain will reflect back upon themselves. This will lead to vicious cycles and eventual destruction. The teachings of gods are that by abandoning the ego, one will receive life and peace. The teachings of the Buddha are that by being free of ego, form, and worry, one can enter the Elysium world. The teachings of celestial beings are to take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Follow your own nature and be unrestrained. Follow your destiny and be carefree. The teachings of saints are to lack the hearts of egos, but to take the hearts of the world as their own. The core of their teachings is but one: be free from ego. Being free from ego, one can enjoy the pleasures of life and enter paradise, the pure land, the fairyland. Facts speak louder than words. People living in the new oasis for life are more joyous, freer, and happier than those living in traditional marriages and families. Why? Because people living in the new oasis for life are freer from ego and more selfless than those living in traditional marriages and families. In the new oasis for life, the freer you are from ego, the more happiness, freedom, and joy you can have. The more that you serve your ego, the less happy, free, and joyous you will be. Facts have proven that in order to lead a happy and nice life and enter paradise step by step, the freer one is from their ego, the better they are. So how can we free ourselves from our egos? Live according to the will of the greatest creator. That is the law of nature. Live by following the teachings of Jesus Christ, Buddha Sakyamuni, and the immortal Lao Tzu. Abandon your ego but integrate into the collective and into nature. Desire nothing but take things as they are. Drink as you thirst, eat as you hunger, and sleep as you tire. Associate with everyone by following predestined relationships and acting in accordance with your nature. Own nothing or no one until you have nothing at all. Neither interfere with others, nor try to control or change them. Be yourself with your original nature. Neither analyze and judge right and wrong, nor judge others' advantages, disadvantages, and qualities. Seek out those who own nothing with selfless consideration and always remain humble and look like both saints and servants because it is correct to listen to them. Ego is the precipice and the stumbling block that prevents people from reaching heaven. Ego is the root of all trouble, pain, and misfortune. Ego will inevitably lead a person to a lower space of life. Only selflessness helps one realize their self. Only freedom from ego helps one achieve their self. These two messages encompass all the secrets of brilliant lives and the principles of life sublimation. Think of them carefully and practice them bravely. 超弦理论的盲点. A blind spot in superstring theory. Xiefeng, October 24, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. If we consider the quantum field theory as one leg in a pair of pants and the general relativity theory as the other leg, then the superstring theory would be the waist part trying to connect them. Einstein's general relativity mainly discusses gravity and holds that it does not exist but is the result of the curvature of space. It assumes that space itself is smooth and flat, but when celestial bodies of great mass such as the sun appear, they cause it to curve inward. It is like pressing hard on a girl's round and smooth face with an index finger, which breaks the smoothness and forms an indentation. The geometric deformation of space gives rise to apparent gravity, which defines it from a macro perspective. With regard to a person or a stone, its mass is too small to deform space any noticeable amount. Thus, microscopic matter has almost no apparent gravity. The problem with microcosmic matter is that its space is not smooth and flat, but is filled with countless, flying particles which are unable to curve space to produce gravity as huge masses do. The movements of microparticles have nothing to do with gravity. They are the results of electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. Quantum mechanics appeared when general relativity failed to explain the source of these three forces. Quantum mechanics studies fundamental particles at the microcosmic level. Whether large celestial bodies or grains of sand on the beach, all matter is made of hundreds of types of fundamental particles with masses close to zero but whose trajectories change unpredictably with no rules to follow but are always in motion. Motion is not caused by gravity, but by the three aforementioned forces of nature being converted from the particles. Electromagnetism is converted from photons, the strong force is converted from gluons, and the weak force is converted from bosons. However, the conversion of particles cannot generate gravity. Therefore, the quantum mechanics does not explain gravity. The macroscopic world and the microscopic world are unified integral, but general relativity theory, which can explain motion at the macroscopic level, and quantum mechanics, which can explain it at the microscopic level, are not fully compatible. An overall description of the universe can only be had by combining these two seemingly contradictory theories, and this mosaic theory is called the superstring theory. This superstring theory believes that matter is made of molecules. Molecules are made of atoms. Atoms are made of electron shells and nuclei, and the nuclei consist of protons and neutrons, which are made of quarks. What are quarks and electrons made of? Scientists believe that both are fundamental point particles which have no internal structures and cannot be divided any further. Superstring argues that these particles do not really exist, but are only strings in motion in space, and a variety of different types of particles are formed by these strings vibrating differently. All interactions between matter and energy can be explained by combining and separating strings, but strings do not move in normal three-dimensional space. Rather, they move in a high dimension of space which is beyond our imagination. Our traditional ideas about space are wrong because space has more than 3 dimensions, maybe 10 or even 26 of them. If this sounds confusing, consider the following scenario. An ant crawls into a shallow pit. It climbs out and goes further until it falls into a deeper pit. It climbs out and continues to go until after some time. It drops into a sand pit. It climbs out, but eventually lands inside a mud pit. These 4 pits are totally irrelevant to the ant, which simply comes across them by chance. Living on a 2-dimensional plane, it cannot see the interrelation of the 4 pits, let alone know that they may be related integrally. What is the reality of the situation? These 4 pits are footprints left by an elephant as it ate. 1 foot stood on hard ground, another stood on soft ground, a third in sand, and the 4th was in a pond of rainwater. So there are the shallow pit, the deep pit, the sand pit, and the mud pit. That is to say, the seemingly unrelated pits are actually integral parts of a whole. It is only when we think beyond our 2-dimensional plane to include 3-dimensional height, 4-dimensional time, 5-dimensional retention information, and 6-dimensional space movement and so on, that we begin to understand how these unrelated pits are integral parts left by a single elephant. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong force, and the weak force are 4 pits, but they are actually parts of a whole. Superstring theory was conceived to explain their integration. Superstring is the most promising theory to unify our understanding of fundamental particles with the interactions of the 4 forces. Superstring holds that strings are the most basic units of matter and that all fundamental particles such as electrons, photons, neutrinos, and quarks are different vibrational states of energy strings. Superstring combines the 2 major basic theories of the 20th century, general relativity and quantum mechanics, for the first time into a mathematically self-consistent framework. Superstring has the potential to solve long-standing problems that have troubled physicists, including the nature of black holes and the origin of the universe. If experimentation confirms it, then our understanding of the structure of matter, space, and time would change fundamentally. The prospect is tempting and theoreticians are struggling with it, but it seems ridiculous and childish to me because of some major blind spots. They are: how have these strings come into being? How do they move? Could they represent the origin of the universe? How can a unified field theory of the universe be established when the origin of the universe is still unknown? Only Life Echanuan can answer these questions. 寻找真正的自己 1. Looking for your true self, I. Xiefeng. August 5th, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. Who are you and how much of your life do you control? All of it, some of it, any of it. Needless to say, no one can control their lives absolutely. If a person can control just 1/10 of their habits, hobbies, behaviors, and words, then they are quite extraordinary. 18 things are beyond people's control, including their height, appearance, race, ethnicity, environment, era, birth date, birthplace, parents, death, and so on. All these things are predestined and no one can do anything about any of them. But what about our habits, usual practices, hobbies, behaviors, words, and so on? Are these self-controllable? Let us look at 2 specific examples. As reported in the World of Unsolved Secrets, a pair of paternal twin brothers were separated from an early age in Ohio, the United States. They meet again after being separated for 39 years, only to discover that they both had received legal education and were keen on mechanical drawing and carpentry. Even more surprisingly, their ex-wives had the same first names, as did their sons and even their second wives. In addition, both of them vacationed often in St. Petersburg, Florida. A pair of paternal twin sisters had been separated since childhood for more than 10 years. They agreed to meet at a train station, and one sister temporarily decided to get a hairdo. When they met, she was taken aback, because her sister had also gotten a hairdo. They also wore identical jackets, skirts, shoes, and carried identical purses. Both of them were utterly amazed. We can draw conclusions about these. Both pairs of siblings had almost identical habits, hobbies, behavior, and appearances, though they had been separated from early ages. When they did not know that they had twins, everything about them was taken as individual preferences. They had all believed that they controlled their own habits and hobbies until they found that their twins were almost exactly the same. Everything that they believed to be self-determined turned out to be from invisible consciousnesses rather than their own wills. The habits, hobbies, even the names of their wives and sons had been prearranged and predestined. These cases represent identical twins, but what about the rest of us? What habits and hobbies do we choose for ourselves? The answer is none. Our habits, practices, hobbies, interests, behaviors, and choice of words are not our own decisions, but controlled by mysterious consciousnesses. What are these mysterious consciousnesses? They are our true selves. The selves that we believe we are not our true selves but false ones, and our true ones are the mysterious consciousnesses that control our hidden ones behind our appearances. Case in point, a woman's husband was killed in a war. When the bad news came, she grieved and wailed sadly, but her true self cried with joy, "Finally, I'm free." 9 people out of 10 are pretentious. So, most of the people we face are false, do not talk sincerely, and are hypocrites. We often face cognitive dissonance when our true selves conflict with our false ones. Our false selves tend to be pretentious, to cater to the times, the public, and others. Our true selves have nothing to do with them, and that is Tathagata. How does one find their true self? Continue to looking for your true self, 2. 寻找真正的自己 2. Looking for your true self, 2. Xiefeng. August 5th, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. In our real lives, we all play roles defined by our plots, such as government civil servants, judges, police officers, businessmen, teachers, thieves, hooligans, and so on. These are not our true selves, but unconscious roles that have been arranged precisely for everyone according to the conscious needs of the plot. So if someone were to ask who you are and you answered that you are a mechanical engineer, that would be wrong. Look into a mirror. Do you see yourself? The image that you see has to be wrong because all forms are seen inaccurately. You cannot see yourself by the image of your form. The one in the mirror is not your true self at all, but only a false representation. Compare your images at the ages of 8, 18, and 48. They are completely different because they are all illusions. None of them are really you. Look at the people around you. Some are giving impassioned speeches, holding guns tightly, making films, singing and dancing, handling official business, fighting and quarreling, catching thieves, selling goods, and some are preaching. All are just acting and role-playing. None are their true selves, but most are biological robots who are running according to their programmed procedures. Your true self is completely free. When you feel unfree, you are not your real self. You have to go to work on time to make a living, do business to make money, be a police officer to catch bad guys, or do your job according to your superiors. Then, you have to maintain the support of your parents, buy a house and a car, get married, and have children. When you make choices, you have to consider the wishes of your family and others around you, and you have to remember traditional ethics and customs. Ultimately, you can never be your true self. You have to consider the expectations, demands, and constraints of the people around you, as well as the cultural values and customs that society adheres to. You want to go one way, but you have to choose another. If you do not, then you will have to bear guilt and pain within your heart, be angry, assume a feigned manner, pose as a person with high morals, and say words and do things against your will or worse. You will face immediate problems with your food, clothing, shelter, transportation, birth, illness, and death. So, you would not have been living out your true self, but only playing the role that you have to play according to the program which has been designed as a social plot. You want to be free in your heart, but you must live within constraints because you are trapped within the program. Put into the plot. Cattle are driven into sheds, pigs are driven into pens, and people are driven into circles of other people. Those who are supposed to dig holes, dig them. Supposed to fly, fly. Supposed to be herbivores, graze on grass. Supposed to be carnivores, eat meat. All are hard-pressed to escape from the bonds of the three realms, but can only be bound by the five elements. The script requires that 99% of the people do not to know the truth, because if it were widely known, then the play could not be performed. A news story reported of a migrant whose wife had affairs at home when he was at work and eventually gave birth to a child. He did not know the truth and raised the child into adulthood, but as the child grew, he developed less and less like him. So he had a paternity test run. The DNA test result proved that the child was not his and threw him into a whirlpool of pain and trouble. Once the truth was known, a comedy became a tragedy. King Oedipus in ancient Greek mythology and legend married his own mother unknowingly and innocently and took her as his queen. Had he not learned the truth, he might have enjoyed his warm family, but when they learned it, the queen killed herself out of shame while Oedipus blinded himself and went into exile. Once a truth is learned, its consequences can be terrible. What would you do if you learned that you had protected something that you should have destroyed, or that you had tried to ruin something that you should have been grateful for? It would be useless at that moment, even if the pain and repentance broke your heart. A pig could not live for even a day if it knew that the reason it was bred in captivity was to be slaughtered for food. If 99% of humans knew who they really were, then our whole social system and order would collapse, and the human world as we know it would no longer exist. How do we find our true selves? Continue to looking for your true self. 3. 寻找真正的自己. 3. Looking for your true self. 3. Xiefeng. August 6, 2012. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Have you watched movies or TV shows? Actors call other actors mom and dad. Are they really their parents? Of course not. They were acting and none of the roles that they played were real. They were disguised. Someone is crying. Are they really sad? Someone is killed. Is the actor really dead? No and no. They were fake and everyone is fine. Everything in the play is false and nothing is real. Otherwise, it would be unimaginable how many actors would die on a battlefield of a war scene. None are actually dead because they are only pretending to be so. Acting in movies and TV shows is acting, but how many people are acting in real life? People pledge their love to husbands and wives for whom they no longer have feelings. They defer to their bosses with smiles though they hate them inwardly. And they scold the United States viciously but rack their brains to send their children there. People lust after men or women in their sleepless nights, but then act as guards of public morality and condemn others for acting on their lust. So who is not acting, who are not actors, and who live out their true selves? The truth is that everyone acts. Why are you acting? Because survival forces you to do so. Acting is a survival skill for living. But since it is all just acting, nothing is real, everything is false. Therefore, Everything that we see in human society is false. Nothing is real because everyone is acting. You might say, it is not all acting. Some of it is real. My mother gave birth to me. That was not acting, it was real. And I will ask, your mother gave birth to you? Are you sure that she is your mother? The son had been the father and the daughter had been the mother. So who is your mother? You do not even know who you are. So how can you know that it was your mother who gave birth to you? Besides, how many mothers have you had? How many times have you been born since the beginning of time? Has the same woman given birth to you each time, and has no other women ever given birth to you? Maybe the woman who gave birth to you 500 years ago is your daughter in this life. Can you say that your daughter has never given birth to you? Therefore, it is hard to say who has ever given birth to you, your mother, your daughter, or your lover. Of course, if we limit everything to within this life only, then of course it is your current mother who gave birth to you. When someone pointed at Mary and said to Jesus Christ, "Thy mother and thy brother seek for thee," Jesus answered, "Who is my mother or my brother? Whoever shall do the will of God, the same is my brother, my sister, and my mother." Jesus Christ was real. He was not acting. He was living out his true self. Where is your true self? As long as you want to remain a person, you will never find it or know who you really are. That is, if all your activities are centered around survival, catering to others, your society, your times, and traditional values, and if you still desire money, power, reputation, and sexual satisfaction in your mind and still want to be outstanding, to glorify and illuminate your family name, or to win glory for your homeland, as long as your mind abides somewhere or is tied by someone or something, and as long as you still have desire, demand, hatred, jealousy, resentment, fear, worry, and anxiety from within, then you will never find it either. So, how is the true self to be found? Continue to looking for your true self. 4. 寻找真正的自己. 4. Looking for your true self. 4. Xiefeng, August 9th, 2012. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The universe is the big stage for life. It exists for life. It is full of life. And it is full of vigor and vitality. The levels of life are in various poses and have different expressions from low levels to high ones, and both visible ones and invisible ones. All gradually unfold and perform on the big life stage of the universe, which constitutes the magnificent and colorful great universe. From an individual life to groups of many lives, all things are designed and arranged in strict proportions. Take people, for example. Everything in our bodies is designed in proportion, such as our numbers and sizes of eyes, bones, hands, and feet. The roles and lifespans of each life and each group of lives are designed and arranged based on proportions and needs. At the same time, each life group exists in a certain program and belongs to its own species. All life survives in certain programs and will have to enter other ones after they leave their current ones. For instance, the animal world is a life program, human society is another, and the celestial world is still another. When people depart from the human program, they will enter and run in the program of either the animal world or the celestial world. As long as one's role is fixed, as long as they run in a certain program, then none of their life is their true self because everything has been determined by the plot of a script. It is like shooting a TV series. Each actor must play a certain role according to the script plot. Even if you have some wiggle room, you will still have to follow the general script. The true self is completely free and is not subject to any outside control. If everything is done based on outside requirements rather than personal free will and is constrained by certain outside powers, then they are not the lives of true selves. In the universe, there is no total freedom except for that of the greatest creator. No life can enjoy total freedom. There are different degrees of freedom. The greater the degree of freedom is, the easier it is to find one's true self and live out their true self, and vice versa. Let us consider a pig and a human. Pigs have less freedom than humans and are subject to the restrictions and controls of humans, so pigs cannot live out their free wills. They live for humans and thus can never find their true selves. Humans have more freedom than pigs, so compared to pigs, humans can live out much more of themselves. Actually, humans in general who live in marriages with families have less freedom than those who live in the new oasis for life. The former live passively while the later are free from the shackles of marriage and family programs and free from many of the constraints of the 36-8 diagram arrays of life. Thus, they have more freedom and can live out more of their true selves. Lower life levels have less freedom and higher life levels have more freedom. For instance, each of the plant world, the animal world, the mortal world, and the celestial beings world have more freedom than the ones before them. It can be said that the worlds closest to hell have the least freedom, but those closest to heaven have the most. Therefore, one has to strive for the higher levels of life space. The highest level is heaven, and that is where true selves are. The more freedom there is, the easier it is to find one's true self. The less freedom, the less true self. In the entire universe from the material world to the non-material world, the most real place to find one's true life self is on the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, because it is the place where life is free from all programs, is no longer playing a scenario role, and everything is self-decided. There is only the self. The designer, the arranger, the director, and the screenwriter are all the self. We can thus arrive at the conclusion that one can only find their true self in heaven. Pigs cannot find their true selves as pigs, and similarly humans cannot find their true selves as humans. The only absolute way to find one's true self is to become a super celestial being. How does one become a super celestial being? By following Tao and bringing oneness to Tao into the consciousness of the greatest creator to achieve self-consistency. This is how we find our true selves. 广义相对论的启示 Revelations from General Relativity. Xiefeng, September 1st, 2005. Translated by Transin and edited by Care. The attraction between the Earth and the tested body has gravitational mass. Exerting force to a body, the body will produce reaction force. It resists acceleration, so the body has inertial mass. The gravitational mass and inertial mass of the same body tested in a variety of ways arrive at such a conclusion. Gravitational mass equals inertial mass. Isaac Newton believed that the measurement result of equivalence of the mass is only coincidental, but Albert Einstein found that such equivalence exists in a glorious channel that replaced Newton's theory. Galileo Galilei noted the phenomenon in his experiment that the acceleration of a body in a gravitational field is independent of its mass. In gravitational fields, bodies of different masses fall at identical speeds. The acceleration of two bodies toward each other in the same gravitational field are always equal. For example, if we were to remove all air resistance, then anything falling toward the Earth would accelerate at a constant rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. In order to explain the principle of the equivalence of gravitational mass and inertial mass, Einstein came up with his famous third hypothesis, general relativity. If an inertial system is equal to a gravitational system which is evenly accelerated, then we can introduce a uniform gravitational field into it and assume that it, the inertial system, will remain static. On the basis of this third hypothesis, Einstein deduced his fourth one, which is also the same in all systems. Any observer inside an accelerated running elevator will perceive a spot of light that is shining through its window at a constant speed along a level line into the elevator that lands on its opposite wall differently than an observer who is outside the same elevator. Einstein's fourth hypothesis confirms that observers inside the elevator err by neglecting the mass of energy because it is very small. However, slight changes of movements of energy can be observed near very strong gravitational fields. It has been shown that light which is close enough to the sun will be drawn toward it due to its huge mass. Thus, Einstein reached a surprising conclusion. The world in which we live is not Euclidean. That is, circles in Euclidean geometry are no longer round, parallel lines intersect or diverge, and the sums of the angles of triangles are not 180 degrees. This strange conclusion is called the geometry of the universe. 1 plus 1 cannot always equal 2. What is the speed of a photon plus the speed of a moving train? Can there be such a speed in reality? Place one atomic clock atop a mountain and another one of similar performance at the foot of the same mountain, and their measured times will gradually diverge. The one on the top of mountain will run slightly more slowly than the one at its foot. Why? Because gravitational fields alter time and space. What are the revelations of general relativity to us? Any conclusion about macrospace and time from the perception of microspace and time might be inaccurate. Any conclusion drawn from within a system can be inconsistent with one drawn from outside of it. There are natural laws in the universe which apply everywhere and always. There are differences between abstract theories and reality. Space and time are not absolute. What kind of worldview and outlook on life can we draw from these revelations? We may have been living mistakenly. That which is in our consciousness is not truth, but distorted reality. Absolutely correct doctrines, theories, and ideas from within any religious, social, or governmental system may ultimately be disproved. There are irrefutable universal laws which apply to all space and time. These laws are collectively the will of the greatest creator, Tao. No theory is absolute and eternally true. We should never believe blindly in the classical theories, but should think from the perspective of holographic order. Returning from old age to youth and advancing from youth to old age, as well as living in different spaces is possible. No one has yet discovered all the secrets of the universe. On the contrary, we are only beginning to explore its wonders, and what we do know only scratches the surface. We are still ignorant of the meanings of time and space, so any strong opposition to new ideas, innovative approaches, and new philosophical perspectives is reactionary to the universe and to life and is a suppression of human nature. Only the concept of unifying all religions into a single uniform one is relatively correct thinking. Only the way of the greatest creator is the universal, natural law to bring salvation from human suffering at the macro level. 前往天堂的24个硬性指标 24 mandatory indices to heaven. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2018. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The universe is not only rational, but also mathematical. Whatever does not conform to scientific principles is a fantasy, a dream. Assumptions do not confirm scientific principles because only facts and tested theories are their cores. Everything that really exists conforms to scientific principles. Everything that can be deduced logically also conforms to scientific principles, even if we cannot see that they exist. Does heaven exist, or does it not? This is quite simple, for as long as we can see the reality of heaven, or as long as its existence can be deduced logically, then we can conclude that it does. No one's description of heaven is convincing unless many people have witnessed it for themselves and can confirm it repeatedly. The 1,000-year world of heaven that I have described would not be convincing if it were only my personal description, but when I copied it onto the earth and hundreds of people not only saw it but also lived in it and experienced it, then it became time to accept its existence. Though seemed humble, it is the 1,000-year world of heaven's earthly manifestation. If you still cannot recognize these facts in front of you, then you are only proving that you are disregarding them and preferring to stay with your comfortable dreams and illusions. Everyone knows about the plane rectangular coordinate system, which has 4 quadrants, and each quadrant expresses a different nature. For example, if the first quadrant is all positive and the third one is all negative, then the first quadrant can represent heaven and the third one can represent hell. The space in which life exists is not a plane rectangular coordinate system though, but a 3-dimensional cubic coordinate system with volume, also called a complex rectangular coordinate system because it has horizontal spacetime, and this horizontal spacetime is invisible to people within 3-dimensional space. Although people cannot see it, it can still be deduced in a scientific way, that is, by the imaginary number axis which is perpendicular to both our eyes and also to the x and y axis through the plane rectangular coordinate system origin. Think of it like a chopstick that is perpendicular to our eyes, and we can only see a point, though a point is clearly not its true nature. Because a virtual axis is added to the plane Cartesian coordinate system, that plane Cartesian coordinate system has become a 3-dimensional one in which there are 20 quadrants. We human beings live in only one of them. The other 19 are spaces that humans do not experience or understand thoroughly as of yet, and heaven is among them. This is the scientific principle of heaven. Since heaven exists and life is so beautiful there, then of course we are all eager to go there. The question is, how do we get there? No matter who you are, a religious follower or an atheist, rich or poor, an official or a common citizen, a university professor or an illiterate, you can go to heaven by reaching its standard, but if you are substandard, then you will have to recycle through the samsara of the mortal world, the animal world, or even the livestock world. Here are the 24 mandatory requirement indices. Freedom from debts. Accumulation of merits and virtues. Freedom from worldly ties. Freedom from troubles and annoyances. Freedom from anxiety. Freedom from grief. Freedom from worries. Freedom from fears. Possession of nothing. Having a carefree mind. Neither complaining nor resenting. Distance from anger and loss of temper. Lack of envy for others. Lack of negativity and pessimism. Never comparing oneself to others. Never regarding oneself as correct. Never arguing with or contending with others. Keeping a peaceful and joyous mind. Having a fondness for playing. Having no special relationship with anyone. Sharing everything with others. Having upbringing, self-cultivation, and self-restraint. Lacking a mind but showing a nature. Freedom from ego. No matter who you are, as long as you meet these 24 requirements listed above, then you have reached the standard and you will undoubtedly go to heaven. There is no need for ascetic practices, meditation, praying in churches and temples, understanding the classics, taking someone as your master, burning joss sticks, or even kowtowing and worshiping. On the other hand, if you do not meet the standards, even if you have read all the classics wholeheartedly, have self-cultivated and self-improved for thousands of years, are wealthy in knowledge, are a super master, have been preaching all your life and have thousands of followers, are eloquent enough to fully understand the classics, and no matter how much you have contributed to the world, then please accept my apology because you are not and will not be heaven-bound. It is easy to see that heaven is an ideal society, but why is it so ideal? The reason is that every life can enjoy its pleasure fully. If one who was unable to meet the standard were to enter heaven, then how could the others be guaranteed the freedom to enjoy their pleasure of life fully? That would be impossible. Heaven does exist, and the road to it is clear. Go there or do not. The decision is yours. 一团有关性的迷雾. A cloud of fog about nature. Xiefeng. November 18th, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. The universe is a stage for nature, and everything and all phenomena are nature's dances. The true essence of Buddhism is, an enlightened heart is perceptive to nature, perceptive to Buddha. The main theme of the Bloodstream sermon by Master Bodhidharma was that nature, same word as sex in Chinese, is Buddha and Buddha is nature. Without the perception of nature, all teachings of Dharma are demonic talks, and all practicing of magic is demonic conduct. The sixth patriarch, Huineng's The Platform Sutra says, who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata, suchness, is intrinsically pure? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are manifestations of our nature? From this point of view, we should follow our nature. If so, willfulness is right, and the wayward person is dictated by willful nature, but reality tells us that willful people cannot become immortal or Buddha. To follow one's nature, but not be willful is a contradiction. This is the fog about nature. Let's take Jiaoyi, Lixin, and Tianxin as examples to analyze willfulness. Jiaoyi is weak-willed, Lixin is medium-willed, and Tianxin is strong-willed. Weak-willed, people have their own cognition and ideas about everything, and they always include contradictions and conflicts with Tao. They always want things to develop according to their own wishes, but because they have awe in their hearts, they are still willing to yield even when they are unhappy. Therefore, they can still walk on the way of Tao. Medium-willed people know that they are wrong, but they have strong self-esteem and easily drift between Tao and the mortal trail. If their self-esteem is well protected, they can merge into Tao. If their self-esteem is damaged, they will deviate from the Tao and move toward the trail. Strong-willed people are desperate to act according to their own wishes. Although they might know that they are wrong, their emotions exceed their rationality and they are unwilling to comply with Tao, let alone succumb to it. Wayward people have generally been spoiled since they were young and have experienced too little frustration in their lives. How does one escape from this nature fog? All speech and behaviors are caused by the trends of nature, and nature is the strongest driving force. Let us observe everything in nature, the loftiness and erecting of mountains, the fickleness and flowing of water, the birth and growth of plants in spring and summer, the fighting and killing of animals, and the fighting and robbing in the human world. All are the deductions of nature. From this point of view, following one's nature and willfulness are both not only problematic, but also dangerous, just like wolves, insects, tigers, and leopards following their natures, and kudo, vine, vitex, and thorns that are willful. From this, the sixth patriarch Huanings, who would know that our nature, essence of mind, Tathagata, suchness, is intrinsically pure. Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from becoming or annihilating? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically self-sufficient? Who would have thought that our nature is intrinsically free from change? Who would have thought that all things are the manifestation of our nature, are also problematic? The self-nature is not pure. It has birth and annihilation, and it cannot produce everything. Follow one's nature. But what kind of nature? The nature of a devil or that of Buddha? The nature of beasts or that of humanity? Willful, but to follow what will? To follow the will of nature, or to follow that of self? To follow the collective commonality or individual's personality? If you want to become a cat, then you must catch mice when you see them, otherwise you will not be a cat. If you want to become an immortal, then you must follow the immortal nature strictly, or you cannot become one. A cat is not a cat if it is compassionate when it sees a mouse. An immortal is no longer an immortal if his or her heart moans and laments when he or she sees marriages and funerals, or weeping and crying in the mortal world. In order to become a Buddha, one needs to perceive nature, but must not follow one's nature and be willful. If you want to go to heaven, then you also need to perceive nature, but you must not follow human nature and be obsessed with the debauchery of mortal life and the passing clouds in the physical world. 我与魔王的又一次对话. Another conversation with the king devil, Satan. Day form celestial. December 11th, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Kair. It was 3 o'clock on the morning of December 11th, 2019 when I passed through a space-time tunnel and entered the palace of the king devil. I saw how brightly it was lit and that it was radiating a brilliant illumination. Splendid and magnificent, grand yet solemn, and the guards in front of the door were all handsome, spirited, brave, and mighty. In the palace, a guard stood every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. Handsome men and beautiful women walked in and out, and everything was in order. When I came to the gate of the palace, one of those enchanting women came to greet me and told me that the king knew I was coming and was waiting for me in the hall. After passing through many corridors, we finally entered his hall as I then gazed upon a jade-red throne at the top of several dozen steps. It was inlaid with countless gems that were crystal clear while radiating colorful and dazzling lights. On the throne sat a beautiful, peerless man with an imposing appearance, handsome, natural, and divine. 16 women stood beside him, and they were all extremely beautiful, sexy, charming, and glamorous. The ground and the walls were all made of pure gold, magnificent and impeccable. The king devil stood and looked down upon me from a high place and asked, "How are you, Dayform Celestial? Have you come here to surrender to me, or to steal my magic?" I stood below, looking up at him with a smile, and replied, "I am surely here to find fault with you." The king devil laughed. "You tiny celestial dare to find fault with me. It is very courageous of you. Is there a problem?" I replied cautiously, "Most worthy of gods who penetrates everything, how could I be qualified to find fault with you? I would not dare even if I had 100,000 times my courage. It is just that I missed you, so I just decided to drop by and ask for a cup of tea." Lies. The king devil feigned anger and turned his head with a growl. Then he smiled and tried to persuade me, "Dayform Celestial, why not come here to enjoy my glory and wealth and forget about your tireless task of reaping ripe crops? Even if you could go to the celestial islands in the future, how could it ever be as glorious as my palace?" Rather than answering him directly, I decided that this would be a good time to answer a question with a question. "Most worthy of gods, you have neither thieves nor robbers here, so why do you keep such tight security at your door? A guard at every 3rd step and a sentry at every 5th. They are so majestic, they show how powerful I am, and I just like having them, the king devil replied. But there are no blue skies or white clouds here, nor trees, flowers, or grass. It is all jewels. I still think that the celestial world is better, I continued. The king devil replied leisurely. It seems that you have not escaped from your mortal world. What do you think of my women here? The most beautiful, enchanting, and sexy women anywhere. This is the Western vision of paradise. Remember the Garden of Eden? It was created by me. The blue skies, white clouds, green mountains, blue water, wildflowers, and countless rare and exotic fruits. But Adam and Eve could not enjoy its blessings. Did humans not ruin it? I was a little puzzled and asked a little confused, is the God in the Bible really you? The king devil then asked, the whole world is under my rule. Other than me, are there any other gods? Then the God that all mankind has worshipped for thousands of years is you? Are you not afraid that the greatest creator will punish you? The greatest creator will never punish me because it is my dedicated burden to maintain the dynamic balance of life in the universe. In the human world and in hell, I have the right to do whatever I want. Only Jesus and you, Dayform Celestial, keep ruining my plans. Jesus has been punished and driven away by me, and you will have no better luck? So, one of my eyes is blind. Is this your punishment for me? I like your lecherous character, so I just punished you slightly. Maybe I will blind your other eye. Do you believe me? I surely believe you, but most worthy of gods, I also have my mission, and I cannot help myself. Besides, I only take 1 or 2% of human lives away, or as few as 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000, and I am not going against you. You will not be cruel to me, will you? The king devil said with a serious face. Do not pretend to be pitiful here. Do not wish for me to be compassionate. Justice has long arms, so do not dream of escaping from my net of justice. I will chase you and all of your Chanyuan celestials and exhaust them, and you will all continue to reincarnate obediently. I was a little bit depressed and complained, most worthy of gods, is it your rhythm that you will kill everyone? Nonsense, the king devil said a bit angrily. When have I killed anyone? I have never hurt a fly. The situation and results of every life are for their own sake, and they cannot blame me for anything. In that case, can I still have hope and opportunity to take some people to heaven, can I? I asked innocently. While the priest climbs a foot, I climb 10. Whether you can pick them up depends on the depth of your spiritual character, the king devil answered. Do you mean that you will no longer set up barriers to me? I asked. You're being delusional. Not only will I continue setting up obstacles to block you, but I will also do my best to stop you, the king devil said firmly. How will you stop me? I asked. The king devil told me this in detail. Shakyamuni once wanted to take many people away, and Lao Tzu used to plan secretly to take many others away, but most of them were stopped by me. Only a few dozen managed to escape. If you want to take some, it will not be more than 200 or 300. My ways of preventing them are diverse, strange, and unpredictable. People are slaves to money, so I will stop over 80% of them with that. Then, another 5% can be stopped with the offer of power. Then reputation, status, beauty, affection, and love will stop another 7% to 8%. Then, I will use poverty, hunger, war, illness, fear, death, and so on to stop 7% to 8% of them. Finally, the Psychedelic Academy will make your remaining members drunk on gong, magic arts, and powerful spells. That will stop most of the remaining ones. If necessary, I will make a few godlings appear in the world to show supernatural powers and magical arts to people in order to confuse those who have chosen you. Do the math. How many are left for you to take away? These are just my open methods. I also have countless secret tricks. What are those secret tricks? You, most worthy of gods, could you tell me a few? I begged sincerely. Dayform Celestial, you want me to reveal my mysteries by negligence without knowing them? You underestimate me too much. Do not play on your cleverness. Small tricks in front of me. Can I tell you my secret tricks? If I told them to you, would I still be the king devil? Thank you for your teaching, but I have a request. I have only reaped 200 or 300 Chanyuan celestials across more than a decade. Could you be lenient to these 200 or 300 Chanyuan celestials and let me take them away smoothly, I begged. You are absolutely crazy. It is your idiotic dreaming. You want to make a deal with me? Do you think I am a human? I am a god. I must abide strictly by the laws of heaven and never allow any to pass. Are you not building a home? Build one, and I will destroy it. Build another, and I will destroy it too. Build many, and I will destroy them all until you are impoverished, downhearted, lose all your confidence, and return to my devil's way. If I cannot destroy you with external forces, then I will get into your heart, your consciousness, your blood, and your bone marrow to fully mobilize your demon, animal, and human natures, so that you will guard against, be suspicious of, torture, and destroy each other, make a foul stench of your home, and eventually wear you down. I will make people call you a liar, a scam artist, a rapist, a seductive hypocrite, a villain who destroys families, and a man with the evilest of intentions. If necessary, I will use the state dictatorship machine to arrest you. Do you still have any hope for your Chanyuan celestials to escape from my trap? Hearing what the king devil said, I collapsed to the floor feebly, as if my whole body was drained of blood. My tears rushed out. I wanted to curse the king devil. I was ready to shout out when I woke up in a cold sweat from that horrible nightmare. 个人如何顺应自然之道? How individuals should conform to the ways of nature. Xiefeng, December 18, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Introduction. The beauty and simplicity of nature can only be truly appreciated after one has experienced the richness of life. Experiencing the vicissitudes of life teaches you the truth of original nature. Directing the country high-spiritedly only to have things backfire in the end. Pitting one region against another and overcoming all obstacles. These are all totally unnecessary. Surrender to the way of nature. Be content with the status quo and accept reality. Nothing is controlled by man. Everything is determined by nature. If it is predestined, it will appear eventually. If it is not, do not insist upon it. Blessings come, enjoy them. Suffering comes, bear it. I will accept with pleasure whatever the greatest Creator arranges for me, neither worrying, complaining, getting angry, nor with rage. If there is no sea, I will admire the rivers in front of me leisurely. If there are no rivers, I will take company with streams. If there are no streams, I will just wait for the rain to fall from the sky. If I have a bad fate, then I will not complain about anyone because I have enjoyed too many blessings for the too few merits from my previous lives. If there is no one to help me on my journey of life, I will not blame anyone because I was too selfish and did not establish good ties along my way. Karma is perfectly accurate, so I will eat coarse grain every day, live in thatched huts, and wear patched clothes, but my heart will remain calm and my mind will be relaxed. Do not be jealous or envious. You have your heavenly plan and I have my serenade. You are beautiful and charming but suffer a harsh life. I have an unsatisfactory look but boast a heart of gold. You are earth-shaking and cloud-blowing while I am content with poverty and am devoted leisurely to Tao. You have many guests and your place is crowded with people and vehicles, but I only communicate with the spirit of heaven and earth. You live with the debauchery of villas and luxury cars, but I live with bright moons and gentle breezes. Grass never envies the richness of peony. Weeping willows never envy the fullness of fruit trees. Everything is arranged appropriately, and I neither envy nor admire anyone. Never make excessive demands. Demanding that your cat guards your house, that your dog plows your field, that your rooster lays eggs, or that your sow gives milk would all be against the ways of nature and therefore fruitless. Some things are born with purpose. Others are born with talent. There is neither a panacea for all diseases, nor perfect sages and saints. Command neither your superiors nor your subordinates excessively, neither parents nor children, neither husbands nor wives, and of course, neither brothers, sisters, friends, lovers, neighbors, nor other relatives. Green. Swaying bamboo benefits your mind. That is enough. Do not command bamboo to bear dates for you. When someone cooks for you, that is enough. Do not demand that your dish be both delicious and colorful. It is enough to have someone to accompany you on your journey. Do not expect them to fulfill all your desires. Do what you can without taking risks. He who has no diamond should not undertake to cut glass. What will happen when you load 3 tons onto a truck that is made for 2 tons, or if you drive on a curved mountain road at 120 kilometers per hour? What if you pour an entire pot of boiling water into a drinking glass? What if you have only 200,000 yuan in your pocket, but you want to buy a 1 million yuan building? Everyone is like a container which can only hold a certain amount. If that amount is exceeded, either the container will burst or serious waste will occur. If you can only carry 80 caddies, but you want to carry 100 of them, you will be crushed. Therefore, we must do everything within our capability to not take such risks. Watch cheerfully as others run companies effortlessly, but do not imitate them. Watch neighbors build high-rise buildings, but do not chase them. Watch others become internet celebrities, but do not follow them. Watch others send their children to study abroad, but do not send yours. You must weigh your own abilities. If you do not have enough abilities, then do not be too ambitious. Always do what you can, never attempt to do what you cannot. Non-action means non-contention. The way of nature has arranged everything in an orderly manner. Whether it is a dog or a cat, a hawk or a chicken, a peach or an apricot, or a man or a woman, everything is arranged and predetermined. Everything is born. In beehives, the queens, drones, and workers are all determined at birth. Their purposes are not chosen by democratic voting, nor can any bee who wants to become a queen through their own hard work become one. The queen needs to hold no meetings with groups of her subordinates to discuss and arrange daily affairs. Each bee does what it is destined to do, and all divisions of labor are clear and orderly. The same is true in human society. The role of each person has been decided long ago. If you are predestined to be a president, then you cannot be a craftsman. If a beggar, then you cannot become a billionaire. If a commoner, then you cannot become a saint. If a thief, then you cannot become a hero with immortal fame. Some people are natural organizers and leaders, while some are destined to be imprisoned. No one's life from birth to death is up to themselves. You can only decide to do what is predestined. It is next to impossible for you to change or achieve anything substantial by your efforts. Only peach trees can bear peaches. No matter how hard they work, they will never bear pomegranates. No matter how hard they study and research, even if they rack their brains and fail to eat and sleep, flies will never produce honey. So practice non-action, set no goals for yourself, think nothing about becoming a rich celebrity, do not expect to become a pianist or any musician, let alone think about how to make yourself a returning Jesus or a Ziwei saint. Every day just do what you should do right on that day, take things as they are, associate with others by following predestined relationships, act in accordance with your nature, and take advantage of opportunities as they arise. Do not contend with anyone. It is of no use. If it should be yours, it will be yours. If it should not be yours, you will not get it by contention. Point 6. Do not insist. Do not hold. Many parents make plans and arrangements for their children and do not want their children to lose at the starting line. What is their result? Children who are forced by their parents will definitely lose at the finish line because they will have pulled up seedlings to help them grow and will have violated the way of nature. Qin Shi Huang wanted to pass the country from his generation to his progeny after unifying the 6 kingdoms, but Qin II lost his state power and Qin III never appeared. Many people want to pass their family business or their career that they have earned through their hard work onto their children, but the results often backfire. Many people try their best to make their spouses loyal to themselves after they get married. But what happens? 95% of men cheat and 95% of women suffer by attempting to toss their husbands' mistresses out. Those who hold it lose it. Those who make it spoil it. Do you want to control something in your hands firmly? Do you want to spare no effort to defend your treasure? That is whimsical, ignorant, and foolish because nothing can be held or controlled indefinitely by anyone. You had better follow nature and let water flow naturally. 7. Be as good as you can regardless of where it will lead you. Melons' pedicels fall when their fruit ripens and channels form when water flows. When we say that all things are destined and have been arranged long ago, we mean that there are rules and principles for everything and they run in accordance with unchanging procedures for thousands of years. That is, a person's current state is caused by their past thoughts, words, and actions. If they have been doing evil all the time, then there is no doubt that they will be destined to go to hell unless they rein in on the brink of the precipice and repent thoroughly of their misdeeds. If they have been doing good and accumulating virtue, then they will undoubtedly be destined to go to heaven because karma is a program. Whatever we enter into this program, it will feed corresponding results back to us. This is called destined by heaven. This is called the way of nature. Therefore, make dedications throughout your life and neither ask nor care about their results because the program will run and arrange things according to them. When melons ripen, their pedicels fall off. Do not doubt that when quantitative changes reach saturation, qualitative change will definitely follow. What matters is that we stick to these changes for many years or even for the rest of our lives. If this life is not enough, we should continue to do so in our future lives. 8. Have unrestrained imagination and fly freely. The way of nature controls everything except our imagination. Beggars can imagine that they are royalty and singles can imagine that they have 100 spouses. Anyone can have sex with anyone they want to within the world of their imagination. Mortals can imagine themselves appreciating and enjoying heaven, and you can imagine yourself taking the sun away or becoming a wild goose flying in the sky. Whatever you think, this is our free will bestowed to us by the greatest Creator. No matter what you think, you will neither be punished nor rewarded. It is even okay if you beat someone up in your imagination. You just need to make yourself happy and satisfy your wishes. None of these imaginings will be input into the causal program. Therefore, you can be unrestrained and fly freely. Here, I would like to point out that motivation and imagination seem to be the same thing, but there is an essential difference. Motivation is an inner activity that you want to put into practice. Imagination is an ongoing or completed conscious activity for self-entertainment. Conclusion. To conform to nature is to conform to objective laws and natural principles, and to never impose one's own will on them in order to change anything artificially. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be harmonious and people will be happy about everything. Go against it, and all things will be disorderly and conflicted. There will be hurricanes, hail, drought, scorching heat, turmoil, war, plague, and famine, and people will be worried, sad, anxious, and even encounter disasters. That is to say, following the way of nature will be rewarded by Tao, violating the way of nature will be punished by Tao, and surrendering to the way of nature will ensure your place in heaven. 自然之道解析 Analysis of the Way of Nature. Xiefeng, December 15, 2019. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. The way of nature is the way of the greatest Creator, of non-action and silence, and to harmony and freedom. It is the outline and the law of the universe, and the way of heaven and Tao itself. By following the way of nature, everything would be in order. The weather would be favorable and society would be peaceful. By deviating from the way of nature, everything would be chaotic and disorderly, disasters would occur frequently, the world would be turbulent, and people would be contentious. By fighting against heaven, our suffering would be constant. By fighting against the earth and each other, our suffering would be endless. By fighting against Tao, our abyss of misery would be endless. The way of nature is profound, mysterious, and can neither be measured nor understood by human intelligence. It is full of vitality which can be neither resisted nor refused. The place that obeys it is heaven, but the place that goes against it is hell. Tsunamis, tornadoes, hurricanes, typhoons, gales, thunderstorms, floods, droughts, scorching heat, hail, epidemics, insect plagues, and so on in nature are all caused by human society's failure to follow nature's way and all of its warnings to mankind. Wars, turmoil, fighting, riots, revolutions, dynasties changing, diseases, hunger, and other phenomena that occur in human societies are the results of human violations of nature and are its punishments to mankind. How has human society deviated from the way of nature? Things that bring trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, horror, fear, sadness, or despair to people but cannot make them happy, joyous, free, or blessed deviate from the way of nature. I hereby affirm that the developments and inventions of science and the inventions and applications of all tools do not deviate from the way of nature. The five main things that deviate from it are as follows. Legal systems with laws, judges, and lawyers have all violated the way of nature. Western societies that govern themselves with artificial laws deviate from the way of nature. Look at the plants, animals, and insects. They have never needed laws or legal systems, but are they not running well? With judges and lawyers, human societies lose their natural attributes and human nature becomes forced into distortion. The people who want to build several houses on their own land are regulated and restricted, and people's attributes of truthfulness, goodness, and beauty are restricted and controlled by laws. The existence of countries violates the way of nature and is equivalent to artificially building a high wall to imprison people within this big prison called nationhood. Migratory birds migrate freely, so why cannot people? According to the principles of nature, human societies must have governments, but just as bee and ant queendoms have bee and ant queens, governments should only be symbols to unite people's hearts, not organizations to manage and regulate them. When governments expand out of proportion and implement their wills upon every aspect of human life, then they completely deviate from the way of nature. The more problems they create, the more bitter their people become, and this is where those governments develop strong wills and subvert the way of nature. Fewer problems exist and people live in peace and contentment when the government has complied more with the way of nature. Our marriage systems deviate from the way of nature because they bind couples together forcibly. They conform to neither the laws and principles of nature nor to those of human nature. If they did, then there would be no phenomena of cheating and betrayals. The thoughts and practices of trying to change other people and their natures go against the ways of nature, such as mutual torture and devastations between married couples, mutual condemnation and strife between political parties, mutual hostility and competition for believers among religions, mutual restrictions and sanctions between countries, and human transformations of nature, such as reclamation of the sea, deforestation of forests, building hydroelectric dams, and transforming rivers, grasslands, wetlands, lakes, deserts, and so forth. All of these thoughts and behaviors violate the ways of nature. All success studies, nutrition studies, talent studies, prenatal teaching, fast learning, doctrines, truth studies, Western medicine, cloning, and so on violate the way of nature. Violations of the way of nature will definitely be punished by it. The way of punishment is to make people suffer, fear, despair, and even die through disasters. Human intelligence will attend to one thing while losing another. The way of nature is the only law that mankind should obey. People in the 1,000-year world and 10,000-year world follow it purely. So everything is peaceful, safe, warm, and satisfying there. Attempting to follow nature would confuse people. They would ask an unlimited number of questions about how issues would be handled. Without countries, who would protect us from them? Without legal systems, who would handle disagreements and resolve disputes? Without political parties, who would manage our lives? How can humans reproduce without marriages? Were people allowed to migrate without controls, would they not all move to the prosperous big cities? Without controls, would the human population not expand indefinitely? Without the police, would people not destroy the ecology and misbehave, and would bandits and robbers not be everywhere? Without strong interventions and restrictions, would we not fight for resources everywhere, and would armies not appear and vassal states not arise that would conquer and kill people everywhere? To eliminate these doubts and obtain answers, we should neither read the writings of human thoughts nor imitate the experiences of human history, but read the books without words, read the heavens, the earth, and all of nature. Were there no humans on this earth, would the kingdoms of plants, animals, and insects have any of these problems? Of course not. We would discover the principles of mutual generation and restraint of the way of nature, its principle of natural regulation, and discover that when anything goes to excesses or extremes, a restraining force always comes into being. If you think that human beings following the way of nature would move them toward the law of the jungle, then look at the state of the 1,000-year world of heaven, and we will surely learn sensible, reasonable, and legal answers from it. Shenxing, the nature of celestial beings. Xiefeng, November 22, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. Nature is the characteristics of all structures, things, and even lives. The kinds of structures present determine the kinds of natures there are. All beings have their own natures. Gods have divine ones, Buddhas have Buddhist ones, demons have demonic ones, celestials have celestial ones, people have human ones, and beasts have animal ones. All things have their own ones. Mountains have mountainous ones, lakes have watery ones, soil has an earthly one, stones have rocky ones, and trees and flowers have plant ones. The Compendium of Materia Medica introduces more than 500 medicines with each having their own medicinal properties, natures. Each of the 118 chemical elements in the periodic table have their own characteristics and natures. The differences between some lives and others, and between some things and others, are determined by their structures. Different structures have different natures. In order for one kind of life to transform into another kind, its structure must be altered toward that desired end. No life's nature will change if its structure remains the same. While it is impossible to change life structures directly without genetic surgery being performed, their life structures are non-material, invisible, and intangible. It is still impossible to alter non-material life structures through surgery. To change a life structure, you must start by changing its consciousness. For example, if you want to become a celestial, then you must transform your consciousness from one of a human to one of a celestial. However, the transformation of a consciousness cannot be reached without centuries of self-improvement and self-refinement. Consciousnesses are too complicated. They penetrate into blood cells, bone marrow, time and space itself, detention information space, and even into one's life trajectory. The components of consciousnesses are enormous. It can often be very difficult to distinguish between human ones and celestial ones because they are ambiguous and specious. Unless there is a higher level of life to point out the direction, it is that the true face of the mountain Lu is lost to my sight, for it is right in this mountain that I reside. There is a shortcut through which people can become celestials, that is, to follow the celestial nature, and it is relatively simple to do this. You do not need to read books on celestial cultivation and spend your limited lifetimes trying to understand them from the principles of truth, meditation, immortality pills, praying to gods, worshipping the Buddha, or reciting the scriptures every day, because even illiterates who follow the celestial nature can become celestial beings. So, what are the natures of celestials and what are their manifestations? People can be divided into these 5 groups: ignorant commoners, laities, mortals, sages, and celestials, saints. Celestials can be subdivided into these 5 types: ghost celestials, human celestials, land celestials, deity celestials, and super celestials. Here I will only express the nature of celestials in the 1,000-year world, because this is the easiest state for people to reach. If people can follow the nature of celestials in the 1,000-year world, then they will join them to live the lives of celestials after their deaths. The nature of celestial beings is that they have the following 8 characteristics. They follow what is predestined, are open, leave things to fate, and are free and unfettered. They conduct themselves limitlessly, follow situations, and act flexibly. They are amorous yet never attach importance to affection. They possess nothing and are totally unfettered. They never do anything yet all things happen through them because they follow Tao. They feel no mercy or pity but are natural and unrestrained. They neither contend nor argue, but associate with other celestials. They behave with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being by talking cheerfully and humorously. A life with the above 8 characteristics is celestial one. If you follow their 8 characteristics, then you will possess their nature, and you will have doubtlessly become one already. Humans can never achieve any of these 8 characteristics of celestial nature, not even one of them. Of course, people occasionally show signs of celestial natures, but they are just flashes of light and disappear quickly. It is easy to understand theoretically and logically, but extremely difficult to achieve, so it is not easy to become a celestial. For example, could you follow what is predestined, be open, leave things to fate, and be free and unfettered? If you were placed in a cell where you could only eat grass roots, everyone would scold and bully you, and snakes and scorpions would be rampant. Another example would be, could you possess nothing and be totally unfettered if you knew that you were about to die? Could you be free from the worries of the people for whom and the things for which you care? Would you have no fear or regrets, and could you really be totally unfettered? As for conducting with no limit, no mercy, no sadness, those are much more difficult to achieve. Only people who are born with celestial roots can become celestial beings. As humans, you had better stop your wishful thinking. A leopard cannot change its spots, so just be an honest person. 先性解析 Analyses of the nature of celestial beings. Xiefeng, November 23, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following situations, and acting flexibly. Being amorous everywhere, but never attaching importance to affection. Possessing nothing yet being totally unfettered. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Feeling no mercy or pity, but being natural and unrestrained. Neither contending nor arguing, but walking with celestials. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being. Talking cheerfully and humorously. Here, we shall analyze each of the above natures of celestials. Following that which is predestined, being open, leaving everything to fate, and being free and unfettered. Following what is predestined is following one's luck and letting it come naturally. Being open is being bold and open-minded, but not adhering to etiquette and customs. Following what is predestined and being open means that whether you live in a 5-star hotel or a thatched house, whether you eat delicacies from the land and sea, genetically modified coarse bread, or even moldy leftovers, whether people you get along with are civilized and reasonable or completely savage and uncooperative, whether you live in a hot place with lots of mosquitoes or in a cold place lacking vitality, whether you wear brocaded famous branded clothes or torn rags, that you accept what comes to you, always have a peaceful mind, treat things with an open mind, be generous, and do not care about worldly eyes and comments. Leaving everything to fate means letting fate arrange everything. Being free and unfettered means being at ease and traveling leisurely. Leaving everything to fate and being free and unfettered means believing in Tao, in cause and effect, that what you give is equal to what you get, that everything is arranged justly by the Tao, leaving everything to the arrangement of destiny, not wanting to change anything, not wanting to obtain anything, and not wanting to achieve any purpose. When blessings are here, enjoy them. When disasters are here, bear them delightedly. Neither resent nor blame anyone. Whether in good times or adversity, always remain natural and unrestrained, free, carefree, leisurely, contented, calm as water, and smiling at your situation. Point 2. Conducting yourself limitlessly, following the situations, and acting flexibly. Conducting yourself means going forward or stopping. No limits means no boundaries. Conducting yourself with no limits means that I, Grandaunt, as long as I am not hurting any other person, society, or nature, can make myself as comfortable as I choose, and that I, Grandpa, under the same rules for proper behavior, can be as happy as I want to be. Following the situations means moving according to situations and changing according to their changes and not sticking to old systems, traditions, dogma, or the scriptures and the master's preaching. Acting flexibly means managing oneself according to situations. Following situations and acting flexibly means having no fixed precepts or rules in your mind, and that no rules and regulations are set in advance. Buddha has no set rules because they always conform to meeting situations. All affairs should be treated, handled, coped with, and ascertained flexibly. 3. Being amorous everywhere but never attaching importance to affection. Being merciful everywhere means that no matter whether dealing with people, animals, or nature, you must be merciful in words and actions, never reaching an impasse, never being merciless, but never saying never. Never attaching importance to affection means not falling into affection, not having too much affection for someone, something, an organization, a person, a party, a country, a system, or a religion. Attaching too much importance to affection will tie you to one of the aforementioned and make it impossible for you to be natural and unrestrained and therefore make it impossible for you to become immortal. 4. Possessing nothing yet being totally unfettered. Possessing nothing means owning nothing at all. Not the sky, not the earth, no real estate, no power, no reputation, no relatives or lovers, no organization. Everything belongs to the greatest creator, everything belongs to nature. So I possess nothing. I am united with the greatest creator, with Tao, with all things, and even with death itself. Totally unfettered means having no one and nothing on your mind, that you can go wherever you want and do whatever you want without hesitation, worries, or fear, and that you can stay when you want to stay and leave when you want to leave with absolutely no worries. Because you have nothing, you do not worry about thieves, robbers, people borrowing money from you, being deceived, degraded, nor insulted, nor do you even worry about death. Because you have nothing, there is nothing to contend with and nothing to guard. Whether the sky falls, the earth fractures, the sea floods the land, or the land sinks into the sea. You have no anxieties, no worries. Life is like a bubble, and everything is as passing clouds. 5. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao. Never doing anything while allowing all things to happen through Tao means surrendering your life to the greatest creator and leaving your life to the management of Tao with no ideals, wishes, plans, or pursuits, but trusting that nature will arrange everything, never having any special requirements or anything special to do. You work and rest each day as the sun rises and sets, because all active dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows. Accomplish doing nothing and attending to non-affairs. If it is funny, play with it. If it is not, do not. If you meet water, then erect a bridge. If you meet a mountain, then open a road. If you meet neither water nor a mountain, then build neither. Do whatever you do with joy and happiness. Drink some tea, enjoy a chat, bask in the sun, or stroll leisurely. Following Tao means taking the way of nature. Family affairs, state affairs, and world affairs are all under the arrangement of Tao. Rewards and punishment retributions and the cycles of cause and effect are neither my worries nor any of my business. Never sow in winter or pull up seedlings to help them grow in spring. When it is time to go, be unreluctant to leave. When you should be calm, do not be overambitious. Do not expect more wealth than that which you are destined to have. If you are destined to be a shepherd, then never envy princes, marquises, generals, or ministers. Everything is born, grows, will be punished, and will die by nature, so never borrow trouble. 6. Feeling no mercy or pity, but being natural and unrestrained. Feeling no mercy means that you are incapable of it, and that you can only ignore it. You see cats catching mice, lions tearing antelope apart, eagles scooping rabbits, and mantises attacking cicadas. These conditions are very cruel and make people sad, but can you do anything to stop them? Do you have a better arrangement? You know that you cannot stop them and that you do not have a better plan. You can only hold your compassion and pity. It is the arrangement of nature, so what will feeling pity accomplish? Life Genuine has pointed a great way to heaven and created a paradise mode for people, but if they will not listen or take its way, then what can we do? Therefore, look at the suffering in the world. People are crying and shouting, but never waste your energy on mercy or pity. Having no pity means not being sad. Having no mercy or pity means not suffering from pain and grief when you face situations that you are incapable of changing. Of course, we should not have the heart or feelings of gloating over misfortunes. Being natural and unrestrained means being free and easy, unconfined, unworldly, looking elegant, having extraordinary demeanors, not cringing or groveling, not crying from one's grievances, having no entanglements or obsessions, never delaying when you should surrender something or someone, never crying when you should let go, never looking back and being nostalgic when you need to leave, welcoming death with a smile, and never resisting fear. Being natural and unrestrained means that when you face frustrating or unsatisfactory situations, you will not be merciful or sad, but handle them chicly. 7. Neither contending nor arguing, but walking with celestials. Not contending means not competing with others for wealth, power, status, fame, favors, awards, victories, or strength, let alone fighting, arguing, or debating for righteousness or kindness. Not arguing means not discussing, debating, arguing, or opposing others. If you think you are right, then do what you think is right. I will not argue with you about who is right or wrong or correct or false, or about beauty, ugliness, good, or evil, but I will discuss with you about justice and wickedness. Walking with celestials means associating with people who are positive, optimistic, open-minded, and unrestrained, and who bring happiness, joy, freedom, and blessings into your life, but not with those who cry, fuss, whine, complain about grievances, think big, are ambitious, and of course those who frown, are boring, sanctimonious, prim, do not know how to play, have too much trouble, and want to bind you with codependent affection. 8. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of a celestial being. Talking cheerfully and humorously. Behaving with the elegant demeanor of celestial beings has profound meanings. Not only does it refer to having the charm, posture, and the aura of fairies, but also to surpassing the bread and milk of life by enjoying music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and flowers. It refers more to possessing corresponding survival skills and techniques, the ability and intelligence to solve one's own eating, clothing, housing, transportation, life, old age, sickness, and death problems. I once wrote 64 details of gestating the behavior and elegant demeanor of celestial beings. Please refer to it and compare it with this. Talking cheerfully and humorously means talking about the past and the present with great interest and joking and chatting freely. It should be humorous and unrestrained. Make people happy and laugh heartily to listen to what we say and do, and make people forget their troubles but feel like bathing in the sunshine as celestial beings coming to Earth and as if spring suddenly arrived in one night. There is a lot of more content about celestial nature, but if you understand the above 8 qualities, then you must be a celestial being. 人生常数生命常数宇宙平衡机制 Constants of life, and the balance mechanism of the universe. Xiefeng, August 8, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. You know it very well and very clearly in your heart, but there is nothing you can do. But you have to say what you do not want to say or do, take the way you do not want to take, and continue dealing with people with whom you do not want to deal. In the end, you will find that there is no one to either condemn or praise, because if you were placed in that background, you would do the same. When you finally see that the messenger of the greatest creator is washing the toilet, that God is being nailed to a cross, that Buddha is weeping, that the emperor is the stupidest person around, that billionaires are starving to death, that the hottest and most powerful figures in the world are thrown into jail, that those who are proficient in history become obsequious for a bowl of rice, that very hardworking people are living in poverty, that ignorant and incompetent people are living, well, and so on and so forth, then you will finally know that life and life have constants and that the universe has a balancing mechanism. Do not envy others, do not look down on anyone, let alone lament your fate and be ashamed of yourself, because everything is balanced by constants. Do not be complacent because you are fully satisfied or content, because unexpected big sticks will fall down at any time and strike you dizzy. Do not despair because of hardships either, because no one knows whether the God of happiness may come to you in the next second and your life will turn bright. I see that life's constant is working, and that is the adjustment of the universe's balancing mechanism which no force can contain. What are constants? They are quantifications, the laws of repeated operations, natural and invisible phenomena, and universal laws that exist throughout the universe. In mathematics, they include pi, the golden ratio, and the Pythagorean constant. In physics, they include standard atmospheric pressure at sea level, the gravitational constant, the mass of particles, and so forth. In chemistry, they include the molecular formula, molecular weights, melting and boiling points of everything, density, the refractive index, purity, and so forth. Since constants are universal phenomena, there is no doubt that life also has them. For example, physical death is a constant that can be changed by neither desire nor effort. The numbers of breaths and pulse beats, and the lengths of lives must also be constants. Even the number of times that one can have sex must be a constant. It is like the fact that the numbers of bones, eyes, legs, and hairs on human bodies are certain. The most difficult things to determine are the constants of life. In terms of constants, how many blessings will a person enjoy? How many hardships will they endure? How much wealth will they have? Will they be respected and loved by many people? How much good luck will they have in adventures with the opposite sex? How many children will they have? How many people will they meet and love? Will they travel abroad? Will they live in a villa? Will they become officials, and how high will their ranks be? What kind of lives will they experience? And will they become a Buddha, a celestial, or whatever? These are all constants. Do you believe in life's constants? I do. Yesterday, I went to the Kamloops Hospital, which is more than 230 kilometers away. This is a large, high-end hospital where most people wear masks because doing so during this epidemic is said to reduce their risk of infection, but I did not wear one because I believe in life constants. My creed is, if you were supposed to die, then you would die even if you wore a mask that covered your entire body completely. If you were not supposed to die, then you would not die, even if you were immersed in a tank full of viruses and wanted to. What should happen will happen. You can run, but you cannot hide. If it did not work this way, then pi would not be the constant of 3.141, 592, 653, 589, 793, 238, 462, 643, 383, 279, 502, 88, but maybe 3.2. Is this possible? Of course not. From this, I think of the balance mechanisms of the universe. Energy conservation is a common sense that we all understand. The sum of all positive and negative energy in the universe is always its equilibrium point, 0. Anything that reaches an extreme will always return to it, and the development and change of anything is never allowed to escape too far from it. We figured out this truth from the phenomena of human life. If you enjoy too much when you are young, then you will suffer when you are old. If you talk too much, then you will be shut up in the end. If you eat too much fish and meat and waste much on the dining room table, then one day you will be hungry or might even starve to death. Those who beat others will eventually be beaten, and those who hurt others will eventually be hurt. If you own too much, then you will be fretted continuously, even to the point of having to spit out all you have. If you are too complacent, then you are bound to look bad in the end. In front of constants, gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings cannot escape from being constrained, let alone human beings. Saddam Hussein, the commander-in-chief of the Iraqi armed forces, never expected to be hanged when he flaunted his might. Do you think that you are more powerful than Saddam was? Is there a way to balance? Yes, that is, the way of the greatest creator, the way of nature. Is there a way to escape from being constrained by constants? Yes, that is, selfless dedicating and giving. 真相是神的频道. Truth is the channel of God. Xiefeng, December 8th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The more truth you know, the closer you are to God. The more falsehoods you know, the closer you are to Satan. To face the truth is to face God. If you do not want to face the truth, you can only face Satan. Those who reveal and spread the truth are the sons and daughters of God. Those who conceal and obliterate it are of Satan. What makes people happy and joyous must be true. What makes them worried and painful must be false. If people live in happiness, joy, delight, pleasure, blessedness, they live in truth. If they live in trouble, pain, anxiety, sorrow, and fear, they live in falsehoods. The truth is often hidden in illusions and falsehoods. We can only understand the truth from our own actual feelings. You cannot know the truth by scriptures, nor by masters' preachings, ideals, beliefs, faith, piety, affection, conceptual logic, reasoning, nor by information and reports on TV networks, let alone by your parents' and teachers' words and deeds. Only your own inner feelings will teach you the truth. It is like durian and stinky tofu. Any description from the outside world is not its real taste. You can only know that by tasting it yourself. You should have a taste of the truth. The truth is not horrible. What is horrible is to be perplexed by the false. To make your life better and enter heaven, you must face the truth. The more you escape the truth, the more miserable your life will be, and the more you will slide into an abyss. This world is completely shrouded in falsehoods. Everyone lives in them. The truth, spread by people in falsehoods, is also a kind of high-level falsehood. If you listen to and believe it, then you will be fooled by the devil. All concepts are shackles, barriers, and obstacles to finding the truth. The more concepts you learn from the human world and the more human-created truth, the further away you will be from the real truth. If you want to learn, just learn from all the things and phenomena in nature, because only they can reveal the real truth to you. In terms of enlightening value, the most valuable words of mankind in this session belong to the words of Jesus Christ, Buddha Shakyamuni, and celestial Lao Tzu. So go and find the road to the truth in the Bible, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching. These are the most direct revelations. If you are really too stubborn to find the truth, then try to get rid of troubles, pain, anxiety, sorrow, fear, and death. The way to happiness, joy, freedom, blessedness, and eternal life is to let the greatest Creator live in your heart. Trust the greatest Creator completely, then go forward by following your feelings and the greatest driving force in your heart. Being true to yourself is also facing the truth. Do not deceive yourself. Nothing about you has anything to do with others. If you think that everything about yourself is caused by others, then you must be living in falsehood, and you have not yet found the real truth. 什么样的环境招来什么样的生灵? 55. What kind of environment attracts what kind of creatures? Xiefeng. September 21st, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. The front and rear yards of Life-Changyuan's International Family Headquarters in Canada are each more than 2,600 square meters. In 2017, they were both highly covered in debris and no birds visited either of them. In 2018, I started to clean both yards, but as our lawnmower was small, the thatch in the backyard was not cleaned up and birds continued to remain distant, but several Canadian geese and crows were attracted to the front yard. In 2019, I bought a larger mower and cleared both yards to be green and lush. Then in the spring, many unknown birds appeared, especially hummingbirds. A flock of crows came to the lawn for food and stayed for a long time. Sometimes, the lawns housed more than 70 birds at once. In spring and summer, more than a dozen Canadian geese began foraging for food in the front yard, and recently in autumn, more than a dozen Canadian geese began to leisurely forage in the backyard. From the above phenomenon, I came to the revelation that the types of environments will determine the kinds of creatures who will be attracted to them. The former third branch of Life-Changyuan in China was located in a valley, and after more than a year of environmental renovation by our Changyuan Celestials, groups of chirping birds became attracted to it. From morning to night, the chirping of birds had become endless, and they were very beautiful to hear. It was really a case of birds singing and flowers giving forth their fragrances. Do you remember the few persimmon trees from which we ate most of the fruit, leaving the remainder for the birds? Then we planted a few acres of wheat, all of which the birds ate. Someone suggested that we should not let the birds eat all of our wheat, but I countered that it did not matter who ate it. Let the birds eat it. As a result, there were more and more birds, and they settled in the third branch in pairs and groups all year round. The type of environment determines the types of creatures that will be attracted to it. Mountains attract tigers, grasslands attract wolves, jungles attract lions and leopards, stagnant pools attract crocodiles, wetlands attract migratory birds, the Gobi Desert attracts lizards, green mountains and blue waters attract good weather, poor mountains and stale waters attract violent storms, bad emperors attract treacherous villains, wise emperors attract upright ministers and righteous men, brothels attract whoremasters, galleries attract artists, casinos attract gamblers, and battlefields attract soldiers. A large number of phenomena in nature and human society prove that the type of environment will determine the kind of creatures that it will attract. Environments are divided into natural ones and spiritual ones. Natural ones are like this, so what about spiritual ones? The answer is the same. The type of spiritual environment determines the types of gods and deities who will be attracted to it. If the spiritual environment is like a garden of flowers, then it will attract bees and butterflies. But if it is more like stinky shit, then it will attract flies. There is a large number of stories about soul possessions among the people. This kind of phenomenon definitely exists. As for the type of soul possession, that is determined by the spiritual environment of the possessed. Those who deliberately mystify things will be possessed by ghosts or monsters. Those who talk about spirits and deities will be possessed by evil spirits. Those whose spiritual environments are pure will attract angels and bodhisattvas, and those whose spiritual environments are extraordinary and spotless will be possessed by gods. Understanding the above principles, we can explain some phenomena, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, tornadoes, hurricanes, floods, plagues, turmoil, fires, and so on. There must be something wrong with people's spiritual environments in those places because each of those environments can invite either auspiciousness or disasters. Similarly, if people often encounter villains, bullies, insults, ugly scenery, misfortunes, and disasters, and unhappy people or things, then needless to say, it is their own spiritual environments that have gone wrong. The problem is caused by their own spiritual environments. From this, we can further understand the truth of how to be human beings. If we want nature to make the weather smooth, then we must love her and cherish her life. If we want to make our life safe and smooth, then we must have kind thoughts in our hearts, not thoughts of hurting others and taking rash actions, but of restraining our greed. If you want to attract butterflies and bees, then you must grow flowers in your soul garden. If you want to attract birds, plant more fruit trees. And if you want to attract noble people, be grateful. Have you ever seen God with your own eyes? Have you ever seen the Buddhas? Have you ever seen a fairy? No? Do you know why you have not seen them? The reason is that the environment of your mind is not worthy of doing so. I have a saying, absolutely beautiful things can only be enjoyed by absolutely beautiful lives. Pigs only deserve to live in pig pens, and regular people are only worthy of struggling in the world of suffering. If we want to enjoy our lives in fairy worlds, then our spiritual environments must match the fairy world environment. The Queen Mother of the West would never invite anyone randomly to a banquet at the Immortal Peach meeting. Understanding this, the type of environment determines the types of things, beings, and deities that will be attracted to it, and the main task of a person's life is to create their own beautiful natural and spiritual environments instead of devoting all their time and energy to study, work, and forming connections. It is really the case of fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings, and, once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. 唯有破釜沉舟者，才有希望打开天国之门. Only those who burn bridges behind them have hope to open the gate to heaven. Xiefeng, May 25, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The ones who burn the bridges behind them are people who walk forward with all their hearts without having a way to retreat. Jesus Christ warns us, "He who looks back while holding the plow in his hand is not worthy of entering the kingdom of God." The world, where human beings dwell and live, is a kind of program, and this program is only suitable for human survival. If you want to live in the heaven where gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings live, you must escape from the world's program. Without leaving behind the world's program, it is absolutely impossible for you to enter the space of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. From the world to the realm of the gods, that is, the kingdom of heaven, people should not think and arrange everything with human thinking. If you think and plan with human thinking, you can only go round and round in the world and never get out of the cave of silken web which is the world's program. There are 36 8-diagram arrays in the world's program, and these 36 8-diagram arrays tightly restrain people in the space where they live. If one wants to escape from the 36 mazes, it is as difficult as to cut one's skin and open the flesh and break the heart, and it is almost as a rebirth from the ashes. Do you dare to burn the bridges behind you? If you dare not and don't want to, you should never fantasize that you can get out of the 36 8-diagram arrays, eliminate the cycle of reincarnation, and enter the heavenly world of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings. When can one's potential be maximized? Answer: only when there is no retreat and tomorrow's food and shelter are still unavailable. If you have a plan to retreat and you have food and shelter for tomorrow, then your potential will never be maximized. People are inert, and it is human nature to pursue ease. Once a person has a stable income and a comfortable environment, it is difficult for them to burn the bridges behind them and create a new world. People have anxiety, sorrow, and fear. And it is precisely this kind of negative, tragic psychology that hinders one's full use of his potential. Not to mention giving up all your possessions to pursue your dreams. Just the thinking of possessing nothing is enough to scare you away, let alone burning the bridges behind you. Once a person is born in the world, he is always struggling to possess knowledge, possess skills and techniques, possess marriage and family, possess children and grandchildren, possess beauty, possess real estate and vehicles, possess kinship, friendship, and love, possess money, possess rights, possess fame, and a stable job, etc. The tragic reality is that when people die, they possess nothing. Even if you own a grave, it will disappear in a short time. May I ask, where are our possessions? Are we still qualified to control what we once had? What if we ask a man in his teens or 20s, is life long? The answer must be that life is long, and there is a lot of time to squander freely. But if we ask a person in his 60s or 70s, is life long? The answer must be that life is too short, life is only a moment, just a dream. There is not much time left to spend freely. Is your life wonderful? If you have never burned the bridges behind you, don't say that your life is wonderful. Have we ever seen a donkey with a wonderful donkey life? Have we seen pigs and sheep with wonderful pig and sheep lives? Of course, as pigs or donkeys, some of them may say, my pig life is wonderful and my donkey life is wonderful. But in the eyes of people, no matter how fat a pig is, how stubborn a donkey is, their life is not wonderful at all. It is just a tragedy. What about people? Have you ever been wonderful? You have never burned the bridges behind you. Where does the wonder come from? If a person who confines his life to only a short period of 70 to 80 years, and finally goes to the end of his life in his waning years with nostalgia, regrets, and fears, is it not a tragedy? Don't comfort yourself anymore. Life is a tragedy. Who dares to say that the pig's life is not a tragedy? Who dares to say that the life of a donkey is not a tragedy? So, dare you say that human life is not a tragedy? If anyone who cannot see where he is going after death, he lives in vain. Even to live in vain, they have to go on, but to live helplessly. If you do not want to live your life in vain, you must follow the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Celestial Laozi. Don't follow the teachings of people like Confucius, etc. The thinking of Confucius is entirely human thinking, and it has not risen to the thinking level of gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings at all. If you learn from people, you will follow their way, and you can only be humans. Only by learning from gods, Buddhas, and celestial beings can you follow their way and get out of the 36 mazes, see where you are going after death, and turn your tragic life into a happy life. Of course, if you learn from demons, ghosts, spirits, and monsters and follow their way, you can also walk into their world. I would like to remind you that in today's world, there are more and more demons, ghosts, spirits, and monsters, and they are all busy looking for members to expand their territory. How can we practice and fully realize the teachings of Christ Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Celestial Laozi to achieve our best wishes and realize our ideals? That is to burn the bridges behind us and don't look back while holding the plow in your hand. 自然之道, The Way of Nature. Xiefeng. January 28, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The way of nature is the way of the greatest creator. The way of Tao is natural. Everything that conforms to nature belongs to Tao. The way of Tao is manifested by nature. The way to enter Tao is to be natural. The way to attaining Tao is to conform to nature. The way to unite with Tao is to follow nature. Nature is the laws and principles and various existences and phenomena of the boundless universe. To follow nature means to think and act in accordance with these laws and principles, and not to artificially interfere and change its original operating programs. The way of nature is the operating program defined by the laws and principles of the boundless universe. The main path, Tao, is easy to walk on. The main path is the way of nature. The way of nature is simple and easy to walk on, smooth and soothing. All behaviors that violate nature are called going against the Tao, and going against the Tao is complicated, difficult, tortuous, and painful. People, when you feel that life is happy, joyous, free, and blessed, It proves that you are walking in the way of nature. People, when you feel that life is full of troubles, pain, anxiety, or sorrow, it proves that you are walking against the Tao. How do you follow the way of nature? Eat when you should eat, drink when you should drink, sleep when you should sleep, do when you should do, play when you should play, use when you should use, live when you should live, die when you should. Do not worry, do not get angry, do not persevere, do not expect, do not seek success, do not seek excellence, do not make plans, do not set goals, do nothing as everything will eventually fall into place. Take things as they are, associate with others by following the predestined relations, act in accordance with your nature, take advantage of opportunities as they arise. What kind of behavior can be accounted as against the Tao? When you should eat, you do not eat. When you shouldn't eat, you eat. When you should drink, you do not drink. When you should not drink, you drink. When you should sleep, you do not sleep. When you shouldn't sleep, you sleep. When you should act, you take no action. When you shouldn't act, you act. When you should play, you do not play. When you shouldn't play, you play. When you should use something, you do not use it. When you should not use something, you use it. When you should live, you do not live. When you should not live, you insist on living. When you should die, you do not die. When you should not die, you want to die. You are worried and angry, persisting and expecting. You seek success, shortcuts, excellence, magical power, and miracles. You make plans, set goals. You get caught in your own trap. You are not satisfied, insatiable, and insist on glorifying your ancestors. You insist on owning houses and cars, being the best kind of man and becoming a celestial being and Buddha, etc. What are the benefits of taking the way of nature? The advantages are calmness, peace, joy, health, less trouble, and less sin. What are the consequences of going against the Tao? The disadvantages are being impetuous, distracted, worried and anxious, dogged by bad luck, and committing evil again and again. From the above benefits and consequences of walking with or walking against the way of nature, we can see that the consciousness level of those who follow the way of nature is high. According to the Hawkins energy and emotion hierarchy diagram, the energy level of those who follow the way of nature is above 540, and the energy level of those who are against the Tao is below 200. It can be confirmed that those who go to heaven are those who follow the way of nature, and those who go to the animal world and hell are those who go against the Tao. Li ling zhi hun, zhi ling xin hun, xin ling xing hun. Prophet fails wisdom. Wisdom fails the heart fails nature. Xiefeng, July 13th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. The short human life is full of ups and downs, mixed with joy and sorrow. The human life is like a bubble, full of uncertain separations and reunions and thousands of regrets. Before reaching the end of its life, your body and soul collapse and you are overwhelmed by grief. Without understanding what is going on, you sink into the sea of suffering and the cycle of reincarnation. What is so powerful that it makes our life scene of blooming bleak and tears down the lus? The answer is prophet, wisdom, and the heart. Prophet fails wisdom. Looking through the historical scrolls of images, the word prophet has overwhelmed so many heroes and charming people. Waves of tragedy, waves of regret, like windswept clouds rolling, the irrational prophet seeking people go down the riverbed of human history, which makes these people deeply sigh with sadness. Prophet, whether it is for the benefit of power, wealth, or fame, as long as you pursue it, you will lose your rationality and reason. In the end, you will bury your kinship, friendship, good years, and even your bright future as well as your precious lives in the bottomless abyss of profit and desire. Just look at people who are running for profit. They focus only on profit, and they are desperate for profit, and few of their lives do not end in tragedy. Profits, which are obtained by serving others, are good. Profits, which are obtained by merit, are complete. The rest are all disasters. Wisdom fails the heart. The heart is like a mirror, and the mirror can observe the cause and effect of things in the world, which makes one's mind pure, consciousness clear, and spirit energetic. If the mirror is covered with dust, One cannot see clearly and cannot see through the truth of things. As a result, people will be confused, often making wrong judgments and having bad behavior. When a person is knowledgeable, intelligent, arrogant, and pretentious, their heart is muddled. Just look at the people who write books and make statements, those who teach scriptures, those who write long speeches, and those who sell morals and ethics. They are all people with high intelligence. However, their hearts are mostly muddled. This is called wisdom makes the heart dim. Believing and following the preaching and guidance of these dim-hearted people is like walking toward the desert and death. The heart fails people's nature. The heart is born for all things and all phenomena. Without the boundless universe, there would be no heart. When this phenomenon occurs, the mind will be born. When this phenomenon disappears, the mind will die. The mind changes with the condition. There are very few people who can change the condition with their heart. People have many things on their mind, and their hearts have many knots. The mind is a mirror, which only reflects objective reality. The mind is not the objective reality itself. Therefore, the mind is not reliable. When we rely on the illusion of the heart to make inductive judgments and then make decisions and put them into action, we are deceived by phenomena. Our hearts are constantly changing. If we know each other, we will intuitively understand each other, and we are very much in love. But if two hearts are apart, we are seemingly in harmony but in fact at variance, and we become strange bedfellows. Can we rely on our hearts? Who can be sure that his heart will never change? Your own heart will change. Can you believe that others' hearts will not change? What can be relied on is a person's nature. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but hard to change a person's nature. Nature is the original appearance of things. The Patriarch Bodhidharma clearly stated in his Bloodstream sermon that, if you want to find Buddha, you must perceive nature. Without the perception of nature, it's no use reciting Buddhist scriptures, fasting, and keeping precepts. Without the perception of nature, even those who can explain the creed of the 12 classics can only say demonic words. If you have perceived nature, you don't need to read the Buddhist scriptures and chant the name of Buddha. It's no use learning much since it will dim your spiritual consciousness. Overlooking the world, it's crowded with people and vehicles, feasting and revelry, hustling and bustling and jostling each other. These are all illusions. When we were alive, we felt that everything was true, and when we died, everything fell into silence. Isn't it a tragedy to live a whole life, be busy for a whole life, but return to emptiness, not knowing where you came from and where you are going? Isn't it a tragedy? The Buddha Shakyamuni has already stated clearly, all active dharma are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. Thusly should you meditate upon them. However, once you have perceived nature, the situation is very different. Melting into nature is eternity. Living in nature means reaching heaven. The realm of eight without is what I said the spiritual state of an immortal reached. But without the perception of nature, it is hard to enter the wonderful realm of eight without. The conclusion is, do not pursue profit, do not show wisdom, do not rely on your heart, and allow your nature to bloom. 恐惧使我们远离真理. Fear keeps us away from the truth. Xiefeng, August 15th, 2018. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Peter. Fear refers to the intensely depressing emotional experience that people feel when they are facing a certain dangerous situation, which they tried to get rid of but were unable to do anything. When fear occurs, it is often accompanied by a series of physiological changes, such as rapid heartbeat or irregular heartbeat, shortness of breath or pauses, increased blood pressure, a pale face, trembling lips, dry mouth, cold sweats, weakness in the limbs, etc. The phenomenon of physiological dysfunction often causes or promotes the occurrence of physical diseases. On the other hand, fear can cause obstacles to people's perception, memory, and thinking process, can make people lose the ability to analyze and judge the current situation, and cause behavior disorders. Baidu Encyclopedia. Faced with sudden dangers and crises, it is normal for people to be afraid. But before the coming of risks and crises, people can fantasize about a certain dangerous situation which causes them to feel fear. This is abnormal. It is a kind of disease, a kind of mental illness. Fear not only causes physiological dysfunctions, malfunctions of thinking, and behavior disorders, but also takes people far away from the truth. The closer to the truth, the farther away from fear. The farther away from the truth, the closer to fear. A person who has no fear is a person who is one with the truth, and a person who is fearful is a person who is one with falsehoods, evil, and ugliness. What is truth? Truth is Tao. What is Tao? Tao is the consciousness of the creator of everything and every phenomenon in the universe, and it is the synthesis of all the laws and principles of the universe. Only by knowing the Tao and being one with the Tao can all kinds of fears be eliminated. If you stay away from the Tao, you will be afraid in your heart. From this we can see that if we are afraid in our hearts, it proves that we do not know the Tao. If we are constantly in fear, it proves that we do not understand the Tao at all, and do not understand the truth. Simply put, the more we fear, the closer we are to hell. The less we fear, the closer we are to heaven. Therefore, among the 8 without realms described in the Sutra of attaining the state of immortality, one of them is without fear. If there is still fear, it means you have not attained the state of immortality yet. The lower the realm of life, the more fear there is. The higher the realm of life, the less fear there is. Hell is full of fear. Heaven is full of joy. So, if we're in an environment where there's a lot of fear, it proves that this environment is very bad, almost like hell. If we live in an environment where there is little fear, it proves that it is an ideal environment, almost like paradise. It thus can be seen that a person who has many fears is close to hell. A person who has little fear is near heaven. What do we fear? Why should we fear? If we haven't done anything that hurts the world, why should we fear? If we haven't done anything stealthily, why should we fear? If we haven't done anything illegal, why should we fear? If we haven't hindered others living, why should we fear? We fear because we have been hiding something in our hearts. We fear because we have possessed too much, had too strong a desire for fame and fortune, and have been too ambitious. We fear because we are deeply entangled with secular ties, have too much sin and too little merit, and are too selfish. We fear because we do not understand the laws of heaven. We do not know the facts. We cannot distinguish between good and evil, and we are far away from the truth. We fear because we gain things we shouldn't gain. We fear because we have no faith and do not understand the Tao. If we know a little about Tao, we should have no fear. Not to mention the deep connotation of Tao, just examine the 3 connotations of Tao, and we should not allow fear to be generated. Point 1. As a man sows, so shall he reap. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. Good will be rewarded with good, and evil with evil. If the reward is not forthcoming, it is because the time has not yet come. When the time comes, one will get one's due reward. 2. The sum of the positive and negative energies of the universe is 0, and what you pay and what you receive are always equal. Point 3. Everything in the universe runs in the Tao, and governments and everyone in the world also run in the Tao. The Tao is fair. It is up to the greatest creator to judge who is right or wrong, and it is up to Tao to assess our merits and faults. What should come will come. What should go will go. If we understand the above 3 points, will we still fear? If you still fear, then I tell you, you have done too many bad things. Then it's unreasonable if you do not fear. If you do not fear, who should fear? Of course, you should fear. Those who live in hell live in fear all the time. Examining our own lives, if we have always adhered to truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, sincerity, diligence, and harmony, we need not fear. If we have been giving selflessly, we have not taken advantage of others, have not harmed nature, society, others, or other lives, why should we fear? If we have not violated the law and discipline, have not humiliated our ancestors, have not blasphemed God and Buddha, and have not blasphemed the spirits and deities, why should we fear? If we haven't blocked the way of others, haven't disturbed others' preaching, haven't judged others, haven't derogated others, haven't got in the way of others' living, why should we fear? If we haven't been extravagant and wasteful, and we have treated everything with kindness and love, why should we fear? Do we not believe that there are divinities watching over us? Do we not believe that our words and deeds, every action, every thought, are all being monitored and judged by the arrangements of Tao? If we think that the Tao will also do wrong to good people, it can only show that we do not understand the law of heaven, the law of Tao at all. If we are tortured and punished, the problem is not in external factors, but in ourselves. Then, fear is useless. Complaining and resentment are even more useless. No one can escape the reward or punishment of a victim. Finally, what I want to tell you is that people with fear have no relationship with health, joy, freedom, happiness, and heaven. The Bridge to the Celestial Islands. Xiefeng. October 5, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. It is said that the core of truth is in one sentence, while falsehoods are spread through millions of books. For 18 years, I have devoted myself to studying, preaching, and solving mysteries. Today, I can encompass the vast truth into 3 words: faith, love, and nature. That is to say, as long as you can exhibit faith, love, and nature to the extreme, you can reach the celestial islands, reach heaven. Or it can be said that we can achieve our greatest desires and realize our best ideals without reading extensively, researching and exploring, struggling and working hard, practicing abstinence from meat and saying prayers, as long as we completely believe, love, and let our nature blossom. Faith is a state of consciousness and mentality that has no doubts about the truth, things, or people. The first and most important thing to do in a person's life is to solve the problem of faith. Once the problem of faith is solved, the road of life is filled with happiness and freedom, and the road of life is filled with flowers and fragrances, and your life will be in order, and you can see in one encompassing vision how tiny all the mountains are. What to believe? You can believe in anything. As long as you believe, you grasp the core, the key, and you can fulfill your wishes. You can believe in the greatest creator, the ancestor of Buddha, believe in Tao, Jesus, Shakyamuni, Lao Tzu. You can believe in the king of devils, ghosts, the emperor, the president, the master, money, power, fame, profit, and carnal pleasure. You can believe in your parents, your children, your husband, your wife, your boss, your friends. You can believe in atheism, theism, creation theory, evolution theory, communism, capitalism, planning theory, and market theory. You can believe in the sun, the moon, the water, the mountains, the tortoises, and the caterpillars. You can believe in yourself, believe in everything whimsical, believe in lies, believe in strange conversations. In short, whatever you believe in, you can achieve something. As long as you firmly believe and have no doubts, your wishes will be fulfilled, and this is where the secret of magical powers also lies. For example, if you firmly believe that you can become a dragon, you can do it. And if you firmly believe that you can turn a stone into gold, you can definitely do it. Once you believe it, do not doubt it. Believing with doubts is not believing. When we doubt our beliefs, then our minds will become overcast with clouds and wind, flying sand and rocks. Even chickens and dogs will become restless around us. For example, between husband and wife, if the husband does not believe in the wife, or the wife does not believe in the husband, then the couple will become strange bedfellows, each having their own axe to grind, and they will be uneasy, will start quarreling and fighting, and start living a life of misery. Since you believe something, do not use your own standards to test, judge, and examine what you believe. For example, if you believe that your boss is a real gentleman, then do not be displeased because your boss farted or molested a woman. For example, if you believe in the greatest creator, do not have doubts because you have encountered setbacks or hardships. Love is the most beautiful state in heaven and in the world. It is a state that combines truth, goodness, beauty, faith, sincerity, peace, and joy. Look at the blooming flowers. Love is in the blooming flowers. When a person becomes filled with love, he is the most sacred, most pure, most beautiful, and most radiant life in the universe. He is a Buddha, an angel, and a celestial being. Love has no desires. Love has no conditions attached. Love cannot be hurt. Love has no pain. Love has no self. Love has no object. Love has no morals or ethics. And love is irrespective of right or wrong. The essence of love is selfless giving and dedication. If a person is easily injured because of love, psychological injury, he has demands and expectations, troubles, pains, and regrets from the outside world because of his giving and dedication. He is angry, complaining, and raging because of love, and he is anxious, worried, and fearful because of love. He has no sense of love, and he himself does not love. Nature is a kind of primitive magnetic field formed by the structure of things, that is, the features of things. Nature is Buddha. Nature is a celestial being. Nature is an angel, and nature is truth. In the same way, nature is the devil. Nature is a monster. Nature is a demon, and nature is spirits. Nature is innate, and nature is Tathagata. Following one's nature means being natural. Following one's nature is to be one with the Tao. If you are following your nature, do not rely on your own cognition and thinking to analyze and judge, and do not weigh the pros and cons, but just live out your own Tathagata nature. The world's vast and voluminous scriptures, wisdom, knowledge, and preaching about self-improvement and self-refinement can be summed up in these three words: faith, love, and nature. These three words are the bridge to the celestial islands. 遵循自然之道，潇洒度人生. Follow the way of nature and live your life naturally and without restraint. Xiefeng, October 10th, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. The way of the greatest creator is the way of nature, and the way of nature is based on the laws and principles that are strictly followed by all things. The way of nature is a program. Following this program is in line with the way of nature. Violating this program is deviating from the way of nature. Follow the way of nature and everything will be harmonious, including social harmony, physical harmony, mental and spiritual harmony. If you go against the way of nature, everything will be chaotic and disorderly, society will be turbulent, and people will have constant troubles, anxiety, and restlessness. Let's comprehend the way of nature from the gestation and birth of human beings. A few micrometers of sperm and a few millimeters of eggs combine, then develop, and finally turn into a healthy human body. The complexity of this human body is unimaginable, with limbs and hair, internal organs, bones and nerves, blood and cells, 9 apertures, and a meridian, height and skin color, etc. are all achieved proportionally. At the same time, the motor system, digestive system, respiratory system, urinary system, reproductive system, endocrine system, immune system, nervous system, and circulatory system are naturally achieved. After that, the feelings of the 7 emotions and 6 desires are born naturally, and when the pregnancy is completed in 9 months, the child will be born naturally. This series of complex developmental processes is a kind of program, and this program is the way of nature. Follow the way of nature, and everything will be accomplished naturally without any effort. The entire universe is part of the way of nature, and there is no doubt that people are also part of the way of nature, especially the birth, growth, and death of people are part of the way of nature. Since man is part of the way of nature, then we follow the way of nature. How to follow the way of nature? Do the following. Accept whatever comes up, follow your predestined relationships, follow one's nature, and be non-active. Take advantages of opportunities as they arise and be in peace. Since the way of nature is a kind of program, the program sets everything up, and the program accomplishes everything, then we will live our lives naturally and unrestrainedly according to the program and let everything happen without extra effort. Accept whatever comes up. Take things as they are, ask for nothing. When everything comes naturally, just accept and endure. If there is a thatched house, then live in the thatched house. If there is a villa, then live in the villa. If there is a luxurious palace, then live in the luxurious palace. If there is an airplane, take the plane. If there is a car, drive the car. If you have a bicycle, ride the bicycle. If you must walk, then set out on foot. If you are to be a president, be a president. If you need to be a beggar with peace of mind. Never envy anything, never ask for anything deliberately. There are thousands of people with thousands of faces and hearts. Never imitate others, never follow in others' footsteps, never listen to others' demands, never listen to success lectures and demagogy, never let power, status, reputation, beauty, money, house, car, awards, etc. guide you. Just be yourself. Only be yourself. Follow your predestined ties. Follow your predestined relationships with people. When a good relationship comes naturally, follow it and associate with it, but not to fawn, cling to, or deliberately pursue. Follow the predestined relationships with affairs. Whenever something happens, just do it, no matter what it is, as long as you like it, as long as it suits your hobbies and expertise. Devote your time and energy to it and do it happily. Follow your fate. Accept whatever your destiny is happily. If you are destined to be 1.6 meters tall, do not be worried and envious of 1.8 meters. If you are destined to live by singing, then sing to your heart's content and never envy scientists or shepherds. If you are destined to have yellow skin and black eyes, never envy white skin and blue eyes. Follow your predestined relationships with places. Wherever you go, it is your home, and you will love all the places where you go. If you were born in Africa, never yearn for Europe. If you live in the countryside, never envy the city. If you live well somewhere, never deliberately move to another place or even think about emigrating abroad. Follow one's nature, be non-active. A bird will definitely fly. A flower will definitely bloom. An earthworm must be in the soil. A thief will definitely steal. A spider will definitely make a web. A hen will definitely lay eggs. With all lives, their living environment and their way of survival are determined by their nature. Asking tigers to eat grass, asking lambs to eat meat, asking fish to live on the grassland, and asking cattle and sheep to survive in water, all are against their nature. Only by following their own nature will they feel leisurely and relaxed. If you have a diamond cutter, you can do the work of mending porcelain wares. Without a diamond cutter, never try to mend porcelain wares. Follow your nature and let it fully bloom. Do not suppress yourself, and do not force yourself to achieve any goal or accomplish something. If you like to play in the mud, you can play in the mud as much as you can, and there is no need to force yourself to become a sculptor. Take advantage of opportunities as they arise and be in peace. The seasons alternate. There is a full moon only once a month. Many scenarios probably can only be experienced once in a lifetime. Therefore, it is said, opportunity knocks but once. When opportunities come, take the chance and take advantage of these opportunities fully. Do not miss the opportunity. Spring is the time to sow, and autumn is the time to harvest. Neither should be missed. When good things come, grab them quickly. When an opportunity comes, take the opportunity to do the things that should be done. Take advantage of the sunshine to dry your hay. Strike the iron while it is still hot. If the opportunity to become an official has come, hurry up and take the chance to become an official. When the chance to make a fortune comes, make haste. When the opportunity to accumulate merit has come, accumulate quickly. When the peach flower is about to bloom, hurry up and take the peach blossom for luck. When confidence come, take the opportunity to get together for a few drinks and get drunk. When the gods, Buddhas, and celestials are here, my goodness, how can you miss such a golden opportunity that only comes once in a lifetime? If no opportunity comes, it does not matter. Overlook the tides ebb and flow and flowers blooming and fading. Keep a calm mind. Even if you are a genius, if you do not have a chance, let it be buried. Life is short, but life is long. If the opportunity does not come today, wait for tomorrow. If it does not come this year, wait for next year. If it does not come this life, wait for the next life. Anyway, there will be opportunities. Do not be anxious or impatient. Follow the way of nature, and life will always be cool and comfortable. You will no longer have worries and sorrows, anxiety and fears. Enjoy life no matter where you are or what you are doing. Remember, it's not that you can achieve anything that you want to achieve. Not that you can do whatever you want. Everything has been set and arranged in the program of the way of nature, and the path of conforming to the way of nature is the path of Buddhas and celestial beings. It can also be said that if a person can truly follow the way of nature completely and thoroughly, he is already a Buddha and a celestial being. 自然之道之秘解析 An analysis of the mysteries of the way of nature. Xiefeng, September 18th, 2021. Chanyuan celestials follow the way of the greatest creator, that is, the way of nature. So what is the way of nature? The way of nature has the following 8 mysteries. Pregnancy has a time limit, and the delivery time is set. The implication is that everything has a time limit and cannot be surpassed. Once it is surpassed, it is against the way of nature. Application: don't be in a hurry. If you have a wish in your heart, it is the equivalent of you being pregnant. When the wish will be delivered is related to the size of the wish. If your wish is just to have a cup of coffee, it can be realized in a few minutes or a few hours. If your wish is to own a luxurious villa, it may take several years or even decades to give birth. If your wish is to reach the kingdom of heaven, you need to wait for the time of delivery all your life. Sow in spring, cultivate in summer, harvest in autumn, store in winter. The meaning is to keep the timing sequence and don't mess with the order. If the timing sequence is wrong and the order is reversed, it violates the way of nature. Application: different age groups should do the things fitting of their age group. For example, childhood is a time for playing, and the teenage years are for learning. If you study in childhood, you will violate the way of nature, and if you begin laboring as teenagers, you violate the way of nature. Rubbing ropes against wooden boards will cut into them, and dripping water onto stones will wear them down. The meaning is that as long as you focus on something, there will be a moment when things will turn around and you will become suddenly enlightened. Application: concentrate on exploring a certain phenomenon or doing a certain thing. Don't be distracted, but wholly devoted. In this way, you will make gains. Reap melon from melon seeds and reap beans from bean seeds. The meaning is that you will reap what you sow. If you sow beauty, you will reap beauty. If you sow ugliness, you will reap ugliness. Application: plant what you need in the future. If you want to go to hell, plant evil. If you want to go to heaven, plant goodness. Merits and demerits must be examined. Rewards and punishments must be executed. It means that nothing, no words or deeds, can escape the eyes of heaven, and rewards or punishments will definitely come in due course. Application: always think of a pair of eyes above your head staring at you. So you must walk on a tightrope when doing things and when speaking, being neither cowardly nor tough. Channels form where water flows. Melons' pedicels fall when their fruit ripens. It means that you must have calmness and patience when doing things, and you should not rush for success. As long as you work hard, what you want will come true, and it will come naturally. Application: don't force anything. If you work hard enough, you will achieve it naturally. If you don't work hard enough, what you want will come to a premature end, and you will come out empty-handed. Follow one's nature. This is the way to Tao. It means that our nature is a gift from the greatest creator. If it is a cat, just catch the mouse. If it is a mouse, just dig holes and steal grain. If it is tuberose, just bloom and spread the fragrance. If it is a cow or sheep, eat grass. This is the arrangement of Tao. Doing so is in keeping with the Tao, which is the way of nature. Application: when people ask me whether they should choose A or B, whether they should go east or west, my answer is always listen to your inner voice and follow your innermost drive. Why? Because the loudest voice and driving force in your heart is the Tao, which is your nature. If you do this, you will become one with the Tao. Tao will manage the birth, growth, punishment, and destruction of everything. It means that when people come to this world, their role has already been determined in the cosmic life script. If the script determines that you are a thief, then you will never become a professor. If the script determines that you are a villain, then it is absolutely impossible for you to be a good person. The Chanyuan celestials I am looking for must be innate, and they cannot be cultivated by education, just like no matter how we cultivate and guide cucumbers, cucumbers will never turn into tomatoes. In the process of human beings playing the role in the cosmic life script, when your turning point comes, you can't hide from it, and it's useless for you to ask for help. If you are destined to be a big villain, that's the arrangement of Tao. You cannot refuse it even if you pray to gods and Buddhas for help. There are various factors and personnel arrangements that lead you to the path of being a great villain. Similarly, the same is true for wanting to become a saint. This is called Tao arranges the growth. There are countless people who have been punished in the world. Who is punishing people? On the surface, people are punishing people. Accidental events are punishing people, and natural disasters are punishing people. In fact, Tao is punishing people. The root cause lies in the natural law of you reap what you sow. If the Tao wants you to grow, no one can destroy you. If the Tao wants to punish you, no one can save you. Application. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange your birth, don't try to change it, neither try to change others nor yourself. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange your growth, don't worry and don't bother to find relationships and backers. What comes will come naturally, and what goes will go naturally. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange punishment, don't hide and don't complain. Since it is up to the Tao to arrange destruction, just smile and go with the wind. After understanding the secrets of the way of nature and looking at various phenomena in today's society, we will come to know that all bad phenomena are the results of violating the way of nature. Everyone can take stock and analyze their past and current situation. You will definitely find that your hardships and rough experiences are the result of you being against the way of nature. 我从游戏娱乐中看到了道的运行. I perceive the functioning of Tao through gaming and entertainment. Xiefeng, June 14th, 2023. Edited by Qin Yu. Playing struggling upstream poker game, playing mahjong, kicking shuttlecock, playing hide and seek, and engaging in various other game activities, does the Tao operate within them? The answer is undoubtedly yes, because Tao is present in everything, and everything exists within Tao. In games like struggling upstream, poker game, Tao is certainly operating. Tao governs the evolution of everything, so gaming and entertainment are also within the realm of Tao. Gaming and entertainment can serve as an opportunity for enlightenment and a form of spiritual practice. Through gaming and entertainment, one can also attain Tao. Many people have played the game struggling upstream in poker. Have you ever noticed that the probability of drawing the joker cards, the big and small jokers, is higher for the player upstream? Or they may be drawn by the player downstream and contributed to the player upstream. Isn't it fascinating? What does this indicate? It indicates that only the player upstream has the qualification to obtain the joker cards. This is a rule. Regardless of how you shuffle and deal cards, there is an 80% chance that the joker cards will end up in the hand of the player upstream, showcasing their nobility. Now, let's gather a few people to play struggling upstream and collect data to see how likely it is for the joker cards to end up in the hands of the player upstream. Can we come up with a convincing percentage rule? No, this percentage rule cannot be derived. Why is that? This involves the observer effect in quantum mechanics. Is light a particle or a wave? When there is no observer, light behaves as a wave. But when there is an observer, light behaves like a particle. Photons possess both wave-like and particle-like properties. The nature of light depends on the observer. If no one is observing, it behaves like a wave. If someone is observing, it behaves like a particle. So, here's the answer. When playing struggling upstream, do the joker cards end up in the hands of the player upstream or in the hands of other players? If everyone does not consciously count or keep track, the joker cards will likely go to the player upstream. However, if someone consciously counts or keeps track, it is highly probable that the joker cards will go to a player in the middle position. Quantum mechanics tells us that the manifestation of particles depends on interference of external factors. Once a person consciously wants to do something, the essential characteristics of things tend to exhibit completely opposite states. Does the operation of Tao have similar characteristics to the manifestation of particles? I cannot draw a conclusion at this moment because there are too many factors involved, and it is a complex matter. However, we can find some clues from natural phenomena. For example, the saying, when consciously planting flowers,